Father, Su Hao has sent word that Su Chen must be expelled from the family otherwise. The Su clan will enforce the family law and cleanse our ranks. Alas, he has already rendered Su Chen's bloodline useless. Does he truly wish to eradicate him completely? Had our third brother not met with misfortune, he would not have dared to act so ruthlessly. The unfortunate Su Chen has only just awakened his imperial bone, only to be forcibly stripped of it by Su Hao. Su Hao is the foremost talent of the entire Su clan and has now reached the pinnacle of the true Dan realm. Would he truly risk the entire family for the sake of a useless individual? In the eastern wilderness, in the Pan Ding dynasty, in Panyu City, the Su family, seated at the head of the hall, the elder's weathered face was etched with gloom, and his pitch-black eyes resembled two endless abysses, evoking a sense of dread. Father, Su Hao has pledged that if the family expels Su Chen, Su Yang will be allowed to join the Su clan and commence his cultivation. Su Yang has already awakened his bloodline and successfully established his foundation. Silence. Upon witnessing his father's genuine fury, Su Xian dared not utter another word. With his gaze growing increasingly frigid, Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He understood Su Hao's intentions all too well, yet felt utterly powerless. The Su family of Panyu City was merely a small branch of the Su clan, should the Su clan wish it. They could easily obliterate the Su family with a mere flick of their fingers. When Su Hao publicly stripped Su Chen of his recently awakened imperial bone, not a single member of the Su family dared to intervene, and for this incident he had borne the weight of guilt for an entire decade. In the Tianhuan continent, warriors are held in high esteem. The realms of warriors are divided into postnatal realm, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, soul palace realm, and spirit concentration realm. The age of 6. Every individual awakens their bloodline within, for it is only through this awakening that one can draw the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into their body and transcend the innate realm. As for warriors aspiring to establish their foundation, they must develop their bloodline into a blood wheel. Through infusing spiritual energy into the blood wheel, they can successfully establish their foundation. Thus, it can be said that those unable to develop a blood wheel will forever remain incapable of establishing their foundation. Su Chen, at 6 years of age, successfully awakened his bloodline. Furthermore, awakening an accompanying imperial bone, which invokes celestial phenomena that extended for miles. Astonishing all around that a naturally born imperial bone must lead to the imperial realm. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Hao of the Su clan happened to pass by, witnessed the celestial phenomenon, and immediately took action to deprive Su Chen of his imperial bone. For as long as the imperial bone was not integrated, it could be forcibly stripped away. Having lost his imperial bone, Su Chen did not succumb to despair or abandon hope. He worked even harder than others and ultimately developed a blood wheel through his bloodline, successfully establishing his foundation and becoming the first of the younger generation in the Su family to achieve this feat 3 days ago. In an attempt to procure the Tianhun grass to heal his father, Su Zhan, Su Chen ventured into the forest of heavenly punishment, only to encounter Su Hao. Su Hao deliberately rendered Su Chen's blood wheel useless but spared his life, intending to keep him alive merely to look down upon him from his lofty perch. Chener, awaken and let him come to see me. Upon hearing their father's words, both Su Hong and Su Xian understood that their father had made a decision for the sake of the entire family. They had no choice but to sacrifice Su Chen and expel him from the clan. In a secluded courtyard at the northwest corner, tranquility reigned. As dusk fell. In the dimly lit room, a youth lay upon the bed, his handsome and resolute features marred by a trace of pain. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his lips were rosy and teeth white, and his deep-set eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly opening his eyes, Su Chen felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, his face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Su Hao. In the battle within the forest of divine punishment, he had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Su Hao, resulting in the destruction of his blood wheel. The decision not to kill him was merely to witness his descent into a state of helplessness, to look down upon him from a position of superiority. If it weren't for the fusion of his imperial bone, could Su Hao have achieved such heights today? He could not accept this harsh reality. The blood wheel is the foundation upon which martial artists cultivate their path. Even if the imperial bone is severed, one can continue to practice. As long as their talent is commendable and they exert enough effort, they can still make progress. However, the blood wheel is entirely different without it. A martial artist would be doomed to a lifetime without hope of establishing a foundation. Sensing the decline of his cultivation, which had plummeted from the foundational realm to the innate realm, Chen could no longer suppress his resentment and spat out a mouthful. A blood buzz, a profound and ancient chime resonated within his mind as a small black tower slowly emerged from his forehead, floating before him. The black tower? Gazing at the black tower hovering in front of him, Chen could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Previously, while searching for heavenly soul grass in the forest of divine punishment, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a cave where the image of a black tower had appeared on. The stone wall, he had not even touched it, and the shadow of the black tower had vanished. Yet he never anticipated it was concealed within him that moment. An overwhelming force emanated from the black tower, and he vanished from his location in an instant. Inside the tower's space, an endless desolate expanse unfolded before him, the air swirling like thick syrup as Chen, forcibly drawn in, gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Welcome, Master, to the Chaos Devouring Tower. A phantom figure gradually materialized before Chen, its features obscured, and its voice sounded mechanical. Who are you? Master, I am the spirit of the Chaos Devouring Tower. The spirit? Can you tell me what has transpired? The ethereal figure nodded and spoke slowly. This Chaos Devouring Tower is a treasure born from chaos, and only those with a chaos body are deemed worthy to become its master. Your chaos body, covered by the imperial bone, has been sensed by the Chaos Devouring Tower upon its severance, granting you ownership of it. Listening to the spirit's words, Chen felt that the severance of his imperial bone was not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous event. A wry smile crossed his lips. He could now ascertain that the chaos body must indeed surpass the imperial bone, and the Chaos Devouring Tower he had obtained was an extraordinary treasure. With a sigh, Chen lamented, "My blood will has shattered, and even with the chaos body, I cannot continue my foundational cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I can help you reconstitute your blood wheel and assist you in nurturing a devouring blood wheel through the tower's power." Dual-born blood wheel? In the Tianhuang continent, all who successfully establish a foundation inevitably awaken a blood wheel, which is typically singular. Only exceptional martial artists can possess a dual-born blood wheel. Without exception, those who possess dual bloodlines are destined to become unparalleled powerhouses. Chen could never have anticipated that the severance of his imperial bone and the shattering of his bloodline would ultimately transform his fortune into fortune, granting him the gift of dual bloodlines. Please take a seat, Master. I shall impart the Chaos Devouring technique on behalf of the Chaos Devouring Tower. Chen did not hesitate. He promptly settled into a meditative posture and gently closed his eyes. Instantly, he became aware of torrents of information surging into his mind, akin to a tempestuous tide, which was none other than the Chaos Devouring technique that the Tower Spirit had just mentioned. The Chaos Devouring technique can only be cultivated in conjunction with the Chaos body. A distant, ethereal voice resonates in my mind, proclaiming the path of chaos, a pathway that seizes the very fabric of existence and governs the cycles of time. Only by glimpsing the chaos can one achieve immortality. The Chaos Devouring technique consumes all things chaotic, step by step defying the heavens, ascending to the pinnacle of the chaos. A resonant chime reverberates throughout my consciousness. Chen's body trembles violently, pain etching across his features, yet he grits his teeth and perseveres. The shattered blood wheel above his head begins to reassemble slowly, forming a circular shape of deep crimson. Among the Su clan, every member bearing the bloodline awakens to a blood wheel shaped like a sword. And Chen is no exception. Within the reformed blood wheel, fragments of broken sword shards float, and as they coalesce, Chen cannot suppress the murderous intent swelling within him, directing his boundless wrath towards Su Hao, the architect of his torment. 10 years ago, his imperial bone was stripped away. 10 years later, his blood wheel was rendered useless, all at the hands of this man. The sword, forged from the essence of slaughter, erupts with an even more terrifying aura of death within the blood wheel, akin to vengeful souls from the depths of an endless hell, ravenously consuming the clouds above. As the blood wheel reassembles, Su Chen begins to re-establish his foundation. The chaos body within him begins to manifest. A torrent of primordial chaos envelopes Su Chen completely. As a towering silhouette, shrouded in a gray-black radiance, spreads throughout the tower's space. The blood wheel gathers, the foundation solidifies. Boom! The surging chaos, under the mantle of the colossal chaos body, restores his previously diminished cultivation as the blood wheel devours spiritual energy, allowing him to rebuild without encountering any barriers. With his mind immersed in the chaos devouring technique, Su Chen seizes this rare opportunity, immediately channeling its power, his entire being transforming into a vortex, wildly consuming everything. The devouring energy from all directions is drawn into Su Chen's whirlpool, a continuous influx of this energy surging into his body, forming an unending circular vortex in his dantian. As the speed of consumption accelerates, a second circular blood wheel manifests above Su Chen's head, emanating a swirling mass of black mist, a manifestation of the devouring blood wheel. As previously indicated by the tower spirit, the black mist within the devouring blood wheel begins to morph into a black hole, radiating a terrifying aura of consumption, clearly surpassing the level of the slaughter sword blood wheel. Two blood wheels now exist, one for slaughter and one for devouring. Su Chen never imagined he would possess two blood wheels in his lifetime. Just as he prepared to concede defeat, he suddenly sensed a fissure forming within his bloodline. What could this mean? Was some mysterious force sealing his bloodline? How could this be? Who would arbitrarily seal their own bloodline? Yet, as he felt the essence within him, he could indeed sense a power at work, sealing it, accompanied by the sound of cracking as the chaos devouring technique continued its operation. As the first fissure emerged, subsequently, the seal of the bloodline manifested a second, a third, and countless cracks spread around, resembling an immense spider's web. The formidable chaos devouring technique surged wildly throughout his entire being, rendering the seal unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to its complete shattering. The sealed bloodline burst forth like a wild stallion, galloping freely across the vast battlefield. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous trumpeting of an elephant, both erupting simultaneously from the bloodline. The dragon's roar and the elephant's trumpet stirred the bloodline like boiling water, causing it to bubble furiously. Suddenly, with eyes wide open, he beheld his uncontrollable bloodline, manifesting the phantoms of 9 divine dragons and 9 colossal elephants, all of which roared towards the heavens above. Congratulations, Master, on possessing the dragon and elephant bloodline, enabling the formation of a third blood wheel. Although Su Chen had already sensed a hint of this revelation, he couldn't help but display his astonishment at the words of the tower spirit. A third blood wheel. This was undoubtedly unprecedented, and it was believed that it would remain unmatched in the future. Throughout the entire Tianhuan continent, who else could possess 3 blood wheels simultaneously? Even Su Chen felt bewildered, still unable to comprehend who had sealed his bloodline, preventing him from forming the dragon and elephant blood wheel. With the suppression of the bloodline lifted, the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets accompanied the frenzied churn of the bloodline, once again coalescing into the third blood wheel above Su Chen's head. Within the blood wheel, the images of dragons and elephants emerged, the 3 blood wheels stacked orderly, enveloping him in waves of blood wheel energy. Previously, Su Chen had broken through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, but due to the shattering of the blood wheel, his cultivation had fallen to the innate realm. Now, with the reconstitution of the blood wheels, he began to rebuild his foundation, and with the overlay of 3 blood wheels, Su Chen commenced a rapid ascent in power. 1st level of foundation establishment, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. His current cultivation surpassed his previous state by 4 tiers. And from misfortune came fortune. Su Chen couldn't help but feel overwhelming joy within. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 3 blood wheels. Rising to his feet, Su Chen sensed that his injuries had fully healed. The sensation of possessing 3 blood wheels was indeed exhilarating. The absolute dominance of the blood wheels instilled him with immense confidence, enabling him to sweep through the foundation establishment realm, even facing lower-tier Void Dan realm opponents without hesitation. The Golden Core realm is further divided into 3 stages: the Void Dan realm, the Solid Dan realm, and the Golden Core realm itself. Su Hao stood at the pinnacle of the solid Dan realm. Master, I present you with a parting gift. The tower spirit produced a brush and offered it to him. Taking the brush, he noticed the two characters burial calamity inscribed on the handle. Before Su Chun could utter a word, the tower spirit added, Master. This brush is known as the burial calamity brush. Once wielded, it can create a force of calamity within a specific spatial range. Are there any restrictions? The realms cannot differ too greatly, and each use of the burial calamity brush incurs a tremendous toll on the soul. Understood. The tower spirit continued, Master. Within the Chaos Devouring Tower, there exists a multitude of martial arts and treasures. Should you wish to acquire them, continual growth is essential to obtain what you desire within the tower. Agreed. Turning around, his fists clenched tightly. His profound eyes were filled with an intense hatred. Waves of murderous intent surged from Su Chun, akin to an ancient and ferocious beast howling at the heavens, seeking to devour the entire sky. Su Hao, I shall seek you out within the Su clan, to reclaim the enmity of bone and the grudge of the abandoned wheel. I will retrieve all that is rightfully mine. With interest, the Su clan ranks among the pinnacle forces of the eastern wilderness. Even the Panding imperial dynasty appears as mere ants before them. What he needed most at this moment was time. Given his current circumstances, his cultivation speed was now accelerated by dozens of times compared to before. He firmly believed that the day of vengeance was not far off. Bang! With a resounding crash, the once massive wooden door was forcefully kicked open. Dozens of men surged in from outside, each exuding a menacing aura, clearly intent on causing trouble. Young master, Su Chun has yet to awaken. If we barge in like this, will the family head not hold it against us? Slap. The young man delivered a harsh slap, his gloomy visage revealing a hint of ferocity as he coldly retorted, What a waste. Su Chun is about to be expelled from the family. Why should I care? It was evident that Su Chun was feigning unconsciousness to escape reality. Such a trivial ruse would not fool him. Su Yang, the son of the esteemed Su Xian of the Su family, had successfully awakened his blood wheel 3 days prior and had smoothly established his foundation, becoming the second among the younger generation of the Su clan to do so, with Su Chun being the first. Even after Su Chen's imperial bone was stripped away, his innate talent and strength still commanded respect throughout the Su family. Su Yang was like a lapdog, trailing behind Su Chen daily, displaying an abject humility. Consequently, witnessing Su Chen's blood wheel being destroyed and his cultivation plummeting to the innate realm filled Su Yang with unrestrained delight. The shift in power dynamics not only altered their standings, but also allowed him to reclaim the dignity he had lost. In Su Yang's eyes, regardless of whether Su Chen's unconsciousness was genuine or feigned, he intended to humiliate him thoroughly before his expulsion from the family. Go in and drag Su Chen out. I wish to see how long he can maintain this charade. Understood. No one dared to defy him. The Su family had clearly undergone significant changes. The once spirited Su Chun, with his shattered blood wheel and the looming threat of the Su clan, had seen his status plummet and was now on the verge of being cast out. When Su Chun was at his zenith, Su Yang had been his most obsequious follower. However, now, that servile adoration had morphed into venomous disdain, a necessary remedy for his simmering anger and wounded pride. Meanwhile, Su Yang, having successfully established his foundation, was soon to venture to the Su clan, where even the family head would have to show him respect. Before the crowd could enter the room, the door creaked open, and Su Chen emerged, surveying the throng before him. His expression was icy, his voice laced with a chilling disdain as he declared, All of you, leave at once. With your blood wheel destroyed and your cultivation reduced to the innate realm, do you dare to flaunt your arrogance here? Su Yang let out a cold snort, his face adorned with mockery. Su Chun, do not be so arrogant. Grandfather has already resolved to expel you from the family. As it stands, you are nothing more than a homeless dog. If you were to kneel before me and plead, perhaps I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences yourself. A smug expression graced his features. The more he spoke, the more delighted Su Yang felt, relishing in the humiliation of Su Chun, the once great genius of the Su family. The mere thought of having once been reduced to following in this person's shadow ignited a fierce anger within him. It was through this humiliation that he sought to reclaim his dignity and derive satisfaction. Behind Su Yang stood dozens of individuals, eagerly rubbing their hands together, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixated on Su Chun. To humiliate the former family prodigy was undoubtedly a source of immense gratification for them. Their current objective was to curry favor with Su Yang to reap the greatest rewards. By trampling upon Su Chen, they believed they could win Su Yang's favor. Su Yang, you were a dog before, and you remain one now. As for your bark, one must consider whether your fangs are sharp enough, they thought, relishing in the public insult. Furious, Su Yang's voice turned icy as he declared, Su Chen, do you dare to be so reckless? Do you truly believe you are still the family's top genius? Today, I will make you a dog, kneeling before me in supplication. Beat him into submission. Yes, the throng surged forward without hesitation, disregarding the risks. For Su Yang was their shield. At present, he was the most influential figure within the Su family. Who would dare to provoke him? Even the family head sought to appease Su Yang. With Su Yang's ascension to power, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. Looking down upon the realm of Panyu City, and the family would rely on him. Su Chen's gaze remained icy, even among cousins. In the face of such harsh reality, they appeared utterly feeble. Who would have the audacity to provoke him in the past? Now, when they perceived his vulnerability, they revealed their fangs, eager to inflict humiliation and strike him while he was down. In an instant, Su Chen vanished from sight, his form a mere blur. With a finger as his sword, a domineering and fierce sword energy manifested under the dusk, exuding an eerie coldness. Before the crowd could close in, anguished cries erupted as the sword energy traversed the air, enveloping each individual in its lethal embrace. The air was soon filled with wails of despair, reverberating through the void. As the afterimages flickered, Su Chen's figure gradually solidified, revealing that the once vibrant throng had now been reduced to lifeless corpses. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, causing Su Yang to retreat in terror. Su Chen remained as formidable as ever, struggling to suppress his shock and horror. Su Yang repeatedly reassured himself that Su Chen's bloodline had been shattered, his cultivation reduced to the innate realm. Meanwhile, he had successfully established his foundation. Believing there would be no issue in subduing Su Chen, he no longer wished to be a dog. He longed to look down upon Su Chen. Su Chen, I shall now make you aware of the vast chasm that lies between us. A low hum resonated as blood surged within him, coalescing above his head into a blood wheel, within which a faint yellow sword silhouette emerged, radiating a sharp sword intent. Since the awakening of my blood wheel, you are the first to taste its power. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, and a sinister aura began to emanate from above his head, coalescing into a blood wheel of formidable power that far surpassed that of Su Yang. The overwhelming pressure of the blood will caused Su Yang's complexion to shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he shrieked in shock. Impossible. Wasn't your blood will destroyed by Su Hao? How can it be reformed? His voice trembled with incredulity. For everyone on the continent understood one undeniable truth. For any warrior, once the blood wheel shatters, it can never be reconstituted. How had Su Chen accomplished such a feat? The family could not possibly disseminate false information. He had witnessed Su Chen's devastating injuries just yesterday, when the blood will had indeed been shattered. A dog remains a dog, incapable of ever becoming human. Fear was vividly inscribed on Su Yang's horrified visage, and at that moment, he was genuinely terrified. He hastily declared, Su Chen, I have already received an invitation from the Su clan and will be going to cultivate there shortly. If you dare to lay a hand on me, not to mention the family, you will not withstand the wrath of the Su clan. To threaten him with the Su clan? With a single step? Su Chen's figure materialized before Su Yang like a wraith, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This incident had revealed the true faces of many. The harsh reality taught him that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, one must not harbor any softness in their heart, even towards one's own cousins. Had he not possessed the Chaos Devouring Tower to reforge his blood wheel, he would undoubtedly have been ruthlessly humiliated by Su Yang. Would Su Yang ever show compassion? Who would come to his aid? No one would, and that was the brutal truth. Su Chen, you have been expelled from the family. If you dare to strike me, my grandfather will not let you off, nor will the Su clan. Before Su Yang could continue his futile threats, he was struck hard in the abdomen with a kick, pain radiating throughout his body. The oppressive force of the blood wheel, combined with Su Yang's sheer terror, rendered him too paralyzed to retaliate. Su Chen's cold, piercing eyes bore down on Su Yang as his voice echoed like that of a frigid specter from the abyss. Now, let me show you what it feels like to have your blood will shattered. Let us see if the Su clan will still want you after you have lost your blood wheel." At these words, a tremor of dread coursed through Su Yang, his face paling in terror as he shouted frantically, "Su Chen, you dare! Whether I dare or not is not for you to decide." The blood wheel surged into his right hand as he brought forth a sword-like gesture towards Su Yang with unyielding ferocity, his gaze showing neither fluctuation nor pity, as if he were observing a wild boar struggling in its death throes. He had never anticipated that the very Su Yang, who had once followed him around, begging for favor and flattering him, would be the first to appear before him not with comfort or concern, but with the intent to humiliate, seeking to trample him down to elevate himself in the eyes of the Su clan. "You may play the role of the novice, but I can easily rise to the level of the master." In an instant, a wretched scream pierced the air as the blood wheel above Su Yang was ruthlessly penetrated by the overwhelming sword energy. With a resounding crash, the entire blood wheel shattered, causing Su Yang to vomit blood and promptly lose consciousness. Following this, Su Chen cast his gaze towards the position of the main hall. He had learned from Su Yang's lips that he was about to be expelled from the family. It seemed that his grandfather had chosen to forsake him for the sake of the clan. Was it hatred? Unless one were a saint, how could one not harbor resentment? The family that had nurtured him was now choosing to abandon him. Ignoring the unconscious Su Yang, Su Chen left the courtyard, making his way directly toward the main hall. On his way, he had already instructed someone to inform his grandfather that he intended to resolve the matter immediately. Inside the hall, Su Yuan, upon receiving the news, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Chen would send someone to notify him. It appeared that Chen Heir was already aware of his impending expulsion. Guilt washed over him, yet he found himself powerless. As the head of the Su family, he could not allow one individual to lead the entire clan to ruin. To protect the family, sacrificing Su Chen was a necessary evil. Hearing footsteps, Su Yuan raised his head and beheld the young man entering with measured strides. The handsome face bore no expression, a detachment that struck a chord of sorrow within him. With a sigh, Su Yuan gripped the arms of his chair tightly. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was not enough for him to wish for his own grandson's expulsion. He had already lost his most exceptional son. Now, he was on the verge of losing his most outstanding grandson. He could easily envision the dire consequences of Chen Heir leaving the family. Without a bow, Su Chen stood there, his face a canvas of indifference as he regarded his grandfather seated in the highest position. Su Yuan broke the silence first. "Chen Heir, how is your injury? Would grandfather still concern himself with my injuries?" Su Chen's voice dripped with resentment. Hearing this, Su Yuan sighed deeply, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. As the patriarch of the Su family, he had to consider the greater good of the entire clan. Without further elaboration, the message was clear: the family took precedence, and it was impossible to forsake the entire clan for the sake of one individual. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from outside the hall. "Where is that beast Su Chen? Today, I shall tear him limb from limb." An enraged Su Xian, accompanied by Su Hong and others, stormed in. Upon seeing the young man standing at the center of the hall, his fury erupted. "Beast, look at the chaos you have wrought. How dare you?" Su Chen retorted defiantly. "Father, Su Chen has crippled Su Yang's bloodline." "What?" Su Yuan's disbelief was palpable as he gazed at his grandson. After all, Su Chen's bloodline had been shattered, and his cultivation had plummeted to the innate realm. How could he possibly have crippled Su Yang's bloodline, who had successfully awakened his bloodline and established his foundation? "Is everything clear now?" "Father, Su Yang's bloodline is shattered, and he lies unconscious." The anger mounted with every word. Su Yang had successfully established his foundation and would soon join the Su clan for training. As the saying goes, a father benefits from his son's success, and he too could bask in the glory of his son, rising to prominence. But now, with Su Yang's bloodline shattered, everything had crumbled. The Su clan would not accept a waste with a broken bloodline. "Whom did you just call a beast?" "I called you a beast. You are the family's malignancy, wishing to drag the clan down with you. The presence of someone like you is a tragedy for the family. Were it not for his fear of his father, Su Xian would have relished tearing Su Chen apart, leaving no trace behind." The gaze suddenly grew frosty as Su Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Immediately, the sound of a sword's chant reverberated through the hall, and an overwhelming sword aura surged forth, enveloping Su Xian in a chilling intent to kill that made him shiver uncontrollably. His face was etched with disbelief, and before he could react, the sword aura struck him. resulting in numerous gaping wounds appearing on his body, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The agony radiating from within twisted Su Xian's face, blood staining the ground beneath him. While the acrid scent of blood began to permeate the air, silence reigned. In the stillness of the hall, everyone, including Su Yuan, stood in stunned disbelief, collectively gasping in shock. No one could fathom how someone whose blood will had shattered could defeat Su Xian, a practitioner at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, with a single strike. Was it an illusion? Looking coldly at Su Xian, Su Chen smirked disdainfully, stating, "You and your father are not worthy to tread upon my path. Apologize immediately, or the sword aura shall pierce every part of your body." Struggling against the pain that surged through him, Su Xian's face was a mask of horror and rage. He could never have imagined that a mere waste, with a shattered blood wheel, could so easily vanquish him. "Su Chen, he is still your uncle." Su Hong attempted to interject, but Su Chen interrupted with a heavy snort. "In the face of reality, does familial bond still hold any value?" Su Hong wished to say more, but upon meeting the icy gaze of his nephew, he sighed deeply, swallowing his words. Turning to his father, Su Xian weakly protested, "Father, will you truly allow Su Chen to humiliate me?" Apologized to Chen'er, Su Yuan felt a wave of guilt. He believed he had little left to offer his grandson. "What?" Su Xian retreated repeatedly, his face a portrait of anger and resentment. If even his father would not support him, must he truly apologize to Su Chen? Apologize? Absolutely not. Su Xian laughed bitterly, deriving pleasure from the thought of Su Chen's downfall. "Do not think you have won, Su Chen. Having provoked Su Hao, you shall soon find no place within the family." "Ha ha. Show mercy." He ignored his grandfather's plea. Su Chen executed his sword technique, merging the blood wheel into the strike, and the fierce, domineering sword aura pierced through Su Xian's mind, ruthlessly shattering the blood wheel. With a scream, Su Xian's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Meeting the same fate as Su Yang, his blood wheel obliterated. Silence ensued. Nobody dared to utter a sound, all transfixed by the scene before them. No one had anticipated that Su Chen would dare to destroy his uncle's blood wheel. It is essential to understand that for a martial artist, the blood wheel is as vital as life itself. Once lost, one is condemned to linger in the innate realm for eternity, with no hope of reaching Foundation establishment. You may forsake humanity, but I, Su Chen, maintain my own principles. Su Xian would always remain his uncle. He was not a heartless beast capable of slaughtering his kin. However, he would not hesitate to annihilate Su Yang and Su Xian's blood wheels. This was the cost of provoking him. Everyone was rendered speechless. Su Chen's strength was truly formidable. Even the venerable master at the 8th level of Foundation establishment could not withstand a single strike from Su Chen, a testament to his terrifying prowess. Most significantly, the family head had refrained from intervening. "Grandfather, the grievances between Su Hao and me will not implicate the family. From this moment on, I, Su Chen, shall sever ties with the Su family and no longer be a disciple of the Su clan. I will depart shortly, and my father bears no responsibility in this matter. I implore you to treat him kindly." Upon hearing these words, all present were deeply moved, utterly astonished that Su Chen would choose to sever his ties with the family. Sighs echoed in the air. Those who wished to protect the family found themselves utterly powerless before the might of the Su clan. Watching the retreating figure, Su Yuan painfully closed his eyes. The imperial bone that rightfully belonged to Su Chen had not only been stripped away by Su Hao but, under the intimidation of the Su clan, he was forced to witness his grandson's departure from the family, leaving him, as a grandfather, with no choice but to accept it. He instructed that Su Xian be taken away and well cared for. "Father, are we truly allowing Su Chen to leave the family? This matter must cease here. I decree that no one shall speak of it without permission. Anyone who disobeys will face death." Understood. Inside the ice chamber, massive blocks of ice surrounded the space, perpetually maintaining a frigid state. At the center lay a colossal ice coffin, shimmering in a deep azure hue. Inside the coffin rested a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Chen, lying motionless like a living corpse. Su Chen's figure appeared in the ice chamber, gazing at the coffin, particularly at the man within. He slowly knelt. "Father, I am an unfilial son. Due to certain special circumstances, I have severed ties with the family and shall soon depart. One day, I will surely aid you in awakening." Su Zhan, once the strongest in the eastern wilderness, instilling fear in all clans and sects, now lay confined to the ice coffin. A mere living corpse. The Su family had tried countless methods, yet none could awaken Su Zhan. Suddenly, the dragon elephant bloodline within Su Chen began to surge violently, forcing a drop of dragon elephant essence blood out of his body, which rapidly merged with the ice coffin. In the next moment, a powerful wave of dragon elephant energy emanated from the coffin, crashing into Su Chen's mind like a tidal wave. After half an hour of fusion, Su Chen finally opened his eyes. 9 dragons, 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmised that the dragon elephant bloodline sealed within him, along with the 9 dragons. 9 elephants technique, just acquired from the ice coffin, must hold untold secrets. Alas, his father, now a living corpse, could not reveal them to him. Footsteps echoed as Su Yuan entered, observing his grandson kneeling before the ice coffin, deeply sighing within. Chen, I have already contacted the headmaster of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Because your father once rendered a favor to the academy, you may go there to cultivate. The Su clan dares not offend the Eastern Wilderness Academy. As he looked at the jade token handed over by his grandfather, inscribed with the words Eastern Wilderness Academy, Su Chen did not refuse. He understood his grandfather's intent. Only by seeking powerful protection could he create time for his own cultivation and gain the strength necessary to exact vengeance upon the Su clan. This is the betrothal. Your news has reached the imperial family, and the Ji family wishes to annul the engagement. Upon receiving the jade tablet and marriage certificate, Su Chen's gaze instantly turned icy. The royal Ji family of the Pan Ding dynasty, having once witnessed his father dominate the eastern wilderness, had repeatedly sought a marital alliance. Now, with his imperial lineage stripped away and the Su clan exerting their intimidation, the royal Ji family could no longer remain passive and opted to annul the engagement. Wishing to withdraw from the marriage, Su Chen rose, casting the jade tablet and marriage certificate into his spatial ring. If a dissolution were to occur, it would be on his terms, not those of the Ji family. As he turned to leave, Su Yuan's face paled. He wanted to speak, but found the words stuck in his throat, unsure of what to say, burdened by the guilt of having wronged Chen. Without lingering, Su Chen departed from the family. He intended to head straight to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, urgently needing to carve out time for his cultivation. As the foremost institution in the Eastern Wilderness, the Academy's formidable presence deterred even the Su clan from direct confrontation, and it was unlikely they would jeopardize their standing over Su Hao. The bustling streets were filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Yet Su Chen had no inclination to admire the vibrant scene. Oh, isn't this the renowned genius of Su from Panyu City? A mocking voice broke through the din, and a group of dozens of young men approached, their faces twisted in malicious grins, their gazes fixed unfriendly upon Su Chen. Get lost. Su Chen recognized them all too well. They were the scions of various prominent families in Panyu City, once his sycophants, now reveling in his misfortune following the news of his bloodline's devastation. Oh, the genius Su has lost his bloodline and still dares to act so arrogantly? Believe it or not, I could squash you like a bug, and your family wouldn't lift a finger. Kneel and beg for mercy. If you appease us, you might leave unscathed. Otherwise, expect to return home with a face like a pig's head. Undeterred by Su Chen's frosty demeanor, the throng of young men felt emboldened. What strength could he possess now that his bloodline was gone? The thrill of humiliating a former prodigy was intoxicating. Su genius, do you dare to defy? Fine. I shall stand right here. If you possess any courage, strike me. One of them stepped directly before Su Chen, thrusting his face towards Su Chen's clenched fist, taunting him with reckless abandon, confident that Su Chen would not retaliate. The onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief. Who would have imagined that the once unrivaled genius of Panyu City, Su Chen of the Su family, would fall to such depths and endure humiliation in silence? This was the cruel reality. I will fulfill your demands. A low hum erupted from within Su Chen, and a blood-red sword wheel materialized above him, startling everyone nearby. Before they could comprehend the situation, Su Chen unleashed his sword technique, merging it with the sword wheel. A torrent of overwhelming sword energy surged forth, striking every individual without exception, none able to withstand the onslaught. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, affirming the authenticity of the unfolding scene. With a single stroke, he annihilated the vociferous throng. Such was his unrelenting dominance, showing no mercy whatsoever. Amidst the harsh realities that have shaped his understanding, Su Chen has gradually come to grasp a profound truth. one must never show even the slightest mercy or compassion towards one's adversaries. Without lingering any longer, he turned and departed. The forest of heavenly punishment, situated to the northeast of Panyu City, presented the most expedient route to Donghuang Academy by traversing its depths. This realm belonged to the beasts, and rumors whispered of formidable demon beasts residing in the forest's innermost sanctum. The dense foliage obscured the sun, casting shadows over towering trees as dusk descended, enveloping the landscape in a desolate gloom that was profoundly unsettling. By the time Su Chen arrived at the forest of heavenly punishment, darkness had fully descended, and the oppressive, overcast sky made breathing laborious. Under the veil of night, the forest echoed with the roars of wild creatures, punctuated by the occasional lament of a warrior, surely devoured by the beasts. Many martial artists, either seeking to hone their skills or to hunt for profit, ventured into this perilous domain. Gazing into the impenetrable darkness of the forest, Su Chen's expression turned cold. Just days prior, he had been grievously injured here by Su Hao, losing his blood wheel. It was from this very place that he intended to take his first step forward. The moment he crossed the threshold into the forest, he sensed a powerful disturbance, a clear indication of unusual activity. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards the source of the commotion. There, a massive black bear, towering over 4 meters, was engaged in a fierce battle with a man, both locked in a deadly struggle at the Void Dan realm. His eyes brightened with intrigue. Su Chen chose not to intervene nor to retreat. Instead, he decided to observe from the sidelines, waiting for the inevitable clash to leave both combatants severely weakened, at which point he would step in to claim the spoils. Having begun his training in the chaotic devouring technique, a martial art renowned for its unparalleled capacity to absorb any force without repercussions, he was prepared to harness its power. With a thunderous clash, the intensity of the battle escalated, causing the ground beneath them to crack and splinter, resembling a vast spider's web. Blood stained the earth as the two adversaries, evenly matched, continued their life and death struggle, fully aware of the impending mutual destruction, yet unwilling to relent. With a resounding thud, the force of their collision sent both combatants crashing to the ground, the sound of splintering bones echoing through the stillness of the night. Elated, Su Chen wasted no time. He darted forward, closing the distance to the black bear. The creature, gravely injured, could do little more than glare menacingly at the newcomer, unable to rise and retaliate. Drawing his finger as if it were a sword, he infused his blood wheel into the sword's energy. The fierce, chilling blade of energy pierced through the black bear's skull. Channeling the chaotic devouring technique, waves of absorbing power enveloped the bear's soul, beginning to erode it with fervor. The chaotic devouring technique allowed for the absorption of all forms of power, including the very souls of beasts and warriors alike. Su Chen understood clearly that to rapidly enhance his cultivation, he must leverage the technique's capabilities. Otherwise, his progress would be severely hindered. As for the question of cruelty, Su Chen chose to disregard it entirely. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the martial way is everything. Fists dictate life and death, as well as dignity. The black bear, a creature of the Void Dan realm, had its soul devoured and absorbed into Su Chen's body, where it began to be forcefully refined using the chaotic devouring technique. The extent of pure power that could be extracted remained uncertain. Within mere seconds, the black bear's soul had been forcibly consumed. Thank you for your assistance. I shall repay you 100-fold in the future. The man observed the young warrior slay the black bear, his heart racing slightly, yet he maintained his composure. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never regard a foundational realm martial artist with any importance, but the current situation was markedly different. Engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the black bear, and suffering severe injuries, he realized that facing a foundational realm practitioner was trivial. Even an ordinary person could easily slay him now. I am not helping you, nor do you need to thank me. Feeling the terrifying killing intent emanating from the youth, the man's heart sank. It seemed that his fears were materializing. If you cease your attack, I am willing to reveal a secret concerning the forest of divine punishment. What say you? Speak. You must agree to my terms. Before the man could finish his sentence, a sword aura sliced through the air, striking his left arm, accompanied by a wretched cry that reverberated through the night. His entire left arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His face turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down in torrents. And he grimaced in agony, never having anticipated such a violent response. Should you hesitate even a moment longer, I shall strike you down with another sword. I wonder how many you can endure. How ruthless. Initially intending to barter his secret for his life, he now realized that such a plan was utterly futile. He faced a madman who offered no chance for negotiation. This fragmentary map was acquired by chance. Within the depths of the forest of divine punishment lies great fortune. Accepting the piece of parchment from the man's hand, Chen extended his fingers, unleashing a piercing sword aura that penetrated the man's brow. As his body collapsed, the man, with bulging eyes, could not fathom why he was slain despite having surrendered the map. Once again employing the chaotic devouring technique, Chen commenced the consumption of the man's soul. Both he and the bear were of the void Dan realm, and upon devouring their souls, Chen chose to sit cross-legged to refine and merge the soul's power. The refined energy surged through every part of his being, and under the convergence of the three blood wheels, strength began to coalesce within the blood wheel of the sword. To advance in the foundational realm, one must continually infuse power into the blood wheel. With the energies of the two void Dan souls flowing into him, Chen let out a long howl towards the heavens, instantly breaking through his bottleneck, successfully ascending from the 7th level of the foundational realm to the 8th. Indeed, the path of devouring leads to swift breakthroughs. He was quite pleased with the results of the consumption. In Chen's view, to rapidly enhance one's strength, one must disregard moral considerations. Slaughter serves as the stepping stone for martial cultivation, an inevitability for all. After taking the man's spatial ring, Chen gazed at the fragmentary map in his hands. The map indicated a specific location. Locking onto it should pose no challenge. However, the location depicted on the fragmentary map lies deep within the forest. Should one encounter formidable beasts, such as those of the real Dan realm, including those of the nascent Soul and Soul Palace realms, how should one respond? To venture forth or to retreat? Chen gazed into the depths of the forest, gripping the tattered map tightly. Faced with opportunity, to succumb to the fear of death and thus relinquish it would be akin to hiding away, rendering any thoughts of vengeance and the pursuit of martial excellence utterly futile. Opportunities are rare and must be seized when they arise. With determination glimmering in his eyes, Chen ultimately resolved to delve deeper in search of the fortunes inscribed upon the map. Under the cloak of night, the forest appeared hauntingly desolate. Chen steeled himself, aware that the further he ventured, the more potent the beasts would become, potentially encountering the legendary beasts of the condensation realm. With his foundational cultivation, he might contend with beasts of the illusory Dan realm, but should he face one of the real Dan or golden Dan realms, retreat would be his only recourse. He meticulously followed the map, while simultaneously hunting beasts to devour their souls. To elevate his cultivation swiftly, the consumption of power proved the most expedient method. The first beast he encountered was a first-level illusory Dan beast, the moon-howling wolf. Its icy gaze fixated upon him, and in that instant, Chen recognized its rank. "It is you," he thought, feeling no trepidation, but rather a surge of excitement. He initiated the attack, his sword energy arriving before his physical form. Within the family's martial pavilion, Chen had discovered an incomplete sword technique known as the 9 Calamity sword technique. Despite its incompleteness and the difficulty of mastering it, it had remained overlooked in the pavilion. Chen, however, held a profound admiration for this technique. He had merely scratched its surface. But upon the reawakening of his blood wheel and the subsequent emergence of the 3 lives blood wheel, he found that his comprehension of the 9 Calamity sword technique had silently deepened. The blood wheel integrated with the sword technique, infusing it with a thunderous and domineering killing aura that surged forth, cleaving through the void toward the moon-howling wolf with ferocity. The dense barrage of killing sword energy roared forth like a tsunami, sealing off all directions. With a piercing howl, the enraged moon-howling wolf seemed taken aback by the audacity of this foundational human warrior, viewing it as a blatant provocation. It confronted the attack head-on, showing no inclination to evade. To the moon-howling wolf, as a dignified illusory Dan beast, its mere swipe of the paw should have easily annihilated its opponent. Yet, at that moment of impact, a shocking realization struck the moon-howling wolf. The sword energy, imbued with a thunderous ferocity, gnawed at its essence and pierced through its paw. Accompanied by a pitiful cry, the unfortunate moon-howling wolf had scarcely grasped the situation before being pierced by dozens of razor-sharp sword energies, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen activated the Chaos Devouring art, commencing the consumption of the soul energy residing within the moon-howling wolf's mind. He harbored no qualms about hunting beasts, nor would he show any mercy to isolated warriors. He would simply devour them. Thus, he spent the entire night in relentless consumption. Ensconced in a secluded locale, Chen sat cross-legged, diligently circulating the chaotic devouring technique within him, swiftly refining the immense souls he had absorbed, which surged wildly into the blood wheel of the sword. He possessed 3 blood wheels: the blood wheel of slaughter, the dragon elephant blood wheel, and the devouring blood wheel. It sufficed to channel his power into any one of these wheels, and Chen chose the blood wheel of slaughter, for it was his foundation. Beads of sweat adorned Chen's brow as his hands formed intricate seals. The power he had refined flowed ceaselessly into the blood wheel. This intense and rapid process proved somewhat challenging, even as he operated the chaotic devouring technique. Yet he persevered through gritted teeth. The dawn began to break slowly. After an entire night of cultivation, Chen finally stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level foundation establishment. Only a little more effort was needed to break into the 9th level foundation establishment. He meticulously skinned and cleaned the demon moon sky wolf, igniting a fire to commence grilling, as the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting him to devour his meal eagerly. Once satiated, he resumed hunting demon beasts and consuming their souls. Chen, wasn't your blood will destroyed? How could you be here in the forest of heavenly punishment? A group of curious individuals approached, one of whom was a plump girl with a pleasing appearance, her eyes wide with intrigue. They were disciples of the Wang family from the Panyu city, led by Wang Quan, who was at the 6th level foundation establishment, entering the forest of heavenly punishment for training. News had spread throughout Panyu city that Chen, the first prodigy of the Su family, had his blood wheel shattered by Su Hao of the Su clan, causing his cultivation to plummet to the innate realm. Deprived of his blood wheel, Chen was deemed nearly a waste, yet here he stood in the forest of heavenly punishment. Wang Yuan, who once harbored a secret affection for Chen, felt a pang of regret witnessing his decline, yet her feelings had long since faded. What did good looks matter? In this world, strength reigned supreme, and for martial artists, the blood wheel was fundamental. Ignoring them, Chen, having completed his cultivation, prepared to depart. Such lack of courtesy, it's no wonder his blood wheel was destroyed. Alas, he is already pitiable enough. Why add to his misfortune? She was relieved she had not pursued Chen. For now, there would be no opportunity for regret. What is that sound? Hiss, hiss. It was the bloodthirsty spectral bat. Oh heavens, there are so many bloodthirsty spectral bats. As panic swept through the group, enormous bats, crimson as blood, emerged from all directions, their cold, chilling eyes radiating a terrifying glimmer, while a nauseating stench enveloped them like a tidal wave, inducing revulsion. The bloodthirsty spectral bat, a pack-dwelling demon beast, relished devouring both demon beasts and martial artists, exuding a foul odor and possessing lethal toxins. Encountering such a horde of demon beasts posed a perilous threat, even for cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Fear and despair etched across the faces of the Wang family members. They could hardly fathom their ill fortune in confronting such a dreadful swarm. All gathered, backs pressed together. Wang Quan's face turned ashen. The individuals he had brought were the core elites of the family, and any losses would be an irreparable blow to their clan. One must devise a way to lead these individuals to safety. Every soul that can escape is a victory. Follow me as we break through. In but a fleeting instant, a disciple of the Wang family emitted a heart-wrenching scream, having been isolated and consumed by a relentless swarm of bloodthirsty nether bats, leaving no trace of his existence. Not even a drop of blood, which was completely devoured, leaving only a lingering, acrid scent that was soon engulfed by the foul miasma. Kill. Witnessing their kin being consumed, Wang Yuan and the others suppressed their sorrow and, driven by fear, fought fiercely. Chen's countenance was equally grave. He had not anticipated encountering such repulsive beasts here. The dense mass of bloodthirsty nether bats surrounded them, sealing all exits, forcing them to carve a bloody path to freedom. A crimson mist enveloped the entire void, leaving no room for evasion, only the choice of a head-on clash. The Wang family members began to dwindle under the relentless onslaught of the nether bats. Each one devoured without a trace, bones and flesh entirely consumed. In less than 2 minutes, Half of the Wang family was gone. Countless bloodthirsty nether bats surged towards Su Chen with ferocity. The stench was unbearable, a foul miasma saturating the air. Disgust etched on his face. Su Chen surveyed the swarm of approaching nether bats as a blood wheel coalesced above him, within which the phantoms of dragons and elephants roared. The blood wheel. Wang Quan and Wang Yuan stared in disbelief at Su Chen, who had supposedly been stripped of his blood wheel powers, now seemingly able to manifest it once more. What manner of blood wheel was this? The entire Panyu city knew that the awakened blood wheel of the Su family manifested as a sword, a truth that held for every core disciple, Su Chen included. Yet now, staring at the blood wheel above Su Chen, their expressions were a mix of confusion and astonishment. With a resounding dragon's roar and the trumpeting of an elephant, 9 ethereal dragon images and 9 phantasmal elephant images erupted from the blood wheel as Su Chen unleashed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, striking fiercely in all directions. Even while slaying the bloodthirsty nether bats, he would not permit himself to consume them. Such foul beasts were unbearable, even for him, leading him to forego the act of devouring. The dragon-elephant blood wheel enveloped Su Chen. Boom, boom. The throng of bloodthirsty nether bats relentlessly assaulted the dragon-elephant blood wheel. And under the onslaught, blood began to seep from the corners of Su Chen's mouth. His gaze grew increasingly somber. Should this continue, he would be inviting significant peril upon himself. In his hand appeared the burial calamity pen. This treasured artifact, gifted by the tower spirit, carried substantial limitations. Not only was there a restriction on his realm, but each use of the pen depleted his soul. In the Thunder Punishment Forest, any severe depletion of his soul would render him vulnerable to great danger. Gathering his spirit, he poured it into the burial calamity pen and began to wield it, strokes upon strokes inscribing the air. In an instant, thunder roared, and the overwhelming might of the thunder calamity rapidly coalesced beneath the pen, forming an absolute taboo of heavenly tribulation within the area. Bang! Bang! The bloodthirsty specter bats that surged into the range of the burial calamity instantly burst apart, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. Yet, even in such a state, the bats continued their frenzied assault, akin to moths drawn to a flame, converging from all directions. The slaughter of the bloodthirsty specter bats escalated, and the pooling blood formed rivers of crimson. Witnessing Su Chen withstand the onslaught of the bats, Wang Quan and Wang Yuyan's expressions brightened, prompting them to swiftly move towards him. The stench of blood permeated the air, overwhelming Su Chen's senses. He had to break free. Resolutely wielding the burial calamity pen, he relentlessly drained his soul energy. Should that energy be entirely expended, he would perish without the bats even needing to strike him. With the aid of the burial calamity pen, Su Chen's speed intensified, carving a path through the bloodshed. Su Chen, you cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Big brother Su, please take us with you. Wang Yuan and the others were utterly bewildered as they watched Su Chen forge ahead alone, completely disregarding their cries for help. The ground was soaked in blood, the acrid scent causing their faces to pale in terror. Their greatest fear was not just death, but being devoured by the bloodthirsty specter bats, leaving no trace behind. As they beheld Su Chen's vanishing figure, despair etched itself on their faces. Wang Yuan even appeared momentarily dazed, soon engulfed by the overwhelming swarm of bats. After a full minute of battle, Su Chen finally emerged, showing no signs of hesitation. He felt an overwhelming weakness washing over him, compelling him to flee. The fate of the Wang family was of no concern to him. To be a good person? That would only cost him his life. He was no saint, incapable of saving those unrelated to him. The dominance of the burial calamity pen left Su Chen astonished. Yet the immense drain on his soul energy posed a significant threat should he encounter other beasts. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he shook his head in resignation. The sheer number of bloodthirsty specter bats was staggering. Thankfully, he had the burial calamity pen. Otherwise, escape would have been nearly impossible. 2 days later, guided by the remnants of the map, Su Chen had approximately pinpointed his location. Observing the increasingly dense canopy of towering trees around him, he clutched the burial calamity pen. Prepared for any impending danger, he had reached the deepest part of the forest of heavenly punishment, where encounters with soul palace-level beasts or even spirit condensation-level beasts were highly probable. To claim otherwise would be a deception. Suddenly, he sensed movement. In an instant, Su Chen vanished from sight. In a small valley shrouded by dense trees, It would not have been easy to locate this place without the recent disturbance. At the valley's center stood hundreds of warriors, each exuding a formidable aura, all fixated on the ancient sacrificial altar before them. Casting aside the remnants of the map, Chen realized that he was not the only one to have discovered this place. He had arrived too late, only to find a congregation of such powerful beings. The valley exuded an eerie, sinister atmosphere, resembling a hellish realm, littered with corpses. At the center, the ancient sacrificial altar emanated layers of black mist, like a death knell, releasing mournful howls from within. Around the ancient sacrificial altar stood 8 statues, each representing a distinct Buddha, their forms varied and unique. Each statue stood upon a lotus flower, their hands clasped in reverence as if reciting sacred verses, while a gentle golden light emanated from behind, forming a web-like seal that enveloped the entire altar. The sound that resonated was utterly nauseating. After a prolonged exposure, it felt as if my heart might shatter. It is said that these 8 statues were arranged by 8 supreme Buddha masters, collectively establishing the eightfold dragon formation to suppress the altar. What lies sealed within the altar remains a mystery to all. Whence came the remnants of this image that drew such a multitude of warriors? From within the ancient altar. The harrowing toll of a death knell echoed, once, twice, thrice. The sound persisted, and amidst the hundreds of warriors surrounding the altar, each countenance grew grave. They were acutely aware that the eightfold dragon formation likely sealed some malevolent treasure or power, yet they remained unwilling to depart. The nature of power, whether virtuous or wicked, held little significance for warriors. What mattered was the possession of formidable strength. A clenched fist represented everything. After half an hour, impatience took hold, and all began to strike fiercely at the 8 statues. However, under the protective radiance of the Buddhas, their assaults were utterly ineffectual. The tolling of the death knell from the altar grew increasingly resounding. Suddenly, a tumultuous airflow surged forth from the ancient altar, violently assaulting the surrounding statues. And fissures began to appear around the altar, multiplying like a spider's web. In the astonished gazes of all present, the ancient altar collapsed completely. In an instant, terrifying black mist surged forth from the altar, roaring with uncontainable ferocity. A resonant chant emanated from the mouths of the 8 Buddha statues, their lotus feet weaving a vast web that enveloped the surroundings, subduing the black mist within. Yet, despite this, tendrils of black mist still penetrated the protective aura of the Buddhas, surging forth to corrode the bodies and minds of the warriors. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, echoing through the void. My soul cried out, "What is happening? We must flee this place at once." Some warriors of lesser cultivation could not withstand the corrosive black mist. Their eyes turned bloodthirsty and deranged as they ruthlessly turned upon their comrades. In a swift and brutal ambush, some warriors fell victim to their peers before they could react. Their bodies cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, consumed entirely by the black mist in an instant. The altar, once sealed by the 8 Buddha statues, now roiled with black mist, a terrifying intent howling toward the heavens as it violently assailed the protective aura, instilling a chilling dread. The shrill tolling of the death knell intensified, frantically corroding the warriors. We must enter the altar and embrace the path of life through death. Including Chen, all were similarly besieged by the black mist. Retreat was impossible, and the only choice was to enter the altar, seeking refuge in the Buddha's aura to suppress the encroaching darkness. With a decisive step, Chen's figure vanished from sight. One by one, the warriors surged onto the altar, their fear of the terrifying black mist within overshadowed by the allure of potential fortune. Remaining outside would undoubtedly lead to their demise. They were willing to take the risk. As the last individual entered the altar, only a little more than half of the warriors remained, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere, with the acrid stench of blood enveloping the entire valley. In the subterranean space beneath the altar, the dimly lit chamber reverberated with the jarring toll of a death knell. The pervasive black mist, as tangible as a living entity, seemed to possess fierce eyes that fixated hungrily upon their prey. "Ah, it hurts. Who are you? Who are you really?" The moment the warriors stepped into the subterranean realm, they were instantly engulfed by the black mist, their minds descending into madness. Their eyes turning a vivid crimson as their bodies began to mirror this transformation. "I will kill you." They began to turn upon each other, their scarlet eyes radiating a chilling malevolence, hands raised in merciless strikes, devoid of compassion or restraint. Only slaughter remained. In a frenzy, the warriors, filled with a cold, murderous intent, fought with abandon. Even when half their heads were severed, they felt no pain. Retreating rapidly, Su Chen's expression grew grave. He was acutely aware of the peril that lurked here, yet he had chosen to enter without hesitation, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover what lay beneath the suppression of the 8 Buddha statues. The cacophonous toll of the death knell echoed in his mind. Despite his preparedness, he could not resist the encroaching black mist. His complexion shifted dramatically. He understood all too well the dire consequences of succumbing to its corruption. He wished not to become a machine of slaughter. Simultaneously, 3 blood wheels coalesced and hovered above him, manifesting as the devouring blood wheel, the slaughtering sword blood wheel, and the dragon elephant blood wheel. Within him, the chaotic devouring technique began to operate frantically, and the imposing form of the 100-Zhang chaos body emerged behind him. As the encroaching black mist trembled ominously, Su Chen discerned that the subterranean realm of the altar was now completely shrouded in black mist. Anyone ensnared by it would inevitably transform into a remorseless killing machine. At that moment, 4 warriors charged towards Su Chen with ferocity akin to wild beasts, their crimson eyes radiating a dreadful and chilling intent to kill. With his fingers wielding the sword, he executed the 9 calamities sword, leveraging the combined might of the 3 blood wheels. Without a hint of suspense, the 4 warriors were slaughtered before they could even close the distance. Those who had been corrupted by the black mist fought as if they were merely commoners in a brawl, utterly incapable of employing their martial techniques. Buzz, as the resonant Buddhist chants echoed throughout the subterranean space, ethereal images of Buddhas materialized, their hands clasped in prayer as they recited scriptures. A massive aura of Buddhist energy coalesced into numerous swastikas, their divine light radiating forth to suppress the surroundings with great force. All those transformed into killing machines by the black mist found themselves succumbing to the rolling Buddhist energy. Each swastika struck true to their foreheads. There were no screams, no resistance. Their bodies fell rigidly to the ground, instantaneously becoming lifeless corpses. Arrows. At the very moment the ethereal forms of the 8 Buddhas manifested, a longbow and 9 arrows materialized out of thin air, exuding an ominous aura that directly suppressed the Buddha's essence, causing the gathered swastikas to swiftly collapse. The bow and arrows were undoubtedly treasures of immense value. Su Chen, not being a fool, immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the bow and arrows upon their appearance. The fact that they could be subdued by such formidable entities as the 8 Buddhas spoke volumes. In the next instant, the 8 Buddhas began to unite their efforts to subdue the longbow. An immense surge of Buddha essence rapidly coalesced, forming a swastika 100 feet wide, which was then fiercely directed towards the longbow. The black longbow slowly drew back, and with a sharp whoosh, a dominating black arrow was released, colliding violently with the vast swastika. The arrow shattered the swastika and struck one of the Buddha's ethereal forms, leaving all in astonishment. Such a treasure, if obtained, would undoubtedly yield boundless advantages with no drawbacks. However, the desire to possess it was one thing, while the feasibility was quite another. Su Chen was acutely aware of the bow and arrow's overwhelming might. To think he could subdue the bow and claim it as his own with his current strength was nearly impossible. Please, benefactor, assist us in subduing the god-slaying bone bow. With the blessings of Buddha and the cycle of heavenly law, should you wish to aid us in this endeavor, we, the 8 monks, would willingly assist you in purifying the malevolent power of the god-slaying bone bow, transforming it into your treasure. An urgent voice echoed in his mind. Unmistakably the communication from the 8 Buddhas. Feeling quite vexed, Su Chen recognized that as merely a foundational cultivator, even if he wished to help the Buddhas subdue the bow, he was powerless to do so. Was he to risk his life in this endeavor? That was certainly out of the question. He was not a follower of the Buddha. The notion of who else would enter hell, if not, I did not resonate with him. You need only allow us to borrow your divine body, they implored. To utilize his chaotic body as a conduit? Su Chen was well aware that should he assist the Buddhas in subduing the god-slaying bone bow through his chaotic body, the outcome, life or death, would be beyond his control. To forego this opportunity? Yet, the thought left him unsatisfied, gazing at the formidable god-slaying bone bow, which even the 8 Buddhas could not subdue. Su Chen ultimately chose to agree to assist them. A low hum resonated as the 100-foot chaotic golden body rapidly coalesced behind him, enveloping the subterranean space in a chaotic aura. The 8 Buddhas once more chanted their scriptures, and waves of vast Buddha essence surged into the chaotic golden body, reforming a 100-foot swastika aimed at the god-slaying bone bow. With a sudden spurt of blood, Su Chen's complexion turned pale. His cultivation was insufficient to suppress the god-slaying bone bow, yet he yearned to possess this supreme treasure and was willing to take the risk. Alone, he would never dare to act. He could clearly perceive just how overwhelmingly powerful the bow was. Quickly, he activated the chaotic devouring technique within him. As streams of devouring power incessantly absorbed the surrounding black mist, integrating it into his chaotic golden body, thereby temporarily quelling the turmoil within his heart. The 8 ethereal Buddhas, adorned in magnificent splendor, emanated a vast and resounding aura akin to countless thunders, penetrating the layers of void and continuously merging into the chaotic golden body. They exerted a formidable suppression upon the god-slaying bone bow. A resounding boom echoed. The 100-foot swastika rapidly spun, releasing waves of profound Buddhist essence, imbued with the essence of chaos, seemingly capable of subduing the endless abyss. The god-slaying bone bow clashed violently with the 100-foot swastika, unleashing tumultuous waves that spread wildly. Carrying an unsettling power, standing upon the illusory Buddhist lotus, hands clasped in reverence, the 8 Buddhas each wielded their supreme Buddhist powers, weaving a web of Buddhist essence that encircled their surroundings, preventing any potential escape of the god-slaying bone bow. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? I, the Buddha, shall quell demons. In this realm, there shall be no evil. The 8 heavenly dragons shall suppress malevolence in the world. The expressions of the Buddhas were grave. From a distance, they resembled holy monks descending to deliver salvation, purifying all wicked forces from the world. An even more terrifying 100-foot swastika coalesced, directly exerting its force upon the god-slaying bone bow. This time, it was not confined to the subterranean realm, but was suppressed within the chaotic golden body. At last, the Buddhas did not deceive themselves. As long as their chaotic golden body could subdue the god-slaying bone bow, they would be able to wield this supreme treasure at will in the future. With endless roars of fury and unwillingness, the god-slaying bone bow was forcibly subdued within the chaotic golden body. Subsequently, the chaotic golden body vanished from sight. We are grateful for your assistance, esteemed benefactor. It is only with your aid that we, the 8 monks, have successfully subdued the god-slaying bone bow. From this moment forth, we shall reside within your golden body to assist you in suppressing the god-slaying bone bow. Please remember, esteemed benefactor, to refrain from using this bow unless absolutely necessary. Should you become tainted by its influence, we would be unable to aid you. We shall now impart to you the 8 supreme martial arts, hoping you will diligently cultivate them to jointly suppress the god-slaying bone bow. The 8 Buddhas proved to be quite commendable, whether out of a desire to assist or to entirely subdue the god-slaying bone bow. Their impartation of the 8 supreme martial arts was undoubtedly beneficial to me. Thank you, revered masters. The Buddhas shared their names and the various techniques, which flowed ceaselessly into my mind. Soon after, the ethereal forms of the 8 Buddhas vanished from their original place, seamlessly entering the chaotic golden body, beginning their assistance in subduing the god-slaying bone bow and the 9 god-slaying bone arrows. Until this moment, the Buddhas remained unaware that the golden body I had coalesced was that of the chaotic entity. Across the entire continent, it is likely that none could recognize it. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with corpses, I felt little compassion. Those who fell for fortune had merely met their fate. Opportunity and peril coexist. Had I not possessed the chaotic entity golden body, I might not have survived. The 8 Buddhas also sought to leverage my chaotic entity golden body, desiring to thoroughly subdue the god-slaying bone bow. Otherwise, they might not have extended their assistance. Just as I was preparing to depart, suddenly, I beheld a primordial altar positioned at the very center, nearly identical to the ancient altar outside. It appeared that this altar was indeed the true site for suppressing the divine, slaying bone bow. The fact that 8 Buddhas could jointly employ the 8-fold heavenly dragon formation to forcefully subdue it at the primordial altar speaks volumes about the exceptional power of this treasured artifact. Approaching the altar, I was taken aback to discover a small purple fox lying within. It was no larger than the palm of my hand, exuding a feeble aura. yet its violet fur was strikingly beautiful. The appearance of such a mystical beast within the altar piqued my curiosity. I gently lifted the purple fox from the altar. Its fluffy form reminded me of a tiny pig, and the tactile sensation was delightful. "We are fated to meet, so I shall grant you a reprieve," I declared as I nestled the purple fox into my embrace. Without lingering further, I departed. The events here would remain undisclosed, for all who knew of them had perished. Unbeknownst to me, as I placed the purple fox into my bosom, its eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing a hint of coldness. However, due to some peculiar circumstance, it was unable to summon any power from within and closed its eyes once more. Upon exiting the subterranean space, with the divine slaying bone bow thoroughly subdued within the chaotic realm, the valley was devoid of any black mist, and the 8 stone statues had completely crumbled. As I prepared to leave, I obliterated the primordial altar entirely. Beneath the blazing sun, I wasted no time. In addition to cultivating the Chaos Devouring technique, I diligently practiced the 9 calamities sword technique, the 8-fold Buddhist secret arts, and the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. The martial arts I had learned within my family were simply too rudimentary. I was acutely aware that the top-tier martial arts imparted to me by the 8 Buddhas, namely the 8-fold Buddhist secret arts, were far too precious to squander. The foundation of my training lay in the Chaos Devouring technique, which comprised 9 tiers. At present, I had merely scratched the surface of the first tier, yet to reach its pinnacle. At that moment, I felt a powerful pull emanating from within the Chaos Devouring Tower, signaling that the tower spirit was summoning me. With no inclination to resist, my entire being was instantly drawn into the tower. At this juncture, I was unable to enter the Chaos Devouring Tower of my own volition. Only the tower spirit summons could grant me access. One day, when I could freely traverse in and out of the Chaos Devouring Tower, the realm within would become my greatest refuge. If I encountered formidable adversaries I could not withstand, I could simply retreat into the tower's world, where I believed no one could touch me. Inside the tower's realm, a spectral figure, the tower spirit, awaited. To this day, I remained uncertain whether the tower spirit was male or female. "Spirit of the tower, have you summoned me for a purpose?" I inquired. The tower spirit nodded, a smile gracing its visage. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the divine slaying bone bow and 9 divine slaying bone arrows, given that you have fully integrated the 3 blood wheels. The tower spirit, in accordance with the rules of the tower's world, exceptionally rewards you with the alchemy of 3,000. Alchemy? I echoed, intrigued. Indeed, the alchemy of 3,000 encompasses the path of alchemy. Should you fully comprehend the essence of this alchemy, you will attain mastery in the alchemical arts and be capable of crafting the world's finest elixirs. Herein lies the Chen furnace, a supplementary reward for you." A small furnace materialized in Chen's hand. Naturally, he was no stranger to alchemists, for in the eastern wilderness, there existed several classes of individuals whose status far surpassed that of martial artists. These included array masters, alchemists, artifact crafters, and talisman masters. However, to ascend to any of these 4 roles, one must possess talents that significantly exceed those of a martial artist. Not everyone is capable of achieving this. Among them, alchemists require particularly exceptional gifts. Chen was yet to ascertain whether he possessed such talents. But given that the tower spirit had rewarded him with the knowledge of the 3,000 paths of alchemy, he resolved to seize the opportunity. "My master, alchemy necessitates the use of exotic flames. There exist over 10,000 types of such flames in the world, which you must seek out. As for ordinary flames, you need only grasp the rudiments of the 3,000 paths of alchemy to condense flames and begin your alchemical endeavors." Understood. Upon exiting the tower's realm, the methods for cultivating the 3,000 paths of alchemy had already taken shape in Chen's mind. Suppressing his excitement, he began to comprehend them. The first order of business was to cultivate the 3,000 paths of alchemy and condense flames. Otherwise, alchemy would remain merely a theoretical pursuit. As dusk descended, Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Rising, he stretched languidly and casually caught a wild beast to roast and consume. While savoring the grilled meat, his gaze fell upon the purple fox cradled in his palm. The more he observed it, the more he grew fond of it, ultimately deciding to adopt the creature. However, the purple fox's aura was exceedingly faint, and under such circumstances, who could say how long it would survive? It might even perish by dawn. "With your entire body adorned in purple fur, I shall bestow upon you a name," Chen mused. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be Little Purple." The purple fox slowly opened its weary eyes and cast a weak glare, clearly exhibiting its frailty. "Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. I will seek out some spiritual herbs or purchase some medicinal pills for you." At present, he had yet to condense flames and was therefore unable to practice alchemy, leaving him with no choice but to purchase remedies. As Chen departed from the city of Panyu, the prominent families within it had descended into chaos, for he had slain their core disciples, among whom was the son of the patriarch of one of the families. The clans united to confront the Su family, only to learn that Chen had been expelled and was no longer one of their own. There was no doubt about this, as the intimidation from the Su clan had spread throughout the entirety of Panyu City. Abandoning the pursuit was out of the question. The various families promptly dispatched their most elite warriors to cast a wide net in search of Chen. Deep within the depths of the forest of divine punishment, Chen grew increasingly vigilant, for the innermost part of the forest harbored a myriad of formidable beasts. Should he encounter one by ill fortune, it would pose a significant threat. If he could traverse the forest, he believed he would soon reach the Eastern Wilderness Academy. As nightfall enveloped the forest, an eerie silence settled in, unsettling in its stillness. To save time, he deliberately traversed deeper into the forest of divine punishment, understanding that encountering danger was a natural occurrence. If one feared death, they might as well find a place to hide. His expression grew increasingly grave, even now. He had not encountered a single beast nor heard any roars. An unsettling tranquility prevailed, one that felt decidedly amiss. Under the cloak of night, the forest lay shrouded in darkness, an eerie chill enveloping the surroundings, even causing Chen to involuntarily shudder. Yet, he did not pause in his stride, resolutely pressing onward. By the calculations of his journey, he required just one more day to traverse the forest, devoid of threats from demonic beasts. However, as he gazed upon the scattered remains of these creatures, their bones littering the ground, a nauseating stench of decay wafted through the air, obscuring the true number of lives lost. It was no wonder he had encountered no beasts nor heard any sounds. They had all been mercilessly slaughtered. Who could be responsible for such carnage? His expression turned grave as Chen advanced cautiously, summoning every ounce of his focus. At that moment, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged from all directions, invading his mind with ferocity, causing his eyes to glaze over. Deep within his consciousness, an endless purgatory materialized, mountains of bones accumulating into a vast sea. The oppressive scent of death swirling in the air, lingering ominously. Pain etched itself onto his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Feeling the suffocating grip of this infernal vision, a crimson hue began to seep through his skin. Suddenly, a resonant chant echoed within his mind. 8 distinct Buddhist invocations reverberated simultaneously, dispelling the purgatory that had ensnared him, and Chen regained his clarity. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The illusion of murderous intent had been terrifying indeed. Were it not for the aid of the 8 Buddhas dwelling within his chaotic essence, he might have succumbed entirely to that killing intent, transforming into a mindless instrument of slaughter, or worse, being consumed by it. The more he pondered, the more he felt a cold dread. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed further into the depths of the forest. This time, however, he had begun to channel the divine powers of Buddhism, an invisible aura enveloping him, fortifying his spirit against any future encounters with such ominous forces. After approximately half an hour, he arrived before a stone wall, where a towering stele bore intricate carvings resembling myriad tadpoles, forming a bizarre tapestry. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of demonic beasts, their blood pooling like a river. Yet, it was the figure standing before the stone wall that completely captivated Chen. Even from behind, he could envision the extraordinary beauty of this woman, her tall, flawless form, and long, dark hair cascading down her back, reminiscent of a meditating monk, utterly motionless. Curiosity piqued, Chen surmised that the stone wall before him must be a treasure, especially given the peculiar patterns and emanating aura that he could distinctly sense. Approaching the woman, he turned to glance at her. Her skin was as flawless as jade, her brows delicate like wisps of smoke, and her eyes shimmered with brilliance. Beneath her high-bridged nose lay a pair of cherry-like lips, gracing her with a visage of unparalleled beauty. In Chen's estimation, he had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly exquisite in his life. The only words that could encapsulate her allure were astonishingly stunning. As he gazed in wonder, he noticed that the woman remained immobile, fixated intently on the stone wall. He too turned his gaze back to the towering stele. To ensure his safety, Chen immediately activated the divine powers of Buddhism and the chaotic devouring technique. The faint outline of a golden body of chaos emerging behind him. As others remained oblivious, Chen, enveloped in the aura of his chaotic body, gradually discerned the intricate patterns upon the stone wall, which astonishingly concealed a martial art, the ancient divine demon technique. His heart leaped with joy, without a moment's hesitation. Chen activated the chaotic devouring art within him. Waves of devouring power surged towards the stone wall, particularly enveloping the engraved patterns. This martial art was undoubtedly formidable, for only through his devouring force could he comprehend the so-called ancient divine demon technique embedded within the stone. Under the influence of the devouring patterns, a series of tadpole-like designs flooded his mind, revealing the cultivation methods of the ancient divine demon technique. Filled with elation, he wasted no time. The chaotic devouring art within him accelerated, enhancing his devouring speed exponentially. After half an hour, Chen let out a long sigh of relief, having finally completed the devouring process. "What are you doing?" As he caught sight of the woman abruptly turning to face him, her eyes, dark as night, fixated on him like a predator on its prey. To his astonishment, she began to disrobe, a flush spreading across her stunning visage as she lunged toward him. The overwhelming aura emanating from her bound him, rendering him utterly immobile, incapable of invoking the chaotic devouring art or even retrieving the burial calamity pen. Chen had never anticipated encountering such a scenario. As he felt his inner strength forcibly restrained, he was swiftly overpowered by the woman. "I am still a virgin, no?" His cries fell on deaf ears, overshadowed by the corpses of monstrous beasts strewn about. However, at the moment their bodies collapsed, the surrounding beast carcasses were swept aside by a surge of energy, enveloping them in a colossal cocoon. Under the silent night, Chen lost his innocence as a man. And in such a manner, a desolate aura permeated the surroundings, and after approximately 6 hours, the cocoon shattered, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface, culminating in a resounding collapse. The woman's gaze was chilling. She had not anticipated being consumed by the stone wall, let alone engaging in such acts. After slaughtering all the beasts of the heavenly punishment forest, she sought to comprehend the martial art contained within the stone, only to find that her attempts had backfired, resulting in the loss of her own purity. A mere foundation-building youth found it difficult to suppress the burgeoning murderous intent within him. Yet, for the woman, the significance of her first man was unparalleled. Had the circumstances been different, she would have acted long ago. "What expression is that?" she demanded, her fury palpable as she glared at the seemingly innocent youth, itching to strike him. "What expression could I possibly have? You wield your strength to do as you please, leaving me with no chance to resist," he retorted. How shameless, truly shameless. She had never encountered such unmitigated audacity, someone who took advantage and then feigned innocence, turning the tables as if he were the one wronged. The enraged woman exuded a chilling murderous intent, her gaze icy. Chen, however, exhibited no semblance of fear. Indeed, he was a victim. In his perspective, such matters held equal significance for both men and women, rendering the passive party the true victim. "Endure." The woman coldly regarded the young man before her and inquired, "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Chen, a rogue cultivator. He had already distanced himself from the Su family, no longer identifying with them. Thus he considered himself a solitary practitioner. With a deep sigh, Chen rose to his feet and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Very well, I am a man and shall not dwell on this matter. Should you wish, I can take responsibility." In Chen's view, a man ought to exhibit magnanimity, even if he found himself in a passive position. Fortunately, he did not consider himself at a disadvantage. The woman possessed an extraordinary beauty. Had she been unattractive, it would have been truly unfortunate. Responsible? The woman chuckled at his words. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to claim he would take responsibility for her. How absurd. Her expression abruptly turned frosty, and Chen discerned a profound disdain in her eyes. He understood her implication, which was simply a reflection on his inferior cultivation level. "Let today's events be regarded as an accident. You may forget them," he said with a smile. "You consider it an accident, but I, Chen, am not an inconsequential person. Currently, I may lack the qualifications to take responsibility, yet in the future, I shall proclaim to the world that you are my woman," he declared. The woman held no belief in his words. Nodding, she replied with a smile, "I look forward to that day." To her, it was easy for anyone to speak, yet executing such claims was an entirely different matter. The notion of a foundation establishment cultivator taking responsibility was, in itself, a jest. As she turned to leave, Chen called after her, "What is your name?" "Zufeng Palace, Luo Tianfei." Watching her vanishing figure, Chen's gaze was filled with determination. He was still somewhat bewildered, never having anticipated that his first experience would be lost here, and with a stranger at that. Zufeng Palace? He had never heard of such a sect. Perhaps it existed within the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Nevertheless, Chen was acutely aware that the eastern wilderness was immense, with countless sects, and it was entirely normal for him to be unfamiliar with Zufeng Palace. After a night of turmoil, Chen chose not to linger and departed with utmost haste. Due to Luo Tianfei's slaughter, the entire depths of the heavenly punishment forest were devoid of beasts, allowing Chen to traverse the forest without encountering any obstacles. A close call. For a foundation establishment warrior, the heavenly punishment forest was indeed perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in demise. Hey, wait. Just as Chen exited the heavenly punishment forest, he was intercepted by two men, both of whom were at the void dance stage. One of them was particularly short, barely standing at 4 feet, with a sinister and cunning visage. "Is there something you need? Surviving from the heavenly punishment forest suggests you must possess some valuable items. We want to kill you. Simply hand over your spatial ring." Robbery and murder were commonplace. They regarded the youth with contempt, knowing that as void dan cultivators, either one of them could effortlessly eliminate him, even without their combined strength. Without any superfluous words, those who wish to seize their own spatial ring must first assess whether they possess the requisite capability. The Rolling Stone Fist, one of the martial techniques harbored within the Su family's martial pavilion, was unleashed by Chen, resembling a colossal boulder cascading down a cliff with a thunderous roar. Each punch followed the last, the force surging forth like a tempest, directly battering towards the two adversaries, seeking death. Upon witnessing the youth's initial strike, the two enraged individuals roared in fury, their faces aflame with wrath as they retaliated with murderous intent. A mere foundation establishment practitioner dared to take the initiative before them, truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. The dominant palm imprints approached from either side, colliding fiercely with fists, the resulting shockwaves radiating outward, causing the ground to fracture under the pressure, resembling an immense spider's web. The most mundane martial techniques, when wielded by Chen, possessed a terrifying might. Following the initial clash, the expressions of the two adversaries shifted drastically. They could scarcely believe that a mere foundation establishment practitioner could exhibit such formidable strength. No longer daring to underestimate him, they promptly unleashed their respective blood wheels, one a wolf blood wheel, the other a tiger blood wheel. The wolf howled and the tiger roared, their cries reverberating throughout the surroundings. Above Chen's head, a blood wheel materialized in an instant, with a sword of slaughter quietly floating within it, his cold gaze fixed upon the advancing wolf and tiger. "My body is like a sword, cleaving through the heavens." The blood wheel, reformed through slaughter, far surpassed its former self. The chilling sword intent resembled an endless purgatory. The oppressive sword chi penetrating through layers of space, striking mercilessly upon the two blood wheels. The sword chi forcefully pierced through the tiger and wolf blood wheels, accompanied by their anguished cries echoing through the void. In an instant, the blood wheels above their heads shattered, their bodies akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling violently backward. With a thud, they crashed to the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Before they could even react, Chen's figure had already materialized before them. With a single sword strike, he severely injured the two virtual Dan realm practitioners. Unable to accept such a reality, they realized that even as mere second-tier virtual Dan realm warriors, they should not have been challenged by a foundation establishment martial artist. The chasm between foundation establishment and virtual Dan realms was akin to an insurmountable gulf, exceedingly difficult to bridge. Yet now, regardless of their beliefs, the truth lay before them, demanding acknowledgement. They were utterly dumbfounded. The arrogance they had displayed moments ago had vanished without a trace. Consumed by terror, they hastily pleaded, "Please, esteemed sir, spare our lives. We are willing to be your dogs. If you command us to go west, we would never dare venture east. We beg you, grant us mercy. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity was but a trivial matter. Preserving one's life was the only objective. Su Chen's gaze was frigid, devoid of any superfluous discourse. He understood all too well the harshness of reality. Without sufficient strength, without a hardened fist, one could only be slaughtered. Channeling the chaos devouring technique within, he struck down upon them one by one, proceeding to voraciously consume their souls. In Tiangu City, the streets bustled with martial artists entering and exiting like a tide, the thoroughfares thriving with life, filled with shouts and clamor, and even martial artists riding upon beasts traversing the avenues. In the city of Tiangu, strict regulations govern the riding of magical beasts. One must obtain permission from the city guards, register their information, and pay a fee in gold coins, for should a magical beast cause harm or result in fatalities, the owner can be traced. When encountering individuals mounted on these beasts, passers-by instinctively step aside, uncertain of the creature's temperament and unwilling to wager their lives on a gamble. As Su Chen entered Tiangu City, he intended to procure several medicinal pills for the purple fox, whose injuries were grievous. If this continued, he feared the fox would not endure much longer. He aspired to tame a dragon as a mount in the future, envisioning the prestige that such an accomplishment would confer. A wry smile graced his lips, for he understood the daunting challenge of subduing a divine dragon, a pinnacle of strength in the realm of magical beasts. Revered across the continent. Strolling down the street, he surveyed the shops flanking either side, searching for an alchemy pavilion or pill shop. Suddenly, a young maiden clad in a pink dress approached, riding a white fox. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her delicate features adorned with strikingly beautiful features. Her skin as fair as snow, and a jade pendant gracing her neck. As they drew within 5 meters, the white fox lowered its head and let out a fierce roar, charging directly at Su Chen. "White fox, what are you doing?" "Halt!" The white fox, possessing a foundational level of power that surpassed that of Xia Liyan, suddenly went berserk, catching her off guard. Losing her balance, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, landing painfully with a grimace. To everyone's astonishment, the white fox came to a halt before Su Chen and knelt, bowing its knees in deference. "Isn't that Xia Liyan from the Xia family?" Someone whispered. Of course, how could one not recognize the jewel of the Xia clan? In Tiangu City, you may not know the city guards, but you cannot be unfamiliar with Xia Liyan. A sense of intrigue enveloped the crowd as they witnessed the white fox kneel before this stranger, anticipating a spectacle. "Look at Xia Liyan's expression," someone remarked. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her rear. Observing the white fox's unexpected subservience, Xia Liyan was deeply shocked. Even she could not fathom why her mount had chosen to bow before this individual. In that moment, Su Chen, equally perplexed by the sight of the kneeling fox, wondered aloud, "What is happening? Who are you that my white fox submits to you?" As Xia Liyan approached, she extended her delicate hand to caress the kneeling creature, seemingly attempting to soothe it. A throng had gathered around them, for Xia Liyan was quite renowned in Tiangu City, and many wished to witness why her mount would bow to a stranger without cause. With an expression of innocence, Su Chen felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, "Perhaps my allure is simply too great, even for your mount to resist." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never such audacity. The emotional dynamics between magical beasts and humans differ fundamentally. While the young man was undeniably handsome, the notion that he could attract a beast to kneel was utterly absurd. With a roll of her eyes, Xia Liyan disdainfully remarked, "You truly insult my intelligence. Do you think I would believe what you say? Sister Xia, what happened? Who has angered you?" At that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd, wielding a fan and ostentatiously fanning himself as he walked, dressed in flowing white garments. He bore a strikingly handsome face that was surprisingly adorned with makeup. It was Dong Zhang from the Dong family. Approaching Xia Liyan, he glanced at the white fox kneeling on the ground and, disregarding the matter of right or wrong, coldly commanded, "Kneel and apologize to Sister Xia. If she does not forgive you, I shall hand you over to the city guards. As for the consequences, you shall experience them yourself." The threat was blatant. Everyone present understood that Dong Zhang possessed the power to threaten, for the Dong family wielded considerable influence in Tiangu City. Apologize? Bow down? Admit fault? What had he done wrong to merit an apology to the girl before him? Su Chen's gaze gradually turned icy. He did not wish to invite trouble, yet he was unafraid of it. If someone dared to humiliate him without discernment, they were merely dreaming. By now, Su Chen had likely guessed why the white fox chose to kneel before him. Strictly speaking, the white fox was not kneeling to him, but rather paying homage to the purple fox nestled in his arms. It seemed the purple fox held a high status, compelling the white fox to kneel. He offered no explanation. Had it been a matter to discuss, he would have clarified the circumstances. Attempting to leverage the power behind him to subdue and compel an apology was utterly impossible. Observing the young man ignoring him, Dong Zhang assumed that Su Chen had been rendered speechless by his intimidation, relishing the moment. However, he needed to perform in front of Xia Lian. He had long pursued her, and such a rare opportunity for display was not one he could afford to squander. Kid, kneel and apologize. I can give you a chance to become a dog at my feet. Nodding slightly, Su Chen stepped forward, standing before Dong Zhang, and declared, "You are unworthy." No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Chen's figure moved, leaving behind mere afterimages. As he unleashed the Rolling Stone fist, a torrent of fist energy enveloped Dong Zhang. Dong Zhang, merely at the third level of foundation establishment, was significantly outmatched by Su Chen, who stood 5 tiers above him. With each punch landing upon Dong Zhang, accompanied by his wretched cries, the latter was forcefully knocked to the ground, and Su Chen stepped on his left foot. "Kid, I hail from the Dong family. How dare you lay a hand on me? You will regret this. Just wait." The onlookers were utterly stunned, each one murmuring in disbelief. The young man's arrogance and tyranny left them in shock. After all, Dong Zhang's status was prominent, backed by the Dong family's power. Who would dare provoke them in Tiangu City? Are you threatening me? Whether it is a threat, you know in your heart. I advise you, do not make a grave mistake. With a pale face glistening with beads of sweat, Dong Zhang fought to endure the waves of pain coursing through him. In his mind, this was Tiangu City, the Dong family's territory. Despite his opponent's superior strength, he still regarded him as merely a foundation establishment cultivator. He could not believe that the other would dare to strike again. "Look, the city guards are coming." A multitude of armored city guards approached, witnessing the unfolding scene. Regardless of the merits of the dispute, it was evident that they would favor the Dong family. On one side stood an unfamiliar youth, while on the other loomed an established family in Tiangu City. How could they possibly choose? The city strictly prohibited brawls, and both individuals were seized and taken to the Lord's manor, merely a formality. Once Dong Zhang was apprehended, it was likely he would be swiftly released, while the youth would not be so fortunate. In Tiangu City, the guard's word was law. If they deemed you right, you were right. If they declared you wrong, you were wrong. Crack. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, Dong Zhang's leg was brutally crushed underfoot. The disbelief in their expressions was palpable. No one had anticipated that. Despite the guard's arrival, this individual would dare to act so defiantly, deliberately breaking Dong Zhang's leg, a clear provocation to the guards. Offending both the city guards and the Dong family was tantamount to renouncing any hope of survival in Tiangu City. How audacious! Such insolence! Seize him! Su Chen discerned the obvious bias of the guards towards the assailant. Accompanying them to the Lord's manor would surely yield a one-way journey. Given the circumstances, he found himself with no retreat. Offending one family was no different from offending the Lord's manor. Surrendering meant certain death. Fighting back offered a glimmer of hope for escape. Though fully aware of his dire situation, Su Chen felt no regret. As a man, he could accept death but would never suffer humiliation. Quickly inform my family. Summon them to rescue me. Hurry. His panicked cries revealed Dong Zhang's utter terror. He had never imagined this individual would so brazenly disregard the guards. Fearful for his life, he realized that even if his family avenged him later, it would be of little consequence if he were dead. No need to seek them out. Word had already reached the Dong family and the Lord's manor, all rushing to the scene. Their anger palpable as they beheld Dong Zhang beneath the foot of his assailant. Dong Shi, the head of the Dong family, struggled to contain his fury. His face darkened as he addressed the youth. "Release Dong Zhang, and we can discuss this matter at length." "Father, help me kill him." Summer Lian, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. Glancing at her father by her side, she felt at a loss for what to do. What is happening? Without a trace of concealment, Summer Lian recounted every detail of the incident to her father. Summer, deeply sighing, recognized that this conflict had arisen due to Li Yan's actions and that an explanation must be provided to the Dong family. Otherwise, The relationship between the Dong and Summer families would be irrevocably severed. It was unwise to offend the Dong family over a mere Foundation realm warrior. Nodding, Su Chen stood firm atop Dong Zhang, exuding no fear as he spoke with indifference. If you swear never to act against me, I shall release him. Proposing terms with one's opponent, Dong Shi's fury had reached its zenith. Were it not for the concern for his son's life, he would have acted decisively and not hesitated. Before Dong Shi could utter a word, a piercing scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the air. It turned out that Dong Zhang's other leg had been brutally crushed, the bone visibly shattered, evoking a visceral horror. The city lord's mansion and the Dong family had gathered hundreds of martial artists, surrounding Su Chen inescapably. The expression on city lord Qi Shang's face was equally grim. How dare someone stir trouble in Tiangu City without regard for the authority of the city lord's mansion? Such arrogance and insolence could not be tolerated. This individual must be subdued to set an example for others. You dare? See the Dong Shi, stepping forward, his murderous intent surging forth like a tsunami. Yet it failed to intimidate Su Chen. Without unnecessary words, Su Chen recognized the precariousness of his situation and understood he must flee Tiangu City. They relied solely on their numbers. The blatant disdain and mockery were palpable. Everyone knew the young man was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, and it was inconceivable he could contend against the likes of the Xia family, the Dong family, and the city lord's mansion. Dong Shi chuckled coldly, taunting. It seems you possess great confidence in your own abilities. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance. My Dong family has 6 martial artists at the virtual dance stage. The others will not interfere. If you can defeat these 6, I shall no longer pursue today's matter. This proclamation caused an uproar. No one expected the young man to accept such a challenge. 1 against 6, especially when all 6 were of the virtual dance stage. How could he possibly triumph, given the vast disparity in their strengths? With a swift kick, Su Chen sent Dong Zhang flying. His intention was to secure a safe exit, not to indulge in momentary gratification. To slay this person would only incite further wrath, and a swarm of hundreds of martial artists would be a considerable predicament. Kill him, commanded Dong Shi, his icy gaze brimming with murderous intent. He was absolutely confident. How could the combined strength of his family's 6 virtual Dan martial artists fail to subdue a mere Foundation establishment practitioner? Breaching the rules of martial arts? Impossible. You are nothing but trash. Today, I alone can reduce you to fragments. A burly man, resembling a black bear, suddenly surged forth from behind Dong Shi. His hefty frame surprisingly agile. His fists, akin to iron balls, were launched towards Su Chen with tremendous force, deliberately refraining from employing his blood wheel, as he deemed it beneath him to invoke such a technique against a Foundation establishment opponent. The dragon elephant seal, derived from the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, was being unleashed for the first time by Su Chen. His hands swiftly formed seals, embodying the overwhelming power of the dragon's roar and the elephant's bellow, layering into a formidable palm strike that refused to yield. Boom! The 2 forces collided violently in midair, an overwhelming wave of energy cascading outward. To all observers, the man from the Dong family, even as a mere first-level virtual Dan practitioner, should have been more than capable of dispatching a Foundation establishment martial artist. But what transpired? The punch was instantaneously devoured by the dragon elephant seal, as the cold, domineering roar of the dragon elephant enveloped the burly man. The energy converged to a single point and struck fiercely at the center of his brow. Bang! The rugged man could not withstand the onslaught, swiftly meeting his demise. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, causing many to recoil in fear, their faces etched with shock and horror. No one had anticipated that a figure of the Void Dan realm could be vanquished in a single strike. How formidable! The next moment, silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the young man before them. It was no surprise that he exuded such arrogance. He possessed the strength to back it up. Yet, the man was merely at the first level of the Void Dan realm, while the Dong family still had 5 others of the same caliber who had yet to intervene. Beholding the headless corpse on the ground, Dong Shi's expression was one of utter dismay. How had this occurred? He had not even unleashed his blood wheel and yet managed to annihilate a Void Dan warrior. Truly a monstrous feat indeed, a remarkable display of power. However, Dong Shi had 5 other Void Dan warriors at his disposal, one of whom was at the pinnacle of that realm. It would not be a simple task for this individual to escape the city of heavenly bones. Dong Zhang had also pushed his luck, relying on the Dong family's influence to act tyrannically within the city. Now confronted with a formidable opponent, he was reaping the consequences of his arrogance. Hush! Do you wish to court disaster? If the Dong family hears your words, you will find yourself in grave peril. Almost forgotten was the fact that Su Chen's successful execution of the man was primarily due to his overconfidence. Anyone else would likely have underestimated the ability to slay a Void Dan warrior so effortlessly. All at once, without approaching one by one, Su Chen's swift strike had intimidated the Dong family. Furious and astonished, Dong Shi discarded any notion of dignity, commanding the 5 Void Dan warriors to unite and eliminate this threat without fail. The outcome would ultimately be pinned by the victors, and soon, this incident would be forgotten. The Dong family was a prominent clan in the city of Heavenly Bones. The 5 Void Dan warriors emerged from behind Dong Shi, their eyes cold and predatory as they focused on their prey, provoking the Dong family, subjecting them to humiliation. This was an affront they could not tolerate. Brash youth, you exhibit strength, yet before the Dong family, you shall not leave alive. Heed my counsel, surrender, and perhaps you may spare your life. Such needless prattle. You seek death. Angered beyond measure, the 5 men dispensed with further words. They had to restore the Dong family's honor before the multitude. Having already lost 1 Void Dan warrior, they were determined to ensure absolute annihilation. Their faces twisted in ferocity, the 5 Void Dan warriors charged forth like a pack of leopards, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. The ominous aura of their murderous intent arrived before them. They initiated their blood wheels, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Their singular focus was to eliminate this foe. Above their heads, each warrior summoned their blood wheel, weaving a terrifying atmosphere into an intricate web. A dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpet echoed as the blood wheels coalesced above them, and Su Chen, undeterred, unleashed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. He was resolute in his approach, seeking a swift conclusion without the slightest hesitation. Su Chen's speed surged to its zenith, his afterimages flickering as the phantoms of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants shrieked wildly, their colossal, ethereal forms lunging fiercely toward the 4 adversaries. Such a domineering display of the blood wheel. The city lord, Qi Shang, observed with a frosty gaze, declaring, "This individual must be eradicated." The 5 individuals did not disperse, but rather converged at a single point, intending to leverage the amalgamation of their 5 blood wheels to directly subdue the individual before them. Just as Su Chen made contact with the 5, another blood wheel gradually emerged within the dragon elephant blood wheel. It was the devouring blood wheel. Concealed beneath the immense presence of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants, remaining unnoticed by anyone, Su Chen wished to keep his possession of the devouring blood wheel hidden. A tendril of dark mist suddenly coiled around one of the men, ensnaring him fiercely, as the frigid aura of devouring energy relentlessly eroded his being. What is this? The man felt an icy chill coursing through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could react, the dark mist forcefully invaded his mind, swiftly consuming his soul. As they witnessed the body of the Void Dan realm warrior collapse rigidly to the ground, everyone present, including the city lord and Dong Shi, was utterly dumbfounded. What just transpired? How was this individual capable of such a feat? The Dong clan warriors were caught off guard and slaughtered without any forewarning. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for anyone to believe the scene unfolding before them. It was profoundly shocking. Su Chen's overwhelming might instilled fear in all present. Was this truly the power one would expect from a foundational realm warrior? Observing their comrade being annihilated, the remaining 4 were completely paralyzed with fear. Despite their combined efforts and disregard for their own dignity, they could not withstand this individual. To claim they were unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. In the next moment, all 4 sensed a chilling energy invading their minds. It appeared that their fallen companion had succumbed to this very presence. Realizing this, they dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. They immediately channeled all their strength into their blood wheels, desperately countering the invasive, devouring energy. An opportunity had arisen. The dragon elephant blood wheel suppressed, while the devouring blood wheel intruded. Su Chen's 3rd blood wheel had already coalesced beneath the cover of the dragon elephant blood wheel. He unleashed the 9 calamities sword technique, where the cold and domineering sword energy formed a tempest of blades that relentlessly struck at the 4, each stroke faster than the last. Were the 4 being subdued? Dongshi could scarcely accept the reality before him. Regardless of his beliefs, the scene unfolding had already revealed that even the remaining 4 Void Dan Realm warriors, united, might not be able to successfully slay this individual, as they fought to expel the invading force from their minds. The murderous intent emanating from the 4 soared to the heavens. They swiftly executed their respective martial techniques, launching a fierce assault from all 4 cardinal directions. Their cold and overwhelming onslaught completely enveloping Su Chen. A dense barrage of sword energy locked onto one individual, systematically dismantling him. Su Chen remained sufficiently rational and composed. Taking down 4 opponents would require far too much time, with his soul being firmly suppressed by the devouring blood wheel and the fierce sword energy accompanying his power. The body of the Dong clan warrior was instantly pierced by the sword energy, blood staining the ground crimson. Another had fallen. The remaining 3 displayed a palpable fear on their faces, yet this battle allowed for no retreat. Gritting their teeth, they continued their encirclement and assault. The ground shattered under the relentless collision of their powers, sending shockwaves that caused all onlookers to retreat in terror, their expressions filled with astonishment. Su Chen's ferocity thoroughly astonished everyone, for they discerned a singular truth. The youth was solely focused on offense, neglecting defense entirely. In such dire circumstances, the 3 adversaries found themselves relentlessly pressed back. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. It was a deceptive claim to assert he remained unscathed while facing 6 foes. Yet, these minor injuries were inconsequential to him. His onslaught intensified, growing increasingly frenzied. Akin to a maddened tiger, while the trio could hardly muster a defense. This was the formidable power unleashed by the convergence of 3 bloodlines. Remarkably, at that moment, no one realized that the young man possessed 3 bloodlines. With a sudden burst, the trio could no longer withstand the onslaught and were decisively subdued by Su Chen. Their bodies rendered immobile. Gasping for breath, Su Chen, being merely at the foundational level, managed to vanquish 6 individuals at the virtual core stage solely through the might of his 3 bloodlines and the extraordinary sword technique. Release them. You dare, boy. The Dong family had suffered grievously, having already lost 3 virtual core warriors. The remaining 3 could not afford further losses. If you so much as lay a finger on them, our Dong family will ensure your dismemberment. Are you threatening me? Without a trace of fear on his face, Su Chen did not allow Dongshi to continue his tirade. He forcefully stamped down, shattering the skulls of the 3 Dong family warriors, their blood staining the ground crimson. The act of slaying 3 was indistinguishable from that of 6. The situation had escalated beyond redemption, and it was certain the Dong family would not let this transgression go unpunished. Su Chen was acutely aware that regardless of whether he exterminated the 3, the adversaries would pursue him relentlessly. Thus, he deemed it better to eliminate a few more. Witnessing the slaughter of 6 virtual core warriors, Dongshi was engulfed in fury, unable to accept this reality. If the assailant were merely at the virtual core stage, it would have been one thing. But here was a mere foundational warrior achieving such an extraordinary feat. Everyone present was left in astonished disbelief, fixated on the youth who had, against all odds, slain 6 of the Dong family's elite. The Dong family had indeed suffered a grave loss. Dongshi had recently pledged that should this individual defeat the 6 virtual core warriors, the matter would be resolved. Yet this person's prowess was undeniably monstrous, earning Su Chen a measure of respect. However, the situation was far from straightforward. This was Tiangu City, and while the Dong family might be compelled by their promise to let him go, they were acutely aware of the city lord's authority. One could only imagine the city lord's reaction. Would he intervene? A sardonic smile graced Su Chen's face. Although he bore some injuries from the encounter, he had escaped largely unscathed and successfully obliterated the 6 virtual core warriors. According to his agreement with the Dong family, the matter should conclude here, allowing him to depart Tiangu City without further incident. Without a word, Su Chen turned to leave the city, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. Who said you could leave? A chilling voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the city lord Qi Shan's words fell, 2 martial artists at the solid core stage swiftly blocked Su Chen's path. The onlookers showed no surprise. After all, he had brazenly slaughtered 6 of the Dong family's virtual core warriors in broad daylight, and in Tiangu City. How could the city lord permit him to simply walk away? The solid core warriors were in a league far beyond their virtual core counterparts. Not merely the city lord's mansion, but even the Xia family has dispatched 2 formidable warriors of the true Dan realm. For such warriors now encircle Su Chen at the center. Dongxi sneered, "Young man, I, Dongxi, always keep my word. The grievances between you and the Dong clan end here. As for your audacity in Tiangu City, that falls under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. Shameless. Utterly disgraceful." Su Chen simply chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Dongxi inquired. "I find it amusing that you remain unashamed. If Tiangu City wishes to detain me, it must first prove its capability." Such words were indeed audacious and domineering. Xia Quan, with a grin, remarked, "Your ability to defeat those of the virtual Dan realm is indeed impressive. However, this is Tiangu City, and your public act of murder necessitates an explanation to the city lord's mansion." Suddenly, the figure of the white fox appeared before Su Chen. Its icy gaze fixed upon the assembly. "White fox, return." It chose to disregard Xia Lian, chattering in protest. Gently stroking the white fox's head, Su Chen smiled. "Thank you for your concern, but you should leave this place." The white fox pondered briefly, ultimately acquiescing to Su Chen's request and swiftly vanished from sight. Observing the 4 true Dan warriors surrounding him, Su Chen could ascertain that the city lord of Tiangu, along with the other 2 clan heads, must be of the Golden Dan realm. While he could slay those of the virtual Dan realm, he was uncertain about contending with the true Dan realm, let alone the Golden Dan realm. To surrender was out of the question. "All of you, get lost. Those who stand in my way shall perish." He must escape Tiangu City. Upon hearing this, City Lord Qi Shang chuckled, a mocking and contemptuous undertone evident in his laughter. Killing 6 from the virtual Dan realm did not imply victory over those of the true Dan realm, nor could it rival the Golden Dan realm lord. Kill. Qi Shang showed no mercy. As the city lord of Tiangu, he deemed it his duty to uphold his dignity, allowing no infringement, least of all from a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The 4 true Dan warriors charged towards Su Chen with ferocity, with his gaze icy and resolute. Su Chen suddenly wielded a black longbow, the god-slaying bone bow he had acquired from the heavenly punishment forest, an arrow materializing upon it. The god-slaying bone bow now lay suppressed within the chaos body, aided by 8 Buddhas. Due to the fear of backlash, he had refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the circumstances had drastically changed. Faced with 4 true Dan warriors and the Golden Dan realm city lord, he had little choice but to utilize the god-slaying bone bow to survive. Drawing the bowstring, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent surged forth from the bow, sending shivers down the spines of all present, including the 4 true Dan warriors, who instinctively recoiled. Without wasting another moment, Su Chen released the arrow, which shot forth with a menacing howl. "Dodge!" came the frantic cries of the true Dan warriors, but it was too late. The god-slaying bone arrow had already locked onto its target, leaving them no opportunity to evade. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, 4 formidable warriors of the Shurdan realm were pierced through their bodies by a single black arrow, each succumbing to its lethal strike without the slightest resistance. A mist of crimson blood erupted, saturating the air with a pungent scent of iron. Stumbling slightly, Su Chen was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation level, it would be exceedingly difficult to wield the god-slaying bone bow with force. He understood the urgency of swift resolution. Prolonging the encounter would only serve to his detriment. With uncertainty hanging over how many arrows he could unleash, he had already released the first. Almost immediately, the second god-slaying bone arrow materialized upon the bowstring. He swiftly drew the bow, suppressing the waves of weakness flooding his mind, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. The targets of the second arrow were Dongxi and Xia Quan. Realizing the imminent danger, they instinctively turned to flee. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the god-slaying bone arrow, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the air toward them. The moment the arrow vanished from the bow, Su Chen too disappeared from sight. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated through the void. Dong Zhang stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom why, despite the arrival of both his father and the city lord, he remained in peril. Was this individual truly at the foundation establishment stage? In a flash, Dong Zhang was slain by an arrow, and Su Chen's presence vanished once more, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the 2 masterminds behind this turmoil. Both Dongxi and Xia Quan were formidable cultivators at the second tier of the Golden Core realm, renowned within the entirety of Tiangu City, their prowess having sustained their families for years. Regrettably, they had underestimated the might of a Foundation establishment cultivator, assuming him an easy target in their quest to eradicate him. Each fled in opposite directions, hoping to test their fortune. Little did they realize that, having just dispatched Dongzhong, Su Chun had already loosed a third god-slaying bone arrow, targeting both Dong Shi and Xia Quan simultaneously. With unwavering confidence, he believed that his two arrows would inevitably claim the lives of the Golden Core cultivators. A spray of blood erupted from his lips, his complexion pale as a sheet. Having fired 3 arrows in quick succession, he found himself unable to release a fourth. His immediate goal was to depart swiftly. Yet, before his exit, he needed to accomplish one final task. Materializing before Xia Liyan like a specter, his icy gaze bore into her, delivering a chilling proclamation. To oppress the weak carries a price. Please, I understand my mistake, she pleaded. Understanding your error? It is too late. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. A mistake is irrevocable, some errors unforgivable. Xia Liyan, who had always basked in privilege as the cherished jewel of the Xia family, particularly within Tiangu City, had never encountered significant trouble before. Yet this time, she had gambled and lost. Due to her capriciousness, unreasonable behavior, and tyrannical bullying, she ultimately lost her life. Blood erupted forth as Su Chen's body began to sway precariously. He lacked the strength to unleash a fourth arrow. Had he been able, he would have undoubtedly fired that arrow to slay the so-called city lord. The necessary killings had been executed, yet perfection eluded him. Despite a tinge of disappointment within, he did not linger. Su Chun understood that even if he were to sacrifice himself, he could not wield the god-slaying bow any longer. The bow vanished from his grasp in an instant. His head swam with dizziness as he gritted his teeth to persevere. Having just employed the god-slaying bow to shoot 3 arrows, an insidious aura had silently infiltrated his mind. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. All onlookers stood in stunned bewilderment, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. No one had anticipated that a mere Foundation establishment warrior could, armed with only a bow and 3 arrows, slay 4 at the Dan formation stage and 2 at the Golden Dance stage, including Dongzhong and Xia Liyan. Qi Shang's eyes gleamed with avarice, brazenly fixated on the now vanished bow and arrows. As for the Xia and Dong families, their complete annihilation bore no consequence for him. After all, the Tiangu city was home to numerous clans, and the loss of 2 families could easily pave the way for new ones to ascend. However, the bow and arrows in the young man's possession were evidently treasures capable of bridging the gap between realms. Qi Shang discerned that the youth was at the end of his strength, unable to unleash a 4th arrow. Given the slightest opportunity, he believed the youth would not hesitate to shoot again. A sense of dread crept into Qi Shang's heart. Fortunate was he that the youth had not targeted him first, for the consequences would have been dire. The moment had arrived. Observing the staggering youth, who seemed on the verge of collapse, Qi Shang wasted no time and swiftly approached him, a look of greed etched upon his face. Many of the onlooking martial artists shared his avarice but dared not seize the opportunity unless they could overpower Qi Shang. Mere steps from the city gate, Su Chun could no longer endure. An overwhelming weakness coursed through his mind, and he fell. Nevertheless, admiration filled the eyes of all present. For a Foundation establishment warrior to achieve such feats was nothing short of extraordinary. As the youth fell, Qi Shang's eyes brightened momentarily. Just as he was within a meter of the youth, ready to strike and seize the bow and arrows, a figure appeared instantaneously. Her breathtaking beauty left all breathless. Before Qi Shang could react, a chilling and domineering force enveloped him, rendering him powerless. With a thunderous sound, Qi Shang's body erupted, dissolving into a mist of blood. Leaving all in shock, no one had anticipated that the esteemed Golden Dan City Lord, Qi Shang, could not withstand a single blow. Had she vanished? As they beheld the sudden disappearance of the woman, along with the youth who had succumbed to unconsciousness, it felt as though they were in a dream. A transformation was imminent in Tiangu City. It was evident. The city lord had fallen, the Xia and Dong families had suffered devastating blows, and the remaining families would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. So, should we stay or depart? Certainly, one would choose to remain, hoping to find a bargain. As twilight descended, within the dim confines of the cave, Luo Tianfei furrowed her brow, gazing at the unconscious youth. Though she had intended to leave, an unsettling curiosity tugged at her heart, compelling her to return. She had never regarded any man with esteem, and this incident was a complete accident. Her original aim was to acquire the divine martial arts inscribed upon the stone wall, yet she never anticipated the wall's overwhelming force, which even a being of her caliber could not withstand. Although Su Chen had gained an advantage, it was ultimately a passive one. Channeling the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique within, streams of Phoenix rebirth energy surged into Su Chen's body, and a yellow-red elixir materialized in her hand, which she gently placed in his mouth. Her heart was conflicted regarding this matter. She had bestowed her first time upon Su Chen, and to claim that nothing had transpired would be disingenuous. However, to accept the present circumstances with Su Chen was utterly inconceivable. An hour later, Luo Tianfei approached the cave's entrance, her hands weaving intricate seals to establish a concealment array. With a sigh, she chose not to linger any longer. This time, she truly decided to depart. As time flowed on, it was unclear how long had passed when Su Chen gradually opened his heavy eyelids, feeling waves of pain and weakness surging through him, as if his very organs had been displaced. The sensation in his mind was akin to his soul being torn asunder, struggling to rise from the ground. He sensed a formidable power coursing throughout his body, accompanied by remnants of the elixir. Luo Tianfei? At the moment he had lost consciousness. He had faintly perceived a shadow coalescing before him, an instinct telling him that the one who had rescued him from Tianghu City was likely Luo Tianfei. Shaking his head in resignation, he suddenly sensed a technique emerging in his mind. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique. It could undoubtedly be attributed to Luo Tianfei. With a deep sigh, he recognized that he was not in a position to pursue her. He could easily surmise that her identity was anything but simple. He would not relent. Luo Tianfei was his first woman, and one day he would venture to the ancestral Phoenix Palace to seek her out, proclaiming to the world that she was his. The fact that Luo Tianfei had entrusted him with the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique was no trivial matter. It had the potential to facilitate an endless cycle of power and enable one to cultivate to the utmost, possessing the ability of rebirth through nirvana. Immediately, he sat cross-legged, allowing the technique to guide the energy flow throughout his being. The events that had transpired in Tianghu City were entirely unforeseen. He had not instigated any trouble, merely witnessing the white fox kneeling before the purple fox in his arms. Suddenly, an uninvited suitor had emerged, attempting to trample upon his dignity while pursuing the woman he desired. Others might cower and accept humiliation, but he would never do so, even if it meant facing death in battle. Given the chance to relive the experience, he would choose to fight once more, resolutely refusing to retreat a single step. What surprised Su Chen was the overwhelming power of the god-slaying absolute bone bow, which, even after releasing merely 3 arrows, had nearly inflicted severe backlash upon his soul. Had Luo Tianfei not intervened in time, the fate that awaited him would remain an enigma. However, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to survive. It appears that in the future, should one wish to forego the god-slaying bone bow, it would only be permissible if one's cultivation reaches a certain level. Otherwise, who knows if luck will favor them again. After an entire night of recovery through cultivation, come the following day, as dawn's light enveloped the world, Su Chen finally stabilized his injuries and regained the ability to move. Luo Tianfei had not returned. It seemed she had departed. Approaching the cave entrance, he sensed an invisible barrier, clearly a formation concealing the cave from prying eyes. The Su clan, a premier force in the eastern wilderness, resides in the southwestern region, governing vast territories and commanding hundreds of dynasties and sects, with branches such as the Su family of Panyu City. On a secluded mountainside, a strikingly handsome youth sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, his hands forming seals as he diligently practiced the 7-kill sword technique. Su Hao, who had once stripped Su Chen of his imperial bone, was himself endowed with extraordinary talent and hailed by the Su clan as the foremost genius, having awakened the blood wheel of the 7-kill sword. The ability to propagate his own martial arts through this blood will speaks volumes. On his recent expedition to the Forest of Divine Punishment, he had attained fortuitous opportunities, successfully advancing his cultivation to the intermediate golden core realm. The power within him surged like a tempest, while above his head, the blood wheel coalesced, revealing a red-black sword that radiated an ominous aura of death. 7 kills return. Break. As the golden core within him solidified, he shattered his limits, seamlessly ascending from the intermediate to the advanced golden core realm. At that moment, a shadow suddenly materialized. Kneeling on one knee, and reported, "Young master, News from Panyu City indicates that Su Chun has been expelled from the family. With a satisfied nod, Su Hao regarded Su Chun as little more than an insect. With his status and strength, he could effortlessly snuff out Su Chun's life with a mere flick of his finger, without a hint of uncertainty. Yet, he refrained from acting in the forest of divine punishment, relishing the sensation of looking down upon Su Chun, ensuring his suffering was profound. Send someone to humiliate him. Remember, do not kill him. Understood. The shadow vanished without a trace. Having just broken through to the advanced Golden Core realm, he wasted no time, slowly closing his eyes to commence his ascent to the pinnacle Golden Core realm. After 5 days of relentless travel, Su Chen finally entered the domain of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. An immense valley, shrouded in a light white mist, appeared as though it rested atop the clouds. At the valley's entrance stood a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters, Eastern Wilderness Academy, renowned throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The Academy possesses formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage, and fundamentally, its longevity stems from the numerous warriors it has nurtured, many of whom have risen to prominence within the Eastern Wilderness and ventured onto the mainland. No faction dares to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. In years past, Su Zhan was revered as the mightiest warrior of the Eastern Wilderness and held a debt of gratitude to the Academy's president. It was precisely for this reason that Su Yuan sought the Academy's assistance, allowing Su Chen to train there, thus providing a means to evade the Su clan. Esteemed scholar, please present your identity jade token. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am Su Chen, a new student of the Academy, here to report today. The middle-aged man seated at the entrance nodded slightly and remarked, the enrollment period has already passed. I was delayed by matters along the way. The man retrieved a ledger and meticulously checked each entry for a full half-hour before finally putting it away and stating, Su Chen, here is your identity jade token. You have been assigned to class 22. Thank you. Upon receiving the jade token, which bore the inscription Su Chen, I recognized it as my own. Currently, all students in the junior classes are participating in the Dragon Contest. If you wish to take part, simply proceed to the East Wilderness Forest. The Dragon Contest? Before I could respond, the man began to elucidate the circumstances of the Academy, including details about the so-called Dragon Contest. The East Wilderness Academy is divided into 5 tiers of classes: Junior Class, Intermediate Class, Advanced Class, Elite Class, and Royal Class. Foundation Realm warriors are placed in the Junior Class for cultivation, while those in the Void Core Realm enter the Intermediate Class. Warriors of the True Core Realm train in the Advanced Class, and those at the Golden Core Realm advance to the Elite Class. To enter the Royal Class for training, one must ascend to the Nascent Soul Realm and become a key focus of the Academy's cultivation efforts. Enjoying unrestricted access to all areas for training and receiving the Academy's utmost support and resources. Within the East Wilderness Academy, there exist 2 prestigious rankings, the Dragon Ranking and the 100 Battles Ranking. Each year, competitions are held for both rankings, while, in ordinary times, students may challenge those listed. The Dragon Contest requires participation from students of both the junior and intermediate classes, with the junior class essentially serving as an accompaniment to the intermediate class. Given the disparity between the Foundation Realm and the Void Core Realm, for a student from the junior class to secure a position on the ranking, it is quite simply impossible. However, there are exceptions. A prodigious student from the top junior class may indeed defeat a Void Core Realm warrior and vie for a spot on the Dragon Ranking. The Academy's intention is straightforward, to provide ample opportunities for the junior class students to gain experience. There are 22 junior classes in total, and I have been assigned to the 22nd. The cumulative number of students across all junior classes is approximately 4,000 to 5,000. Behind the valley lies a forest, where all top-tier beasts have been driven away, leaving only those incapable of harming any students. The forest is divided into 2 sections, where the Dragon Contest and 100 Battles Contest unfold simultaneously. Regardless of class, students have the autonomy to choose whether to participate. The Academy does not compel participation. The man inquired whether I would like to join, leaving the decision entirely to me. The contest will last for 10 days, and today marks the 3rd day. This contest not only involves competing for rankings. Those on the list can earn points, while participants will also receive reward points. Points are crucial for students, as they are necessary for accessing certain training areas or exchanging for items. It can be said that no matter how much gold one possesses, it holds no value within the Academy. Only points matter. Without points, one cannot progress. Teacher, I wish to participate in the dragon contest. How should I proceed? The fierce competition for the hidden dragon has commenced, and I have arranged for the Academy's flying beasts to escort you. Thank you, esteemed teacher. The Jinkuei Eagle, one of the flying beasts of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, took merely half an hour for Su Chen to arrive at the entrance of the forest, where dozens of teachers stood guard. After all, should any incident arise, they could rush in without delay. At the 8th level of Foundation establishment, quite impressive. You may proceed. Upon verifying his identity jade token, Su Chen faced no obstructions and entered the forest directly. Xiao Wang, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Why have you been placed in Class 22? Teacher Wang shook his head, expressing his confusion. I do not know. It baffles me. Logically, one at the 8th level should be able to enter the top 5 classes, yet this was a directive from the principal himself. Hearing that the principal had personally intervened astonished all the teachers, as it is uncommon for the principal to concern himself with class assignments. It appears he has secured admission through less than conventional means. Indeed, the principal detests students who gain entry through backdoor channels, regardless of talent. They are relegated to lower-tier classes unless they advance based on their potential and abilities. Well then, let us focus on the competition. In the dense forest, towering trees obscured the sunlight, and the oppressive cloud cover cast a somber atmosphere. The Eastern Wilderness Forest is a forbidden zone for the Academy, apart from students. No outsiders are permitted to tread here. According to the teachers, the most formidable beasts have been expelled from this forest, and the remaining creatures should be manageable for the students, though unforeseen events may still occur. Each student possesses an identity jade token imbued with unique power. By merging their soul with this energy, they can summon assistance from their teachers to exit the forest. Perhaps it was a stroke of ill fortune. Barely half an hour into the forest, Su Chen found himself targeted by a beast. Foundation establishment beasts posed no challenge for him. With a mere flick of his hand, he eradicated the creature with ease. It appeared he had drawn attention. In the hidden dragon competition, each student's identity jade token holds a special score, solely for the hidden dragon ranking. The pursuit of these special points is paramount. The more points one accumulates, the higher their rank. Here, there are no classmates. Only the relentless quest for points. Even in the junior classes, students are unwilling to forfeit their chance. For even a fleeting moment on the hidden dragon list could yield substantial rewards. Being targeted is all too common. Clapping his hands, Su Chen addressed the presence before him. Since you have locked onto me, why hide in the shadows? Come forth. Quite impressive. You have indeed discerned my presence. A young man emerged from behind a tree. Standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, his chubby face was adorned with small eyes as he smiled and inquired. You seem unfamiliar. Which class do you belong to? Class 22. Oh, so you are one of the worthless students from Class 22. Worthless? Noticing the flicker of surprise on the other's face, Yin Kai seemed to grasp something and chuckled. It appears you are a fresh entrant to the Academy. One who has not yet reported. How tragic. Do you know what Class 22 signifies in the Eastern Wilderness Academy? Without allowing the other party to speak, Yin Kai coldly remarked with a mocking smile. There are a total of 22 junior classes, with the one ranked at the very bottom, the 22nd, being deemed the worst by the Academy. Each class comprises 9 students, and with you, that makes 10. Understanding dawned upon Su Chen as he discerned the profound contempt in the eyes of the students before him. It seemed evident that his class was not one of merit. However, it mattered little to him. His purpose for coming to Dongwang Academy was to create time for himself, leveraging the Academy to intimidate the Su clan. Hand over the points in your jade token, and I shall not harm you in the slightest. The rules of the Dragon Strife competition explicitly forbade any occurrence of death. Any infraction would result in expulsion from the Academy for minor offenses or execution for grave ones. Yet, injuries were inevitable in the struggle for points, and in such cases, the Academy chose to turn a blind eye. With no further ado, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. You, just as Yin Kai uttered the word, Su Chen reappeared before him. Gazing at the youth within arm's reach, Yin Kai trembled in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief. 8th level Foundation establishment. He was merely at the 6th level of Foundation establishment himself and could scarcely fathom how a student from the 22nd class, deemed a failure, could possess such formidable strength. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. According to the Academy's regulations, an 8th level Foundation establishment student could easily qualify for one of the top 5 classes. Why then was he relegated to the very last junior class? Before Yin Kai could react, Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. There was no need for bloodline release. The disparity of 2 tiers was sufficient for Chen to defeat him in an instant. Points. Yan Kai's expression darkened as he retrieved his identity jade token. The moment the 2 tokens touched, a point was promptly transferred to Chen's token. Watching the vanishing figure, Yan Kai muttered to himself, "It seems he must have taken a shortcut to have entered the 22nd class with an 8th level foundation establishment." With 2 points now in his identity jade token, Chen prepared to take the initiative. The teachers had made it abundantly clear. Points represented everything within the academy. Whether he wished to access certain areas for training or exchange goods, points were essential. Gold coins held no value here. To ascend the dragon ranking and acquire points, the sole method was to actively hunt for them. Each student's jade token contained a unique point system, and Chen was yet unaware of the number of points required to ascend the dragon ranking. Yi Fei, Chu Yang, and Bai Li formed a small team, seeking their quarry. All 3 were at the 2nd level of Void Dan, hailing from the 18th intermediate class. Much like the junior classes, there were 22 intermediate classes. The higher the class, the greater the cultivation resources afforded. During the Dragon Strife competition, some students temporarily banded together, significantly increasing their chances of securing points. Senior Yi, Senior Chu, 3 days have passed in the Dragon Strife competition, and we have yet to secure a single point. If this continues, our chances of ascending the dragon ranking may become increasingly unlikely. Each student has chosen not to give up. They all aspire to ascend the dragon ranking, not merely as a symbol of status, but also to receive substantial rewards, with points serving as the most tangible representation. Yi Fei sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. The competition for the dragon ranking is exceedingly fierce. To maintain the points we possess is already quite commendable. Other students are eager to seize the points of those in the junior class, while we 3 stand here like fools. He continued, after all, we were once junior class students ourselves, and we experienced the frustration of having our points taken by those from the intermediate class. Surely, you all remember that feeling of helplessness? Bai Li nodded in agreement, stating, Senior Chu is absolutely right. Even if I were to abandon the dragon ranking, I would never resort to taking points from the junior class. At that moment, they were taken aback by the appearance of a young man before them. Greetings. I am Chen, from the junior class. I find myself quite interested in the points within your identity tokens. If you would not mind, might you consider transferring your points to me? The trio was momentarily bewildered. If it had been someone from the intermediate class attempting to take their points, it would have been somewhat understandable. Yet, here was a student from the junior class, undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage, audaciously seeking their points. It was laughable. Historically, during the dragon ranking competitions, it was rare for junior class students to attempt to seize points from those in the intermediate class. Given the significant disparity between the foundation establishment and the void dance stages, there were, of course, exceptional talents who could suppress those in the void dance stage while still in the junior class, but such instances were exceedingly rare. Even the most patient individuals have their limits. They had chosen to avoid the junior class, striving not to bully the weak. Yet they had not anticipated such brazen arrogance from this individual. Anger simmered within them. It was infuriating to be confronted by a junior class student attempting to take their points. Chu Yang chuckled. You are rather presumptuous, thinking you can take on 3 of us alone. Quite bold. However, both Chu Yang and Yi Fei recognized that a student from the junior class would not act recklessly without solid confidence. After all, attempting to seize points from intermediate class students could easily lead to a disastrous outcome. Surrendering their points was out of the question. Points were the essence of the dragon ranking competition. If they could not safeguard their own points, how could they hope to claim those of others? Moreover, there was the matter of reputation at stake. If the 3 of them were to have their points taken by a junior class student, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire academy. Chen smiled and said, I do not wish to resort to violence. I hope you will willingly hand over your points. Bai Li's anger reached its peak as she retorted, do not be so audacious. I will show you how one person can defeat the 3 of us united. This battle cannot be lost. We cannot afford to lose. The 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their respective bloodline powers, emanating a formidable aura, their expressions grim. They were the first to strike. The 3 individuals darted forward like a trio of leopards, racing towards their quarry with unwavering determination. Their objective was clear, to vanquish this individual and seize the precious points he possessed, imparting a lesson on the consequences of arrogance. Even before their arrival, The terrifying aura of the blood wheel surged forth in overwhelming waves, akin to a celestial hawk descending upon a hapless rabbit, shrouded in unrelenting fury. They sensed the confidence radiating from the figure before them. One would not dare provoke them without absolute certainty. As the blood wheel coalesced, a spectral sword imbued with the essence of slaughter hovered ominously within its confines, its resonance echoing with a formidable sword energy. Suddenly, Chen vanished from sight, leaving behind mere afterimages as the trio's fierce assault met with nothing but air. However, they quickly regained their composure, swiftly locking onto the direction of the flickering remnants and launching another relentless strike towards Chen. What astonishing speed! A swift resolution, they marveled, clearly taken aback by Chen's remarkable velocity, which allowed him to create such elusive phantoms. Like a specter, Chen's figure materialized behind Bai Li in an instant. "Bai Jr., be cautious," came the warning, but it was too late. His voice was chilling as he pointed, the icy sword energy emanating forth without lethal intent. After all, they were within the East Wilderness Academy, where it was explicitly forbidden to cause any fatalities during the dragon selection competition. He would not dare to cross the Academy's boundaries. The sword energy lingered mere inches from Bai Li's nape. Should Chen so choose, he could strike her down at any moment. "Please show mercy. We are willing to forfeit our points," they implored, unable to bear the thought of Bai Li being harmed. Should any misfortune befall her, no mere 3 points could compensate for such a loss. Bai Li, drenched in cold sweat, turned slowly, acutely aware of the perilously close sword energy, her heart racing with disbelief. As a formidable practitioner of the second tier of the Void Dan realm, and with the combined strength of 3, she had not even managed to deflect a single attack from him. "Junior Su's prowess commands our respect," Yi Fei asserted sincerely, not exaggerating. Their brief skirmish had revealed the undeniable strength of Chen. 1 against 3, he had effortlessly subdued Bai Li with a single move. Regardless of belief, the reality was stark. Should they continue this confrontation, their defeat was inevitable. As the 3 produced their identity jade tokens, Chen met their gesture without hesitation, tapping his own token thrice to successfully transfer the 3 points into his possession. With a respectful fist salute, he inquired, "Esteemed seniors, might I ask where one could find herbs in the East Wilderness Forest that heal the soul?" Temporarily unable to procure medicinal pills, Chen had observed that the injuries of the purple fox were worsening, threatening its very essence. Having chosen to shelter the creature, he was determined to find a means to stabilize its condition. "Has Junior Su's soul been wounded?" Chen did not conceal his situation, stating, "I have adopted a mystical beast whose soul has suffered severe trauma and is in urgent need of spiritual herbs or elixirs for healing. Although one can exchange for elixirs upon entering the academy, it requires points, and I fear the purple fox may not survive until then." This territory belonged to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, and amidst the vast expanse of forest, Chen was convinced that there must be spiritual herbs capable of healing the soul. After a moment's contemplation, Yang retrieved a pill from his spatial ring, saying, "This pill is of modest quality. Please take it for now. I also possess a purple soul pill of much higher grade." Without a hint of hesitation, Chen accepted both pills, and with a flick of his wrist, his identity token appeared, swiftly restoring the points to the trio's tokens before they could react. "Junior Su, what do you mean by this?" "We offer you these elixirs without the expectation of reclaiming points," one of them remarked. Chen shook his head, replying, "I wish to befriend you 3. The trio was indeed admirable. Chen had endured significant setbacks in Panyu City, especially since even his cousin and uncle had trampled on him. Despite having taken points from them, their willingness to offer elixirs revealed that their intentions were not merely transactional. Yang nodded with a smile, saying, "In that case, we shall not be impolite. Allow me to introduce us. We are all from Class 18 of the intermediate level. I am Yang, and these are Yi Fei and Bai Li. As for the spiritual herbs, I know of a location, though it is guarded by mystical beasts and may pose encounters with formidable seniors." "Where is it?" Chen inquired eagerly. Yi Fei, observing the young man before him, ultimately divulged the location, leaving it to Chen to decide whether to proceed. "Thank you, seniors. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Take care." As he turned to depart, Yi Fei sighed in agreement. "His talent and potential are remarkable. To defeat the 3 of us in unison speaks volumes. I believe Junior Su will soon shine brightly within the academy. This individual is worthy of deepening our connections." It seems the competition for the hidden dragon list eludes us. Let us treat this as an opportunity for growth and strive for breakthroughs to advance to higher classes. The night was shrouded in darkness, with stars twinkling above, enveloping the entire eastern wilderness forest. A solitary crescent moon hung in the void, exuding an air of solitude. Beneath the dim canopy of the forest, the occasional roars of mystical beasts echoed, making the night far more perilous than the day. Before the campfire, Chen gently stroked the purple fox's fur, quietly observing as it had consumed the 2 pills, its aura noticeably stabilizing. However, its injuries had yet to fully recover, and a relapse could occur at any moment. He must venture to the place Yi Fei had mentioned to seek suitable spiritual herbs for the purple fox to consume. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Chen felt a sense of resignation regarding the trio's remarks about the worst beginner class. Among the 22 beginner classes, only his, class 22, was deemed the least favorable, consisting of merely 10 students. Cradling the purple fox tenderly, Chen settled into a meditative posture, commencing the circulation of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique and the ancient divine demon technique, focusing his mind and fortifying his essence. As the ethereal essence of divine demons began to coalesce within his body, Chen commenced the intricate practice of the ancient divine demon technique, his hands weaving a series of seals with unwavering precision. A magnificent and formidable aura rapidly materialized before him, manifesting as an imposing seal of divine demons, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The chilling and terrifying pressure of divine demons enveloped Chen, and with a sudden awakening of his eyes, he unleashed a powerful strike into the void before him. The air trembled as the fierce waves of energy rippled outward, imbued with a sense of ominousness that sent shivers down one's spine. The seal of divine demons? This was the profound understanding Chen had recently derived from the ancient demon god technique, and it was evident that the first seal he comprehended was exceedingly powerful. One could only imagine the might of the second, third, or even fourth seals should he attain them. Yingshue's expression darkened as she glared at the rotund figure before her, declaring with indignation, "I have already made it abundantly clear that I do not harbor any feelings for you. This is merely a matter of points, which you may take freely." Teng Hao, a robust figure with a scar etched across his resolute face, his hair resembling sharp spikes, fixed his intense gaze upon the beautiful woman before him and implored, "Sister Yingshu, I have pursued you for an entire year. What is it that you find lacking in me? Please, tell me, and I shall make the necessary changes." Perplexed, he pondered what shortcomings he possessed. With a distinguished lineage, commendable character, and having been lauded as the foremost talent of the junior class, he stood at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, poised to break through to the ethereal realm, all while possessing the illustrious bloodline of the Qilin Hammer. Were it not for Yingshu, he would never have deigned to come to the Eastern Wilderness Academy to cultivate, all for the purpose of gaining proximity to her and successfully winning her affection. Yet, what was the outcome after a year? He had employed countless methods, yet none had managed to sway her heart. "I have reiterated my disinterest in you countless times. Why do you persist in your pursuit? Sister Yingshu, I can assure you that if you consent to marry me, my family, the Tang clan, will wholeheartedly assist you in regaining the recognition of your own kin." "What do you say? Be silent. I am my own person, and they are theirs. Our fates are entirely separate." Upon the mention of her family, Yingshu appeared to have struck a nerve, erupting in furious indignation. Teng Hao sighed deeply, resignedly stating, "I will accompany you throughout the Eastern Wilderness, seeking ways to alter your bloodline. Teng Hao, I can unequivocally tell you that I do not like you. Please refrain from pursuing me any further." Having faced repeated rejections, Teng Hao's anger surged uncontrollably. He had sacrificed much for Yingshu, yet she continued to spurn him. The more he contemplated, the more his fury escalated, and he could no longer restrain himself, coldly retorting, Yingshu, I too possess patience, but since you refuse to acknowledge my goodwill, I shall take matters into my own hands. Once the deed is done, I shall see whether you persist in your rejection." Upon hearing these words, Yingshu's countenance shifted dramatically. "You dare? Why would I not dare?" Teng Hao seemed to metamorphose, shedding his previous guise of restraint in pursuit of Yingshu. After all, he hailed from the Tang clan and had lowered himself to pursue her, only to be met with a cascade of refusals. "The strength of my Tang clan is on par with your Xing clan. Moreover, within your clan, no one cares about your existence. The illustrious Golden Sparrow Blood Wheel, which your clan prides itself on, has manifested as the Partridge Blood Wheel in your case. Even if I were to exert my influence, the Xing clan would not risk offending the Tang clan for your sake. Aren't you afraid of the academy? Not at all, Tang Hao replied with a smile. The outcome is always shaped by the victors. When the time comes, I shall merely inform the academy that you sought to attach yourself to the Tang clan and deliberately tried to entice me. Do you think the academy will believe you or me? You are shameless. It matters not. If I cannot pursue you, then I shall turn the raw into the cooked. Tang Hao was unwilling to wait any longer. He had already granted Xing Yingxue ample time and respect, yet she had audaciously rejected his courtesy. As Tang Hao approached her step by step, despair was etched across Xing Yingxue's face. Her fists were clenched tightly. She was prepared to take her own life. Even if she were to perish here, she would not allow herself to be sullied by Tang Hao, a beast in human guise. Fortunately, she had not acquiesced to his demands. Xing Yingxue, do not presume that your origin from the Xing clan will afford you any special treatment at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You are merely a cultivation failure. Otherwise, you would not be lingering in the lowest junior class. You hail from class 22? A voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. Who? Show yourself. Su Chen's figure gradually emerged. He was merely passing by and, upon seeing the two, had not intended to intervene, as it was of no concern to him. He only needed to compete for points and planned to wait until their personal matters were resolved before seizing the opportunity for points. He had not anticipated that this so-called Xing Yingxue would be from the same class as him, the most inferior junior class in the academy. Yes, I am from class 22. My name is Xing Yingxue. Approaching her and disregarding Tang Hao entirely, Su Chen said with a smile. I have just entered the Eastern Wilderness Academy and am also a student of class 22. Do you require assistance, senior? Of course, I do need help. However, glancing at Tang Hao, Xing Yingxue was at a loss for how to begin, as Tang Hao's prowess was evident. He stood at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, wielding the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. Not only the students of class 22, but even throughout the entire junior classes, none could rival Tang Hao. To be disregarded by someone, especially when that individual hailed from class 22, the worst class in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was a well-known fact. It was common knowledge that all students from the lowest junior class were regarded as cultivation failures, abandoned by the academy. How dare such trash ignore her? It was truly a death wish. With a cold gaze, Tang Hao seethed. Kid, I don't care who you are, get out of my sight immediately. Were it not for the Eastern Wilderness Academy, I would take your life. Suppressing the immense rage within him, Tang Hao, though from the Tang clan, still dared not act recklessly, for this was the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the foremost power in the region, where no race or sect would dare provoke openly. The dragon contest had explicit regulations forbidding death at any time, should the academy decide to execute him. It was believed that even the Tang clan would not utter a word of protest. As Su Yingxue gazed at him, Su Chen comprehended the apprehensions that lingered in her heart. She was merely fearful of him being harmed by Tang Hao. With a slight nod, he declared, You may bully others as you please. No matter how shameless or despicable you are, I shall not interfere. However, when it comes to the people of class 22, I, Su Chen, shall stand firm. Is that so? Tang Hao found it utterly amusing. A mere waste from the lowest of classes dared to act so arrogantly before him. He could not fathom who had imbued this individual with such audacity. Just a worthless being, yet today, he was eager to see how this supposed hero would rescue the damsel in distress. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall allow you to take her away. Be cautious, Junior Su. He hails from class 1, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, wielding the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. The pinnacle of Foundation establishment was of no concern to Su Chen. He could defeat even those in the Void Dan realm, let alone someone at the Foundation establishment stage. He was merely astonished by the blood wheel that Tang Hao possessed, having previously heard of some prestigious families in the Eastern Wilderness while at the Su family estate. For instance, the Su clan wielded the Sword Blood Wheel. Among the many elite families, the Tang clan seemed to possess the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel, a formidable force characterized by sheer strength. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the Tang clan at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Su Chen yearned to witness the true might of the paramount blood wheels of the Eastern Wilderness. The Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. I shall certainly put it to the test. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blood wheel coalesced above him, containing a spectral sword image. Accompanied by a resounding sword chant, A fierce and domineering sword aura erupted from the blood wheel. 8th level of foundation establishment. Su Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment. And even Tang Hao was taken aback, for an 8th level foundation establishment warrior could not possibly belong to the lowest class. Tang Hao, however, merely scoffed, deeming it beneath him to be provoked by someone of such caliber. Today, you shall learn the vast chasm that separates us. A blood will similarly formed above him, revealing a hammer adorned with the Qilin emblem, from which deep roars reverberated. A sword and a hammer clashed violently in midair, neither willing to concede an inch, as if intent on obliterating the other entirely. Do you dare to sign a life and death pact with me for a battle to the finish? Junior Su, you must not. Su Yingxue cried frantically, fully aware of Tang Hao's intentions. The contest for the hidden dragon forbade fatalities, yet exceptions existed. This exception was the life and death pact. Whenever conflicts among students led to irreconcilable enmities, and the academy could not intervene, a life and death pact could be signed to engage in such a battle. In a battle of life and death, fate would determine who lived and who perished. The academy would remain uninvolved, truly a matter of life and death. Su Yingxue was increasingly anxious and concerned, fearing that Su Chen might acquiesce to Tang Hao's challenge. Once the life and death pact was signed, should Tang Hao slay Su Chen, the academy would likely refrain from intervening, as that was the institution's rule. Because of this, it was believed that no one would willingly sign a life and death pact unless the circumstances were dire. Su Chen nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I am more than willing to accompany you." As his words echoed through the air, both individuals drew forth a drop of their own essence blood, which intertwined in midair, manifesting an extraordinary force known as the Life and Death Pact. The moment this pact was established, an overwhelming and domineering aura erupted from both of them, their respective blood wheels roaring towards the heavens. Their icy eyes were imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Tang Hao regarded this opponent with utter disdain. Even if Su Chen had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, it mattered little, as there was a significant disparity of 2 tiers between them, and he had awakened the blood wheel of the Qilin hammer. In unison, their figures moved, piercing through layers of space before colliding with great force. There was no hint of underestimation. Su Chen understood that his ability to defeat those in the Voidan realm did not guarantee his supremacy over all foundation establishment practitioners. Some prodigious warriors at this level could potentially rival his strength. Being within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the knowledge of his possessing 3 blood wheels would undoubtedly remain secret. The Qilin hammer materialized in his hand, expanding to several dozen feet, and struck down towards Su Chen with ferocity. The Qilin hammer blood wheel was inherently a force-based weapon, delivering the most direct of blows. Junior Su, be cautious. Integrating the 9 calamities sword technique with his sword blood wheel, a black and crimson sword shadow emerged in his grasp and slashed towards Tang Hao. The hammer and sword collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground beneath them to crack and splinter under the immense pressure. They both staggered back. Su Chen retreated only a single step, while Tang Hao was forced back 6 or 7 paces, his expression filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Su Chen could withstand such force. Confident in his own prowess, he believed he could sweep away opponents of the same rank and even defeat foes of a higher tier, boasting that with the Qilin hammer blood wheel, he could conquer those at the 4th level of the Voidan realm. Yet now, he found himself retreating repeatedly. In this initial clash, he had, strictly speaking, already lost, though he was unwilling to concede. Allow me to showcase the Qilin hammer technique of my Tang clan. Like a specter, he vanished from sight, and the Qilin hammer was wielded with renewed vigor, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. The shadows of the hammer cascading like a tempest. I am as unwavering as a sword. Su Chen remained steadfast, his sword executing a formidable display, forming a dense shield of domineering sword energy. Bang! Bang! The fierce hammer strikes relentlessly battered against the sword shield, the speed of the assault escalating rapidly. Clenching her fists tightly, Xing Yingxue watched the unfolding scene with deep concern. Junior Su must not come to harm, for otherwise, she would never find peace in her lifetime. Burdened with guilt. Yet, she was powerless to intervene, her own strength insufficient to contend with Tang Hao. All she could do was hope for Junior Su's victory. Boy, I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand. The hammer strikes rained down like a sandstorm, enveloping the sword shield, rendering Su Chen's figure invisible. with only Tang Hao's Qilin hammer visible as it swung back and forth. The violent collisions resembled a clash of water and fire, the resulting shockwave nearly sweeping Xing Yingxue off her feet. With a sudden cough, blood erupted from her mouth, her pallid face reflecting her agony. Her cultivation level was far too low to withstand such terrifying repercussions. As the battle escalated, the stakes grew ever higher. As Tang Hao struggled to deliver a fatal blow to Su Chen, his expression grew increasingly grim, his gaze icy as he fixated on Su Chen, obscured by the shadows of his own hammer strikes. The Qilin hammer technique surged to its zenith, comprising a total of 81 strikes. Gritting his teeth, he swung relentlessly, one strike after another. Upon reaching the 81st blow, the sword barrier began to emit a low hum. The more time dragged on, the more anxious Tang Hao became. For the longer the delay, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. It was a bitter pill to swallow. His talent was unrivaled among his peers, and he possessed the premier bloodline of the Eastern Wilderness, the Qilin hammer bloodline. He could easily crush opponents of the same rank, and even those at the Void Dance stage. Yet now, he found himself unable to dispatch a mere waste from the lowest tier of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. This was an undeniable humiliation. Suppressing the waves of weakness coursing through him, Xing Yingxue held her breath, her face etched with concern as she observed the life and death struggle before her. Given the current situation, it was evident that Junior Su was at a disadvantage. If this continued, trouble loomed large. What to do? A trickle of blood seeped from Tang Hao's mouth, his complexion paling further. After all, forcibly executing the 81 strikes of the Qilin hammer exacted a tremendous toll on him. A swift resolution was imperative. If this dragged on, he would likely perish from the backlash before he could slay his opponent. 81 strikes, hammering heaven and earth, break for me. All the hammer shadows converged, forming an immense shadow that crashed down upon the sword barrier. Boom! The sword barrier cracked, resembling a vast spider's web spreading outward. However, in the instant the barrier shattered, Tang Hao spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward and colliding violently with a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Su Chen also felt blood seeping from his mouth. The Qilin hammer bloodline was indeed formidable, especially when combined with the Qilin hammer technique, amplifying its power exponentially. Even he had sustained minor injuries from the cumulative force of the 81 strikes. Your Qilin hammer bloodline is commendable. Your assault has ended. Now it is my turn. His face darkened, a grimace of disbelief etched upon him, unable to accept the reality that Su Chen's defense had left him shaken. Despite unleashing the full force of 81 combined strikes, he had failed to eliminate his adversary. Could he withstand Su Chen's sword bloodline? Had this been before, he would have been wholly confident in his ability to endure, but the circumstances had shifted dramatically, leaving him devoid of assurance. Having signed a life and death pact, even if he were to perish here, the Eastern Wilderness Academy would not hold Su Chen accountable. As for the Tang clan avenging him in the future, even if they succeeded, what would it matter? He would be dead, and the dead cannot return to life. With such thoughts in mind, a sense of dread overtook Tang Hao, and he dared not linger any longer. He turned and fled, believing that if he could escape the academy alive, he need not fear Su Chen, despite the life and death contract. However, Su Chen's speed surpassed that of Tang Hao, and he instantaneously appeared before him. You have yet to receive my sword. I hail from the Tang clan. And what of it? Even the Tang clan could not intimidate this individual. And as Tang Hao's expression darkened further, he clenched the identity jade token tightly, his soul ready to surge forth at any moment. The special powers contained within the token would summon the teachers from the Eastern Wilderness Academy without delay. At this moment, Tang Hao felt a profound fear. He could not afford to perish here. Had there been no death pact signed, he believed this person would not dare to kill him. For the Academy's rules were explicit. Unless one sought death, who would dare to defy them? Yet now, the circumstances had shifted drastically. As he sensed the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Su Chen, Tang Hao's complexion abruptly changed. His soul surged into the identity jade pendant, making contact with its unique powers. Su Chen, even with the death pact, this remains a contest for the potential dragon. Should you slay me, the Academy will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Such needless chatter, Su Chen retorted, showing no inclination to delay. He and Tang Hao had already signed the death pact. And even if the Academy became aware, what of it? In the face of a life or death battle, even the Academy would not intervene. With a single step, Su Chen wielded his finger as a sword to execute the Nine Calamities sword technique, a formidable force infused with the blood wheel, unleashing a relentless barrage of cold and piercing sword energy. You dare? Threats? Su Chen dismissed them entirely. As he watched the sword energy approach, Tang Hao, with no recourse, could only grasp the Qilin hammer and swing it desperately, fighting for his life, hoping to endure until the arrival of a teacher which would ensure his safety. Stop! A voice echoed urgently from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming and domineering aura. The teachers from the Eastern Wilderness Academy had arrived. Tang Hao's heart soared with joy, and he sneered. Su Chen, if you wish to kill me, you shall have to wait for the next life. Boom. Before Tang Hao could finish his taunt, a torrent of dominating sword energy relentlessly battered against the blood wheel of the Qilin hammer. This time, Su Chen showed no mercy. The ferocity of the sword energy rendered Tang Hao utterly defenseless, and even the blood wheel of the Qilin hammer shattered instantaneously. With a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Tang Hao was sent hurtling into the air, crashing down heavily to the ground, blood staining his chest, while the Qilin hammer's blood wheel above him fragmented like shattered glass. In an instant, a figure materialized, a man towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a square face and small eyes, who promptly placed a pill into Tang Hao's mouth. Teacher Tung Long, a teacher from the junior class of the Eastern Wilderness Academy and a formidable Yuan Ing realm expert, was known for his strictness and integrity. Responding to Tang Hao's call for help, he had rushed over, but alas, he was a moment too late. His expression was grim, and Ting Long had not anticipated that Tang Hao's blood wheel would be so easily destroyed. This was a significant predicament, given Tang Hao's unique status. I just commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? I did. Why then did you strike? Although death had not occurred, the Academy's regulations typically dictated that students would not resort to such ruthless measures against one another. Since the initiation of the potential dragon competition, it had been 3 full days without encountering such an incident. Why should I refrain from engaging in a life-and-death battle under the Death Pact? A life-and-death battle? Tung Long gazed at Xing Yingxue, and upon seeing her nod, he finally comprehended why this individual dared to act so audaciously, disregarding his commands. By signing a life-and-death contract, Tang Hao was fortunate to preserve his life. Indeed, it was a matter of gratitude, for once such a contract was established, even the dean would not intervene. What is your name? Which class do you belong to? Su Chen, from class 22. Internally astonished, he pondered how such a prodigious talent could emerge from the lowest level class, able to defeat even Tang Hao, who ranked as the foremost prodigy of the beginner class. Without further ado, he swiftly lifted the unconscious Tang Hao, vanishing from their sight like a cheetah. Staring blankly at the youth before her, Xing Yingxue remained somewhat dazed, unable to fathom that Su Chen possessed such overwhelming strength, capable of severely injuring Tang Hao. Are you injured? It's nothing, he replied, helping Xing Yingxue to sit on the ground. You should have left with teacher Ting Long just now. Su Chen understood well that students like Xing Yingxue participated in the dragon contention merely to gain experience. Any aspirations of competing for the dragon ranking were utterly unrealistic. Not only Xing Yingxue, but even Tang Hao would merely serve as sparring partners, as the contention for the dragon ranking was entirely a contest among the intermediate classes, with little relevance to the beginner class. With a resigned expression, Xing Yingxue remarked, Su Chen, this time I have implicated you. The Tang clan wields significant power in the Eastern Wilderness. Even with the deterrence of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, once you leave the academy, it is likely. At this point, she refrained from continuing, yet the implications of her words were unmistakable to anyone listening. Su Chen, however, found the matter inconsequential. The addition of the Tang clan to the Su clan made little difference. Are you from the Xing clan? He had overheard their conversation, and while not entirely unfamiliar with the Xing clan, he recognized that, much like the Tang and Su clans, they were among the elite forces of the Eastern Wilderness, renowned for their golden sparrow blood wheel. Nodding, Xing Yingxue's face was clouded with sorrow as she confessed, Indeed, I hail from the Xing clan, but I am a discarded member. As you likely heard, the pride of the Xing clan is the golden sparrow blood wheel, while I awaken the partridge blood wheel, a source of shame for the clan. The golden sparrow blood wheel? The partridge blood wheel? Su Chen empathized with Xing Yingxue's plight. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, strength signifies everything, and even familial bonds can be easily shattered, as he himself had experienced. Under the pressure from the Su clan His cousins and uncles sought to eliminate him, and even his beloved grandfather cast him out from the family. For martial artists, the blood wheel represents their very foundation, and for top-tier forces, it embodies their honor. The esteemed Xing clan, one of the elite forces of the Eastern Wilderness, possessing the coveted Golden Sparrow blood wheel, could hardly accept the emergence of a partridge blood wheel. And Su Chen surmised that Xing Yingshua's status within the Xing clan must be quite complex. Su Chen, may I request a favor from you? Speak. I wish to accompany you for a few days of training. At the second level of foundation establishment, her cultivation was indeed far too low for the standards of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Otherwise, she would not have found herself at the bottom, relegated to the most inferior beginner class. For Su Chen, trivial matters held no significance. His current focus was on seeking spiritual herbs while competing for points to ascend the potential dragon ranking. While the battle ranking was undoubtedly beyond his reach, he was determined to secure his place on the potential dragon ranking, a feat unattainable by others in the junior class. Upon hearing this, Xing Yingxua expressed her gratitude profusely. Let us rest for 2 hours, and once your injuries have healed, we shall depart. Agreed. Xing Yingshua's injuries were not severe. She had merely been affected by the life-and-death struggle between the two. She believed that 2 hours would suffice for her recovery. As she gazed at the young man seated a short distance away, meditating and beginning his cultivation, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. After 2 hours, Xing Yingshua's injuries had nearly healed, and without further delay, they chose to leave. Su Chen's assistance to Xing Yingxua stemmed not only from their shared class, but also from a sense of empathy. Both were cast aside by their families, united by their shared plight. A terrifying roar shattered the silence as hundreds of armored rhinoceroses encircled them, each one casting a cold, predatory gaze upon their prey. Unleashing his blood wheel, Su Chen wielded an illusory sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Xing Yingxua, and executed the 9 Tribulations sword technique. The fierce and domineering sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings. In the face of the impending assault from the multitude of armored rhinoceroses, Su Chen exhibited no fear. Instead, he appeared invigorated, reveling in the carnage as he devoured their essence. As long as the power he consumed was sufficient, combined with the Chaos Devouring technique and the amplification of the Chaos body, he was confident that he would soon surpass his limits and successfully advance to the 9th level of foundation establishment. After several tens of minutes, Su Chen and Xing Yingxua sat cross-legged simultaneously. Focus your mind and maintain your essence. Do not resist the influx of my power. You need only to absorb it. Su Chen's intent was straightforward: to use his body as a conduit to absorb the strength of the armored rhinoceroses and, after refining it through the Chaos Devouring technique, transfer it into Xing Yingshua's body, confident that it would pose no backlash. Filled with gratitude, Xing Yingxua reflected on her abandonment by her family and the academy, which had relegated her to the lowest junior class. Yet here was Su Chen, willing to assist her, and she gazed at him with a somewhat dazed expression. The image of Su Chen began to loom larger in her heart. Do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on your cultivation. As Su Chen held her hand tightly, Xing Yingxua felt a flutter in her heart, repeatedly reminding herself to refrain from frivolous thoughts at this moment. Above them, the blood wheel gradually coalesced, revealing the shadow of a small bird, the partridge blood wheel awakened by Xing Yingxua. With Su Chen's unwavering support, her cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Oh, Su, what is the matter? Gripping Xing Yingshua's hand firmly, Su Chen gazed in astonishment at the blood wheel above her head. There seems to be something peculiar about your blood wheel. If you trust me, I can assist you. Please, Su. She readily placed her trust in him. In her current state, Xing Yingxua found it difficult to believe anyone from her family, yet she felt a profound trust in Su Chen before her. The chaotic essence within the body began to manifest as the blood wheel of the sword coalesced above, shrouded by the ominous devouring blood wheel. Su Chen commenced the operation of the Chaos Devouring technique. Waves of devouring energy surged into Xing Yingshua's body, enveloping the blood wheel. Sweat beaded upon her anguished face as she gritted her teeth in perseverance. The relentless devouring power consumed Xing Yingshua's partridge blood wheel, and had she not chosen to place her trust in Su Chen, she might truly have believed he harbored ill intentions towards her. Xing, hold on. The pain intensified. It felt as though her entire body was besieged by a multitude of ants, gnawing at her flesh and bones, rendering her existence unbearable. After half an hour, just as Xing Yingxue was on the verge of collapse, the blood wheel above her shattered abruptly, and a brand new ethereal figure emerged from the ruptured partridge. The pure white skylark bore countless black markings, its icy gaze radiating an immensely formidable brilliance as it unleashed a long, resounding cry towards the heavens. The mutated blood wheel. The celestial skylark. Su Chen understood precisely what the mutated blood wheel signified. The sword blood wheel he had reassembled was, in fact, a mutated blood wheel, an extraordinary and powerful entity. While assisting Xing Yingxue in her cultivation earlier, he had noted that her blood wheel was somewhat atypical, as if the partridge blood wheel was sealing something. It now appeared that the mutated blood wheel had yet to fully awaken, and it was merely his intervention that ignited its transformation. Originally, a force capable of devouring hundreds of armored rhinoceroses was needed to impact the 9th level of Foundation establishment. However, witnessing Xing Yingxue awaken her mutated blood wheel, which urgently required an influx of power to attain its fullest potential, Su Chen, not one to be stingy, chose to forego his own devouring and instead dedicated himself to assisting Xing Yingxue in harnessing this energy. A steady stream of refined power was channeled into Xing Yingxue's body. After an hour, the pain throughout her body dissipated instantaneously, and her previous injuries were completely healed. The celestial skylark blood wheel that emerged above her head endowed her with tremendous strength. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt the surging power within her, having ascended 3 tiers. A surge of exhilaration coursing through her. With Su Chen's aid, she had elevated 4 tiers in total, leaping from the 2nd level of Foundation establishment directly to the 6th. Thank you, Su. No need for formalities. Su Chen felt a sense of joy for Xing Yingxue, for it was her inferior blood wheel that had led to her neglect by the Xing clan. Now, with her reawakening of the mutated blood wheel, the supreme celestial skylark, her status within the clan was destined to undergo a monumental transformation. It is important to note that the rank of the celestial skylark blood wheel surpasses even that of the golden skylark. As Xing Yingxue noticed that Su Chen still held her hand, her face flushed anew, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Xing Yingxue, you truly are shameless. Engaging in a secret romance here, while Senior Tang Hao pursues you so fervently. How utterly disgraceful. The fate of Tang Hao's blood will had remained unknown to all the students in the Eastern Wilderness Forest. A young man and woman approached. Witnessing the scene of the hand-in-hand couple, the youth and Xing Yingxue, and immediately took offense. After all, everyone in the junior class was well aware that Tang Hao, from Class 1, had been pursuing Xing Yingxue, only to be repeatedly rebuffed by her. Mo Lin, you ought not to speak so recklessly here. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, both hailing from Class 1, were indeed Tang Hao's followers. Given Tang Hao's status, their stay at Dongwang Academy could not be permanent. Once they left, they would need his support. Being accepted into the Tang clan would greatly benefit their growth and development. Recklessly? Am I being reckless? Look at yourselves. If we had arrived just a moment later, would you not have begun your illicit rendezvous? How could Big Brother Tang Hao possibly be interested in a wretch like you? Mu Shuang added with evident disgust. It is truly revolting, Xing Yingxue. Today, we shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Tang Hao, so you may understand the price of betraying him. With an indifferent expression that betrayed no anger, Su Chen stood up, holding Xing Yingxue's hand, and smiled. There is no need for you to be upset. Simply regard them as dogs. If a dog bites you, would you then bite the dog in return? Uft. Xing Yingxue was utterly taken aback by Su Chen's words and couldn't suppress a laugh. Presumptuous. Both Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were incensed. They were both peak 8th level foundational cultivators from Class 1, confident that apart from their class, none from the other junior classes could stand against them. Their brazen humiliation was nothing short of a provocation. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Tang Hao. What a sycophant. Seeking death. With a swift motion, Mo Lin lunged at Su Chen, unleashing a domineering palm strike imbued with a chilling intent to kill, intending to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. However, Su Chen did not unleash his blood wheel. Instead, he began to form seals with his hands, executing the divine demonic death seal. Having successfully manifested the first seal before, he was eager to witness the terrifying power contained within this death seal he had gleaned from the ancient divine demonic scripture. A surge of death energy coalesced in an instant, forming a seal in his hands. Just as Mo Lin closed in within a meter of him, Su Chen unleashed it. Both were at the 8th level of foundation. Upon collision, Mo Lin suddenly felt the overpowering seal shatter his attack, akin to a tsunami flooding a creek. He was unable to even release his blood will before being struck by the seal. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as his body was violently propelled backward, crashing into a large tree. The tree splintered upon impact, and Mo Lin's form was stained red with blood. Were it not for the Academy's prohibition against killing, he would surely be dead by now. You dare. Slap. Mu Shuang was utterly bewildered, witnessing only a fleeting shadow in front of her. Before she could react, Su Chen struck her with a flurry of blows, delivering one resounding slap after another without mercy, instantly raining down over 100 slaps. The once fair and delicate Mu Shuang transformed into a sight resembling a pig's head, her eyes swirling with stars, before she was kicked away to land beside Mo Lin. Unsurprisingly, Xiang Xue regarded Su Shui as capable, having defeated Tang Hao. Other students were no match for him. Approaching the two, Su Chan wore a disdainful smile. What do you intend to do? This is the Dongwang Forest, where the Academy has strict regulations prohibiting death. In the face of mortality, any notion of dignity is utterly meaningless. He feared that the individual before him might go mad and eliminate both of them. Points. Despite his deep reluctance, under the pressure of Su Chen's strength, he had no choice but to begrudgingly present his identity jade token, transferring points to Su Chen. Despicable. With those two words, Su Chen swiftly departed with Xiang Xue. Following Yi Fei's directions, after several hours of frantic travel, they finally arrived before a colossal peak. Towering trees surrounded the giant mountain, forming a protective embrace. This is the place. Xia, perhaps you should wait here for me. Su Chen understood that within the giant peak, formidable beasts surely resided, and acquiring the spiritual herbs would not be an easy task. Although Xia Yingxue had awakened her mutated bloodline, she was merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Should she encounter a powerful beast, she would be unable to assist him. Xia Yingxue yearned to accompany Su Chen, yet she recognized his intention. Following him into danger would not only render her helpless, but also a burden. Be careful, Su Shui. I will be fine. Without further delay, Su Chen hastened towards the colossal peak. The injuries of the purple fox had slightly stabilized, but to ensure complete recovery, suitable spiritual herbs needed to be found promptly. Inside the giant peak, a tempest raged, dust swirling around. Was this place truly capable of nurturing spiritual herbs? Su Chen conjured a sword shield around himself and pressed onward. Before long, he encountered a different scene, a lush forest brimming with vast spiritual energy. Boom, boom. Following the sounds of chaos, he discovered two young men working in tandem to besiege a blood-red tiger, a virtual core beast, the blood demon tiger. Su Chen sensed that both students were at the 9th level of the virtual core realm. Even united, subduing the blood demon tiger would not be straightforward. It appeared that the blood demon tiger was at least at the 9th level, possibly even at the peak of the virtual core realm. Although the two seemed to have the upper hand, the outcome remained uncertain until the end. Not far from the fierce struggle between man and beast lay a patch of blood-red spiritual mushrooms, their vines twisting like a dragon, exuding an eerie aura. The blood-locking mushroom. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with greed as he fixated on the blood-locking mushroom. Once, in the Su family's martial library, he had come across texts detailing various spiritual beasts and herbs available for purchase in the market, including descriptions of the blood-locking mushroom. Known for its remarkable effects on the soul and its potential to be refined into blood-locking pills. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded everything else. His purpose in this perilous venture was to seek out spiritual herbs. Seeing the herbs now, failing to act would be sheer folly. Kid, do you dare? Don't touch the blood-locking mushroom. Xiao Ming and Shi Chen found themselves ensnared by the blood demon tiger, a formidable entity belonging to the pinnacle of the void core realm. They had dared to emerge and unite in their efforts to subdue it only because the beast was wounded. Should they abandon their assault, they would undoubtedly fall victim to a counterattack, rendering their efforts futile. However, they were unprepared for the sudden appearance of an opportunistic figure, akin to a mantis stalking its prey, which ignited their ire. Choosing to disregard the turmoil, Su Chen swiftly positioned himself before the blood-draining spirit herb. Before him lay an impressive array of these herbs, numbering in the hundreds, and his gaze was increasingly infused with avarice. Without the slightest hesitation, he commenced the harvest, systematically collecting the herbs and storing them within his spatial ring. In the span of merely 2 minutes, he had swept the area clean, leaving not a single blood-draining spirit herb behind. "Brat, you are courting death," Xiao Ming bellowed in fury. Both he and Chen hailed from the intermediate class, both at the 9th level of the Void Core realm. After considerable effort, they had managed to suppress the Blood Demon Tiger. With the acquisition of over 100 blood-draining spirit herbs, they could return to the academy and exchange them for numerous points to procure their desired items. Yet now, they faced an audacious junior class student daring to seize what belonged to them. Such an incident, if it reached the academy, would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Fueled by rage, Xiao Ming and Chen intensified their assault on the Blood Demon Tiger, which, despite its injuries, managed to withstand their combined onslaught. Chen observed that the ground around the blood-draining spirit herbs was imbued with immense spiritual energy, making it an excellent location for cultivation. Without wasting a moment, he settled into a meditative posture and began to channel the chaotic devouring technique, drawing forth the abundant energy from the earth. Waves of power surged into every part of his body, akin to basking in sunlight, a sensation of profound comfort. However, the rapid absorption brought with it a degree of discomfort, as the swift devouring posed challenges for his body's capacity to refine and integrate the overwhelming energy. Yet, Chen was undeterred. He needed to absorb this energy before it dissipated to successfully advance to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The torrent of power coursed through him like a raging flood, wreaking havoc throughout his being, converging within his blood wheel. He retrieved a blood-draining spirit herb, realizing he could not afford to wait for the preparation of blood-draining pills. He needed to consume the herb immediately to elevate his soul's level. The herb melted in his mouth, swiftly traveling down his throat and into his body. Fortunately, with the chaotic devouring technique at his disposal, he could dare to absorb such immense power, a feat that would terrify others. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Just then, Chen noticed the slumbering purple fox beside him gradually absorbing the energy surrounding it. He carefully extracted 3 blood-draining spirit herbs from his spatial ring and offered them to the purple fox, ensuring its sustenance. Utilizing the chaos devouring technique circulating within his body, he continuously directed the refined power into the purple fox, firmly believing that this dual approach would stabilize the fox's injuries completely. It must be acknowledged that the chaos devouring technique is indeed formidable. Under such high levels of absorption, only a third of the power from the ground had dissipated, while the remaining 2/3 was entirely consumed. Through this devouring force, Chen not only ascended to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but also reached the pinnacle of that stage, now merely a step away from the ethereal Dan realm. At that moment, Chen and Xiao Ming successfully vanquished the Blood Demon Tiger amidst perilous circumstances. However, both bore severe injuries, panting as they gazed upon the now vanished blood spirit mushrooms. Truly ruthless, not a single mushroom had been left for them. Moreover, this individual sat there cultivating, absorbing the power left behind by the mushrooms. Before either could speak, Chen's figure appeared before the Blood Demon Tiger like a wraith, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The soul of a peak ethereal Dan realm beast was indeed a splendid tonic. The speed of his previous absorption had been too rapid, causing his realm to become unstable. He urgently required the soul of a beast to harmonize and fully stabilize his cultivation. Without a hint of hesitation, he activated the chaos devouring technique, placing his palm upon the corpse's head. Under the influence of the technique, the power within the Blood Demon Tiger began to surge into Chen's body through his palm. "What is he doing?" one of them exclaimed. "We fought tooth and nail to slay the Blood Demon Tiger, and you're here taking advantage of the spoils? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Hand over all the blood spirit mushrooms. You may keep one." They regarded him with disdain. The gap between the primary and intermediate classes was evident. Even the weakest intermediate students could easily defeat the strongest among the primary class. They could not kill him, as they needed to heed the academy's rules. Breaking the rules would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Having successfully absorbed the essence of the Blood Demon Tiger's soul, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Shaking his head as he spoke, "The blood spirit mushrooms are mine. Why should I give them to you? Furthermore, I require a favor from both of you." Before they could respond, Chen continued, "Given your prowess, I trust you possess a considerable amount of points. Hand them over." "What? Hand over our points?" The two could hardly contain their laughter, utterly astonished that he had the audacity to demand their points. How could they assist in such a request? They were both ranked on the potential dragon list, one in 14th place and the other in 13th. With the re-ranking in this potential dragon competition, they were confident they could improve their standings. Surrendering their points would mean forfeiting their ranks, and even if they could later challenge others on the list, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. The most absurd part was that this individual, merely a Foundation establishment student from the primary class, dared to attempt to seize their points, a completely ludicrous proposition. Xiao Ming's face was etched with disdain as he mockingly declared, "In my 2 years at Dongwang Academy, you are the most arrogant student I have encountered. Not even those from the 100 battles ranking possess your level of audacity. Do you believe that after we jointly vanquished the blood demon tiger and sustained injuries, you can stand before us in a show of bravado? Allow me to inform you that even in our weakened state, defeating you would still be a trivial matter. Enough with the idle chatter, let us resolve this swiftly. We must still contend for our rankings on the potential dragon list." No sooner had the words left their lips than Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. Even before he arrived, a chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped the two. Though they were gravely injured, Su Chen regarded them with utter disdain. Even at their peak, he would have been more than capable of overcoming them, let alone in their current condition. Seeking death, as the young man chose to attack, the furious duo bore the agony coursing through their bodies. The disparity between the Foundation establishment realm and the Void Dan realm was stark, and being both at the 8th level of the Void Dan realm, they believed they could easily suppress a mere Foundation establishment warrior. In an instant, they unleashed their respective blood wheels, intent on a swift resolution, as their injuries were significant, and they wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Su Chen executed the 9 calamities sword technique, merging it with the sword blood wheel. The formidable and domineering sword energy formed an absolute suppressive force, relentlessly assaulting them. How is this possible? With just a simple clash, they instantly comprehended the sheer terror of his offensive capabilities. This was far beyond what a Foundation establishment warrior should possess. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed it to be true. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen, of course, offered them no respite. As an unending torrent of sword energy engulfed them, each strike imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Retreat. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their skill immediately. His overwhelming dominance completely shook the two, and both Xiao Ming and Shi Chen sensed that something was amiss. Whether they wished to believe it or not, the reality was undeniable. If they continued to fight, they risked being slaughtered here. The academy had strict regulations prohibiting death among students. However, if one could secretly eliminate another without the academy's knowledge, who would intervene? In their prime, they would have scoffed at such a foe, but now, a flicker of fear had crept into their hearts. With no other options, they were left with no choice but to withdraw. After all, even in their combined effort to subdue the blood demon tiger, they had sustained heavy injuries, and it was clear they were no match for this individual. Remaining any longer served no purpose. The sword energy surged, accompanied by the resonant cries of the blade. A dense barrage of fierce and domineering sword energy sealed off all avenues of escape for the two. "You have gone too far," they shouted. "You are merely taking advantage of our plight." Su Chen, uninterested in engaging in a war of words, knew that had it not been for the Academy's prohibition against death, they would likely already be lifeless corpses rather than standing there, spewing empty threats. A flurry of sword energy sliced through the air, ruthlessly targeting them. The sword energy tore relentlessly at their forms. His body was riddled with wounds, and if this continued, even if they survived, their injuries would only worsen. In the eastern wilderness forest, encountering demon beasts made escape nearly impossible. Stop. Observing the sword energy enveloping them, Xiao Ming and Shi Chen both sighed deeply, taking out their identity jade tokens and transferring all their points to the two of them, in the realm of victors and vanquished. Regardless of whether the opponents hailed from the foundational class, defeating them was an undeniable reality. Both were acutely aware that under the current circumstances, even at their peak, they might not stand a chance against them. It was truly hard to believe that such formidable individuals had emerged from the foundational class. Even Tang Hao, who was reputed as the strongest of the foundational class, could only barely contend with those at the 5th level of the Void Pill realm, treating them with utmost respect. Feeling the Jade token, which now contained an additional 610 points, and with the 7 points already present, Su Chen now possessed a total of 617 points. Considering the cumulative total of all students from both the foundational and intermediate classes, there were likely over 10,000 students, and after excluding those who did not participate in the dragon selection battle, there should still be fewer than 7,000 remaining. Based on Su Chen's estimation, to ascend the dragon ranking and secure a favorable position, he would need at least several hundred points. If all went well, he should be able to secure his place on the dragon ranking, though the exact position remained uncertain. He did not dwell on this matter. Securing a place on the dragon ranking was paramount, as it would allow him to earn points and exchange them for desired items within the academy. Deep within the valley, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy emerged. Su Chen took a deep breath. He certainly would not miss this opportunity and immediately headed deeper into the valley. Senior Xiao, should we stop him from going in? Stop? Whether he falls or not has nothing to do with us. Let us go. Being defeated by a foundational class student was already unbearable, and in his anger, Xiaoming would hardly have the kindness to offer a warning. The depths of the valley were lush and vibrant, shrouded in a thick aura of spiritual energy, far denser than outside. Su Chen surmised that there must be something amiss here. Otherwise, in such a splendid location, how could no students have come? Because of this, he remained on high alert, vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. He activated the ancient demon and god technique within him, ready to form seals and unleash the demon death seal at any moment. The purple fox, having devoured blood spirit mushrooms and absorbed power, had stabilized its aura significantly. With its injuries now in a stable condition, it could heal itself. At this rate, it would surely recover in a few months. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen felt the profound silence of the valley was unsettling. There was not a single sound, as if even the wind had ceased to exist. This eerie quiet heightened his vigilance as he cautiously advanced. Is that the purple blood ginseng and the jade bone fruit? Spotting 2 spirit herbs and a spirit fruit not far away, Su Chen's gaze sharpened in surprise. He never expected to encounter such top-tier spirit herbs here. It was an incredible stroke of luck. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen quickened his pace, swiftly arriving at the spirit herbs before him. As Su Chen gazed at the nearby purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Just as he prepared to pluck them, a terrifying force struck him instantaneously, akin to a hammer crashing down upon his body, sending him hurtling through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth, staining the void crimson as he traced a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. With a swift roll, he regained his footing, his expression grave as he felt the pain coursing through him, locking his gaze onto the beast that had appeared before him. Before him stood a formidable creature, a dual-headed golden wolf, a beast of the true Dan realm. The martial realms are categorized into innate, foundation establishment, golden Dan, nascent soul, soul palace, and concentration realms. Among these, the golden Dan realm is further divided into illusory Dan, true Dan, and golden Dan. Su Chen was acutely aware of his own strength. He could effortlessly slay any warrior or beast of the illusory Dan realm, and even contend with those at the peak of that realm. However, facing a true Dan beast posed an insurmountable challenge, especially against a 7th-level true Dan creature like the dual-headed golden wolf. The wolf, standing not far from Su Chen, was enveloped in golden fur, its 2 heads adorned with piercing golden eyes that radiated a chilling murderous intent, fixated intently on the human warrior before it. A beast of the true Dan realm possesses a condensed beast core capable of harnessing its full power, making it suitable for sale or the crafting of elixirs. In contrast, a beast of the illusory Dan realm can only store 1/3 of its power within its core, which diminishes rapidly when hunting or absorbing energy. A deep growl, laced with dissatisfaction and murderous intent, reverberated through the air, as if warning Su Chen that daring to tread upon its territory would invoke its wrath. In that moment, Su Chen chose not to flee. He was already marked by the dual-headed golden wolf. Even if he abandoned his quest for the purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit, he believed the wolf would still pursue him relentlessly. He had to fight. He did not wish to perish here. Before he could make a move, the enraged dual-headed golden wolf charged toward him, its icy, murderous aura locking onto him. The ferocious roar echoed throughout the chasm, emanating from the wolf's mouths as it unleashed a barrage of sound waves aimed directly at Su Chen. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by a 7th-level true Dan beast. The disparity between them was vast, and any misstep could seal his fate. Su Chen had no desire to die here. Even if he could not defeat the dual-headed golden wolf, he had to find a way to survive. If he could manage to leave with both spirit herbs in tow, that would be the pinnacle of success. He He swiftly formed seals with his hands, invoking the divine demon death seal. Dark energies began to coalesce, circulating throughout his body as the ancient divine demon art spread to every corner of him. The formidable death seal was completed in an instant and unleashed. Boom! The clash between man and beast erupted in midair, the force of their collision sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them began to fracture, splintering like a vast spider's web under the tremendous pressure. The ground seemed to tremble momentarily, and Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He had underestimated the might of the two-headed golden wolf. Instantly, he summoned his blood wheel, conjuring forth the dragon elephant blood wheel and the sword blood wheel, which emanated a chilling melody of swords. An overwhelming aura of sword energy began to coalesce into a protective shield, enveloping Su Chen entirely. With a resounding dragon's roar and the thunderous bellow of an elephant, the phantasmal images of 9 dragons and 9 elephants surged forth as he simultaneously unleashed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmised that this technique had been bequeathed to him by his mother. After all, the twin blood wheels remained sealed, indicating that his own blood will had inherited the powers of both his parents. The two-headed golden wolf displayed no hint of fear. Instead, it grew increasingly exhilarated, its 2 massive golden heads unleashing plumes of golden mist. Yet, before the mist could draw near, Su Chen's 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique had already begun to assimilate the golden vapor. It seemed the beast had grown somewhat complacent. The enraged two-headed golden wolf emitted a series of furious howls, its speed suddenly accelerating like a streak of yellow lightning as it sought an opportunity to strike. As a formidable 7th-level entity in the realm of spirit transformation, it found it utterly humiliating that it could not instantly annihilate a mere foundation-level human warrior. Such an affront was intolerable. Roars of fury reverberated around them, but they failed to disturb Su Chen's focus. He maintained his composure amidst the chaos, layering sword energy with the might of the dragon elephant, relentlessly locking onto the two-headed golden wolf's position. However, as the wolf's speed intensified, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly grave. This cunning beast, evidently of a far superior caliber, chose not to engage in a direct assault, but instead opted for a psychological battle. At that moment, the two-headed golden wolf seemed to have found an opening. It leapt high into the air, launching a fierce attack towards Su Chen, both heads exhaling luminous yellow orbs simultaneously. Its razor-sharp claws struck ferociously against the sword shield, producing a piercing sound of collision that was exceedingly jarring. With a resonant hum, Su Chen chanted Buddhist scriptures, and a torrent of immense Buddhist energy surged forth, imbued with the power of the dragon elephant. A colossal, illusory Buddha manifested behind him. As a dragon elephant Buddha essence coalesced into the swastika symbol, hurtling towards the two-headed golden wolf with great force. The 8 Buddhas, having entered the chaotic realm to suppress the god-slaying bone bow, had imparted their divine abilities to Su Chen, preparing him for any unforeseen circumstances, so that he might one day wield their powers to subdue the bow. Ultimately, the chaotic realm belonged to Su Chen, and only he could effectuate its suppression. The Buddhas served merely as support, unable to achieve true domination. Su Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying backlash of the god-slaying bone bow. Back in Tiangu City, after shooting 3 arrows, he would have been completely consumed by its retribution had it not been for Luo Tianfei's assistance. The thought of facing annihilation or becoming a killing machine still filled him with dread. For this reason, Su Chen refrained from casually utilizing the god-slaying bone bow unless absolutely necessary, reserving it for life-or-death situations. He had no desire to fall victim to its treachery, whether facing demise or succumbing to its backlash and transforming into a merciless instrument of death, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. The mystical powers of the Buddhist realm, combined with the formidable might of the dragon and elephant, along with the encompassing sword energy, drove Su Chen into a state of utter frenzy. It was a matter of either his demise or that of his adversary. Su Chen was acutely aware of the peril he faced against a 7th-level Real Dan realm beast. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an abyss from which there was no return. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sound of collisions reverberated within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. He understood the vast chasm in strength between himself and the 7th-level beast, and if this continued, escaping with his life would be a formidable challenge. In his hand appeared the burial calamity brush, Utilizing the brush would significantly deplete his soul, akin to the god-slaying bone bow, albeit with a slightly lesser backlash. Given the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to wield the burial calamity brush. With unwavering resolve, he gripped the brush and swiftly began to inscribe intricate patterns before him. Thunder roared around him, manifesting an absolute taboo of heavenly tribulation. The two-headed golden wolf, poised to launch its next attack, suddenly sensed itself ensnared by the heavenly calamity, causing it to tremble in fear. Heavenly tribulation? How could a mere human warrior evoke such a phenomenon? It was unfathomable. Even witnessing it firsthand, he would find it hard to believe. The burial calamity brush, a top-tier treasure, was the first supreme artifact gifted to him by the tower spirit. Once his cultivation reached a certain pinnacle, he would wield the brush to summon heavenly tribulation, and the area affected would undoubtedly encompass the entire eastern wilds. As the tribulation bound the surrounding space, Chen felt waves of weakness wash over him, particularly affecting his soul. Without hesitation, he retrieved a blood spirit mushroom from his spatial ring and consumed it. Seizing the opportunity, Chen was determined not to let the two-headed golden wolf escape, for he could not maintain the use of the burial calamity brush for long. Gathering the death imprint of the divine and demonic, he unleashed the overwhelmingly powerful imprint towards the beast, which had already been locked onto. The two-headed golden wolf was utterly bewildered. As a proud 7th-level real Dan realm beast, it found itself suppressed by a mere foundational-level human warrior, a humiliating disgrace it could not bear. Aware of its precarious situation, the beast recognized its fate was sealed. It would not be slain by humanity, nor would its beast core be harvested. Without a second thought, the two-headed wolf chose to self-detonate its primordial spirit. Boom! As the primordial spirit of the two-headed golden wolf exploded, a tremendous surge of soul energy violently collided with Chen. Completely taken aback, he had never anticipated such a desperate choice from the beast. Self-detonation was a last resort that neither warriors nor beasts typically embraced. The impact of a 7th-level Real Dan realm beast's soul explosion struck Chen, causing him to spew forth blood. His body drenched in crimson as he was forcefully propelled backward. Crashing to the ground, Chen endured the pain coursing through him, blood continuing to flow from his mouth. Surviving this ordeal was nothing short of a stroke of luck amid his misfortunes. Casting a glance around, Chen promptly rose and slowly departed, not immediately leaving the deep valley, but instead seeking a secluded spot to first recuperate from his injuries. He settled into a meditative posture and promptly consumed a blood spirit mushroom, initiating the circulation of the ancient divine demon art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique within his body. The ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a supreme martial art imparted to him by Luo Tianfei, gradually revealed its profound benefits as he practiced it, forming a cycle of rebirth within him that significantly aided in the recovery of his wounds. Waves of energy began to circulate endlessly within his body. After a day and night had passed, Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of fear reflected within them. Had it not been for the celestial calamity confinement inscribed by the burial calamity brush, he believed he would have perished. The thought of this instilled a greater sense of dread within him. He had initially intended to leverage the burial calamity brush and the divine demon death seal to vanquish the two-headed diamond wolf and subsequently absorb its beast core, devouring its very soul. Yet, what transpired? He had nearly fallen victim to the beast himself. His injuries had now healed by 90%, leaving him in a stable condition. Calculating the time, he realized that less than 5 days remained until the conclusion of the Dragon-S contest. It was imperative that he swiftly strive for points to ascend to a prominent position on the potential dragon list. Without needing to inquire, he understood the rules of the list. The closer one stood to the top, the greater the rewards, with points serving as the most tangible benefit. In the Eastern Wilderness Academy, points equated to gold coins, which could be exchanged for any desired items. Surveying the area, the vast valley remained enveloped in an eerie silence, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Surely, this valley harbored other spiritual herbs, and the notion of abandoning this opportunity left him with a sense of reluctance. However, Chen also recognized that remaining here would undoubtedly invite peril. The recent encounter with the two-headed diamond wolf's self-detonation had posed a significant risk to his life. He harbored a profound fear of death. Indeed, he considered himself deeply afraid of it. Taking a deep breath, Chen ultimately resolved to remain in the valley, hoping to discover other spiritual herbs. Yet, before embarking on his search, he prepared to concoct a medicinal pill. Having acquired knowledge of the 3,000 pill arts, and with considerable insight gained over time, he felt it necessary to practice. For who could say when he would truly master the art? A palm-sized Chinkoan furnace appeared in his hand, swiftly enlarging to a height surpassing that of 2 individuals. He retrieved the blood spirit mushroom and cast it directly into the furnace. Forming hand seals, he conjured a flame the thickness of a finger. An hour later, the alchemical endeavor ended in failure. Su Chen felt neither surprise nor disappointment, for it is often said that failure is the mother of success. Merely comprehending the flames derived from the 3,000 pill arts was insufficient. Obtaining a specialized technique for cultivating flames would be ideal. As for the rare fires, acquiring them depended largely on fortune. Although the world is filled with myriad exotic fires, obtaining even one is no simple task for a martial artist. It is entirely reliant on luck. If fortune were to evade him, even if a rare fire lay before him, he might still be unable to seize it. Most importantly, the terrifying power of the is not easily encountered, and even if one does, it may not be obtained. Truly mastering is exceptionally challenging. For alchemists, is of paramount significance. It can be stated that alchemists of the same rank, possessing as opposed to ordinary flames, operate on entirely different levels, resulting in a substantial disparity in the quality of the elixirs produced. Many alchemists dedicate their entire lives in pursuit of, with the ultimate goal of mastering it. Retrieving the Qiankuan furnace, Su Chen helplessly remarked that he needed to find an opportunity to acquire a larger spatial ring. A single failure in alchemy is hardly significant. Once the dragon contest concludes, he intends to visit the Eastern Wilderness Academy to explore whether there are cultivation techniques pertaining to flames available for exchange. Not departing from the deep valley, Su Chen wished to continue testing his luck to see if he could discover other top-tier spirit herbs. Venturing deeper, he found the innermost part of the valley enveloped in a thin layer of crimson mist, appearing exceedingly eerie. Was it the disturbances here that rendered the valley devoid of sound? Su Chen could only speculate. At that moment, the purple fox leaped from Su Chen's embrace, nodding towards the crimson mist ahead. Do you wish to enter? The injuries of the purple fox had stabilized, yet a complete recovery would likely require at least several months, if not years. He could vaguely surmise that the purple fox's level must be quite high. Otherwise, the white fox would not have bowed down to it in Tiangu City. Then go ahead. The purple fox shook its head, making a series of chirping sounds. You want me to accompany you? Observing the purple fox nodding, Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. He could not refuse the purple fox's request. Cradling the purple fox, Su Chen advanced towards the crimson mist. As the mist enveloped him, Su Chen encountered no hindrance and smoothly entered, instantly feeling the crimson mist's essence relentlessly invading his mind, fiercely eroding his soul. Alarmed, Su Chen immediately activated the Chaos Devouring technique, forming a protective barrier of devouring energy around him to fend off the encroaching mist. Continuing forward, he came across the corpse of a monstrous beast. Gazing at the enormous body before him, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It was evident that this beast possessed formidable strength and life, as its presence alone had rendered the valley so eerily quiet. The purple fox darted forward, arriving at the corpse to begin devouring it. With a resigned shrug, Su Chen made no attempt to intervene. He trusted that the purple fox could withstand the power it was consuming and saw no need to stop it. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen sensed that although the essence of the crimson mist could erode the soul, it might not necessarily be detrimental to him. With the Chaos Devouring technique at his disposal, he could absorb the essence of the mist, transforming it into his own power for cultivation. Having successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm, he was merely one step away from the Void Pill realm. He hoped to leverage the power within this place to achieve a smooth breakthrough into the Void Pill realm. As he sat cross-legged, the Chaos Devouring technique within him began to unleash waves of devouring energy, enveloping him entirely as he ravenously consumed the surrounding crimson mist. The violet fox, consuming the power of the corpses, observed Su Chen in his meditative practice, its beautiful eyes whirling thoughtfully. Ultimately, the fox chose to assist Su Chen, channeling the energy acquired from its feast toward him. Thank you, Su Chen acknowledged with a nod, sensing the fox's intention. Transitioning from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Virtual Dan realm required the condensation of energy within his dantian. The strength he had absorbed converged in his dantian. beginning a cycle of fragmentation and reassembly, endlessly repeating. After an indeterminate number of iterations, Chen released a long howl to the heavens, at which point the energy within his dantian coalesced into a form reminiscent of a Dan, appearing ethereal and elusive. He had entered the virtual Dan realm. Chen was pleasantly surprised, not having anticipated that merely participating in the Dragon Challenge at Dongwang Academy would lead to such a breakthrough. At that moment, he felt utterly confident in his ability to overpower any adversary within the virtual Dan realm. Even when facing lower-tier solid Dan realm warriors or beasts, he believed he could stand his ground. With the Violet Fox's assistance, Chen stabilized at the second level of the virtual Dan realm, feeling quite satisfied. After all, cultivation was inherently a defiance of fate. Advancing one's martial prowess was fraught with challenges, and even a single tier's elevation was a formidable endeavor. His progress had already been remarkably swift, and he was certain that if he maintained this pace, within 1 to 2 years, he would possess the strength to defeat Su Hao. As Chen successfully broke through to the virtual Dan realm, the Violet Fox had finished its consumption, appearing quite content. Upon returning to his embrace, Chen noticed that the fox seemed somewhat transformed. Its injuries had healed considerably, and its fur appeared even more resplendent. Gently stroking the fox's fur and playfully touching its rear, he chuckled. The texture is delightful. The fox protested with a series of squeaks, clearly indicating that had its injuries not been severe, it would have retaliated. Chen laughed heartily, finding the Violet Fox endearing. He refrained from teasing it further, cradling the fox in his arms before turning to depart. Outside the towering peak, Xing Yingxue anxiously awaited, her mind too troubled to focus on cultivation. She was unaware of the circumstances inside and dared not intrude, fearing to become a burden to Chen. As her worry deepened, she realized her infatuation with him, though she lacked the courage to voice her feelings, terrified of rejection and the possibility of losing even their friendship. Just then, her expression brightened at the sight of a rushing figure. As Chen approached, she could hardly contain her eagerness, asking, Chen, are you all right? Shaking his head, Chen replied with a smile, I'm fine. He did not dwell on the notion that Xing Yingxue harbored feelings for him. Chen, not long ago, I saw seniors Xiao Ming and Shi Chun from Class 2 emerge severely injured. Have you encountered them? This is also the reason for Xing Yingxue's concern. After all, Xiao Ming and Shi Chun hail from the intermediate Class 1, holding prominent positions on the Qianlong list. Even within the Dongwang Academy, they are quite renowned. The fact that both sustained injuries in the valley leaves her deeply worried about the safety of her junior, Su. However, what Xing Yingxue does not realize is that the two were severely wounded by Chen. Let us depart. Reluctant to dwell on the matters concerning them, he views anyone he encounters merely as an obstacle. His primary purpose for visiting the Dongwang Academy is to evade the Su clan, with the utmost priority being his cultivation, aspiring to catch up with Su Hao in the shortest possible time. Su Hao, blessed with unparalleled talent within the Su clan, was once stripped of his imperial bone and integrated into himself. It is believed that Su Hao's aptitude ranks among the best in the entire Dongwang region. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the real Dan realm, he is on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Dan realm. As he ascends, Su Hao will undoubtedly progress alongside him, likely at a comparable pace. It is precisely for this reason that he must exert himself even more diligently, allowing no room for distraction and dedicating himself wholeheartedly. With his cultivation successfully advancing to the second level of the Void Dan realm, Chen has attained absolute invincibility among peers, capable of slaying even those at the peak of the Void Dan realm. Xing Xuejia, now that you have successfully awakened your mutated blood wheel, we shall part ways here. Part ways? A deep sigh escaped Xing Yingxue's lips. She had anticipated this outcome, though she did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Unable to refuse, she finds herself trapped by her own pride. As a girl, could she ever express, I like you, I wish to follow you? She cannot bring herself to do so. Her self-esteem forbids such overt displays. Girls who are too forward may be looked down upon. Su, take care, we shall meet at the academy. Xing Yingxue has resolved to cease her pursuit of the Qianlong list and has no desire for further trials. She intends to return to the academy immediately. With her awakening of the mutated blood wheel, the celestial lark, she believes her cultivation speed will significantly increase. Do take care. Chen does not linger. Swiftly turning to depart, watching his gradually vanishing figure, Xing Yingxue lets out another deep sigh. After leaving, Su Chen begins to lock onto various students, as the entire Dongwang Forest is divided into eastern and western territories. This is the arena for the Qianlong competition, where students from advanced and elite classes seldom tread. With Su Chen's current strength, he can undoubtedly sweep away all students from the beginner and intermediate classes. Relentlessly, he continues to dominate, feverishly seizing points. By the conclusion of the 10th day of the Qianlong competition, Su Chen discovers that the identity jade token in his possession displays a number, 3,333 points. His fervor has instilled fear across the entire beginner class, as well as all students from the intermediate class, earning him the moniker of Madman Su. Gazing at the identity jade token, Su Chen remains unaware of his precise ranking on the Qianlong list. He can only ascertain that he has indeed ascended. However, it is crucial to understand. In Dongwang Academy, the total number of students in both the junior and intermediate classes exceeds 10,000. However, approximately 70% of these students enter the forest to participate in the Dragons contest. Securing 3,333 points is considered a significant achievement, amounting to nearly half of the total points available. Upon the conclusion of the contest, all participants must vacate the forest and return to the academy. Within the academy, a vast plaza houses two stone monuments, one on the left and one on the right, both of which are entirely black. These monuments are inscribed from top to bottom with a dense array of names, classes, and awakened bloodlines. These two stone tablets represent the academy's most prestigious leaderboards, the Dragon List and the 100 Battles List. The Dragon List is contested by students from the junior and intermediate classes, while the 100 Battles List is the arena of the advanced and elite classes. For those fortunate enough to be in the elite class, they enjoy privileges akin to those of the faculty and receive the academy's utmost support. Free from the need to vie for leaderboard positions, each year, the rankings on these two lists are refreshed and following the contests. Students wishing to reclaim their standings may directly challenge those listed. Presently, countless students gather before the Dragon List, pointing and discussing animatedly. At the pinnacle of this list, the name Su Chen appears in striking red letters, accompanied by the bloodline, sword bloodline. While the name and bloodline alone might not seem significant, the inscription of Junior Class 22 following it leaves everyone in astonishment. After all, many had not ventured into the Dongwang Forest to partake in the so-called Dragons contest. Typically, the competition for the Dragon List is dominated by students from the intermediate classes, with little to no involvement from the junior class. For foundational realm students to contend for points against those in the virtual elixir realm is simply inconceivable. Conversely, it is a trivial matter for students in the virtual elixir realm to claim points from those in the foundational realm. This is precisely why so few students from the junior class have ever ascended to the Dragon List. Even among those who have, there are but a handful. This year's junior class has only produced one standout, Tang Hao, who occupies the first position, barely managing to secure the 100th rank on the Dragon List. Thus, it is evident how arduous it is for junior class students to ascend the Dragon List. Yet now, the top spot on the list boldly proclaims junior class Su Chen. And astonishingly, it is from the Academy's most underperforming junior class. It is well known that this class consists of 9 students, each possessing exceedingly poor talents, with their awakened bloodlines being deemed utterly ineffective. Who, then, is this Su Chen? My familiarity with the 9 students in the most underperforming class leads me to believe there is no one by that name. Perhaps he is a recent addition to the Academy. Indeed, if he were in the virtual elixir realm, he would have been placed directly into the intermediate class. Thus, his presence in the junior class suggests he is merely at the foundational realm. His ability to compete for the Dragon List while holding the top position is nothing short of remarkable. It would be prudent to inquire with the students in the junior class for further clarification. Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qing, and Yi Xianxian were there, moving forward to inquire. The least skilled beginner class comprised 9 students, 5 males and 4 females, with the 4 females being Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qing, Yi Xianxian, and Xing Yingxue. The 3 women did not participate in the Dragon selection battle, as they were still concerned about Xing Yingxue. After all, she was the only one from their class who ventured into the East Wilderness Forest for the competition. Gazing at the Dragon ranking before them, they were astonished to see the name at the top belong to someone from the least skilled beginner class. Who is this Su Chen? Where did he come from? It's been nearly a year, and we've never heard of such an exceptional individual in our class. I don't know. Perhaps he registered but never attended the academy until recently. Truly remarkable. To ascend to the top of the dragon ranking at the foundation establishment level is unprecedented in the history of the East Wilderness Academy. Our least skilled beginner class has finally made a name for itself. The three women were utterly shocked, as their class was often considered the most inconsequential and a source of ridicule among all students. "Stop right there. I have something to ask you," a voice interrupted. "What is it?" The three felt somewhat inferior upon seeing students from other beginner classes. After all, strength was the ultimate currency in any setting. "What is the background of this Su Chen?" Xiaoman shook her head and replied helplessly, "We would like to know too. We have never met him, nor have we even heard of him." Their surprise was palpable. The fact that even the students from the least skilled beginner class were unaware of this Su Chen made him quite the enigma. Su Chen's ascension to the top of the dragon ranking sent shockwaves throughout the East Wilderness Academy. Everyone was eager to learn who Su Chen truly was. A student from the least skilled beginner class at the foundation establishment level had managed to reach the pinnacle of the dragon selection battle. As all participants returned to the academy, various pieces of information regarding Su Chen began to circulate rapidly. Su Chen possesses the blood sword wheel and is at the void dam level. He seems like a madman, seizing points from everyone without exception. Void dam level? He is merely in the beginner class, and the least skilled one at that? Throughout the day, rumors about Su Chen spread like wildfire across the East Wilderness Academy. The infamous madman Su Chen had already made a name for himself even before officially entering the academy. In the northwest corner of the academy lay the most secluded area, where independent bungalows were neatly arranged, serving as the dormitories for the least skilled beginner class. Though termed dormitories, they were merely simple houses, vastly inferior compared to those of other classes. Upon returning to the academy, Su Chen first completed his enrollment procedures and received his reward for securing the top position on the dragon ranking, a staggering 30,000 points, combined with the 3,333 points he had acquired, giving him a total of 33,333 points. "You are Su Chen." Before Su Chen could locate his dormitory among the rows of buildings, he heard someone call out to him. As he turned to see 5 individuals approaching, Su Chen nodded and replied, "I am Su Chen." "Haha, indeed it is you. I am Xiao Hong, and these 4 are Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, Huang Qi, and Feng Zhu. We all hail from junior class 22, while the other 4 have yet to arrive." "Who said we haven't arrived?" As the melodious voice, akin to a lark, faded, Xing Xue and her companions approached. "Junior Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Xing Xue, Feng Qing, Shi Xiaoman, and Yi Xianyuan. With you, our junior class 22 comprises 10 members, making it the smallest class in the entire Dongwang Academy. The most inferior junior class, often referred to by the academy as the waste class, as any student who enters this class could be deemed the least capable among the incompetent, with poor talent and utterly useless bloodlines. Should they fail to pass the assessments, the academy will expel them forcefully. "So, you are brother Su?" Feng Qing approached Su Chen, extending her right hand with a cheerful smile, her features strikingly delicate, particularly her 2 dimples that appeared charming when she grinned. Su Chen reciprocated the gesture, shaking her hand and smiling. "Greetings, Senior Feng. Please do not call me Senior, though you have just entered the academy. You are already ranked first on the potential dragon list, and your fame has spread throughout the academy. If others hear you calling me Senior, I would be utterly embarrassed." Yet, Su Chen persisted, "I do not care about others. Within junior class 22, you are indeed my seniors." The group noticed Su Chen's reserved nature, revealing a commendable character, far from the arrogance they had anticipated. In an instant, they gathered around him, chattering excitedly, and soon they all bonded seamlessly. Su Chen felt quite content in this so-called inferior junior class. "Good day, Vice Dean." Within the enrollment hall, 2 teachers were organizing student records when an elderly gentleman entered, his rotund figure protruding like a watermelon belly, his hair resembling a bird's nest, clearly unwashed for quite some time, and he was munching on a chicken leg. Nodding, Qin Zhu approached the 2 and said, "I have heard that a lunatic has emerged from junior class 22, astonishingly amassing over 3,000 points in the potential dragon competition, and has ascended to the top of the potential dragon list. I wish to examine his records." "Vice Dean, please take a look." The records were presented, detailing Su Chen's information. Su Chen, hailing from the Su family of Panyu City, possessed a sword bloodline, and prior to joining the academy was at the foundation establishment stage. After participating in the potential dragon competition, he advanced to the void dance stage and overwhelmingly claimed the top position on the potential dragon list. Frowning, Qin Zhu expressed his dissatisfaction. Previously, that could be overlooked, but now that he has broken through to the void dance stage and ranks first on the potential dragon list. Why is he still in a junior class, and the most inferior one at that? Vice Dean, we have already made arrangements. But Su Chen insists on remaining in the junior class. What? Qin Zhu was somewhat taken aback. The two teachers bore expressions of helplessness and confusion, entirely defying logic. Under normal circumstances, anyone who enters the academy for cultivation aims to ascend. As the saying goes, people seek higher ground while water flows downward. Who would wish to linger in a junior class when one could advance to a higher tier? After all, the resources for cultivation differ vastly between the two levels. Yet, Su Chen was an exception. Why does he choose to remain in the junior class? The vice dean did not elaborate, and as they pondered whether to intervene, Qin Zhu waved his hand with a smile and said, "Do not concern yourselves. If he wishes to continue in the junior class, let it be. However, remember that his treatment must be equivalent to that of the advanced class students." The mention of the advanced class left the two teachers increasingly astonished, yet they refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that the vice dean's status within the academy far surpassed their own. Qin Zhu, renowned as the foremost vice dean of Donghuang Academy, stood at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. In the dormitory, the dilapidated courtyard was tidied up in merely half an hour by Shi Xiaoman and others, all weeds eradicated, presenting a relatively pleasing sight under the blazing sun. Su Chen found great solace in such a tranquil environment, free from disturbances. His ascent to the top of the dragon ranking was entirely unexpected. Who could have anticipated that accumulating over 3,000 points would secure him the position? Initially, he had intended to participate in the 100 Battles contest, not to vie for a spot on the 100 Battles ranking, but rather to engage in sparring with students of the Solid Dan realm. Regrettably, both the Dragon Contest and the 100 Battles contest were limited to a duration of merely 10 days. Junior Su, the courtyard has been cleaned. I am here to share more about the academy, one of them said. Very well. They all gathered around the stone table, where the fragrant aroma of tea prompted Su Chen to lift his cup and drink it in one go. Wan Nian smiled and remarked, "Our Donghuang Academy is among the most prestigious forces throughout the entire Donghuang region. There are numerous areas within the academy suitable for our students to cultivate, and one can visit the Martial Pavilion and the Armory Pavilion to exchange points for whatever one desires. Junior Su, if you seek a place for cultivation, I must tell you that your first destination should be the Beast Tower. It is said that the Beast Tower has been a sacred site for cultivation for countless years, established by various deans and vice deans, along with the teachers, who have subdued countless beast spirits and souls, all based on a top-tier spiritual vein. It offers significant benefits for student cultivation, though the points required to enter the Beast Tower are quite steep." "How many points are needed?" Shi Xiaoman asked with a resigned smile. "It costs 100 points for a day of cultivation, and one must compete for a spot to enter the Beast Tower. For students of the junior class, especially those in the lowest tier, 100 points was an exorbitant amount. While it might not pose a challenge for students in the intermediate or advanced classes, there are various methods to earn points within the academy, including hunting beasts to exchange for beast cores or engaging in wagers with others. However, the academy has strict regulations, stating that intermediate class students must not forcibly demand points from those in the junior class. Any violations would result in immediate expulsion." Upon hearing this, Su Chen discerned that Shi Xiaoman and her companions were eager to enter the Beast Tower for cultivation, but, constrained by their financial limitations, could only dream of it. "I possess some points. If you wish, we can head to the Beast Tower to cultivate now, but first, I would like to see each of your blood wheels." This was directed at all except Xing and Xue. 8 individuals each summoned their respective blood wheels. To Su Chen's observation, the caliber of these blood wheels was indeed quite low, bordering on the useless. It was no surprise that they found themselves in the most inferior beginner class. "Xing, what of your blood wheel?" asked Shi Xiaoman with a mischievous grin. "I have splendid news. Sister Xing has awakened the mutated blood wheel, the Veil of Celestial Larks. This is a premier blood wheel from the East Wilderness, and I dare say there are but few within the academy who could suppress Sister Xing's prowess." Upon hearing the name of the mutated blood wheel, Veil of Celestial Larks, the expressions of all but Su Chen shifted dramatically. Each of them understood the significance of a mutated blood wheel, especially one that was awakened from the zenith of the East Wilderness. They began to extend their congratulations to Xing and Xue. After all, in the entirety of the most inferior beginner class, which consisted of merely 10 individuals, witnessing a classmate awaken a mutated blood wheel was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. It was all thanks to Junior Su's assistance. Without him, I would never have been able to reawaken my mutated blood wheel. Upon hearing this, the group surmised that, most likely during the contest for the hidden dragon, Su Chun had aided Sister Xing in her awakening. The Academy remained unaware of Sister Xing's newfound power. If they were to learn of it, they would surely expel her from the class immediately. I shall not leave, Su Chun interjected. Senior Huang, your blood will seems rather peculiar as well. Allow me to assist you in testing it. At this, Huang Qi felt a tremor of apprehension. He was acutely aware of what Su Chun implied. His blood wheel was that of stone, the most unremarkable of all, verging on the classification of a discarded blood wheel. Junior Su, are you suggesting that my blood wheel could also be a mutated one? Upon seeing Su Chun nod, Huang Qi was overwhelmed with excitement, regardless of its previous insignificance. If it were to be a mutated blood wheel, it could very well ascend to a premier status. What must I do? He inquired eagerly. Follow me, Su Chun replied. As the two entered the room, the remaining individuals, save for Xing and Xue, were filled with envy. A mutated blood wheel, the pinnacle of blood wheels, once awakened, indicated a promising future in martial endeavors. Who could have imagined that within a beginner class of merely 10, 2 mutated blood wheels would emerge, one of which was ranked first on the hidden dragon list? Junior Su is indeed remarkable. Such a talent will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. I suspect he will soon depart from our beginner class, one speculated. That may not be the case. Logically, since Junior Su has already ascended to the top of the hidden dragon list, the Academy would typically not allow him to remain in the beginner class. His continued presence suggests he is unwilling to leave, another reasoned. Half an hour later, the door to the room slowly creaked open. Watching the two emerge, Fang Zhu could hardly contain his anticipation. What transpired? Su Chun smiled and replied, Indeed, it is as I suspected. Senior Huang has awakened the mutated blood wheel, petrification. Petrification? Still a stone blood wheel. Huang Qi seemed to grasp the thoughts of the onlookers, chuckling as he activated his blood wheel. Above his head, a blood wheel materialized, revealing a translucent yellow stone within its ethereal confines. Petrification. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a wine goblet upon the stone table before Huang Qi was instantaneously petrified, transforming into a stone chalice. A sharp intake of breath accompanied this display. The potency of such a blood wheel was undeniably formidable. Kneeling on one knee, Huang Qi intended to pay his respects to Su Chun, but was promptly assisted back to his feet by him. Nevertheless, Huang Qi remained resolute, kneeling still as he proclaimed, Since departing from my family and fortuitously entering the Academy, I am certain that, within a few months, my inadequate talent will result in my expulsion. I owe it all to you. A collective sigh resonated among the onlookers, for Huang Qi spoke the undeniable truth. As a member of the lowest tier class, he was destined for assessment in 2 or 3 months, and failure to pass would lead to a forced departure from the Academy. The law of the jungle prevailed. Such is the harsh reality. Efforts and experiences went unnoticed, as only talent and strength held any value. Now, however, I, Huang Qi, have awakened the petrifying blood wheel, one of the most prestigious in the eastern wilderness. All of this is your gift, and you are akin to my rebirth parents. I, Huang Qi, hereby vow that from this moment forth, Su Chun shall be my master, and in this life and the next, I shall remain unwaveringly loyal. Should I betray this oath, I shall incur divine retribution and meet a lamentable end. No sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Qi, without granting Su Chun an opportunity to intervene, forcibly drew forth a drop of his essence blood, swearing an oath that vanished in a peculiar formation. A most formidable blood vow. Once established, it could never be contravened. The onlookers, witnessing Huang Qi's solemn oath, were left in profound astonishment, yet understanding dawned upon them, for Su Chun had seemingly granted Huang Qi a second chance at life. The distinction between a wasted blood wheel and a top-tier mutated blood wheel was stark. With this renewed awakening, Huang Qi was destined to tread an entirely different path. No longer would he be derided as useless. Wherever he chose to align himself, he would receive significant nurturing. The individual once burdened with a flawed blood will had vanished. Observing Huang Qi kneeling before him, having sworn his blood oath, Su Chun sighed deeply, realizing that it was too late to dissuade him. Helping Huang Qi to his feet, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. What is the necessity of this? You are unaware of the dangers that accompany my path. Following me may lead to peril. The underlying implications were clear to all, including Huang Qi. Rest assured, my master, he replied. Stop. Remember, never refer to me as master. If you wish to accompany me, simply call me young master from now on. Understood. With his oath in place, Huang Qi was overwhelmed with gratitude, for Su Chun had bestowed upon him a second chance, allowing him to awaken his mutated blood wheel. Little did Huang Qi foresee that this decision would lead him to become a prominent force, shaking the very foundations of the continent. Among the 9, only Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi had awakened the mutated blood wheel, while the others bore the stigma of a wasted blood wheel. In the eyes of the remaining 7, Su Chun discerned a profound envy. After all, no one desired to possess a flawed blood wheel. To carry such a burden was to forever dwell in the lowest echelons of society, eternally relegated to the shadows. I wish to convey a singular truth to you all. In this world, there exists no such thing as a worthless bloodline. It is merely the indolent who falter. As long as you are unwilling to relinquish hope, I, Su Chun, shall endeavor to assist you. Thank you. Thank you, Su Xueti. While words of gratitude spill forth, disbelief lingers in the heart. A worthless bloodline remains just that, a worthless bloodline. Unless one undergoes a reawakening to a mutated bloodline, their existence is irrevocably doomed. Let us proceed to the Beast Tower for cultivation. I shall treat you all. The Beast Tower is situated in the northeastern expanse of the academy, towering several hundred meters. Its ashen black exterior is adorned with intricate patterns and various beastly motifs. To enter the Beast Tower for cultivation, one must exchange 100 points for a day's training. Admission requires students to claim their positions within, as proximity to the center greatly enhances personal cultivation. Su Chun led the 9 individuals to the Beast Tower, promptly submitting 3,000 points for 3 days of cultivation for each person. Isn't this the gathering of the most inept from the lowest tier? How generous. 3 days each. A total of 3,000 points. What a waste for those like you. Even entering the Beast Tower would be pointless. Rumors of a member from the lowest tier ascending to the top of the hidden dragon rankings had yet to reach some students. Were they aware? Would they still dare to provoke? A bald youth approached with a grin, while onlookers remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. Typically, in such circumstances, jeers would ensue. Yet now, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. The bald youth furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. To him, they were merely a cluster of inept individuals from the lowest tier. What is the matter, Fangju? Are you dissatisfied? You siblings truly are cut from the same cloth. If one is a failure, so is the other. Fangju and Fangqing were indeed siblings. Huang Qi, what should we do if a dog comes barking? Beat it. Will the academy intervene? The academy will remain uninvolved, as it was the dog that initiated the disturbance. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the bald youth was consumed by rage. Utterly unprepared for such provocation, how could he not feel incensed? Before he could retaliate, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. For someone at the second level of the Void Dan realm, dealing with students from the junior class was an effortless task. In an instant, the air was filled with the agonized wails reminiscent of slaughtered swine. Su Chen showed no mercy. Those who sought trouble must pay the price, and to avoid provocation, one must wield an imposing presence. Wherever one goes, strength reigns supreme. Without resorting to slaps, Su Chun delivered a flurry of kicks, entirely bypassing the need for bloodlines or martial techniques. After delivering over 100 kicks, the bald youth had swollen thrice over, his original features rendered unrecognizable, and his cries of anguish gradually weakened. The academy had strict regulations. Unless a life-and-death agreement was signed for a duel, no fatalities could occur. What are you doing? Huang Qi immediately stepped forward and said, Teacher Zhao, he intentionally humiliated us and insulted us as worthless. We were merely defending ourselves. Many were not the slightest bit surprised. For Su Chun ranked first on the potential dragon list and was a practitioner of the Void Dan realm. Although it was unclear why he remained in the junior class, it was completely self-defeating for a Foundation establishment cultivator to insult someone of the Void Dan realm. Teacher Zhao nodded, gestured towards the youth lying on the ground, unconscious or perhaps merely fainted, and said, Remove him. Are you Su Chen? Yes. It's nothing. You may enter. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Huang Qi approached Su Chun and whispered, Boss, How did I notice that teacher Zhao seems a bit different towards you? Let us go? Whether it is different or not is inconsequential. Inside the 10,000 Beasts Tower, the environment was a realm apart from the outside world. The interior was vast, seemingly without end, and the concentration of spiritual energy surpassed that outside by several folds. All the prime positions in the center had already been occupied, leaving only the corners available. The better the position, the more fiercely it was contested, predominantly by students from advanced or elite classes. Boss, there's no one there. Shaking his head, Chen understood that the disparity between good and poor positions was significant. Cultivating in less favorable locations meant merely 3 days of practice, whereas in prime spots, 3 days equated to 6 or even 9 days. His points were not to be squandered. And since he had chosen to enter the 10,000 Beasts Tower for cultivation, he must seek the best position. In martial arts, one must strive. Without striving, how could one hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Follow me. What does Junior Su want to do? Huang Qi, however, paid no heed to anything else. At this moment, he followed Chen without question. As long as Chen directed him east, he would not venture west. Sure, Xiaoman and the others also complied. Even if misfortune awaited them, they would face it together, as they hailed from the same class. Moreover, Chen's prowess as the top of the potential dragon list was beyond dispute. Upon arriving at the position of the intermediate class 1, Chen pointed at the more than 20 individuals before him and coldly stated, "All of you, vacate this position. My class 22 wishes to cultivate here." Xiao Ming and Chen's expressions darkened in an instant, revealing their displeasure. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since delivered a slap. Yet, before them stood this madman. Madman Chen had gained notoriety in the eastern wilderness forest and had aggressively seized over 3,000 points to ascend to the top of the potential dragon list. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ming, his face etched with fury, retorted, "Chen, do not take things too far. And if I do, you may stay, but if you dare to challenge me, I shall engage you to the fullest." Within the 10,000 Beasts Tower, competing for positions was beyond the Academy's concern, as long as it did not result in death. Thus, this was a place where strength dictated everything. Those with power could claim the best positions, while those lacking it had no choice but to settle for the corners. A battle? Do you dare? Certainly not. In the Forest Valley, the 2 9th-level Void Dam practitioners joined forces and yet could not match this individual. Now, in the presence of so many onlookers, to rise and depart would indeed be a blow to their dignity. Humph. A soft huff was heard as a stunning woman clad in purple rose to her feet. Her oval face was adorned with elegantly arched brows, and her captivating large eyes seemed to possess a voice of their own, exuding an aura of icy coldness akin to a towering glacier. How could the lowest-ranked students of the junior class become so audacious? Today, I shall witness how you intend to drive us, the elite of the senior class, away. Shen Bingyue, previously the second on the potential dragon list, a pinnacle 9th-level Void Dam practitioner of the intermediate first class, was merely a step away from the true pinnacle of the Void Dam realm, known as Blood Wheel Ice Snow. This time, Shen Bingyue did not participate in the contest for the potential dragon, intending instead to break through her limits within the Beast Tower and successfully transition to the true Dan realm, thereby advancing to the senior class to vie for a position on the 100 battles list, rather than squandering time on the potential dragon list. Her objective was to transcend her own limitations. This location represented the utmost for students of the intermediate class, as none dared to provoke the senior class, let alone vie for their positions. Who could have imagined that individuals from the lowest junior class would dare to encroach upon their territory? Such an occurrence had never transpired before, and she even pondered whether the 10 from the junior class had lost their senses. Otherwise, they would not engage in such base actions. Observing Chen and Xiao Ming's countenance filled with ire yet refraining from punishing the 10, Shen Bingyue found it increasingly difficult to suppress her inner fury. "Sister Shen, be cautious." "Cautious of what? Pray tell?" Shen Bingyue inwardly berated, cursing the two for their ineptitude. Did they truly need to exercise caution against the ineffectual students of the lowest junior class? Such behavior was nothing short of disgraceful. If this news were to spread, it would utterly tarnish the reputation of the intermediate class. What were the two truly thinking to fear those from the weakest junior class? It was utterly ludicrous. "Boss, this is Shen Bingyue, the second in the intermediate class, Blood Wheel Ice Snow, a pinnacle 9th-level Void Dam practitioner, second only to Tang Hao." and she did not participate in the contest for the potential dragon. Listening to Huang Qi's explanation, Su Chen expressed his impatience. Your words are excessively verbose. Wasting 10 minutes. Since you refuse to yield your positions, I shall have to take action. Wait, we are willing to relinquish our positions. Shi Chun and Xiao Ming rose, resigned to reality despite their inner reluctance, as they were most unwilling to provoke Su Chen, let alone engage in battle with such a madman, which would yield no advantage. Sister Shun, let us concede our positions to them. Incompetence. If you wish to leave, then depart. My intermediate class cannot afford such disgrace. Take care, sister. Without further ado. They chose not to elaborate, for Shun Bingyue had no desire to hear more. Would they really announce publicly that they had been defeated by Su Chen in the valley, even while joining forces? Such a revelation would never be volunteered. As she watched the dozens of departing figures, Shun Bingyue realized that only 4 remained behind her, igniting a fierce anger within her. The more she contemplated, the more incensed she became. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed students of Intermediate Class 1 would be intimidated by the mere pupils of the lowest beginner class? It was utterly humiliating. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, Shun Bingyue coldly declared, I am eager to see what abilities you possess that compel you to act so arrogantly in my presence. Before she could finish her retort, Su Chen had already delivered a powerful slap. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet it was imbued with overwhelming force. The 9 Tribulations sword technique integrated into his palm strike amplified its impact, for Su Chen was now at the 2nd level of the Void Pill realm. No longer the foundation establishment warrior he once was. This strike nearly sent Shun Bingyue into a frenzy. It was the utmost humiliation that she could scarcely endure. Boom. Though her opponent did not unleash his blood wheel, neither would she. Wishing to test their palm strength against one another and reveal the true prowess of a peak 9th level Void Pill realm warrior. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the simple collision shattered Shun Bingyue's palm attack in an instant, followed by the resounding slap echoing through the air. Indeed, Shun Bingyue had been publicly slapped, even while she had exerted her full strength. Although she had been somewhat caught off guard, her status and strength signified that the student from the beginner class was indeed formidable, certainly no ordinary foe. Impressive. Some advanced class students murmured in agreement, thoroughly stunned. Shun Bingyue never expected that, as a 9th level Void Pill realm warrior, she would be unable to withstand even a single blow from her adversary. It was an egregious disgrace. With a frosty glare imbued with murderous intent, the enraged Shun Bingyue launched herself at Su Chen, unleashing her blood wheel, ice and snow. The flurry of ice and snow enveloped the surroundings, chilling to the bone, as she executed her martial art, freezing 3 feet. She aimed to freeze him alive, even at the cost of incurring the Academy's wrath. Be careful, boss, warned a bystander. Yet, Su Chen regarded her with disdain. The blood wheel of the sword roiled and coalesced, conjuring a shadow of the slashing blade as he unleashed the 9 Tribulations sword technique. With the sound of the sword's chant resonating all around, a torrent of relentless and formidable sword energy began to swirl and encompass the area, shattering the icy onslaught. 2nd level of the Void Pill realm? How could one possibly remain in the lowest beginner class? They speculated, questioning the Academy's allocation. Perhaps this individual has only just entered the Academy. That should not be the case, they countered. For the Academy had strict distribution rules whereby Void Pill realm students were directly assigned to intermediate classes, not permitted to linger in beginner classes. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Unlike Shun Bingyue, his purpose in coming to Dongwang Academy was to secure time for himself and intimidate the Su clan. He could not afford to act recklessly. Without wasting a moment, Su Chen swiftly defeated Shun Bingyue, sending her flying with a kick that landed her beside Xiao Ming and the others. As Feng Zhu and others observed the scene before them, they were filled with a sense of disbelief. No one expected Su Chen to exhibit such a lack of appreciation for delicate beauty, especially considering that Shun Bingyue was renowned as one of the Academy's most stunning women. The advanced class students chose to refrain from intervening in the matter, opting instead to find their own spots to cultivate. Su Chen, undeterred by the actions of others, seated himself directly, having already discerned that the Beast Tower was indeed an excellent location for cultivation. He wasted no time. It was not merely a matter of points, but rather an urgency to seize every moment. Only in this way could he hope to catch up with Su Hao in the shortest possible time. Still in a state of confusion, Huang Qi and the others gathered around Su Chen, encircling him in the center. Su Chen's voice resonated in the minds of each individual. Concentrate and calm yourselves. Maintain your essence, and follow the techniques I imparted to you. Strive to harmonize your cultivation frequency with mine. Su Chen resolved to assist his classmates in their advancement while he remained in the junior class. Except for Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi, the others had only a few months left before they might face expulsion from the academy due to inadequate assessments. He was unwilling to witness such a scenario, hence his desire to aid them. Even if Feng Zhu and others could not progress further in the future, at the very least, they could continue to practice within the academy. From the ancient divine demon secret, he derived a new martial art and imparted it to the 9 individuals, hoping that through this martial discipline, alongside his chaotic devouring technique, they could refine their strength, allowing it to flow into the 9 practitioners. As time passed, Su Chen divided the devoured power in 2, retaining half for his own cultivation while distributing the remainder among the 9. It was evident that Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi, awakened with their mutated bloodlines, exhibited a noticeably superior cultivation speed compared to the other 7. Aside from Huang Qi and Xing Yingxue, who all successfully broke through. By the next day, the remaining 7 also achieved breakthroughs, thanks to Su Chen's unwavering support. This brought immense joy to everyone, as advancing a tier at such a rapid pace was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. Now, they were truly grateful to Su Chen. In assisting others, Su Chen himself ascended 1 stage, progressing from the 2nd-level Void Dan realm to the 3rd-level Void Dan realm, a commendable achievement in his eyes. Continuously channeling the ancient divine demon secret, he simultaneously activated the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a martial art bestowed upon him by Luo Tianfei, which was exceptionally formidable and nearly rivaled the ancient divine demon secret. As Su Chen engaged with the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a wave of rebirth energy enveloped him. Suddenly, he perceived a chorus of roars emanating from within the beast tower, invoking the sounds of myriad beasts. What was happening? The ancestral phoenix and ancestral dragon represented the pinnacle of the beast world, standing as superlative beings atop the martial arts hierarchy. The secret of the Zufeng Palace. The Zufeng Nirvana technique is derived from the lineage of Zufeng. Once Su Chen commenced its operation, it triggered a resonance among the myriad beasts within the beast tower. This was an eventuality that Su Chen had never anticipated. As for his fellow disciple Su, he had vanished without a trace. The 9 practitioners, who were in the midst of their cultivation, abruptly opened their eyes, bewildered by the inexplicable disappearance of Su Chen, their faces etched with astonishment, utterly clueless as to how this had transpired. In the illusory space, countless beast carcasses littered the ground, each step eliciting a cacophony of crackling sounds that were harsh to the ears, sending shivers down one's spine. Observing the scattered remains of the beasts, Su Chen gradually comprehended an essential truth. He had entered the illusory realm of the beast tower. As for the reason behind his entrance, it was undoubtedly linked to the operation of his Zufeng Nirvana technique. Within him, the Zufeng Nirvana technique continued to circulate, for Su Chen remained unaware of whether his entry into the beast tower's illusory space would be a boon or a bane. An array of peculiar forces enveloped the entire illusory realm, while the Zufeng Nirvana technique within him seemed to receive some form of guidance. A resounding phoenix cry erupted from Su Chen's core, and to his astonishment, a colossal phoenix began to materialize behind him, its majestic presence instantly suffusing the illusory space, overpowering the aura of any beast. The beast tower itself was already immensely formidable. Since the establishment of the Eastern Wilderness Academy and the acquisition of the beast tower, the dean, vice deans, and all the instructors had relentlessly hunted beasts, imprisoning their essence and souls within the tower. After countless years of proliferation, the beast tower had long suppressed innumerable beast essences and souls. Zufeng? Is this truly Zufeng? Su Chen was equally astounded, for he had not expected that by sheer coincidence within the beast tower, he would cultivate to the core of the Zufeng Nirvana technique. He believed that even the illustrious Luo Tianfei might struggle to achieve such a manifestation of Zufeng, as he felt the overwhelming presence radiating from the towering phoenix. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. This martial art was perfectly suited to him. The majestic phoenix apparition gazed down upon the world, compelling all beast apparitions to bow in submission, their bodies trembling with fear, a testament to the supremacy of the bloodline. Zufeng, the mightiest beast of the realm. Initially, Su Chen had intended to harness the power of the phoenix apparition to devour the essence and souls of the beasts within the tower, confident that this would elevate his prowess by several ranks. However, before he could do so, the towering Zufeng vanished, and Su Chen's figure re-emerged from the illusory realm of the beast tower, returning to its interior. As Su Chen suddenly reappeared, the faces of Feng Zhu and the others were wholly marked by astonishment. How had Su Chen accomplished this? Without further inquiry, in the vast plaza, a young girl clad in a pale yellow garment stood before the hidden dragon rankings, fixated on the name occupying the top position, Su Chen, Bloodsword Wheel. With hair as dark as ink dancing in the wind, and beneath the moonlit brows lie a pair of fox-like eyes, complemented by a high-bridged nose and cherry-red lips. Her porcelain skin surpasses the purity of snow, and her tall, slender figure can only be encapsulated in a couplet. One glance can captivate a city. A second glance can enchant a nation. This enchanting maiden is none other than Princess Ji Yoshi of the Pandang Empire, whose bloodline is that of the illustrious seven-colored soul-devouring python, a pinnacle lineage. A decade ago, she was sent to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, where she became a disciple of the vice president. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, she has now attained the 7th level of the Golden Core realm and is training in the elite class. Just a few days prior, news arrived from the royal court that her fiancé, Su Chen, had been stripped of his bloodline by Su Hao of the Su clan and subsequently expelled from the Su family. This revelation stirred a twinge of sorrow in her heart. In their childhood, they had crossed paths on several occasions, and Su Chen had proven to be a commendable individual. Such a pity. The royal family has informed her that the engagement is set to be dissolved, granting her the autonomy to decide her own marital fate. Ji Yoshi is acutely aware that her exceptional talent, coupled with her prestigious bloodline, renders her invaluable to the royal family, especially with the support of her formidable master. Once she ascends to the nascent soul realm, she will be eligible for the elite class, becoming a core disciple of the academy, thereby receiving focused cultivation. In the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there are merely 5 elite classes. Upon seeing a familiar name, one associated with the sword bloodline, she momentarily thought it was her fiancé. However, upon reflection, such a notion is utterly impossible. Su Chen has been rendered incapable of reclaiming his bloodline. Even an emperor-level expert could not restore it, let alone Su Chen himself. With a resigned shake of her head, she prepared to enter a special training location within the academy. Meanwhile, in the secluded foothills of the Su clan, Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes and let out a long howl to the heavens. The golden core he had formed within began to shatter, coalescing anew into the ethereal visage of an infant. This was the nascent soul. The golden core realm is stratified into 10 tiers, from 1 to peak. Tiers 1 to 3 are classified as low-grade golden core realm, 4 to 6 as mid-grade, 7 to 9 as high-grade, culminating in the peak golden core realm. With the shattering of the golden core, the nascent soul takes form. Su Hao has successfully transcended into the nascent soul realm. Observing the ethereal figure floating within, Su Hao immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Master, I separated Su Chen from his imperial bone and awakened the 7-kill sword bloodline. Why have I only now broken through to the nascent soul realm?" His heart was heavy with frustration and an overwhelming sense of unfulfillment. His innate talent is already formidable. Even without merging with the imperial bone, he believes he could have reached the nascent soul realm solely through the power of the 7-kill sword bloodline. The imperial bone now feels like a burden, a fact he has not disclosed to anyone, including his father. With a smile, the illusory figure responded, "Do not be anxious. My disciple, for the past decade, I have intentionally suppressed your imperial bone and your cultivation. Do you understand why?" "I do not," replied Su Hao, perplexed. His master's deliberate suppression explained the stagnation in his cultivation speed. There was no trace of anger in Su Hao. He understood that his master must have had his reasons for such actions. The essence of your imperial bone does not awaken from within you. Rather, it is forcibly extracted from others and integrated into your being. This temporary amalgamation may assist in your rapid advancement. However, as your cultivation deepens, the imperial bone will not become your foundation. Instead, it will turn against you, ultimately consuming you entirely. Upon hearing his master's words, Su Hao was utterly bewildered, his body trembling in fear. If what his master said was true, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. For an entire decade, the master had suppressed the imperial bone, believing that it would take an equivalent span of time for the bone to completely merge with him. This imperial bone is exceedingly powerful. Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, it has fully integrated within you. Henceforth, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially, allowing you to reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage within a year, enabling a breakthrough into the Soul Palace realm. His face was alight with joy and excitement. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. You are my most exceptional disciple, regardless of the origins of the imperial bone, possessing such a treasure. You are destined to become the most formidable being in existence. I will not disappoint your high hopes, Master. Let us commence. Yes. In contrast, Chen, devoid of the imperial bone, possessed 3 overlapping blood wheels and had acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower. Furthermore, he had cultivated the ancient divine demon art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, presenting opportunities far surpassing those of Su Hao. The outcome of their fated battle remains uncertain. 3 days later, 10 individuals returned from the Beast Tower to their dormitory. However, upon Su Chen's return, he received a message from the academy, summoning him immediately to the principal's office. Without delay, Su Chen departed from the dormitory. Deep within the academy stood a modest white building, understated yet elegant, its exterior adorned with peculiar marble patterns. Arriving at the door, Su Chen knocked. "Come in." He pushed the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man sat behind a desk, exuding grace and composure, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes fixated on the book in his hands. "Student Su Chen, I have met the principal before." Setting the book down, Lan Shang regarded Su Chen with satisfaction, remarking, "You truly resemble your father." At the mention of his father, Su Chen felt a pang of sorrow, for his father now lay in a state akin to death, ensconced in the family's ice coffin, forever unresponsive. Sensing Su Chen's melancholy, Lan Shang continued, "I do not favor those who seek to gain favors. Your matters have already been discussed with your grandfather. Within this academy, you shall not receive special treatment. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Excellent. As for the Su and Tang clans, I will manage that for you. As long as you remain in the academy, they shall not lay a finger on you." Coming to Dongwang Academy was intended to leverage its influence to deter the Su clan, providing him with more time for cultivation. Regarding the Tang clan, it seemed they were aware of his actions against Tang Hao. The principal had already learned of the incident involving the incapacitation of Tang Hao's blood wheel. One must be prepared to face the consequences of their actions, even if given the chance to do it again. I would not regret it and would act the same way, for we had signed a life and death pact, engaging in a battle to the death. You certainly know how to attract trouble. You have barely entered the academy and already incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel. Su Chen remained silent. Without further deliberation on the matter, Lan Shang remarked, "Years ago, Su Hao deprived you of your imperial bone. Logically, given Su Hao's innate talent, he should have reached the Soul Palace realm by now. However, according to the information I've received, Su Hao has only recently broken through to the advanced True Dan realm. The realms from level 7 to level 9 of True Dan are collectively referred to as the advanced True Dan realm." Even Lan Shang found this situation somewhat suspicious, for the fusion of an imperial bone could not possibly yield no benefits in cultivation. Su Chen also felt a sense of doubt. Upon encountering Su Hao once more in the Forest of Heavenly Punishment, he sensed that Su Hao's rate of cultivation was not as swift as he had anticipated. Although the Eastern Wilderness Academy congregates all the talented individuals from the Eastern Wilderness, Su Hao's talent is commendable, and with the fusion of his own imperial bone, he should have surpassed his peers. Yet, what was the outcome? I will assist you in investigating this matter. But you must understand that Su Hao has fused with the imperial bone, and it will not be so simple. If you seek revenge, your priority should be to focus on your cultivation rather than courting trouble. Do you comprehend? Understood. You may leave now. Yes. Just as Su Chen turned to depart, the dean's voice echoed once more. "I am Lan Shang. Your father once saved me. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, come directly to me." Nodding, Su Chen refrained from looking back and opened the door to exit. Watching the vanishing figure, Lan Shang sighed deeply. His stern demeanor was meant to spur Su Chen to cultivate diligently, leaving no room for delay. A Su Hao who had fused with an imperial bone, and a discarded waste who had lost his blood wheel. Both the Su clan and the Tang clan are top-tier factions in the Eastern Wilderness. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Academy could intimidate both clans, once Su Chen leaves the academy, it is certain that both clans will take action. Could he continuously protect Su Chen? Not just himself, but no one could achieve such a feat indefinitely. Su Chen must rely on himself, rather than depending on others. I hope you surpass your father. Losing the Imperial Bone. Alas. With the Imperial Bone, the Imperial Realm is assured. What a pity. Throughout the expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, it seems that for over a millennium, no one has ever awakened an Imperial Bone. Su Chen is the first. Yet due to the weakness of the Su clan, he was not able to fuse with the Imperial Bone in a timely manner, allowing Su Hao to take advantage of the situation and strip the Imperial Bone for himself. Such is fate. Outside the office, seemingly hearing the dean's words, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, "My fate is mine to command. If fate is unjust, I shall defy the heavens and alter my destiny. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I shall slay them. Even the heavens, I will tread upon. Su Hao, wait for me. I, Su Chen, will eventually seek you out in the Su clan to avenge the theft of the Imperial Bone and the destruction of my blood wheel." The Artifact Pavilion, the repository of all treasures within the academy, allows students to exchange items as long as they possess sufficient points. Su Chen had 30,000 points remaining and naturally desired to visit the Artifact Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion to see if there were items he required. The pure white structure stood 2 stories tall. Students from the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes could only exchange goods and martial arts on the first floor of the Artifact Pavilion. To access the second floor, one must be a member of the royal class. Upon arriving at the Artifact Pavilion, Su Chen presented his identity jade token to register and stepped inside. The first level of the Artifact Pavilion is remarkably expansive, akin to the size of a football field, with clusters of ice blue orbs arranged meticulously, far too numerous to count. Before each ice blue orb, there is a description of the treasures and the points required for exchange. Initially believing that his 30,000 points would afford him a plethora of items, Su Chen soon realized that he could acquire nothing of significance. The Langia sword requires an exchange of 23,400 points. Upon reading the description of the Langia sword, Su Chen understood its true worth. If presented outside, it would likely be an invaluable treasure. Gold coins. They are utterly useless for purchase. The Heavenly Bone sword demands 48,888 points for exchange, while the Flying Spirit tool requires a staggering 190,000 points. The mere mention of the Flying Spirit tool stirred a sense of greed within Su Chen, for he understood the profound significance of such an item among spirit tools. It is certain that no one could resist the allure of a Flying Spirit tool, yet the exorbitant requirement of 190,000 points renders it an unattainable dream. Glancing at the 30,000 points displayed on his identity jade token, he realized he could not even secure 1/6 of the necessary points for the Flying Spirit tool. This left him feeling rather despondent. He could only observe, unable to claim anything for himself. The Heavenly Gang Hammer requires 120,000 points, and the Cloud Sky Boots demand 177,899 points for exchange. He refrained from further exploration, having discerned a disheartening truth. With his meager 30,000 points, the prospect of exchanging for any spirit treasures within the pavilion was nothing short of a jest. The spirit tools available for exchange within that point range were unlikely to be of any real value. Just as Su Chen was about to depart, the ancient divine demon art within him began to operate autonomously. He suddenly turned around, scrutinizing the first level of the Artifact Pavilion, realizing that something here could evoke the ancient divine demon art. Clearly, this item was far from ordinary. Following the aura of divine and demonic energy within him, Su Chen moved toward the direction it indicated. To his left, an inconspicuous orb lay covered in dust, seemingly neglected for ages. A defective treasure, it required only 10,000 points for exchange. No wonder it was overlooked. The mere term defective treasure likely deterred all, for 10,000 points is no trifling sum, and none would wish to incur such a loss without recompense. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his identity jade token before the orb. In an instant, his 10,000 points were deducted, leaving him with just over 20,000 points. The orb vanished, and in Su Chen's hand appeared a mirror, both sides fractured. Now he understood why this treasure was deemed defective. The handle bore the inscription of divine and demon, leading him to ascertain that this item was indeed the fabled divine demon mirror. He pondered whether the tower spirit could repair this treasure. This was the crux of Su Chen's concern, for if the divine demon mirror were irreparable, his 10,000 000 points would have been squandered in vain. Unsure of his chances for restoration, he resolved to inquire of the tower's spirit. Soon, the voice of the tower's spirit echoed within his mind. In order to mend the divine demon mirror, the master must rely on the nurturing of souls. However, the master must bear in mind that nurturing the divine demon mirror with one's soul establishes a unique bond with it. Should the mirror shatter, the master's soul will likewise be fragmented. Moreover, the process of nurturing requires a considerable expenditure of soul energy and a significant passage of time. Upon hearing the tower spirit's explanation, Chen could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The implication was straightforward. The sole method to repair the divine demon mirror lay in soul nurturing, a path fraught with peril. If the mirror were to break, his soul would also be at risk of destruction, and the nurturing process would demand extensive time. Gazing intently at the divine demon mirror in his hands, Chen ultimately resolved to proceed with soul nurturing and sought the tower spirit's guidance on the matter. It was revealed that the process involved continuously feeding the mirror with one's soul, which would inevitably affect his martial prowess, as the elevation of one's martial skills was closely tied to the strength of the soul. Weighing the risks against the potential rewards, Chen made the decision to nurture the divine demon mirror. You are Chen from the beginner class, ranked first on the potential dragon list. Hearing someone speak behind him, Chen's grip on the divine demon mirror tightened, and he turned to face Shen Bingyue, the woman he had nearly slain. Who dared to approach him? He remained silent, his expression betraying a blatant disdain and mockery. The more he exhibited this demeanor, the more infuriated Shen Bingyue became. Coldly, she stated, "My sister, Shen Bingxing, wishes to see you." Shen Bingxing, Shen Bingyue's sister, hailed from the elite class 2 and was at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, known as the Blood Wheel of Ice and Snow. Regardless of her willingness to accept it, Shen Bingyue was acutely aware that she was no match for Chen. A mere newcomer to the academy had managed to secure the top rank in the potential dragon competition, which spoke volumes. She had no choice but to seek aid from her sister. Although such an action was less than honorable and would likely invite ridicule from others, Shen Bingyue could not afford to concern herself with that. Failing to regain her dignity would render her a laughingstock within the academy. Choosing to ignore the situation, she demanded, "You will meet Shen Bingxing?" Being disregarded only fueled Shen Bingyue's rage. "Chen, do not be so arrogant. My sister is from the elite class too." Even if she is from the elite class, what of it? Chen could not be bothered to elaborate. He suddenly recalled his need for a larger spatial ring, as the one on his finger was far too small and would soon prove insufficient. "Do not act recklessly, sister." At that moment, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Bingyue, yet radiated a far colder aura, entered the scene. Dressed in pristine white, she perfectly accentuated her figure. It was Shen Bingxing from the elite class. Upon seeing Shen Bingxing, many male students' eyes brightened, for she was far more beautiful than Shen Bingyue and was renowned throughout the academy as a stunning beauty, attracting numerous admirers. Approaching Shen Bingyue's side, she fixed her icy gaze upon the audacious youth before her and remarked coldly, "To bully women by relying on some petty skills, Junior, you certainly do bring honor to the male gender. I am quite impressed, so I made a special effort to see what kind of person you truly are." Her words, devoid of vulgarity yet laced with venom, cut deeply. Shen Bingyue's gaze was chillingly cold, fixed intently on the young man before her. Had her stare possessed lethal capabilities, Chen would have perished countless times over. His expression betrayed no hint of anger. He appeared to disregard her entirely. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen retorted sarcastically, "What a nest of snakes and rats. You would do well to keep your distance, lest I ensure you remember this encounter for eternity." How audacious! The bystanders, fellow students, silently applauded him, recognizing that even a contender from the junior class could not hope to rival those from the elite class. Members of the elite class, with each individual possessing the Golden Core realm, were formidable, and Shen Bingxue hailed from the 2nd division of the elite class. A 5th-level Golden Core practitioner awakened with the Blood Wheel of Ice and Snow. Those in the Void Core realm had no chance against Golden Core practitioners. "Chen, do not be so arrogant. You shall not be allowed such insolence in front of my sister." Shen Bingxue, attempting to quell her sister's fury, felt a flicker of curiosity. She could not fathom the source of his audacity. Was it merely his position atop the potential dragon rankings? The Eastern Wilderness Academy maintained 2 lists, the potential dragon rankings and the 100 battles rankings. It could be stated that the last ranked individual on the 100 battles rankings could easily defeat the first on the potential dragon rankings. Such was the disparity between the two lists, a reflection of their respective realms, one that could not be bridged. She is your sister, not mine. Why should I not act with impunity? Honestly, you both are simply courting scorn. I have no time for your antics. Remove yourselves from my sight. Offering them no semblance of respect, Su Chen completely disregarded Shen Bingxue and Shen Bingwe. Their beauty held no value in his eyes. The onlookers were astonished. They had never encountered someone quite like him before. Shen Bingxue nodded with a smile, yet it was evident to all that she was teetering on the brink of fury, managing to suppress it only with great difficulty. After all, as a member of the elite class, should she act rashly against someone from the junior class? It could invite repercussions from the academy, not to mention the blow to her reputation. Such bullying of the weak would not reflect well. For this reason, Shen Bingxue tempered her anger and coldly proclaimed, Su Chen, I, Shen Bingxue, formally challenge you. I am open to any form of contest, including a life-and-death battle. Do you dare to accept? A life-and-death battle? Su Chen had already engaged in one such encounter with Tang Hao, during which he had crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel. To this day, neither the academy nor the Tang clan had taken any action, suggesting the academy had buried the news. As of now, no one within the academy was aware that Tang Hao had been rendered powerless. They only knew he had participated in the contest for the potential dragon and had not returned from the eastern wilderness forest. Su Chen smiled, his expression a blend of mirth and deep-seated derision. What audacity! A distinguished student from the elite class daring to challenge a mere novice from the junior class. I must inquire, are you at the bottom of the elite class, seeking to find significance by coming here? Such blatant contempt, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The situation was unprecedented. After all, it was a rare occurrence for a student from the elite class to challenge a member of the beginner class, particularly one regarded as the weakest. How shameless, one declared. Shameless? The truly shameless ones are you two sisters, especially your elder sister. If you wish for a life-and-death battle, wait until I have entered the elite class. At that point, you will truly comprehend the disparity between us. With a mocking smile, Shen Bingxue retorted. You think you can enter the elite class? 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years. By the time you manage to enter, I will have ascended to the royal class. She looked down on Su Chen, convinced of her own brilliance. Even if she could not dominate the academy, she believed herself to be quite formidable and was confident in her ability to reach the royal class. Whether you can enter is not a concern for you, she sneered. Disdain was etched across Su Chen's face. He found such women repugnant. As for accepting the challenge, he was no fool. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he recognized that he was not yet capable of defeating a Golden Core Realm warrior. Patience is key. If you lose your temper, the one who will suffer humiliation is you. Refusing the challenge will not invite ridicule. Rather, it is Shen Bingxue who will become the laughingstock, a student of the elite class challenging the weakest in the beginner class. Not falling for the bait, Shen Bingxue's expression hardened. She had been counting on Su Chen to accept her challenge so that she could teach him a lesson. However, her pride prevented her from taking action now. She did not wish to become a subject of ridicule at the academy. You are quite something. Sister, let us depart. As she turned to leave with her sister, Shen Bingxue could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, what a coward. Whether or not one is a man, we would need to share a bed to truly know. Came the retort. Watching the two depart, many students around Su Chen regarded him with admiration. After all, who among the beginner class dared to speak so boldly? Even Tang Hao, reputed to be the best in the beginner class, would not dare. Choosing not to dwell on the incident, Su Chen shifted his focus and began to search. In the far corner of the first level, he discovered an array of spatial rings displayed within a glass cabinet, devoid of luminous orbs. The rings varied in quality, some available for exchange at 3,000 points, while others required over 1,000,000 points. Su Chen surmised that the rings costing over 1,000,000 points must possess substantial spatial capacity, yet he could only admire them from afar at present. He withdrew 10,000 points to exchange for a ring of moderate quality. His visit to the artifact pavilion had proven fruitful, acquiring both the shattered demon mirror and a spatial ring. Although he initially contemplated visiting the martial pavilion, the exchange points required for the treasures in the artifact pavilion dissuaded him. He believed that with only 10,000 points remaining, even a trip to the martial pavilion would yield no worthwhile martial arts. Thus, he deemed it a waste of time. Just as Su Chen was about to leave the artifact pavilion, he spotted Yi Fei and Chu Yang waiting outside, and with a smile, he inquired, "What brings you two here?" In the realm of the eastern wilderness forest, an unexpected bond was formed amidst conflict. Su Chen had initially seized the opportunity to claim the points of two individuals, but ultimately returned them, albeit without explicit acknowledgement, leading to an unspoken camaraderie among the four. Chu Yang hesitated to voice his thoughts, while Yi Fei wore an expression of deep concern. "Have you come specifically to seek me out?" Yi Fei inquired, nodding in affirmation as he replied, "Junior Su, Bai Li is in trouble. What has transpired?" Su Chen questioned, his curiosity piqued. Bai Li had suffered a grievous assault from a ferocious beast in the eastern wilderness forest, leaving her in a critical condition, her vitality waning. The only remedy available was the Dragon Lian pill from the academy. "Then you must hurry to the academy and request their assistance," Su Chen urged, shaking his head. Chu Yang expressed his helplessness. "The academy has strict regulations. If one suffers injuries, they are required to resolve them independently. To procure the elixir, one must exchange points. And a single Dragon Lian pill demands an exorbitant sum of over 100,000 points." With this, he fell silent, the weight of his resignation clear in his tone. While the academy's apparent indifference to suffering was disheartening, Su Chen understood the institution's principles. It was not a charitable foundation where assistance could be dispensed indiscriminately. For even the most affluent academies could not sustain themselves under such burdens. Should the academy set a precedent by offering the Dragon Lian pill, it would not bode well for its future. Having sought out Su Chen, he recognized that he could not stand idly by in the face of adversity. He could be ruthless towards foes, cutting them down without hesitation, yet he felt compelled to assist friends. Although he was only slightly acquainted with Bai Li and had experienced minor conflicts with her, he admired the trio's character and kindness. Since he regarded them as friends, he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. "You both return and take good care of Senior Bai Li. As for the Dragon Lian pill, I will find a way," Su Chen declared, instilling a sense of hope in Chu Yang and Yi Fei. Their visit was motivated by Su Chen's esteemed position atop the potential dragon ranking, which might persuade the academy to provide a pill in light of his status. They clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, for gratitude was unspoken yet palpable. As he watched them depart, Su Chen grasped the identity token in his hand, acutely aware that his mere 10,000 points would not suffice to exchange for the Dragon Lian pill. The academy would not make an exception for him, and he believed he lacked the requisite power and standing. Faced with the dilemma of not being able to remain passive, Su Chen resolved to visit the dean's office. Before the white edifice, he sighed deeply, surprised by how swiftly he had taken the initiative. For the sake of a friend, he deemed this endeavor worthwhile. "Come in," came a voice from within. Upon entering, he beheld the dean seated behind a desk, sipping tea. "Su Chen, what brings you here?" Dean Lanshang inquired, a note of surprise evident in his tone. "Dean Lan, I require a Dragon Lian pill, yet my points are insufficient for an exchange. And I must request one from you directly," Su Chen stated plainly, getting straight to the point without any preamble. Shaking his head with a smile, Dean Lan replied, "I cannot grant you this. You should be aware of the academy's rules. Any pill can be obtained through points. Your current points are inadequate, and that is not the academy's concern. You must earn them yourself." He had been categorically denied. "If I were to make an exception for you, then every student would come seeking assistance from me or the academy. How would the institution manage such expectations? Since the establishment of the academy, such an occurrence has never transpired, and thus I shall not be the pioneer in this regard." With a profound sigh, Su Chen anticipated this outcome. Without the Long Yin Dan, Bai Li would not endure. Reluctant to concede defeat, Su Chen bowed to Lan Shang and inquired, "Director Lan, aside from point redemption, what must I do to obtain the Long Yin Dan?" "I must acquire it." The weight of the word "must" underscored Su Chen's determination. Lan Shang scrutinized the young man before him and eventually nodded, stating, "There exists a means by which you can obtain the Long Yin Dan without using points. Furthermore, you will have unrestricted access to the Martial Pavilion, the Weapon Pavilion, and the Pill Pavilion, allowing you to select any item that catches your eye." "Please, Director Lan, elaborate," Su Chen urged. With no hint of joy, Su Chen understood that there are no free lunches in this world. The prospect of acquiring the Long Yin Dan and choosing an item at will surely bore complexities. Lan Shang smiled slightly, explaining, "To the northeast of the academy lies the Heavenly Calamity Valley, an area where unique conditions generate celestial tribulations. Any martial artist can exchange points to enter and train within the valley. This was Su Chen's first encounter with the Heavenly Calamity Valley. It was fraught with peril, and even elite class students, along with the teachers, could only train at the periphery, never daring to venture into its depths. At the very center of the valley stands the Heavenly Calamity Ladder, rumored to possess 99 steps, each imbued with terrifying celestial might. Should you ascend to the 99th step, I could make an exception and grant you a long yen dan, as well as allow you to select one item from the Martial Pavilion, Pill Pavilion, and Weapon Pavilion each. Understood. Su Chen turned to depart, discerning from Lan Shang's words the formidable challenge that lay ahead in ascending the Heavenly Calamity Ladder. Yet, he had no alternative. He could not bear to watch his friend perish while remaining passive. He could not allow it. I must inform you that since the founding of the Eastern Wasteland Academy, the first president discovered the Heavenly Calamity Valley, and the first individual to reach the pinnacle of the Heavenly Calamity Ladder was him. For millennia, no one has succeeded in ascending to its summit. As he watched Su Chen's figure fade from sight, the smile on Lan Shang's face gradually vanished. I hope you can reach the pinnacle of the Heavenly Calamity Ladder to compensate for the lost opportunity of the Imperial Bone. This is all I can do for you. Brother Su, your son is remarkably talented. I will take good care of him. A sigh echoed softly, leaving the director's office. Su Chen headed directly toward the northeast of the academy. Having resolved to assist Bai Li, he would attempt any means necessary. The Heavenly Calamity Valley, nestled in the deepest reaches of the Academy's northeast, is also one of its forbidden zones, accessible only to students and faculty, including the vice president. Each entry into the Heavenly Calamity Valley requires the exchange of 1,000 points, allowing unlimited duration within. The Academy bears no responsibility for life or death. The valley is perilous, and a moment's carelessness could spell doom beneath the celestial tribulations. Such is the reality. Though the Heavenly Calamity Valley is regarded as one of the sacred grounds for cultivation within the Academy, few students dare to venture inside, and those who do typically confine their training to the periphery. Upon Su Chen's arrival, only a handful of individuals, merely dozens, were engaged in the process of redeeming their points. Esteemed fellow student, do you also wish to enter the Heavenly Calamity Valley? Ignoring the query outright, Su Chen felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Bai Li's life hung in the balance, and he could not afford to squander a single moment. With a resolute stride, he approached the entrance, presenting his identity token to the supervising instructor. The teacher, with a furrowed brow, offered no further commentary and proceeded to facilitate Su Chen's entry into the valley. As he stepped into the Heavenly Calamity Valley, a terrifying aura of thunderous tribulation assailed him. Gazing upon the so-called calamity that swept through the area, Su Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. Dark storm clouds blanketed the entire valley, unleashing torrents of lightning that ravaged every inch of space, while the cacophony of thunder reverberated, sending shivers through his eardrums. Fierce winds howled, and the lightning rampaged. This was the Heavenly Calamity Valley. Although it did not herald an actual celestial catastrophe, the unique tribulations accumulated over millennia were formidable. As the terrifying electric presence encroached upon him, Su Chen understood that the periphery of the valley was indeed a hallowed ground for cultivation, where dangers and opportunities coexisted, offering unexpected rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen ventured deeper into the valley, for, as the Academy head had indicated, the Calamity Ladder lay concealed at the very heart of the Heavenly Calamity Valley. As he prepared to delve further, a voice interrupted him. Young scholar, beyond this point lies the depths of the Heavenly Calamity Valley, where the tribulations contained within can instantaneously consume a Yuan-Ing realm warrior. Turning to face the speaker, Su Chen beheld a striking young woman with raven-black hair, moon-like brows, a regal nose, and delicate lips that seemed as fragile as petals against her snow-white skin, truly a vision of beauty. Jiyoshi? The contours of her visage sparked a flicker of recognition within Su Chen. She was none other than his betrothed, the princess of the Pan Ding dynasty, Jiyoshi. Years ago, in their innocent youth, their families had been entwined due to his father's esteemed reputation as the foremost powerhouse in the eastern wilderness, prompting the royal family to seek an alliance through marriage. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. With the disgraceful downfall of Su Hao and his father's descent into a state of living death, the royal family sought to dissolve their engagement. Yet Su Chen clutched the marriage contract tightly. In his eyes, even if the engagement were to be annulled, It would be he who would terminate his bond with Ji Yoshi, rather than her severing their ties. You are the Princess Ji Yoshi of the Panding dynasty? Nodding, Ji Yoshi gave little thought to the question, as many within the Eastern Wilderness Academy recognized her, while she remained unfamiliar with most of them. Having entered the academy a decade prior and taken the vice president as her mentor, her status, talent, and beauty placed her among the top 3 in the institution, attracting countless admirers. Indeed, it was her. Su Chen merely speculated, as the resemblance to the figure etched in his memory was uncanny. Yet he had not anticipated it to truly be Ji Yoshi. With no fondness stirring within him, he resolved to address their engagement once he had dealt with Su Hao. Observing the indifferent youth before her, Ji Yoshi furrowed her brows, seemingly taken aback by his blatant lack of awareness. She had merely offered a kind reminder. He deserved his fate. Closing her eyes once more, Ji Yoshi was striving to break through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Yet, upon seeing her junior peers, she felt compelled to caution them, fully aware of the perils that lay just beyond their current position. The periphery of the Heavenly Tribulation Valley was already formidable. Even she had to tread carefully, fearing that a single misstep could lead to her demise beneath the tribulations. Once one ventured deeper into the valley, even the academy's instructors might not emerge unscathed. Thus, very few students dared to enter the depths of the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, including those from the elite classes. This individual clearly did not hail from the elite class, nor from the prestigious ranks. Arrogance and confidence would exact a toll. Boom. Deep within the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, serpentine bolts of lightning raged, colliding fiercely with the fabric of space, transforming into an endless tsunami that surged with ferocity. The thunder roared ever louder, crashing towards Su Chen, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Even Su Chen dared not be the least bit careless. Instantly, he invoked the ancient divine demon art and the chaotic devouring technique, manifesting a protective barrier of divine energy around his form. To ensure absolute safety, he further harnessed the chaotic devouring technique to absorb the formidable might of the heavenly tribulations. If you seek to extinguish me, I shall consume you. Su Chen harbored a daring notion, to absorb the tribulations to transcend his own limits. Such an endeavor was undoubtedly perilous. Would others even dare to contemplate it? They would likely not even entertain the thought, yet he felt compelled to pursue it. The terrifying, undulating lightning poured forth relentlessly, laden with the oppressive weight of the tribulations, rendering Su Chen somewhat breathless. His face bore the marks of gravity. He maintained absolute focus, for he could not afford any miscalculation. Failure would not only prevent him from rescuing Bai Li, but might also cost him his life. A death tribulation pin materialized in his grasp, a treasure capable of invoking heavenly tribulations, though he was not yet able to wield its full power. With utmost haste, he began to draw in the surrounding area, forming a colossal vortex, positioning himself at its center to evade the encroaching lightning. Step by step, he advanced toward the heavenly tribulation ladder, utilizing the chaotic devouring technique to continuously absorb the power of the tribulations, rapidly forming a vortex within his body that enveloped the illusory core, allowing him to swiftly transcend his limits, from the 3rd level of the illusory core realm to the 4th level, stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 4th level. The thunder roared. The heavenly tribulations surged uncontrollably. With the death tribulation pen in hand, Su Chen trudged forward, each step a monumental challenge. Yet, his face radiated with delight and anticipation. Cultivating under such pressure and absorption would undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough. After traversing several hundred steps, a staircase of deep purple-black gradually came into view. This was the heavenly tribulation ladder, consisting of 99 steps. According to Dean Lon, over the past millennium, only the first dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly tribulation ladder. No other soul had ever set foot there. Amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning, each step was mercilessly ravaged, the dense electric fury halting all who dared approach. With the burial calamity pen in hand, I continued to inscribe upon the surroundings the ancient divine and demonic arts, along with the chaotic devouring technique, surged within me, enveloping my entire being. The celestial tribulation ladder, comprising 99 steps, was shrouded in an impenetrable veil of lightning. From afar, only the first step was discernible. The second and those that followed were entirely obscured. Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed on. My injuries were grievous, and I must ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial tribulation ladder to obtain the dragon lizard pill. As I stepped onto the first rung, a formidable surge of raw, overwhelming lightning struck me head-on, akin to a barrage of keen blades relentlessly seeking to reclaim my footing. Enveloped by this tempest, my body was violently torn, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered, fully aware that the initial steps of the celestial tribulation ladder were undoubtedly the least formidable. Clutching the burial calamity pen, I swiftly conjured a vortex of power. With the agility of a leopard, I leaped towards the second step. Though my body ached with excruciating pain, I understood that I could not continue to absorb the energy indefinitely. My body could scarcely endure it. I had to proceed gradually, utilizing the burial calamity pen to divert the heavenly tribulation's onslaught. Within just 2 hours, I ascended 33 steps, largely owing to the prowess of the burial calamity pen. Without it, I doubted I could have even managed 10 steps. The oppressive force of the celestial tribulation ladder was far too terrifying, and even those at the Soul Palace realm would find it arduous to tread here. To my surprise, I spotted someone nearby, a woman, bloodied and half-conscious, sprawled on the ground. I could not turn a blind eye to her plight. Anyone capable of reaching this point must possess extraordinary strength, certainly beyond the capabilities of mere students. Likely a teacher from the academy. I stepped forward just as she was on the verge of being consumed by the lightning. With the burial calamity pen, I hastily inscribed a diversionary force, redirecting the lightning and sparing her from doom. Upon gazing at the pale-faced woman, my heart momentarily stilled. What a stunning beauty she was. Among all the women I had encountered, only Luo Tianfei could rival her allure. Her exquisite visage bore no blemish, particularly her captivating eyes that held one spellbound. Every smile and frown could ensnare the hearts of many. "Thank you for your assistance. Are you a teacher from the academy?" she inquired, her voice steady yet surprised at my unfamiliarity with her identity. Nodding, she replied, "I am Yin Meiran, a teacher of the elite and royal classes at the academy." I nodded in acknowledgement. I must continue my ascent. What about you? I surmised that with her injuries so severe, it was uncertain whether she could proceed or even escape the celestial tribulation ladder. I could not bear to watch her perish here. "If you remain by my side for an hour, I can recover most of my strength," she assured me. "Very well," I replied, immediately adopting a cross-legged position. Chen wasted no time in employing the chaotic devouring technique to absorb the surrounding heavenly tribulations, transforming them into his own formidable power. Enveloped by the force inscribed by the burial tribulation pen, the heavenly tribulations were rendered unable to approach him, providing Chen with his greatest source of reliance and confidence. With a somewhat dazed expression, Yin Mei Yun was taken aback by the indifference exhibited by this student, who seemed unfazed by her beauty. With a resigned shake of her head, she realized that not every man is captivated by allure. Time was of the essence. She had merely 1 hour to recuperate from her injuries before she could successfully depart from the steps. Her visit to the heavenly tribulation valley had proven immensely fruitful, as her cultivation had finally reached the peak of the heavenly soul realm, just a step away from the spirit concentration realm. The Soul Palace realm is divided into the human soul realm, earth soul realm, and heavenly soul realm. Yin Mei Yun, being at the 9th level of the heavenly soul realm, had come to the heavenly tribulation valley to break through to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm and to test how many steps she could ascend. 33 steps marked the limit. Had it not been for the timely arrival of this individual, she might have already been devoured by the heavenly tribulations. A thought that now sent shivers down her spine. After an hour of devouring, refining, and merging, Chen broke through to the 4th level of the virtual Dan realm, astonishingly consolidating his power to the 5th level. Although somewhat bewildered, he understood the sheer dominance of the chaotic devouring technique he possessed, especially when combined with the Grand Phoenix Nirvana technique and the primordial divine demon technique, bestowing upon him an extraordinary opportunity. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood was expelled, and the blood wheel above Yin Mei Yun's head showed signs of cracks, causing a phantom fox to appear in a state of panic. The blood wheel fox, as Chen observed, was indeed remarkable. It belonged to the category of deceptive blood wheels, and at higher levels of cultivation, a mere glance could leave an enemy disoriented, potentially driving them to madness or even suicide. Although the charm fox was not considered a top-tier blood wheel, it was certainly among the most unique. Heavenly tribulations, however, were the charm fox's nemesis. Chen felt at a loss. Had Yin Mei Yun not released the blood wheel, everything could have been manageable. And he believed that with his burial tribulation pin, she could have successfully recovered and departed from the steps. Now, the situation had drastically changed. The surging heavenly tribulations continued to bombard Yin Mei Yun relentlessly, and despite Su Chen's assistance with the burial tribulation pin, the cracks on her blood wheel multiplied. If this continued, not only would Yin Mei Yun be unable to leave the steps, but she might also face imminent demise. Su Chen noticed that the alluring gaze in Yin Mei Yun's eyes was unbearable for any man, a seductive charm likely emanating from the blood wheel fox. Once again, after having lost his virginity to Luo Tianfei through force, he was not keen on experiencing a second round. "Could you assist me with a favor?" she implored. "My blood wheel fox is being suppressed by the heavenly tribulations and has developed cracks. The fox cannot contain it alone and requires a counterpart for fusion. Only by sharing a chamber can we preserve my blood wheel from shattering." Were there even the slightest alternative, Yin Mei Yun would not utter such words. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wilderness Academy and at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm, merely a step away from the spirit concentration realm, she still maintained her flawless form. She certainly would not wish to act in such a manner under these dire circumstances, facing life and death. It is indeed impossible to remain composed. Could she merely watch as the situation unfolded? With no other options available, she was left with only the young man before her, regardless of her desires. Fortunately, the youth possessed an admirable appearance and was not lecherous. With a furrowed brow, Su Chen felt utterly speechless. Why did he always find himself entangled in such predicaments? Having already endured the forceful advances of Luo Tianfei, now he faced another in Yin Mei Huan. Merely ascending the celestial tribulation ladder led to such unwelcome encounters. Why not seek someone else? Nonsense. If I could find another, would I need to seek you? Yin Mei Huan retorted, "Am I not worthy of you, being the most beautiful woman of the Eastern Wilderness Academy?" With the funeral calamity brush in hand, he meticulously sketched the surroundings, fully aware of the precarious nature of his situation. Should Yin Mei Huan truly resort to desperate measures, he might indeed be unable to withstand her assault. Her cultivation far surpassed his, and given the peculiar environment, he found himself in a tragic predicament. Having faced forceful advances twice in succession, I, Yin Mei Huan, can promise that once this ordeal concludes, I shall offer you the greatest reward. Observing the increasingly unsettling expression in Yin Mei Huan's gaze, Su Chen ultimately chose to yield. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. He could not simply stand by and witness Yin Mei Huan's blood wheel shatter without offering assistance. Under the influence of the demonic aura, the funeral calamity brush began to draw on its own as Su Chen gradually approached Yin Mei Huan. At that moment, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. The blood wheel showed signs of fracturing and urgently required unity to resolve the impending crisis. Yin Mei Huan's blood wheel was indeed unique. When the blood wheel fox encountered tribulation, it necessitated the union of male and female to avert catastrophe. This battle endured for a full 3 hours, resonating with a resounding fox cry and the call of a phoenix that echoed throughout the celestial tribulation ladder. As Su Chen sensed the cultivation within him, he was astounded to find he had ascended 3 levels, from the 5th rank of the virtual Dan realm to the 8th. He had not anticipated that his recent union with Yin Mei Huan would activate the ancestral phoenix's rebirth technique within him, seamlessly merging with the secret arts she wielded. Not only did Su Chen experience this remarkable elevation, but Yin Mei Huan also ascended 3 ranks, transitioning from the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm directly into the 3rd level of the form spirit realm. The spirit concentration realm consists of the form spirit realm, the refined spirit realm, and the concentrated spirit realm. It was truly unbelievable. With a wry smile, she reflected on how she had not expected to achieve a simultaneous 3-level advancement alongside him. Moments ago, she believed she heard a phoenix cry emanating from within her own being. "I still do not know your name." Class 22, Su Chen, the lowest of the junior classes? Upon learning that Su Chen hailed from the least distinguished class, Yin Mei Huan appeared quite taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "If you wish to enter the elite class, I can arrange it." "No need. I am quite content in the junior class." "Are you planning to continue?" "Yes. I have matters to attend to. You may return first, and I shall seek you out upon my return to the academy." "Very well." Yin Mei's injuries have healed significantly, and she chose not to linger any longer. The events between them unfolded rather abruptly. leaving them both somewhat unable to confront the situation. To alleviate the awkwardness, she opted to depart, intending to discuss everything upon returning to the academy. Taking a deep breath, Chen acknowledged the unexpected nature of the recent events. However, he resolved not to evade the reality now that it had transpired. It is quite common for men to have multiple partners, and fortunately, both Luo Tianfei from the past and Yin Mei in the present are stunning beauties, unrivaled in the eastern wilderness. A minor flaw lies in the fact that both of his women did not cultivate their relationships gradually. Rather, their approach was one of force, and both were assertive in their pursuits. The tumultuous storm raged with unrestrained ferocity, accompanied by the thunderous roars of lightning. Chen decided against lingering any longer, gripping the funeral calamity pin as he ascended towards the 34th step, the 34th step, the 35th step, the 36th step, the 48th step. Upon reaching the 88th step, drenched in sweat and feeling as if his body might collapse, he knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand. The funeral calamity pin hovered above him, continuously sketching around, forming an impenetrable barrier, rendering the might of the heavenly tribulations unable to approach. Yet, with each step he took, the effort seemed increasingly insurmountable. The pressure of the heavenly tribulations intensified, causing the chaotic essence within Chen to boil, manifesting as a chaotic golden body behind him, gasping for breath. The final 11 steps represented the ultimate test of his endurance. His cultivation had stabilized completely, and he had never anticipated that his journey to the heavenly calamity valley would elevate him several ranks. He felt compelled to muster the strength to ascend a few more steps, fearing he might not endure to the end. Were it anyone else, even the instructors and deputy dean might struggle to reach the 88th step. After all, Chen's presence here owed much to the hovering funeral calamity pin above his head. Onward, the thunder roared mercilessly, bearing down with an overwhelming force from all directions, as though intent on tearing Chen apart. This time, he did not pause for a moment. Under the protection of the funeral calamity pin, he suddenly quickened his pace, heading directly towards the 89th step. The ascent grew increasingly perilous, with the ferocity of the lightning escalating alongside him, its furious howls seeking to subdue Chen. Thankfully, the funeral calamity pin managed to withstand 90% of the heavenly tribulation's might. Otherwise, he would never have made it this far. Gritting his teeth and refusing to relent, Chen was drenched in perspiration. Each step felt like traversing vast oceans and mountains. Clenching his fists tightly, he reached the 96th step, with only 3 steps remaining. The final 3 steps proved to be hundreds of times more challenging than the preceding 96. As he stood upon the 97th step, even with the assistance of the funeral calamity pin, he could not suppress the tearing sensation within him, letting out a long, anguished howl to the heavens. The silhouette of the chaos golden body emerged, accompanied by the simultaneous appearance of 3 blood wheels, layered upon one another. Though a trickle of blood stained Chen's form, he resolutely chose to persevere, refusing to yield. The thunder roared ferociously, as if the heavenly tribulation had been thoroughly provoked, unleashing ferocious beasts that charged at Chen. Waves of terrifying heavenly tribulation continued to converge upon him, beads of sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth in determination. He could no longer heed the genuine pain coursing through his body. With only 2 steps remaining, he was resolved to endure at all costs. The chaos golden body looming behind him trembled slightly, the overwhelming pressure rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, the steadfastness in his gaze remained unshaken. Under such terrifying tribulation, maintaining this composure was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon reaching the 98th step, the might of the heavenly tribulation seemed to relent. Within him, his strength tightened and then expanded, allowing him to break through his limits. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th level of the void pill realm, faced with the final step, Chen gritted his teeth and approached it step by step. As he stood before the 99th step, it loomed before him like a sheer cliff, seemingly severing his path forward, making the prospect of taking that final step dauntingly difficult. The surrounding lightning grew increasingly frenzied, akin to ancient beasts howling at the heavens, as the formidable force of the tribulation converged from all directions. Blood seeped from the corner of Chen's mouth, and his body swayed precariously. Taking a deep breath, he stabilized himself after a considerable while. His gaze was resolutely determined. If he could just take that step, he would have accomplished his goal. The 3 blood wheels roiled within him, layered with the chaos golden body and complemented by the burial tribulation pin, finally enabling him to take the most crucial step. As one foot stepped onto the 99th step, Su Chen felt the chaotic energy within him tremble violently. The three blood wheels were firmly restrained, and the surrounding force of the heavenly tribulation felt like a prison, preventing him from taking that final half step. Should he succeed in crossing that last threshold, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly tribulation ladder. In his hand appeared the god-slaying bone bow, and an arrow materialized upon it. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the bow and released the arrow with a swift motion. The arrow shot forth, propelled by Su Chen's intention to utilize it to take that final half step. That half step was more challenging than ascending to the heavens, regardless of belief. Even with the assistance of the burial tribulation pin, that last half step could not be traversed without the god-slaying bone bow. The formidable god-slaying arrow pierced through the lightning barrier before him, and seizing the fleeting moment, Su Chen finally crossed that half step. As his feet firmly settled upon the 99th step, the tumult of thunder ceased, and the tribulation fell silent, as if the king of hell had arrived. All oppressive forces vanished in an instant, and Su Chen gazed upon the 99th step, reveling in his success. At that moment in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly manifested, enveloping the entire heavenly tribulation ladder and causing the entire heavenly tribulation valley to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The apocalypse seemed to descend, spreading from the heavenly tribulation valley to the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. All the instructors and students rushed out, gazing in the direction of the valley, bewildered by the unfolding events. One after another, the second, third, fourth, and up to the 99th terrifying gusts of energy descended, hovering ominously above Su Chen's head. The clouds roared in fury, transforming into countless rumbling thunderbolts that reverberated throughout the surroundings, shaking even the Eastern Wilderness Academy itself. The anomalous phenomenon in the heavenly tribulation valley was unprecedented in the Academy's millennia-long history. Lanshang's figure appeared instantaneously outside the heavenly tribulation valley. In a state of shock, he immediately ordered the expulsion of all students from the valley, sealing it off and forbidding anyone from stepping foot within. Meanwhile, Ji Yoshi, engrossed in her cultivation, was oblivious to the chaos, only to be forcibly removed by the vice president. Boom. Lanshang's expression was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had allowed Su Chen to ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder with only a sliver of hope, for in millennia, only the founding principle of the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ever reached its pinnacle. Su Chen was the second to do so. It was rumored that those who could ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder were gifted individuals whose talents incited envy even from the heavens, destined to attain the imperial realm. The emergence of such a prodigy within the Eastern Wilderness Academy was undoubtedly a blessing for the institution. Su Chen, you must surpass your father. At that moment, upon the 99th step, Su Chen felt the celestial anomaly enveloping him, astonished by the magnitude of the phenomenon triggered by his ascent. The towering chaotic golden body that coalesced behind him radiated a dazzling brilliance. It was through this celestial anomaly that Su Chen's cultivation level surged, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th level Void Dan realm, with his internal Void Dan beginning to solidify. As he broke into the solid Dan realm, he soared ahead, transcending 3 tiers, advancing from the 1st to the 4th level of the solid Dan realm. The celestial anomaly persisted for a full minute before gradually dissipating, ultimately vanishing from sight. To provoke such a celestial phenomenon is indeed remarkable. Turning around to face an old man who had appeared unbeknownst to him, Su Chen was taken aback. Had the old man chosen to ambush him, he would have already met his demise. Clad in dark gray attire, the old man's hair stood upright like spikes, and despite his aged visage, his eyes sparkled with an intense clarity that seemed capable of piercing through the essence of the world. I am Yun Kongji, and may I inquire your name, young friend? I have encountered a senior, Su Chen replied. Observing the expression on Su Chen's face, Yun Kongji chuckled. It seems you have deduced my identity. Indeed. I am the founding principal of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. A wave of shock coursed through Su Chen. Although he had suspected the old man's identity, the revelation still left him astounded. According to Dean Lan, throughout the ages, only the first dean has ever set foot upon the 99th step. The very presence of this individual here, apart from himself, speaks volumes about his identity. The elderly and the young engaged in extensive conversation, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Yin Kongji stretched languidly and remarked, "One must concede to age. I find myself somewhat weary. Young Su may return to the academy, and should any matters arise in the future, he may come to seek me directly." "Thank you, Senior," Su Chen replied. Yin Kongji produced a jade slip and smiled. "I possess no treasures to offer. Thus, I shall impart this secret technique to you. May it serve to instill reverence across the continent in your hands." Upon receiving the jade slip, Su Chen realized that Yin Kongji's figure had already vanished. He shook his head in resignation, astonished that he had encountered a figure from a millennium ago. Such mastery must surely grant one the ability to endure for so long. Evidently, the strength of this venerable dean was unfathomable. Without lingering further, Su Chen departed from the celestial tribulation ladder. Upon returning to his dwelling, he took out the jade slip, and as his spirit surged into it, torrents of information flooded his mind. Soul captivation technique. Su Chen mused, deeply impressed by the overwhelming power of this martial art. The terrifying aspect of the soul captivation technique lies in its capacity to imprison any soul, even crafting soul slaves. It is an exceptionally formidable soul martial art. With the knowledge of the technique imprinted in his mind, Su Chen promptly destroyed the jade slip. Enthralled by this secret art, he immediately began his cultivation. Regarding the celestial phenomena that occurred in the heavenly tribulation valley, the Academy has sealed all information. Not even Su Chen's departure went unnoticed. Everything was cloaked in secrecy by Dean Lan Shang, who wished to shield Su Chen from any repercussions. The next day, as dawn broke and dispelled the black mist, it enveloped the entire Eastern Wild. The Eastern Wild Academy welcomed several unexpected guests, guided by Vice Dean Qin Zhu to the Academy's hall, a designated area for receiving outsiders. Due to the special status of the visitors, even the usually reclusive Dean Lan Shang made a personal appearance. Inside the hall, Qin Zhu's expression was grim. As Vice Dean and the one with the most responsibilities, he held Su Chen in high regard. "Brother Lan, Tang Hao's bloodline has been rendered useless. After returning to the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian has come personally. How shall we respond?" The Tang clan is one of the premier factions in the Eastern Wild. It is entirely reasonable for a father to confront those responsible when his son's bloodline has been crippled at the Eastern Wild Academy. Lan Shang felt a sense of helplessness. Su Chen had acted too ruthlessly, knowing well Tang Hao's identity, yet choosing to disable his bloodline. "Let us observe the developments," he replied. As soon as he spoke, a burly middle-aged man entered, bearing a resemblance to Tang Hao, his muscular frame radiating a fierce anger as he strode in with dozens of followers. He was none other than Tang Xiaotian, the leader of the Tang clan and father of Tang Hao, a formidable presence at the Gathering Pill realm, a pinnacle existence in the Eastern Wild. In the hierarchy of martial arts, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, soul palace realm, spirit gathering realm, and gathering pill realm. Dean Lan, it has been 5 years since we last met. I trust you have fared well. Lan Shang smiled and remarked, "It is rare for clan leader Tang to visit our Dongwang Academy, and I am quite disinclined to make unnecessary movements." Tang Xiaotian entered the hall and took a seat on the left, his expression dark and foreboding. With a respectful fist salute towards Dean Lan, Tang Xiaotian candidly stated, "Dean Lan, my son has insisted on cultivating at Dongwang Academy, which I was initially opposed to. However, given the Academy's esteemed position in Dongwang, I refrained from intervening. Your academy has long been heralded as the foremost institution in Dongwang. Yet I never anticipated that my son would be rendered incapable of utilizing his blood wheel within its confines. I wonder how you intend to explain this matter." As the crux of the issue was broached, Qin Zhu interjected, "Clan leader Tang, you may not be aware that Tang Hao and the others entered into a life and death pact, engaging in a battle that even the academy cannot impede. This was precisely what incensed Tang Xiaotian the most. Had there been no such pact, he could have demanded an explanation with righteous indignation. However, the current predicament was rather troublesome. As Qin Zhu had pointed out, a life and death agreement among warriors is beyond the reach of any authority. I wish to meet this Su Chen if I may." Without waiting for Qin Zhu's response, Lan Shang nodded and instructed, "Vice Dean Qin, please fetch Su Chen." "Understood." With a deep sigh, Qin Zhu was acutely aware of the considerable trouble that offending the Tang clan could bring, while the Dongwang Academy could withstand the fallout. The greatest concern was indeed Su Chen. In the dormitory, Su Chen, who had been diligently practicing the soul-capturing technique, heard a knock at the door, and rose to answer it. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Chen Zhu, the vice dean of the academy. The dean wishes to speak with you. Please come with me." The vice dean, personally seeking him out, suggested that something was amiss. Without further inquiry, Su Chen followed Chen Zhu out of the dormitory toward the hall. "You should be aware that clan leader Tang Xiaotian has come in person to demand accountability regarding the incident with Tang Hao. Rest assured, the academy will not surrender you. But you must be prepared. The Tang clan wields substantial influence, and once you leave the academy's protection, I believe they will take action against you." Understood. Su Chen felt no surprise. The Tang clan would inevitably learn of his incapacitation of Tang Hao. Were it not for the academy's deterrence, they would likely have acted against him already without hesitation. Let them come, I shall meet them with resolve. Fear was absent from his heart. What could the Tang clan possibly do? One was from the Su clan, the other from the Tang clan. In the hall, as Chen Zhu escorted Su Chen inside, the tension was palpable. Just as Su Chen stepped through the threshold, a warrior of the condensation realm, standing behind Tang Xiaotian, launched a fierce assault towards him. Chen Zhu found himself engaged by another warrior of the same realm, and Tang Xiaotian's intent was clear: to strike down Su Chen before Dean Lan could react, avenging his son. Once Su Chen was eliminated, even if the Dongwang Academy were to express their wrath, would they truly risk a life-and-death conflict with the Tang clan over a single student? Such a notion was decidedly impractical. Impudent. In an instant, Lan Shang's figure vanished from view, and a terrifying aura of murder coalesced, targeting the assailant. With a resounding crash, the man was sent hurtling backward. Had Lan Shang not shown mercy, the man would undoubtedly have perished. Tang Xiaotian's gaze suddenly sharpened as he personally launched an attack towards Su Chen. In his quest for vengeance for his son, he disregarded everything else, even his own dignity. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Xiaotian found himself firmly suppressed by Lan Shang. And as he struck out with a punch, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The 9-flower gathering cauldron. You have actually attained the 9-flower gathering cauldron." Beyond the realm of concentration, the gathering cauldron stage differs significantly from prior stages. It is not divided into 3 realms, but revolves around the soul's blossoming, where each flower represents a world. This progression continues from 1 flower to 9, culminating in the so-called 9-flower gathering cauldron. As the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian had only recently gathered 7 flowers and never anticipated that Lan Shang had already reached the pinnacle of the 9-flower gathering cauldron. Chen Zhu was equally astonished, fully aware of the significance of the 9-flower gathering cauldron. In the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness, it represented the utmost pinnacle of existence. Patriarch of the Tang clan, please maintain your decorum. This is the Eastern Wilderness Academy, not your Tang clan. If you dare to strike again, I will annihilate you all. What? Staring intently at Lan Shang before him, Tang Xiaotian held no doubts. Others might hesitate, but Lan Shang would surely act, for the foundation of the Eastern Wilderness Academy was formidable. No faction in the Eastern Wilderness had ever dared provoke the Academy. The two retreated to their respective positions, their indifferent gazes fixed on the young man before them. Tang Xiaotian suppressed the overwhelming urge to kill within him and coldly stated, "Even in a life-and-death wager, you should not have crippled his blood wheel. For a martial artist, the blood wheel is fundamental. His own foolishness is his own burden." Nodding in satisfaction, Tang Xiaotian remarked, "You are quite arrogant, but alas, your arrogance relies solely on the backing of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. However, the Academy cannot protect you indefinitely. I hope you never leave the Academy. We shall take our leave." Tang Xiaotian never expected that Lan Shang would sever ties with the Tang clan over a student. He had previously believed that, given the Tang clan's influence and intimidation, the Eastern Wilderness Academy would show them some respect. The result was a resounding slap in the face. Patriarch of the Tang clan, no need to see you out, Chen Zhu coldly remarked. While others might fear the Tang clan, the Eastern Wilderness Academy paid them no heed, especially since the principal had already broken through to the 9-flower gathering cauldron, looking down upon the Eastern Wilderness. Humph. Tang Xiaotian led his entourage away swiftly. Throughout the exchange, Su Chen remained silent, for with the Academy's presence, any words he uttered would be futile. If the Academy intended to protect him, they would act regardless of his input. If they chose not to, no amount of pleading would avail him. The Eastern Wilderness Academy did not disappoint him. Even in the face of the Tang clan, the Academy did not retreat an inch, even confronting the Patriarch in battle. Su Chen, Principal, you need not concern yourself with the matters of the Tang clan. As long as you remain at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, they cannot harm you. Your only task is to focus on your cultivation. Understood. I shall take my leave. Once Su Chen departed, Qin Zhu's expression turned grave as he spoke. Brother Lan, now that we have severed ties with the Tang clan, do you think they will resort to underhanded tactics? Lan Shang smiled and shook his head, saying, Tang Xiaodian is no fool. He would not engage in a losing endeavor. And Su Chen, keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not leave the academy. Understood. Lan Shang shook his head in exasperation, yet he was resolutely determined to protect Su Chen. Presently, there was merely the Tang clan. In the future, there would also be the Su clan. Faced with two prominent families, Su Chen's ascent seemed exceedingly arduous. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Chen hastened towards Yan Meizue, who was waiting outside. Where have you been? He inquired. Oh, I just wandered around a bit. Since arriving at the academy, I haven't explored anywhere. She replied with a nod. Have you heard about the incident at the Heavenly Tribulation Valley yesterday? She continued. A celestial phenomenon had occurred, and the dean had forcibly expelled her from the valley. Su Chen remained tight-lipped about the events in the valley, as per Yun Kongji's admonition not to disclose anything. For everyone understood the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a precious gem. There was no doubt that the academy had sealed off the Heavenly Tribulation Valley and expelled all its occupants due to the celestial occurrence. She had already inquired about Su Chen's background, a newcomer to the academy, ranked in the lowest beginner class, yet topping the potential dragon ranking. Have you made a breakthrough? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. With a smile and a nod, Su Chen replied, I was fortunate. I encountered an opportunity on the 34th step, which allowed me to advance to the reality pill realm. Yan Meizue was astonished. She understood while the time it typically took to progress from the virtual pill realm to the reality pill realm. Who could have anticipated that in just a single day, Su Chen would achieve such a breakthrough? While opportunity was indeed significant, innate talent was paramount. Su Chen, now that you have reached the reality pill realm, you can certainly enter the advanced class for further cultivation. If you are willing, I can petition the academy to allow you to enter the elite class. She proposed without waiting for his refusal. Remaining in the beginner class will yield minimal resources, hindering your martial arts advancement. Moreover, only by entering the elite class can you access certain resources that the beginner and intermediate classes cannot. Do you understand? Su Chen recognized Yan Meizue's good intentions. His cultivation level warranted a place in the advanced class, yet gaining entry to the elite class remained elusive, as one had to reach the golden pill realm for that. He was uncertain whether Yan Meizue could indeed secure an exception for him. Deep down, he was reluctant to leave the lowest beginner class. Do you not wish to? Do you truly desire to remain in the beginner class for life? If so, I must tell you that staying in the academy has no significance for you. Given your talent, there is no reason for you to linger here, she asserted, her voice tinged with frustration. She had tirelessly worked since last night advocating for Su Chen to enter the elite class. Having reached the form spirit realm, her own cultivation had advanced. And with her elevated status as a teacher, she believed Su Chen could indeed be granted an exception. Very well, he conceded. Excellent. Await my news, she responded, unable to contain her joy. Women often exhibit this trait. Once they accept someone, they gradually embrace them. Su Chen's extraordinary talent and appearance were rare, and he was destined to ascend like a hidden dragon. Anyone could perceive the potential he possessed. Under the blazing sun, Su Chen summoned all the students from the lowest beginner class. Huang Qi, Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, Yi Xianxian, Xiao Hong, Feng Qing, Feng Zhu, Shi Xiaoman, and Xing Yingxue. Su, do you seek us for something? Su Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, if all goes well, I shall soon ascend to the elite class for training. That is truly splendid. With your talent and potential, how could you possibly remain in the junior class? Congratulations, Su. A flicker of unease and inferiority crossed Xing Yingxue's eyes. She was acutely aware that as Su Chen continued to excel, the chasm between them would only widen. Genuinely congratulating Su Chen, she acknowledged that the junior class, being the least esteemed in the entire academy, was often looked down upon. Yet now, Su Chen, emerging from the most disdained junior class, was poised to leap over both the intermediate and advanced classes to enter the elite class for cultivation. A remarkable feat for the entire junior class. Huang Qi spoke, Boss, here is 10,000 points. Take it. You have awakened your mutated bloodline. So do not grow complacent or self-defeating. If I see no progress from you, you need not follow me any longer. Yes, Boss, I will not disappoint you. Huang Qi accepted the matter without pretense, fully aware that in order to cultivate within the academy and swiftly enhance his abilities, points were indispensable. Su Chen's entry into the elite class did not signify a departure from the academy, thus there was no sense of parting. Acquiring the dragon lizard pill, Su Chen proceeded to the dormitory of intermediate class 18. Excuse me, which is senior by Li's dormitory? That one over there, the young man indicated. Following his gesture, Su Chen gazed upon the neatly arranged buildings, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The dormitories of the intermediate class were vastly superior to those of the junior class. Approaching Bai Li's dorm, he fortuitously encountered Chu Yang exiting. Su, you've arrived. Senior Chu, here's the dragon lizard pill. Upon seeing the pill, Chu Yang's countenance brightened, and he gratefully bowed to Su Chen, fully aware of the significance of the dragon lizard pill, which could only be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of points. On behalf of Bai Li, I thank you. No need for formality among friends. I have other matters to attend to and shall not stay. Without lingering, he indeed had many tasks ahead. Successfully ascending the 99 steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder, in accordance with Director Land's promise, he was permitted to visit the weapon pavilion, artifact pavilion, and alchemy pavilion, choosing one item from each. There was no need to seek out Director Lan. He trusted that such matters had already been communicated. At the artifact pavilion, returning for the second time, Su Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. The treasures within the artifact pavilion were casually worth thousands of points, and any item that caught the eye was assuredly valued in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of points. Last time, he had exchanged for a spatial ring and a fragmented divine demon mirror, presenting his identity jade token. The teacher guarding the artifact pavilion looked at the student before him with surprise, nodded, and said, "The director has already instructed that you may freely select one spiritual artifact from the artifact pavilion, including the second floor, without the need for point exchange." As anticipated, upon entering the Qi Pavilion, Su Chen did not linger on the first floor, but rather proceeded directly to the second level. The second floor of the Qi Pavilion was considerably smaller and entirely devoid of visitors, as the spiritual artifacts available here required a staggering exchange of points, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Even the elite students could hardly muster such a vast amount of points for a single exchange. Each luminous orb beneath contained descriptions of the artifacts along with their requisite points for redemption. The Konglong sword, for instance, demanded 1,000,000 points. Su Chen was taken aback. The mere sight of such a figure was enough to deter countless students. He realized he could only select one item and needed to make a wise choice. As he walked and observed the various artifacts within the glowing orbs, he felt overwhelmed by the desire to possess them all, for each spiritual item was indeed exceptional. Then he spotted the Jielong nail, another incomplete spiritual artifact, yet it required an astronomical sum of over 100 million points. Undoubtedly the most costly item in the entire second level of the Qi Pavilion. Su Chen was astonished. Why would a flawed artifact command such an exorbitant price? According to the orb's description, there were 9 Jielong nails in total, renowned as the nemesis of the Dragon Clan, each imbued with unfathomable power. Each nail was a priceless treasure, and the thought of uniting all 9 was enough to evoke the sheer terror of their combined might. Placing his identity jade token on the pedestal, Su Chen had made up his mind. This was the one. The jade token glimmered momentarily, and the orb vanished, leaving the Jielong nail in his grasp. It was about the length of his finger, its surface a mottled black and yellow, etched with intricate patterns resembling countless tadpoles, reminiscent of a rusty nail. Gripping the Jielong nail tightly, Su Chen turned to leave. As he exited the second floor, the figure of Lan Shang slowly materialized, observing the vanished Jielong nail with evident satisfaction. "Your taste is commendable. I have not wasted my efforts," he remarked. It turned out that this Jielong nail had been deliberately placed by Lan Shang, as it had not previously existed within the Qi Pavilion. Such a formidable artifact, a bane to the Dragon Clan, would undoubtedly attract their attention if word got out. Departing the Qi Pavilion, Su Chen made his way directly to the Dan Pavilion. He did not select any other elixirs, opting instead for a soul-targeting pill, which he arranged to be sent back to the Su family in Panyu City. Firstly, he could not leave Dongwang Academy alone due to the repercussions of having incapacitated Tang Hao. The Tang family sought his demise, and while they might refrain from acting within the academy out of fear of its authority, once he stepped outside, they would be unrestrained. With his current strength, he would certainly be no match for the Tang family. Secondly, he was no longer a member of the Su family and thus had no reason to return. Yet this particular elixir must be delivered. His father had become a living corpse, and how to awaken him was a mystery even to Su Chen. Nonetheless, he would not forfeit any opportunity. The final destination was the Wu Pavilion. In this pristine white edifice, the number of students surpasses that of other institutions, as the academy remains notably inclusive when it comes to martial arts, with minimal points required for exchanges. Adhering to an educational philosophy that embraces all, the academy aspires for a greater number of students to discover a martial discipline that resonates with them. The martial pavilion comprises a single grand hall, adorned with luminous orbs meticulously arranged. As students come and go, some filled with joy, others cloaked in sorrow. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were taken aback upon the entrance of Su Chen, their bodies quivering in trepidation, for he had once bested them in the eastern wilderness forest, and they had not anticipated that he would ascend to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon ranking. "You stay here. I shall seek out my elder brother," Mo Lin declared. "Very well," was the response. Mo Lin's elder brother, Mo Xian, was a distinguished student of the elite class 5, ranked at the first level of the Golden Core realm. This was a matter he could not simply swallow. In Mo Lin's eyes, his brother's intervention would surely be sufficient to subdue Su Chen. Although the academy forbids advanced students from bullying their junior counterparts, a mere show of intimidation might be overlooked by the authorities. Observing the myriad martial arts contained within the luminous orbs, Su Chen felt little intrigue. As he sought a martial art pertaining to body movement, or perhaps a stealth technique would suffice. Once again, he encountered incomplete martial arts. For reasons unknown, Su Chen had an affinity for fragmented spiritual artifacts and martial techniques, believing that such remnants often concealed treasures. His prior acquisition of the demon mirror, which could invoke the workings of the ancient demon art, had already hinted at profound possibilities. Upon reading the description beneath one of the luminous orbs, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This incomplete martial art was, in fact, a soul-based technique. Previously, he had received a soul martial art from Yun Kongji, named the Soul Prison Technique. Among all martial disciplines, there is no doubt that soul arts are the rarest and most elusive. Even an incomplete form of such a technique was immensely valuable in Su Chen's eyes. He promptly placed his identity jade token upon the orb, and in the blink of an eye, the orb vanished, revealing a jade slip in Su Chen's grasp. A worthless individual indeed, only capable of selecting incomplete martial arts. Mo Xian's derisive voice echoed. "Mo Lin, I warned you long ago to steer clear of the inferior students of the lowest class. They will only drag you down to their level." With a tone dripping with scorn, Mo Xian approached with Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, their disdain evident for all to see. Su Chen chose to disregard them entirely. However, Mo Lin stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Su Chen, this is my elder brother, Mo Xian, from the elite class 5. I could overlook our previous encounter, but you must kneel and apologize. If not, my brother will make it a point to strike you every time he sees you." With an annoyed furrow of his brow, Su Chen retorted in disdain. "Which dog has strayed from its master's side to bark here? If no one intervenes, I shall not hold back." Many students, engaged in selecting their martial arts, could not suppress their laughter at his words. How brazen he is, daring to provoke even Mo Xian of the elite class. Do you not even recognize him? Who is he, that he is so renowned? Nonsense. He is Su Chen, the top contender on the potential dragon ranking. Despite having been in the academy for less than 20 days, for some inexplicable reason, he remains in the junior class and has not advanced. Su Chen. Is he truly Su Chen? Even ranked first on the potential dragon ranking, he could not possibly rival the elite class students. The elite comprises approximately 400 individuals, all of whom possess at least a first-level golden core cultivation. The potential dragon ranking pales in comparison to the elite class, rendering it a mere jest. It is well known that the academy maintains two rankings, the potential dragon ranking and the 100 battles ranking. The former is contested by the junior and intermediate classes, while the advanced and elite classes vie for the latter, making any comparison between the two rankings utterly futile. Fuming, Mo Lin exclaimed, "Su Chen, do not be so arrogant. Do you dare accept my brother's challenge?" Mo Xian immediately interjected, "You, young man, are indeed audacious, but such audacity requires backing. I wonder if you possess that backing. Or are you merely a turtle retreating into its shell?" puffing up with bravado while remaining a paper tiger? My brother. I believe he is even less than a paper tiger. He is but a mere ant daring to flaunt himself before my brother. He should consider whether he has the strength to back it up, or he is nothing but refuse. Seeing the overbearing Mo Lin, many onlookers exhibited expressions of disdain and mockery. Were it not for the support of his brother Mo Xian, would Mo Lin dare to act so arrogantly? The answer was a resounding no. Mo Lin felt utterly elated within. He knew he was no match for Su Chun, but with his brother's backing, he could afford to be brazen, relishing the moment and disregarding the jeers of those around him. Whether from Mo Xian's brothers or others, everyone was entirely convinced that Su Chun would not dare to accept the challenge. A junior class student, even if ranked first on the potential dragon ranking, could not possibly contend with an elite class student. The disparity in cultivation levels was far too great. Accepting would be tantamount to humiliation, a blunder that Su Chun would never likely commit. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Chun nodded with satisfaction and stated, "Since you wish to challenge me, if I do not accept, you may continue your incessant barking." What? Is Su Chun truly going to accept the challenge? Has he lost his mind? The spectators regarded Su Chun, believing he was acting impulsively. After all, who wouldn't lose their temper when faced with such humiliation and provocation from Mo Lin? Regrettably, the circumstances were somewhat unique. Mo Xian hailed from the elite class, a formidable golden core warrior. How could a junior class student possibly be a match? Both Mo Xian and Mo Lin's faces brightened. This was precisely the outcome they desired, an opportunity to teach this individual a lesson. You have spirit. I admire your bravado. Mo Xian began, but before he could finish, Su Chun abruptly interjected, "Let us sign a life-and-death pact and engage in a battle to the death, with fate determining our outcomes. Do you dare accept?" At this proclamation, a chill swept through the crowd. Everyone stared at Su Chun as though he were a fool, for none had anticipated that he would not only accept the challenge, but also propose a battle to the death. The Eastern Wilderness Academy has a clear regulation. Under no circumstances, regardless of personal grievances, may death occur. Should anyone violate this fundamental tenet, they will face the Academy's stern retribution, irrespective of their identity. This stringent rule has ensured that, for many years, the Academy has remained devoid of fatalities, save for an exceptional circumstance known as the life-and-death duel. After all, it is impossible for individuals to continually suppress their fury. When a situation arises that renders reconciliation impossible, one may enter into a life-and-death pact, thereby engaging in a duel that the Academy will not intervene in. Mo Xian found himself momentarily bewildered. A junior class student daring to challenge him to a life-and-death duel? Even if he ranked first on the potential dragon list, he could not contravene the tenets of martial arts. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? Mo Lin only wished to teach Su Chen a lesson, not to take his life. Their enmity had not escalated to such deadly proportions. If the dog wishes to be foolish, I shall oblige. Are you not afraid? This was an unabashed provocation. Numerous students observed from the periphery, and Mo Xian understood that should he refuse the duel, word would quickly spread, and he would undoubtedly become the greatest laughingstock of the Academy, a fate he could not endure. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant it. Name the time and place. Su Chun promptly drew forth a drop of his essence blood, which slowly floated to the space between them. At that moment, it became evident to all that Su Chun was not jesting. He was indeed serious about engaging in a life-and-death duel with the esteemed Mo Xian from the elite class. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd as they marveled at Su Chen's audacity, affirming him to be a true madman, unafraid of any consequence. With matters having reached this critical juncture, Mo Xian realized he could not refuse. He too summoned a drop of his essence blood, and their blood merged instantaneously, forming a unique symbol that vanished into the ether. The pact of life and death was thus sealed, and even the Academy would refrain from intervening in their affair. 3 days hence, at the arena designated for life and death duels, the Academy possessed a specific platform for such confrontations. Very well, I shall await you. I hope you are not merely speaking empty words. Let us depart. Mo Xian took his leave alongside Mo Lin. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes were fixed upon Su Chun, with no one harboring any hope for him, as the disparity between him and Mo Xian was insurmountable, one hailing from a junior class, the other from an elite class. Such a stark contrast in a life-and-death duel had never before occurred in the Academy's storied history. It was an unprecedented event. Having lingered long enough, Su Chen successfully acquired the martial arts knowledge he sought and prepared to return to his dormitory to practice this incomplete technique. Eager to discover how to mend it, in the dormitory, he inquired, "Tower Spirit, can you assist me in restoring this incomplete martial art?" Su Chen believed himself incapable of repairing the flawed technique. His intuition suggested that this soul-based martial art was undoubtedly intricate. The Tower Spirit's voice resonated in his mind. "Master, the chaotic devouring technique you practice can indeed restore the martial art. However, the extent and speed of the restoration will depend on your current level of mastery." "Oh, I see." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen immediately assumed a meditative posture, channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him to envelop the jade slip that floated before him. Waves of devouring energy thoroughly encased the fragmented information, gradually mending it within his mind. After half an hour, Su Chen sensed a flicker of enlightenment regarding the incomplete martial arts in his mind, as four ethereal characters emerged, primordial divine pattern. Soon after, a voice, ancient and vast, resonated from within these four characters, reverberating throughout his consciousness. Heaven and earth as the beginning, the soul as the essence, with all spirits refining and condensing the pattern, shattering the cosmos, establishing the firmament. This is known as the primordial divine pattern. A torrent of overwhelming energy continuously battered his soul, and beads of sweat swiftly covered Su Chen's pained visage as he gritted his teeth in perseverance. He had never anticipated that this soul martial art would be so formidable. At the same time, two pieces of news erupted throughout the junior class, creating quite a stir, both concerning the top contender of the Hidden Dragon list, Su Chen. The first, Su Chen accepted a challenge from Mo Xian of the elite 5th class and signed a life-and-death contract, with the duel set to occur 3 days later on the Arena of Fate. The second, Su Chen was exceptionally promoted to a member of the elite 1st class by the Academy. These two announcements sent shockwaves through the junior class, affecting even the intermediate and advanced classes, and leaving the elite class in disbelief. The first piece of news was somewhat expected. Many regarded Su Chen's audacity as a precursor to his own destruction, for how could a student from the junior class hope to defeat a member of the elite class? It was a folly, a dream unworthy of pursuit. There was no suspense in this matter. It was the law of martial arts, an unbreakable truth. As for the second announcement, many felt discontent, as the Academy's regulations stipulated that to become a member of the elite class, one must first reach the Golden Core realm. Yet Su Chen, merely a practitioner at the virtual Dan realm, not only was he unqualified for the elite class, but even for the advanced class. Many students were deeply dissatisfied, though none dared voice their grievances. As night descended, a knock echoed through the air. Su Chen opened the door to find Xing Yingxue standing outside, smiling as she inquired, "You seek me at this late hour? Do you have business? Will you not invite me in? Please, come in." Observing the worry etched upon Xing Yingxue's face, Su Chen surmised the purpose of her visit. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, Xing Yingxue gazed at Su Chen and helplessly remarked, "Mo Xian hails from the elite 5th class. Although he ranks lowest among them, his strength should not be underestimated. As long as you are unwilling, he cannot." Before she could finish, Su Chen waved his hand to interrupt, smiling as he declared, "The life and death contract is signed. There is no turning back. Do you not trust me?" "Trust? How can I trust?" Xing Yingxue was genuinely afraid for Su Chen's safety, yet she dared not confess her feelings for him. Not wanting to dwell on this matter, she shifted the topic. Su Chen, of course, understood that Xing Yingxue was concerned for him, but the life and death battle was inevitable. Instead, he inquired, "What is your current cultivation level?" "9th level of Foundation Establishment." "Oh, at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm." Su Chen was somewhat astonished by the rapid progress of Xing Yingxue. To break through 2 ranks in such a brief period indicated that he had underestimated the potential of her awakened mutated blood wheel. "Have you practiced the secret arts of the Xing clan?" Su Chen was aware that powerful clans possessed their unique secret techniques. He had heard from others that Xing Yingxue held a respectable position within the clan, but her worthless blood will had rendered her overlooked. Now that she had awakened her mutated blood wheel, if she could cultivate the secret arts of the Xing clan, her advancement would surely accelerate remarkably. Nodding slightly, Xing Yingxue replied with a hint of resignation, "Despite being undervalued due to my awakened blood wheel, the Xing clan still imparts their secret arts and martial techniques to me. I have already commenced my training, and it is precisely for this reason that I have been able to achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs in such a short span. As if struck by a thought, she promptly added, Su Shueti, perhaps I should share my secret techniques and martial arts with you. Shaking his head, Su Chen declined outright. There is no need. It was not a matter of disinterest. Rather, he wished to avoid causing any trouble for Xing Yingxue as a top-tier clan in the Eastern Wilderness. Should the clan's secret arts and martial techniques leak, they would undoubtedly trace it back to its source, making it an unnecessary risk. Su Shueti, she persisted. Let us not dwell on this matter. Instead, tell me about your experiences within the Xing clan. Xing Yingxue understood that Su Chen was intentionally diverting the conversation. With no other option, she nodded and began to recount her experiences within her clan, tales she had never shared with anyone before. Su Chen was the first to hear them. Under the cover of night, Su Chen listened intently, refraining from interjecting. In the elite class, there were 5 distinguished groups, comprising over 400 students. Among them, the first elite class consisted of the most exceptional individuals, totaling 39, and with Su Chen, the number was precisely 40. Except for 7 students who were training elsewhere. The remaining 32 had all been summoned, as each new arrival was warmly welcomed by Teacher Yan. What on earth is going on with Teacher Yan? Why would she go to such lengths to petition the academy to admit a junior class student into the elite class? It truly diminishes our standing in the first elite class. Indeed, there is something amiss. In previous years, those ranking first on the potential dragon list could only gain special admission to the advanced class, and even then, they were placed in the least favored group. This time, however, they were directly promoted to the elite class and assigned to the first elite group. If there is no ulterior motive, I shall eat dirt. Sure Kai. You might as well eat stones. Why resort to such absurdity? Do you think this person could be a relative of Teacher Yin? Sure Kai, be quiet. You are not permitted to speak ill of Teacher Yin behind her back. Ji Yoshi approached with a hint of annoyance on her face. Though she and Teacher Yin shared a teacher-student relationship, they were more akin to close friends behind the scenes. And she could not tolerate anyone disparaging Teacher Yin in the slightest. Upon seeing Ji Yoshi, Sure Kai and the others brightened. Ji Yoshi, hailed as one of the top 5 beauties of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was a paragon of talent, beauty, and status, an object of admiration for every man. Sure Kai spoke somewhat ingratiatingly. Sister Ji, I have yet to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough to the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm in the Heavenly Calamity Valley. At this rate of cultivation, I believe that within a year, you will ascend to the nascent soul realm and proceed to train in the elite class. With a hint of disdain on her face, Ji Yoshi chose not to respond, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Just then, Su Chen's figure appeared in the elite class. Each classroom in the academy functioned as a miniature training ground. Who are you looking for? I'm here to register. You are Su Chen. Hurry in. Let me see if this person, who has managed to garner exceptions from both Teacher Yin and the academy, truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. A cacophony of mocking remarks and sarcastic jibes ensued. If the individual were of the Golden Core realm and had smoothly entered the elite class, there would be no objections. However, this person had come from the junior class, advancing to the elite class through dubious means. This backdoor entry was indeed remarkable. What astonished them the most was that all the students in the academy were aware that their dean despised individuals who took shortcuts. Why then had this person been allowed such leniency? It's you. Ji Yoshi was taken aback as she gazed at the young man stepping into the training ground. Previously, in the Heavenly Calamity Valley, she had kindly warned him, only to be met with his outright disregard. Little did she expect that the one who had been promoted to the elite class against all odds was this very individual. Su Chen. My fiancé is also named Su Chen. Yet, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware that this Su Chen was not her fiancé. The Su Chen from the Su family had been rendered incapable of foundation building after being crippled by Su Hao, and it was inconceivable for him to be standing here. 32 pairs of eyes scrutinized Su Chen as if he were some sort of monster, examining him from head to toe. Sure Kai, at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm and the weakest among the elite class, seemed to find a sense of validation in this scrutiny, as no one wished to be the last. Approaching Su Chen, Sure Kai smiled and said, I just heard that you accepted a challenge from that fellow Mo Xian and even signed a life and death pact. Are you out of your mind? A life and death pact? Mo Xian from Elite Class 5? Everyone was taken aback, for in their eyes, despite Mo Xian being from Elite Class 5 and merely at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, he was not someone a junior class student could challenge. What a fool. They thought, if you want to die, there are less extreme ways. In the eyes of all present, including Ji Yoshi, they held little hope for Su Chen, as the disparity between the two was far too great, rendering any comparison futile. So even the elite class has its fools. You dare to insult me? Shirkai's expression turned icy, evidently taken aback by the audacity of this person to openly insult him. I insult whoever deserves it. You're courting death. Just as Shirkai prepared to retaliate, Yanmei appeared suddenly, delivering a fierce slap to Shirkai's face, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed. Crashing to the ground, Shirkai felt as though his internal organs were shattered. Struggling to rise, he looked at Yanmei before him, not daring to express even a semblance of anger. Within the entire academy, Yanmei Huan is renowned as the most formidable instructor, revered as the goddess among countless male students, and is celebrated as the academy's most stunning beauty, possessing unparalleled strength. With a gaze as icy as winter, Yanmei Huan's voice, reminiscent of a chilling echo from the depths of hell, coldly proclaimed, "If you possess the audacity to bully the elite class students, then you, a cowardly bully who preys on the weak, are the most contemptible in my eyes. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the elite class. Return immediately to the advanced class for your cultivation." The announcement left everyone, including Shirkai, utterly stunned. No one anticipated such a punishment from Instructor Yen. After all, even if there was a hint of bullying in jest, it seemed excessive to demote Shirkai from the elite class to the advanced class. Should Shirkai be relegated to the advanced class, he would likely be the subject of ridicule. Filled with trepidation, Shirkai realized the gravity of his predicament. He had only recently broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm and gained entry into the elite class. With diligent cultivation, he could aspire to reach the nascent soul realm within 2 to 4 years, potentially advancing to the royal class for training. A demotion to the advanced class would leave a profoundly negative impression on the academy, jeopardizing his future prospects of entering the royal class. Even if he were to break through to the nascent soul realm. Most critically, having incurred the ire of Instructor Yen would make his time at the academy exceedingly difficult. Regret was futile, and he had no choice but to concede. Shirkai promptly apologized, stating, "Instructor Yen, I acknowledge my fault and will immediately apologize to Junior Su." "Instructor Yen, your punishment seems rather harsh." Shirkai did not intend any offense. Silence. Yanmei Huan's fury was palpable as she surveyed the room with a frigid glare. Addressing all present, should anyone dare to plead for leniency or express discontent, leave the elite class at once. If you are dissatisfied, you may directly approach the dean or vice dean. You must vacate the elite class immediately. I do not wish to see you here again. Should the academy refuse to permit your departure, I shall leave myself. Instructor Yen was genuinely enraged, and no one dared utter another word. None wished to face demotion to the advanced class, especially since there was no doubt the academy would side with her. Shirkai was left utterly dumbfounded. His intention had merely been to jest with Su Chen, yet he found himself both provoked by Su Chen and punished by Instructor Yen, an overreaction indeed. Anger simmered beneath the surface as Shirkai shot a fierce glare at Su Chen, who could hardly have anticipated that his actions would incite such wrath from Instructor Yen. While she was known for her strictness and discipline towards students, a direct demotion had never before occurred. Once Shirkai departed, Yanmei Huan turned her attention back to the remaining students, coldly stating, "Regardless of your esteemed backgrounds or exceptional talents, remember this. If you cannot even gain entry to the elite class, you are not among the academy's strongest. You will only bully your classmates, and at all times. Your potential has been irrevocably limited. Instructor Yen, please do not be upset. We understand." Ji Yoshi, emboldened by her relationship with Yanmei Huan, dared to step forward in an attempt to mediate. With a detached nod, Yanmei Huan approached Su Chen and said, "Allow me to introduce to you all. This is Su Chen, a student from the junior class, who currently holds the top position on the potential dragon ranking. He wields the Blood Wheel sword and has achieved the 4th level of the True Dan realm. Welcome, Junior Su." A warm welcome followed. Having witnessed the earlier incident, no one dared to utter a word of mockery or bully the newcomers. The fear of being demoted to the advanced class loomed large. "Su Chen, please follow me," Yanmei Huan instructed, leading him away, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Once the two had completely vanished from sight, murmurs arose among the remaining students. "What on earth has gotten into Teacher Yen today? I've never seen her so furious, to the point of demoting Shirkai to the advanced class." Who knows? All I am certain of is that Su Chen's background is anything but ordinary, and Shi Kai was simply unfortunate to cross paths with trouble. Achieving the 4th level of the True Dan realm is indeed remarkable enough to warrant a special admission into the elite class. Shu, are you seeking death? Do you wish to follow in Shi Kai's footsteps? Watching the disappearing figures, Yoshi furrowed her brow tightly. She sensed that her dear friend and mentor had transformed entirely today, as if there were some hidden agenda behind it all. In the room, Su Chan embraced Yin Meizwan from behind, a helpless smile playing on his lips as he said, "You needn't take it to heart. There was no need for you to be so enraged today. I can handle this matter myself." Even when faced with a 6th-level Golden Dan realm opponent, Su Chan held unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph. Yin Meizwan, however, shook her head, her expression filled with resignation. "I went to request your special promotion to the elite class, initially expecting resistance, but to my surprise, the vice president readily agreed. As for today's incident, if I do not impose some deterrent, they will undoubtedly escalate their actions in the future." Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Yin Meizwan, Su Chan gradually felt his tension ease. For half an hour, neither moved nor wished to disrupt the tranquility that enveloped them. Yin Meizwan, feeling a pang of concern, understood that Su Chan must be weary. Once he was seated, she gracefully perched herself on his lap and inquired, "I heard you accepted Mo Xian's life and death challenge?" "Just a trifling matter," he replied dismissively. Noting his reluctance to discuss it further, Yin Meizwan chose not to press on, having complete faith in Su Chen's abilities. Anyone who could ascend from the Void Dan realm to the True Dan realm in merely 2 days surely possessed remarkable skills. "What are your plans regarding your situation with Yoshi?" Yin Meizwan had thoroughly investigated Su Chen's circumstances. Su Chen hailed from the Su family of Pan Yu City and was betrothed to Ji Yoshi, the princess of the Pan Ding dynasty, who was also her student. Not long ago, news had surfaced from Pan Yu City stating that Su Chen had been stripped of his blood wheel, and the royal family sought to annul the engagement. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chen stood unscathed within the academy. The Su family had once garnered significant attention due to the emergence of an unparalleled genius, Su Zhan, Su Chen's father, who was hailed as the strongest in the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, subsequent events led to his severe injuries and mysterious disappearance. "I will personally annul the engagement." Yin Meizwan, not at all surprised, sighed deeply within. As Su Chen's beloved, she certainly wished to avoid seeing her cherished one bound to another woman. She regarded Ji Yoshi as a friend and wished to spare her from hardship. "Sister Yin, regarding the events that transpired in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, I have discerned certain flaws in your charming fox blood wheel. It can be controlled once, but if it falters a second or third time, the consequences could be dire." Upon mentioning the blood wheel, Yin Mei's face was etched with helplessness. The charming fox blood wheel possesses an innate power of allure. Yet it harbors a fundamental flaw. When subjected to overwhelming force, the allure may backfire. I have contemplated numerous methods, but none have succeeded in completely eliminating this risk. Faced with the potential danger of her own blood wheel, Yin Mei was understandably anxious. "Sister Yin, I have a way to completely eliminate the peril associated with your blood wheel." "Really? What method?" Yin Mei inquired eagerly, as the troubles stemming from her blood wheel had long been a source of distress that required prompt resolution, lest it lead to significant trouble. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Su Chen's face. "What is it?" "Sister Yin, this method is rather unconventional." "What do you mean?" Gathering his courage, Su Chen replied, "Do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to remedy your blood wheel. To address the risks of the charming fox blood wheel, we must unite." His intentions were genuinely altruistic, devoid of any ulterior motives. During their previous union, Su Chen had already conceived a solution by leveraging his own chaos body and the operation of the Chaos Devouring technique. He could assist Sister Yin in resolving the blood wheel's peril with complete efficacy. Her face flushed crimson. Yin Mei appeared taken aback by Su Chen's proposition. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely rebuffed them outright. Fixating on his face, mere inches away, she nodded and said, "I trust you." In any case, as Su Chen's partner, the specifics of their union were of little consequence to her. Yin Mei was quite open-minded. Given their connection, whether intentional or otherwise, she endeavored to embrace this relationship fully, approaching Su Chen with sincerity rather than pretense, which was entirely unnecessary. Gently cupping Yin Mei's face, Su Chen leaned in closer. The news of Su Chen's extraordinary promotion to the elite class reverberated throughout the academy. Even as whispers of his recent ascension to the 4th level of the real Dan realm circulated, it remained nothing short of astonishing. It was undeniable that Su Chen possessed remarkable talent, having ascended from the Foundation Establishment realm to the real Dan realm in the span of merely 1 month, a pace of cultivation that dazzled all who beheld it. Such terrifying aptitude and speed in cultivation were unprecedented. Even so, to qualify for the elite class, one typically needed to reach the Golden Dan realm. Transitioning from the real Dan realm directly into the elite class had never been heard of before. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen remained in Yan Mei's office, tirelessly assisting her in mitigating the threats posed by her blood wheel, engaging in combat after combat, truly exerting himself. Beyond their intimate encounters, he devoted the remainder of his time to mastering various techniques and martial arts, particularly the soul-capturing technique and the primordial divine pattern. With the aid of his chaos body, Su Chen had successfully repaired the initial segments of the primordial divine pattern, positioning himself to cultivate it fully. 3 days later, the peril associated with Yan Mei's blood wheel was entirely resolved after an exhausting battle that lasted 30 rounds, wherein Su Chen exerted considerable effort. The following day, gazing into the mirror, Yan Mei noticed her complexion radiating with an increasingly vibrant glow. She felt undeniably more beautiful than ever before. Her fondness for Su Chen grew, and as she caressed her cheek, she prepared to head towards the life and death platform. For today marked the fateful duel between Su Chen and Mo Xian. The life and death martial arena comprised 3 platforms designated for resolving irreconcilable grievances among students, where a life and death contract could be signed. Once the contract was executed and one stepped onto the platform, there was no turning back. Fate would take its course, and even the academy would refrain from intervening. Today, a life and death battle was set to unfold. One participant was Mo Xian from the Elite Class 5, at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, while the other was Su Chen, freshly elevated from the junior class to the elite class, standing at the 4th level of the actual core realm. The disparity between them was evident, with no one expecting Su Chen to emerge victorious. All anticipated Mo Xian's inevitable triumph. A throng of students from various classes, including juniors, intermediates, seniors, and elite members, flocked to the arena, eager to witness the outcome of this momentous confrontation. Even the vice principal was present, which was unprecedented among the 8 vice principals. Qin Zhu held the highest rank. No one had anticipated that this life and death duel would draw such attention from the academy's upper echelons. Vice Principal Qin oversaw all matters within the academy, yet no instructor or vice principal had ever attended a life and death battle before. Now, for vice principals and numerous instructors, including Teacher Yan, were in attendance, indicating the academy's significant regard for this duel. I surmised that Su Chen's identity must be extraordinary. I attempted to inquire further, yet discovered no information at all. How could that be? It seemed implausible. Thus, I posited that Su Chen possessed some unique status, making it impossible to uncover his identity. To safeguard Su Chen, the academy had directly sealed off his personal information, and only due to her position as an instructor could Yan Mei successfully obtain such details. Mo Xian arrived, accompanied by Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, and upon seeing the gathered teachers and vice principals, he too was taken aback that his life and death duel had drawn such high-level attention. Upon reaching the platform and noticing the crowd of students surrounding him, Mo Xian felt no trepidation. He believed that even though Su Chen had reached the 4th level of the actual core realm, he posed no threat to him whatsoever. As the designated time for the duel passed, the atmosphere in the life and death martial arena grew restless. Do you think Su Chen dares not show up? Some speculated. It's plausible. He is merely at the actual core realm. How could he possibly defeat Mo Xian at the Golden Core realm? He was likely provoked into this duel due to humiliation and impulsivity, and he will undoubtedly regret his decision to participate. How disappointing. I thought we were in for an exciting spectacle, only to be met with this. Then, a figure emerged, entering the life and death martial arena, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. Su Chen had indeed arrived. Such audacity. The audacious Mo Xian, at the realm of the Golden Core, challenges the realm of the true Dan, daringly proposing a life and death battle, truly reaching the pinnacle of arrogance. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Su Chen stepped onto the stage of life and death, silencing all surrounding students. Mo Xian regarded the youth opposite him with utter disdain, dismissing Su Chen entirely. For the chasm between the true Dan and Golden Core realms is akin to an insurmountable divide, nearly impossible to bridge. Upon ascending the stage, the fate of life and death lies in my hands, not yours. If you kneel and admit your error, I may choose to overlook the past and dissolve the life and death pact. Below the stage, Yin Mei's brow furrowed tightly. While she had unwavering faith in Su Chen's abilities, her concern lingered, for Mo Xian was a veritable Golden Core cultivator. Conversely, Qin Zhu appeared utterly relaxed, placing his unreserved trust in Su Chen. Old Qin, why have you dragged us here so early? The life and death battle between two students holds no suspense. What is there to see? The other three vice presidents expressed their discontent, burdened by numerous tasks, yet forcibly brought here by Qin Zhu. Wait, there's a spectacle to behold. Silence enveloped the scene as Su Chen's lips moved, and Mo Xian clearly perceived Su Chen uttering the words fool. You seek death. Enraged, Mo Xian unleashed an overwhelming force, launching a fierce assault towards Su Chen. Boom. The two forces collided violently upon the stage of life and death, defying expectations. Rather than a slaughter, to the astonishment of all, Mo Xian was sent reeling, retreating several dozen steps before barely regaining his footing, while Su Chen remained steadfast, immovable like Mount Tai, rendering the disparity between them unmistakable. Did I just imagine that? Su Chen actually repelled Mo Xian with a single move. Surely, I did not sleep well last night. How could he achieve such a feat? It became clear why Su Chen dared to issue a life and death challenge to Mo Xian. He must have had some backing. This promised to be an intriguing development. Mo Xian had truly shot himself in the foot this time. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were utterly bewildered, having initially believed they could eliminate Su Chen, confident that the life and death pact would prevent the academy from intervening. Yet, the reality was that their elder brother could not even withstand a single strike from Su Chen. The most bewildered of all was Mo Xian. Staring fixedly at the youth before him, he could not accept this reality. He unleashed his blood wheel. The illusory figure of a two-headed wolf exuding a chilling intent to kill, its frosty gaze fixed upon its prey. Wolf's extreme slash. With a thunderous roar, Mo Xian surged forth like a whirlwind, launching another fierce attack at Su Chen, generating strong fluctuations around them. However, a protective barrier enveloped the area surrounding the stage, preventing their forces from spilling beyond. After all, in a life and death battle, neither party would hold back. Should innocents be harmed, the consequences would be dire. Above, a blood wheel coalesced, and illusory sword shadows emanated a frigid sword intent, the sword energy scattering in all directions, its resonant hymn enveloping the protective barrier. In Su Chen's gaze, there resided a chilling intent to kill. He was no ordinary opponent. He had always adhered to the principle of not instigating conflict unless provoked. Yet, Mo Xian, emboldened by his status as a Golden Core disciple, dared to humiliate him without restraint, having already signed a life and death contract. Su Chen was under no obligation to show mercy in this battle to the death. The twin-headed wolf and sword clashed violently in midair as Su Chen unleashed the Nine Calamities sword technique, harmonizing it with the sword blood wheel, unleashing a cacophony akin to thunder. The relentless sword chi afforded Mo Xian no respite. The sword blood wheel was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving Mo Xian thoroughly suppressed. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. This adversary was undeniably powerful. The time for disdain and mockery had passed. Strength alone dictated the outcome and might establish authority. His exceptional promotion to the elite class had sparked discontent among many. Yet Su Chen's prowess now unequivocally demonstrated his right to belong to that echelon. A person capable of vanquishing a first-level Golden Core disciple. What did it matter if he was merely at the true pill stage? He had already rewritten the rules of martial arts. Mo Xian, unable to withstand even a single strike, could clearly sense the mocking laughter surrounding him. His countenance darkened to an abysmal degree. He had anticipated using this life and death battle to eliminate Su Chen, but he never envisaged such overwhelming strength from his foe. Receive my most powerful move, twin-headed explosion. The twin-headed explosion was not a true self-detonation, but rather a brief surge of power at a significant cost. However, he could no longer afford to contemplate the consequences. He was determined to kill Su Chen at any cost to salvage his dignity. Bang! Bang! The twin-headed explosion unleashed terrifying forces from both sides, launching a merciless assault on Su Chen, for in a life-and-death battle, It was either his demise or that of his opponent. With both hands forming the divine demon death seal, he countered with the sword blood wheel, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. Boom! The fierce upheaval caused the entire arena to tremble violently, accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chen was violently hurled backward, blood staining his body, his pale visage devoid of color. His face resembled that of a corpse, even when unleashing his strongest offensive move. He was no match for Chen. In this battle, he had suffered a complete and utter defeat. As he watched Chen approach step by step, Chen struggled to suppress his rising terror. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have felt fear, for the academy had rules that no one dared to breach. Yet, the current situation was fundamentally different. They had entered into a life-and-death contract and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Even with the vice deans and instructors present, he believed they would not intervene. Regret flooded him, yet he found no opportunity for repentance. His face was etched with dread, for Chen feared for his life. He understood that no one could disregard their own mortality. Before the life-and-death contract, he had no chance whatsoever. Continuously retreating, Chen gasped in terror, "Chen, I concede. You have won this battle. Surrender?" Those witnessing the unfolding events on the life-and-death arena were astounded. A dignified Golden Core warrior from the elite class had, astonishingly, been defeated by a true pill practitioner. Had it not been witnessed with one's own eyes, it is likely that no one would believe this event to be genuine. Admitting defeat is indeed a source of shame, yet it is far more prudent than losing one's life, a calculation that Chen was able to comprehend clearly. Chen, however, shook his head. If he were to lose this battle, would Chen show him mercy? The answer was uncertain. One must never harbor compassion towards an enemy. Enveloped by an aura of murderous intent, Chen's face was etched with terror. He had already conceded defeat, and there existed no enmity of life and death between them. There was no need to eliminate him entirely. With his finger as a sword, a domineering sword aura pierced through Chen's brow amidst the astonished gazes of all present. His eyes widened in disbelief, and until the very moment his body fell, he could not fathom that he would be vanquished. Thud! His body crashed heavily onto the arena of life and death. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if a pin had dropped. Everyone stared in shock at the unfolding scene on the arena, unable to fathom that Chen had indeed slain Chen. Chen had fallen. Chen emerged victorious. Observing the figure departing from the arena, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. Gasps of astonishment and incredulity echoed throughout the space. "Chen, do you harbor interest in this young man?" Chenju nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "What do you all think? Exceptionally gifted, with boundless potential, this lad is surely not an ordinary being. In the future, he will soar like a dragon across the skies." Ha ha! Chenju's laughter resonated, for he had indeed taken a liking to Chen. In all his years, he had never so highly esteemed any disciple. This time, he was genuinely moved by talent. News of the life-and-death battle seemed to sprout wings and spread throughout the academy. A student of the real pill realm, who had been promoted against the odds, had slain Chen, a first-tier golden pill realm student from the elite 5th class. Chen's name reverberated throughout the academy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen did not squander a moment. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Chen received a summons from Yanmei, instructing him to gather at the training ground. The vast training arena was filled to capacity, with over 400 Golden Pill Realm students present, save for those who were unable to attend due to special circumstances. Among them, the top 100 students from the battle rankings were nearly all accounted for. A total of 20 teachers stood before the gathered students, each with a serious demeanor. The autumn hunt was about to commence. It was said that Vice Dean Chen would personally lead the expedition. Is that true? Of course it is. Vice Dean Chen has already attained a high level of the concentration realm. Who would have thought he would accompany us to the Forsaken Forest this time? Clearly, the Academy holds us in high regard. Need I say more? Standing at the back of the crowd, Chen had already discerned the purpose of this gathering. Each autumn, the Academy summoned all students from the elite 5 classes to venture into the Forsaken Forest to hunt beasts, with the obtained beast cores redeemable for points. The Vice Dean has arrived. Chenju stepped into the training ground, gazing at the 400 students before him, and smiled as he spoke. "I trust everyone is aware of the matter at hand. Indeed, the annual autumn hunt is upon us once more." and our target remains the Forsaken Forest. The Forgotten Forest stands as one of the largest woodlands in the eastern wasteland, fraught with various perils. Even the Academy cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Should anyone wish to withdraw, now is the time to leave the training grounds. Yet, no one departs. All aspire to venture into the Forgotten Forest to hunt magical beasts. It is a dual pursuit, slaying these creatures to hone their skills, while also acquiring beast cores to earn points. Noticing the absence of any withdrawals, Qinju nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Prepare yourselves, we shall depart in 1 hour." As Su Chen prepared to leave, he was halted by Qinju. "The vice principal wishes to speak with you," he said, nodding with a smile. "Regarding this expedition to the Forgotten Forest, you are not permitted to join. You should understand the reasons better than I. However, the Academy will not coerce you. The decision lies with you." Su Chen comprehended the implications of Qinju's words. Having incapacitated Tang Hao's bloodline, he had drawn the ire of the Tang clan, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. Within the confines of the Academy, the influence of the Eastern Wasteland Academy deterred the Tang clan from taking action, but once he stepped beyond its walls, the situation would be drastically different. If he ventured into the Forgotten Forest and the Tang clan caught wind of it, he could easily envision the consequences, while others might hesitate to leave the Academy. Su Chen nodded resolutely and stated, "I will go to the Forgotten Forest." If he were to fear the Tang clan, he would not have severed Tang Hao's bloodline. No one could impede his resolve. Pleased, as if he had anticipated Su Chen's response, Qinju replied with a smile, "In the Forgotten Forest, the beast cores you procure will rank among the top 3. I shall present you with a surprise." "Thank you, Vice Principal. Go now and make your preparations." "Understood." Qinju, increasingly fond of Su Chen, felt an urge to take him as a disciple immediately. Yet, as the vice principal, he had to maintain a semblance of aloofness and high status. An hour later, in the expansive courtyard, numerous golden eagles, the Academy's trained aerial beasts, filled the sky, their numbers exceeding 100. Each group of 4 was to board a golden eagle. Su Chen remained still until everyone had taken their places. "Follow me," he was instructed, as he boarded a golden eagle alongside Yanmei. Just the 2 of them, as Yanmei had previously informed him. The golden eagles soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds above the Academy. In the junior dormitory, Xing Yingxue wore an expression of helplessness. She had learned that Su Chen was accompanying the elite class to the Forgotten Forest, yet she had no means to follow. A deep sigh escaped her lips, reflecting her resignation. The Tang clan, one of the foremost races in the Eastern Wasteland, held significant power and heritage. Tang Xiaodian, returning from the Eastern Wasteland Academy, simmered with rage and frustration, reluctant to confront the Academy directly. Firstly, the Eastern Wasteland Academy boasted formidable strength, with its principal, Lan Shang, having reached the pinnacle of 9 flower gathering. Across the entirety of the Tang clan, none could rival Lan Shang. Secondly, countless formidable warriors had emerged from the Eastern Wasteland Academy over the millennia. Should a life-or-death confrontation arise, no one could predict whether it might provoke the emergence of some of the most powerful beings. His target was merely Su Chen, seeking vengeance for his son. Yet he had not anticipated incurring the wrath of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Reporting to the clan leader, news had just arrived from the Academy. All 5 elite students of the royal rank had departed for the Lost Forest to partake in the autumn hunt. Oh! His eyes gleamed with newfound opportunity. At last, a chance had presented itself. Although he could not act against Su Chen within the confines of the Academy, once Su Chen ventured beyond its borders, that would be his moment. Such a rare opportunity for revenge was not one that Tang Xiaodian would easily forego. He promptly summoned the elders for a council. With his fists clenched tightly, Tang Xiaodian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a chilling murderous intent surging forth like a tsunami, enveloping the entire hall. "Su Chen, you have chosen the path to hell when heaven's way was open to you. Though you hide within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, perhaps I cannot reach you there, but now, I shall ensure you have no return, perishing in the Lost Forest." In the void, atop the back of a golden rock, Su Chen sat quietly embracing Yan Merue, feeling the fierce winds rush past them. Neither bore any protective aura, allowing the winds to whip against their bodies. "Su Di, we are about to arrive at the Lost Forest. Allow me to explain the rules," Yan Merue stated. "Very well," Su Chen replied, eagerly anticipating the trials that awaited him in the Lost Forest. In his view, it was only through relentless life and death experiences that a martial artist could transcend their limits. First, None of our instructors may participate in the students' hunt for beasts unless faced with insurmountable danger. We will be observing from the shadows. Secondly, there must be no casualties among students, and team formation is permitted. Nodding, Chen smiled and said, I prefer to go alone. Unsurprisingly, Yin Meruo seemed to have anticipated his response and chose not to elaborate further. Some preferred solitude, while others favored companionship. Without wasting time, both delved into their training. The Lost Forest lay to the eastern side of the eastern wilderness, renowned as a place of forsaken lands. The beasts within were particularly formidable, in equal measure. Martial artists found themselves outmatched. The resonant cries of the golden rocks echoed across the sky as over 100 of them landed steadily at the forest's entrance. All students dismounted, gazing at the forest before them, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Among the 400 students, approximately 80% had previously visited the Lost Forest. Some even multiple times. Qinzhu had seemingly vanished. One instructor, surveying the assembled crowd with a serious expression, declared, You have 5 minutes to form teams. Those who wish to hunt alone may now enter the Lost Forest. The duration is 1 month. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words left his lips, students hastened towards the forest, nearly half already making their way in, while the remaining individuals sought to form teams. As the dangers of the Lost Forest demanded greater safety in numbers, Yin Meruo, visibly concerned for Chen, continuously pulled him aside to elucidate the various perils of the Lost Forest. Look quickly, Yin Laoshi is holding Chen's hand. Yin Meruo, the most beautiful teacher at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, typically exuding a stern and aloof demeanor, dispensed no kindness to any man. Hand-holding? Such a thing had never occurred before. This marks the first occasion that Yin Meihua is seen holding hands with a fellow student. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us inquire about these rumors upon our return to the academy. We must hasten to gather more individuals to form a team, lest we encounter peril in the Forgotten Forest without adequate preparation. Ji Yoshi, however, did not form a team nor enter the Forgotten Forest. Instead, she approached Chen and Yin Meihua. Observing the two hand in hand, her brow furrowed. She was keenly aware of her friend's romantic circumstances, knowing full well that she had no beloved. What explanation could there be for such a display? Yin Jia, she called out, you seek me for a purpose? In private, Ji Yoshi consistently referred to Yin Meihua as Yin Jia. Nodding, Ji Yoshi gestured towards Chen beside her and stated, I wish to team up with him to venture into the Forgotten Forest. Upon hearing her words, both Chen and Yin Meihua were taken aback. I shall depart first. Be cautious. As she watched Chen disregard her and make his way alone towards the Forgotten Forest, Ji Yoshi's expression brightened unexpectedly. She had never anticipated such a rejection. At Dongwang Academy, she was undoubtedly regarded as one of the most beautiful women, excelling in both appearance and talent, not to mention her illustrious lineage. She had never been so proactive before, with countless suitors vying for her attention, yet she had never accepted anyone. Seeing Chen as unique, she assumed he would not refuse her request to team up, only to find the outcome quite the opposite. Yuxi, I must speak candidly. You and he are not well suited. Yin Jia, I am not attempting to pursue him. What do you mean by suitability? With a deep sigh within, Yin Meihua refrained from disclosing Chen's true identity to Ji Yoshi. The matters between them needed resolution from Chen and Ji Yoshi themselves. It was not her place to intervene. Yin Jia, I shall also enter. Exercise caution. Understood. Ji Yoshi felt a surge of indignation, unable to fathom that her initial boldness had been met with rejection, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. The dense forest was shrouded by towering trees, allowing sunlight to filter through in scattered beams. Chen moved swiftly, akin to a leopard weaving through the underbrush. Hunting was secondary. His primary objective in entering the Forgotten Forest was to utilize the experience to continually push his own limits. If he could successfully advance to the Golden Core realm before leaving the forest, that would be ideal. Chen halt, hearing the voice behind him. Chen's brow furrowed as he turned around, his cold gaze harboring a profound disdain that was unmistakable to anyone observing. Witnessing the expression of aversion on Chen's face only fueled Ji Yoshi's anger and sense of grievance. She did not deny her feelings for him, yet she was repeatedly ignored. Speak your mind. His voice was frigid, tinged with impatience. I merely wish to team up with you. Why must you distance yourself so? Do you truly despise me that much? She was eager to understand why Chen held such an attitude towards her. Out of 400 individuals, Why do you choose to seek me? I simply enjoy teaming up with you. Impatiently, for the autumn hunt lasts but a fortnight, every moment counts. With a cold demeanor, I retrieve the marriage certificate from my spatial ring, declaring, "This is the marriage certificate between us. Since your royal family wishes to annul the engagement, I shall acquiesce." A wave of bewilderment washed over me. Su Chen. The Su Chen before me was indeed the Su Chen of the Su family, my betrothed. No wonder he had been so indifferent. Everything suddenly became clear. Before Ji Yoshi could react, the marriage certificate in Su Chen's hand was engulfed in flames, instantly reduced to ashes that scattered with the wind. "What are you doing?" she gasped, stepping back repeatedly, her face a portrait of shock. Had this been before, she would have welcomed such an event. After all, Su Chen had been stripped of his bloodline, destined to live a life slightly better than that of an ordinary person. And any hopes of foundation building were mere fantasies, let alone breaking through to a higher realm of martial prowess. Now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Su Chen's displayed talent was remarkable, excelling in every regard. Most importantly, during the calamity in the heavenly tribulation valley, he had disregarded her completely, and in that moment, his figure had etched itself into her heart. Regret surged within her. She should have thwarted the royal family's decision to withdraw from the engagement. With a deep sigh, she said, "Su Chen, the matter of the annulment is not my intention." Waving his hand dismissively, Su Chen retorted with disdain, "Whether or not it is your intention is inconsequential. The marriage certificate has been burned. From this moment forth, we share no ties. Farewell." As he faded from view, Ji Yoshi retreated 3 steps, her face a canvas of regret. She should have intervened when the royal family sought to dissolve the engagement. Now, regret was of no avail. Whether she wished to admit it or not, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware of her instantaneous infatuation with Su Chen, an affection that could not be concealed. Gazing at the ashes of the marriage certificate, she slowly picked it up from the ground and stored it within her spatial ring. Following Su Chen's departure, he began to track the demonic beasts. The purple fox? It had vanished from his arms. It had been peacefully sleeping on the way here. Why had it suddenly disappeared? Anxiously, Su Chen sighed deeply, the most likely explanation being that the fox's injuries had stabilized and begun to heal, prompting its departure. How ungrateful. Yet, he chose not to dwell on the matter. The heavens may rain, and a mother may remarry, but he could not prevent the fox from leaving. Shen Bingxue? He caught sight of a figure darting swiftly in the distance, a cold smile curling his lips. Previously, when Shen Bingxue had challenged him, he had declined. But now he was filled with confidence that he could effortlessly eliminate her. The autumn hunt would not permit a scenario of students slaughtering one another. It was one thing to speak of it, and quite another to act. Su Chen understood a fundamental truth. When dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless and decisive, never allowing a shred of mercy or compassion to cloud judgment. He followed her directly. For whether a person is good or bad often depends on the perspective from which one views the situation. As night descended, the inky void was speckled with stars, enveloping the vast expanse of clouds. Originally, the intention of following Shen Bingxue was to seek an opportunity to eliminate her, yet unexpectedly, before them lay a vast lake, encircled by dense forests. Hundreds, if not thousands, of martial artists congregated here, all fixated on the lake, Shen Bingxue included. "Third uncle, is the information reliable?" Shen Huo inquired. To which he nodded and replied, "Observe the crowd. There are at least 2,000 here, all drawn by the tomb entrance. The news has not spread widely, hence the turnout is limited." Upon arriving at the Lost Forest, she had received word from her family regarding the appearance of a tomb entrance. The treasures within remained uncertain. Everyone was filled with anticipation. "Damn it, do you think the tomb entrance recorded on the map is real? I've waited here for 12 days. What terrible luck." One voiced their frustration. "You've waited only 12 days. I have been here for 15. The lake remains utterly still. Could it be a prank? If the tomb truly existed, how could there be only a couple of thousand people here?" Another declared, "I can't wait any longer," as some could no longer bear the suspense and chose to depart. Meanwhile, Su Chen gazed at the tranquil lake, oblivious to the rumors of the tomb. With formidable warriors surrounding Shen Bingxue, his quest to eliminate her would not be so simple. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! The lake is stirring." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the surface of the lake began to ripple, swirling into a vortex that gradually revealed a stone portal, the entrance to the tomb. Greed was etched on the faces of all, for no one knew the truth behind the tomb. Otherwise, there would not be merely 2,000 warriors vying for it. Most still believed the news to be false. Who could have anticipated it was indeed genuine? Without a moment's hesitation, the martial artists surged towards the stone portal, vanishing into its depths. Shenhua, Shen Bingxue, and others also chose to enter. Once all had passed through the portal, Su Chen lingered momentarily, contemplating whether to follow. I must see what opportunities lie within. He stepped forward and disappeared into the stone portal. The instant he entered, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if he might be sick, and he swiftly realized the portal was a small-scale teleportation array, the destination unknown. Mere seconds later, the vertigo dissipated, and he surveyed the dimly lit cavernous space around him, a heavy atmosphere rendering it almost suffocating. Su Chen. Among the over 2,000 martial artists transported to this underground realm, Shen Bingxue spotted Su Chen at first glance, seemingly surprised to encounter him here. Do you know him? She was asked. Shen Bingxue nodded. He is a student from the academy. Did he not attack you? This caught Su Chen off guard. For given their history and with powerful allies at her side, she could have easily dispatched him here, ensuring he posed no threat to the academy. Seemingly able to discern Su Chen's thoughts, Shen Bingxue approached with a chilling tone. Su Chen, you need not worry that I will resort to my family's influence against you. It is quite normal for students to have grievances among themselves, yet it has not escalated to the point of life and death. Moreover, we are in the Lost Forest, and I shall adhere to the academy's rules. Shen Bingxue's demeanor genuinely surprised Su Chen. Indeed, he had overthought the matter. I do not concern myself with how you found this place, but since we both hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, I must caution you. According to rumors, this is a burial cave, harboring the legacies and opportunities of formidable beings, albeit fraught with peril. If you wish, you may accompany me. Thank you, but I believe I shall decline. Rejecting her offer, Shen Bingxue let out a soft snort and chose not to elaborate further, returning to stand before Shenhua. All around, the others gazed at the murky underground space, their expressions grave yet tinged with avarice and anticipation. Yin Maidwan chose to disregard the others, trailing closely behind Su Chen. However, his pace was exceedingly swift, and she felt herself gradually losing track of him. According to academy regulations, during the autumn hunt, no instructor was permitted to intervene. She would not sacrifice the rules of the academy for personal sentiments. From a considerable distance, she observed Su Chen suddenly vanish. In an instant, Yin Maidwan appeared by the lake, but the spatial stone door remained open for merely 3 minutes. By the time she arrived, it had already closed. Overwhelmed with self-reproach, she understood the dangers of the Lost Forest all too well. She could not allow anything to befall Su Chen. Had she been present, she could have intervened in a crisis. Once separated, she could not influence his fate. How could she not be anxious? With a furrowed brow, she could only sense the aura of warriors from afar, yet she had no idea why so many, including Su Chen, had suddenly vanished. Su brother, I will surely find you. In the underground space, once everyone had confirmed their bearings, they advanced forward. Having entered the spatial stone door, they were determined to uncover the opportunities hidden within. Retreating was not an option. As they pressed on, each individual remained acutely vigilant, their senses heightened. In this realm, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of any sound. Even the faintest breath was palpable. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange and oppressive. I feel quite unwell, as though I am in purgatory. Have any of you sensed this? Stop overthinking. It must be your imagination. I feel nothing of the sort. Is that a corpse? A voice cried out, shattering the stillness. All present were rendered utterly dumbfounded by the sight before them, as the ground was littered with a plethora of skeletal remains, so densely packed that it was impossible to ascertain their number. It appeared as though mountains of bones formed an endless sea of cadavers. At the heart of this macabre scene stood an immense ancient altar, surrounded by layers upon layers of even more bones, haphazardly strewn about, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chen's brow was furrowed tightly, an instinctual awareness warning him that this place was undoubtedly sinister. The multitude of skeletal remains suggested that countless warriors had been buried here. The ancient altar before them was overwhelmingly massive, its summit lost to sight. Each step of the altar was engraved with a myriad of grotesque and unsettling patterns, sending shivers through all who beheld them. It was unfathomable how many warriors had converged to create such a sea of corpses. Su Chen felt a deep sense of lamentation. While the others chose to circumvent the altar, pressing onward even if it meant treading upon the countless bones beneath them, for in their eyes, such a grim path might lead to fortuitous opportunities. The pursuit of martial prowess was inherently a defiance against fate, and only by stepping upon the endless bones could one hope to ascend. Some were unwilling to yield, attempting to ascend to the altar's pinnacle in search of hidden fortunes. However, as soon as one individual set foot on the first step, a heart-wrenching scream echoed, and to the astonishment of all present, their flesh began to vanish. Indeed, it disappeared. In mere seconds, their entire corporeal form was reduced to nothing but a skeletal remnant, leaving the onlookers horrified. No one dared approach the altar thereafter, including Chen, who knew all too well the peril that awaited anyone who dared draw closer. Just as he resolved to depart, the ancient demonic art within him inexplicably surged to life, and the demonic mirror materialized in his grasp, emanating powerful waves of energy. His gaze sharpened. The demonic mirror was undoubtedly a treasure of great significance. However, Chen understood that he had already begun to nurture the demonic mirror with his soul, and he could not afford any missteps. The moment that mirror shattered would herald his demise. Gripping the demonic mirror tightly, he felt the ancient demonic art whirl furiously within him, revealing that the mirror seemed intent on guiding him towards the altar. Was it seeking to absorb the power of the altar? If that were the case, he felt compelled to attempt it, for relying solely on the nurturing of the mirror left him uncertain of when he might fully restore its powers. With a decisive step forward, Chen resolved not to hesitate any longer. Having made his choice, he would not squander time and advance towards the altar. As he ascended the first step, his body jolted violently, yet due to the operation of the ancient demonic art and the protective aura surrounding him, he did not suffer the fate of the previous warrior whose flesh was consumed. With no one around, his unusual reaction went unnoticed, and as he stood on the steps, a tremor coursed through him. In an instant, his mind was filled with resounding roars, akin to the tolling of a death knell, and deep within his soul, he found himself in a void. The sky was shrouded in dark storm clouds, with rolling lightning ravaging the earth below, an endless expanse of bones stretching far beyond sight, all mercilessly suppressed by the fury of the tempest. A colossal figure, towering at 100 feet, donned a dark crown and wielded a demonic sword, its icy gaze surveying the heavens while standing amidst the sea of bones, a formidable presence in the vastness of existence. Upon encountering the emperor, "Why do you not kneel?" Chen, holding the divine demon mirror, chose not to bow but instead inquired, "Why should I kneel?" Ha ha ha! The towering giant laughed heartily, his laughter piercing through the clouds for miles, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even Chen felt as though his body might be torn asunder. "You practice the ancient divine demon art and wield my demon clan's treasured divine demon mirror, yet do not kneel before me." Chen was no fool. He instantly grasped the implications of this being's words. In essence, the ancient divine demon art he cultivated and the divine demon mirror he possessed belonged to the massive figure before him. No wonder this individual concealed himself within the mirror. Seemingly able to read Chen's thoughts, the giant coldly declared, "I am the demon god of the demon clan. In days of yore, I perished, and in hopes of one day resurrecting in the mortal realm, I sealed my primordial spirit within the divine demon mirror. For countless ages, none have managed to cultivate the ancient divine demon art. Only you." His conjecture proved correct. The giant before him was indeed the so-called demon god of the demon clan, emerging from within the divine demon mirror. The realization filled Chen with dread, for he sensed how terrifying this so-called demon god was. Even a mere fragment of his primordial spirit possessed unfathomable power. Should the demon god wish to act against him, there would be no opportunity for evasion. This place is rich in corpse energy, perfect for the divine demon mirror to devour, enabling me to restore my primordial spirit and cultivate once more. "Are you willing to assist me?" Could Chen refuse? He felt a wave of frustration. Such questions were futile. In this world, regardless of where one ventured or when, strength reigned supreme. "Ha ha ha, you are quite the spirited lad. I find your character most appealing. Now, I ask you, are you willing to take me as your master?" "Take a master?" Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the demon goddess' sudden desire for him to become a disciple. Ever since losing his imperial bone, he had never bowed to any master. He understood that this master-disciple relationship was unlike that of a mere academy teacher. As the saying goes, once a master, always a father. If he were to take the demon god as his master, the demon god would become akin to a father figure to him. I am willing. Chen certainly could not refuse. How could he? Firstly, the demon god's primordial spirit was hidden within the divine demon mirror, and now that he had begun nurturing his soul, if the demon god were to destroy the mirror, his death would be inevitable. Secondly, being the demon god of the demon clan, Chen had no doubt that his strength was extraordinary. To have such a figure as a master would undoubtedly benefit his martial cultivation immensely. This was beyond question. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Kneeling on both knees, Chen bowed thrice, exclaiming, "Disciple Chen pays respects to master." In a flash, the demon god's figure appeared within 2 meters, his robust form resembling a volcano erupting, with strikingly handsome features. His gaze fixed upon the young man before him. Satisfaction grew with each passing moment. You possess the 3 lives blood wheel. No one in this continent has ever simultaneously held 3. No, something seems amiss within you. The Imperial Bone. The Imperial Bone. You have awakened the Imperial Bone. Chen did not conceal anything, briefly recounting the awakening of his Imperial Bone and its subsequent removal. The demon god nodded and remarked, "It is said across the continent that one who awakens the Imperial Bone is destined for the Imperial Realm. However, despite your loss of the Imperial Bone, you have unexpectedly awakened the 3 lives blood wheel, which is incomparable to a mere Imperial Bone. Furthermore, your cultivation of the ancient demon god's art and the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique has truly endowed you with extraordinary gifts. Rest assured, your talents are sufficient to surpass all on the continent. In the future, you will not only attain the Imperial Realm but also emerge as the most formidable being in the land." Delighted by the demon god's praise, Chen, however, refrained from disclosing the matter of the Chaos Devouring Tower to his master, for it remained his greatest secret, one he would share with no soul but himself. "I have no treasures to bestow upon you, but I believe you have derived the demon death seal from the ancient divine demon art," the master stated. "Indeed, I have successfully cultivated the first demon death seal," Chen replied. The demon god nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Sit down. I shall now assist you in your cultivation." Filled with joy, Chen showed no hesitation as he promptly sat cross-legged, initiating the operation of the ancient divine demon art and executing the demon death seal. Standing at the first step of the altar, Chen's body remained motionless, and the demon mirror slipped from his grasp, soaring towards the ancient altar. The mirror floated to the peak of the altar and began to voraciously devour its surroundings. Half an hour later, the demon mirror returned to Chen's hand. While within his mind, his soul, aided by the demon god, cultivated a total of 36 demon death seals and unexpectedly comprehended the blood demon transformation. Blood demon transformation? You have actually grasped the blood demon transformation, the master exclaimed. "Master, what is the blood demon transformation?" The demon god sighed deeply, replying with a hint of resignation. "The blood demon transformation is the pinnacle secret technique of the demon race. Even I, in my prime, could not master it. It is said to be hidden within the ancient divine demon art, accessible only to those with the right fate. Chinner, I must now inform you that while you can cultivate the blood demon transformation, you must never employ it, no matter the circumstances. Do you understand?" "Why?" Chen pondered, somewhat perplexed. If he could successfully comprehend the blood demon transformation from the ancient divine demon art, why could he only cultivate it and not wield it? Yet, he sensed that his master had valid reasons for this prohibition. With a heavy sigh, the demon god expressed his helplessness. Employing the blood demon transformation can grant a warrior a sudden increase in strength, potentially doubling or even multiplying it several times. However, the sole drawback is that during its execution, one becomes a machine of slaughter, susceptible to the backlash of the blood demon transformation itself. Now it made sense. Chen finally understood why his master forbade him from using the blood demon transformation. He smiled, realizing that regardless of its might, the potential for such severe repercussions rendered its use untenable unless one was indifferent to their own life. "Chinner, I must now reveal to you that I am the demon god, hailing from the demon race. On this continent, demons are met with disdain, and should it become known that you are the disciple of the demon god, you may find it difficult to establish your standing in this world. The disciple fears not," Chen boldly declared. "Very well." The demon lord expressed his satisfaction with a nod and stated, "I must commence my cultivation. You may take your leave." With his soul returning, Su Chen reflected on the serendipity of encountering the altar, which inadvertently led him into the realm of the divine and demonic mirror, where he met his master, the demon lord. He continued onward, quickening his pace significantly, as he had squandered half an hour at the altar should an opportunity arise. He feared he might miss it altogether. Wasting no more time, he dashed across the vast expanse of clouds like a cheetah. The ground was littered with bones, shrouded in dense black mist that enveloped the subterranean space, while the miasma of death gradually corroded the souls of the martial artists. At that moment, many martial artists, tainted by the miasma, had their eyes turned crimson as they descended into a frenzy, mercilessly slaughtering their peers without a semblance of pain. Even when severed limbs and decapitated heads were the result, they fought on like zombies, consumed by madness. Shen Bingxue and Shun Huo wore grim expressions, dodging incessantly as they were compelled to kill, each victim transformed into a mere instrument of slaughter. Su Chen's figure materialized in an instant, taken aback by the sight of severed limbs and blood seeping into the ground, creating a scene both chilling and surreal. Without delay, he activated the ancient divine demon technique within him. Grasping the divine and demonic mirror, he swung it before him. His intention was not to save these individuals. Their fate was of no concern to him. Rather, his objective was to harness the power of the divine and demonic mirror to absorb the energies of this place, enabling his master to reclaim his divine essence and one day be reborn. In a mere 3 minutes, under the aegis of the divine and demonic mirror, the martial artists afflicted by the miasma began to regain their clarity. The air was soon filled with agonizing cries reminiscent of dying swine, a truly heartrending spectacle. Having only recently succumbed to the miasma, they had felt nothing despite their grievous injuries. Now, as consciousness returned, the pain surged through their bodies like wildfire. Of the over 2,000 martial artists present, more than 500 had perished, approximately a quarter of their number. "Young man, let me have a look at the mirror in your hand," a voice demanded. The divine and demonic mirror vanished instantly, and Su Chen chose to disregard the request. Fully aware of the implications, the intention was clear: witnessing the power of his mirror, capable of devouring and suppressing the miasma, would undoubtedly lead to a transaction with no intent of return. He was no fool. He would not relinquish the mirror without cause. The man who had been ignored darkened visibly, the previous events replaying in his mind, filling him with dread. Had it not been for the mirror in Su Chen's possession, the consequences would have been dire. "You truly are audacious. I advise you to surrender the mirror, or you may find yourself becoming a part of this place." Shun Bingxue and Shun Hua swiftly approached Su Chen, their anger palpable. "You are remarkably shameless. Had it not been for Su Chen producing the treasure to suppress the miasma, you would all be mere bones by now, yet you dare to approach and covet his possession." He hailed from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. "Do you truly wish to make an enemy of us?" As he gazed at Shun Bingxue, who stood before him, boldly defending him, Su Chen felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Shun Bingxue, with whom he had experienced minor conflicts, would emerge as his ally, especially considering that the man beside her was a formidable Yuan-Ing realm expert. Furthermore, when Shun Bingxue uttered the name of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the faces of those who sought to seize the treasures were etched with trepidation. In the Eastern Wilderness, the mention of the Eastern Wilderness Academy was synonymous with intimidation. No one could afford to disregard its authority, even if one contemplated committing murder and theft without the Academy's knowledge. They would first have to eliminate Shun Bingxue and her companion, a feat they found insurmountable. Thus, they were left with no choice but to concede. "Kid, we can forego your mirror, but you must ensure that the corpse energy does not encroach upon us. How about that?" The compromise was ultimately born out of their fear of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Su Chen remained silent. He could not offer any assurances. As he had stated before, the lives of these individuals held no significance to him. Their demise would be preferable. The remaining 1,000 or so warriors followed Su Chen, for only the mirror in his possession could devour the corpse energy, sparing them from its corrupting influence and preventing them from becoming instruments of slaughter. The ground was littered with bones, creaking ominously beneath their feet. Suddenly, the bones stirred, as they beheld the scattered remains. It appeared as though the corpses had come to life, and the expressions of everyone shifted drastically. However, before they could draw closer, they were forcibly separated. "Kid, quickly suppress them." They believed the mirror in the young man's hand should be capable of subduing the bones. Shen Bingxue and Su Chen walked side by side, scanning their surroundings. "Follow me," Shun Bingxue declared without a moment's hesitation, promptly trailing behind. With the divine demonic mirror wielded in hand, they forged a bloody path, their breaths escaping in relief as tranquility returned to the area and the bones ceased to stir. "Uncle San is still inside. Your return will serve no purpose and may even render you a burden." Regardless of her willingness to believe, Shun Bingxue understood the truth in Su Chen's words. A deep sigh escaped her lips. There was no turning back, only the hope that her uncle remained unharmed. "What shall we do now?" Shun Bingxue appeared somewhat at a loss, uncertain of their next steps. Surveying their surroundings, Su Chen pointed toward the south and said, "Let us head that way." "All right." Without further delay, the two hastened towards the southern direction. Just then, Su Chen abruptly halted, his gaze brightening as he focused on the ground littered with shattered bones. "What's wrong, Su Chen?" Shun Bingxue inquired curiously. "I have something to attend to." Without allowing Shun Bingxue to ask further questions, Su Chen stepped forward, crouched down, and began to kick aside the scattered bones, searching among the fragments until he uncovered a palm-sized piece of black bone. The surface of the black bone was etched with intricate patterns, and Su Chen was all too familiar with these markings. They were identical to the primordial divine patterns he had inadvertently obtained from the academy. He never would have imagined encountering a fragment of the primordial divine patterns in such a place. Su Chen was acutely aware that the primordial divine pattern he had obtained at the academy was merely a fragment of a soul martial art. The bone shard he now possessed bore intricate divine patterns that likely surpassed his previous understanding. With an expression brimming with excitement, Su Chen prepared to comprehend the essence of the bone shard when the voice of the demon god echoed in his mind. "Chenner, regardless of how extraordinary your talent may be, grasping the primordial divine pattern from the bone shard is indeed a formidable challenge." Su Chen had no reason to doubt his master's words. He inquired, "Master, what should I do?" "The choice lies with you. I am simply here to impart the method." "Please, Master, enlighten me." The primordial divine pattern is a pinnacle of soul martial arts. According to legend, it is inscribed across 9 bone shards. To fully comprehend the patterns etched upon a shard, the only recourse is to undergo a bone exchange. Bone exchange? Su Chen felt an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. "I shall now teach you the technique of bone exchange. Whether to proceed with it is entirely your decision." In the next moment, Su Chen felt a rush of secret knowledge flooding his mind. The technique of bone exchange, deceptively simple, yet inherently perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave danger. Most crucially, the process would be excruciating. He would first need to forcibly extract a piece of his own bone before seamlessly integrating the shard. While others may be oblivious to the agony of bone extraction, Su Chen was all too familiar with it. Years ago, when he awakened the Emperor's bone and had yet to fuse with it, he had been brutally separated by Su Hao, an experience of pain that lingered in his memory. In retrospect, had it not been for the sealed dragon-elephant bloodline preserving his foundation, he would have surely perished. Seated in a meditative posture, Su Chen shook his head, resolute in his decision to commence the bone exchange. Faced with the extraordinary opportunity presented by the primordial divine pattern, he could not entertain the thought of retreat. His master had previously mentioned that there were 9 bone shards in total, and he had only acquired 1. The primordial divine pattern he had initially obtained at the academy was likely only a general outline, explaining why he had been unable to truly grasp its essence. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's hand moved like a blade, ruthlessly gripping his left shoulder. With a ripping sound, he tore through flesh, exposing the stark white of bone, blood erupting like a fountain. "Su Chen, what are you doing?" Shun Bingxue was utterly bewildered by his sudden action, her body trembling in shock as she rushed to his side. "Have you lost your mind? Why inflict harm upon yourself? Do not concern yourself with me." Gritting his teeth against the pain, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, soaking his entire being. Su Chen paid no heed to Shun Bingxue's alarm. With his right hand, he tore through the bloody flesh and forcefully snapped a bone shard free, extracting it with brutal determination. The scene left Shun Bingxue in a state of disbelief. She simply could not fathom why Su Chen would resort to such drastic measures. Her scalp tingled at the sight, and she yearned to intervene. But she remembered Su Chen's insistence to be left alone. Moreover, deep down, she understood that Su Chen was no fool. He would not act without reason. With the extracted bone shard from his left shoulder casually tossed into his spatial ring, he wasted no time in forcefully reinserting the shard into the cavity of his shoulder. gritting his teeth against the searing pain that made him grimace and sweat profusely. A surge of power coursed through his hands, continuously converging upon the flesh and blood of his left shoulder. Despite this, Chen could not help but tremble. The process of bone replacement and fusion was successfully completed, yet his complexion turned exceedingly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having skillfully merged the bone fragment, he had achieved 1/9 of his goal. The Taichu divine pattern consisted of 9 bone fragments, and he had merely integrated the first. However, for him at this moment, it was more than sufficient. With the successful fusion of the bone, he commenced the refinement of the fragment, initiating the operation of the chaotic devouring technique within him. A stream of devouring energy surged into his left shoulder, enveloping the bone fragment as the refining process began. After half an hour, Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had completed the bone replacement and refinement. The subsequent phase would involve gradually refining the bone fragment and cultivating the Taichu divine pattern. Observing Chen rise, Shen Bingxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She was astounded, having never encountered someone who would excavate their own bone fragments. She refrained from asking further questions, fully aware that even if she probed, Chen would likely remain tight-lipped. With a deep sigh, she realized she had underestimated him. His admission into the elite class by the academy spoke volumes. In her understanding, there had never been a case of a real Dan Realm student being promoted to the elite class. The Dongwang Academy placed great emphasis on the quality of education in the elite and royal classes, regardless of one's connections. Without reaching the requisite level of cultivation, advancement to the elite class was impossible. It seemed that Chen was indeed exceptional. Are you going alone, or do you intend to join me? Chen, having forgotten their earlier friction due to Shen Bingshue's willingness to speak up for him, began to regard her as a friend and peer. Such a person was worthy of companionship. Together, let us proceed. The two moved forward without hesitation. Retreat was not an option. Yet, both sensed the peculiarities of their surroundings. Contemplating the possibility of encountering extraordinary fortunes, they traversed the desolate expanse of bones, stepping upon the eerie white skeletons which emitted a grating sound, sending chills down their spines. Should word of this place spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout Dongwang. The sheer number of warriors slain to create such a scene was unimaginable. Withered trees stood tall, adorned with countless corpses, resembling fruit-laden trees. Shen Bingxue could no longer contain herself and halted, retching violently. After all, she was a girl, unaccustomed to such grotesque sights. This was her first encounter with such horror, and fortunate was she that Chen utilized the divine demon mirror to absorb the miasma, for otherwise, she might have faltered long ago. Even so, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. "Are you all right?" Chen inquired. "Had I known the scene here would be so grim, I would have chosen not to enter, even for the sake of fortune." Nodding in agreement, Chen empathized with her. Such a setting was indeed unsuitable for a young lady, and as they pressed onward, the number of corpses increased, littering the ground and hanging from the trees. "From now on, stay close to me, within 3 steps. Suddenly, a surge of Buddhist energy erupted from Chen, as within his chaotic body resided 8 Buddhas, who suppressed the god-slaying bone bow and imparted their divine Buddhist powers to him. Initially, Chen had no intention of employing these Buddhist abilities. Armed with the demon mirror, he could easily consume the corpse energy to aid his master's recovery, and he was unafraid of its encroachment. However, the situation had drastically changed. It was evident that Shen Bingxue was beginning to falter. At this rate, within a span of 2 hours, she would likely be completely overwhelmed by the corpse energy, transforming into a merciless killing machine. Left with no alternative, he had to summon the Buddhist powers. Believing that the protective aura could entirely prevent Shen Bingxue from succumbing to the malevolent energy, a halo of Buddhist energy enveloped them, gradually forming a colossal yellow swastika behind them, radiating light that purified the surrounding corpse energy. Buddhist powers? Chen, do you hail from the Buddhist sect? Shen Bingxue regretted her question the moment it left her lips. It was a rather foolish inquiry, for how could Chen possibly be one of the Buddhist practitioners? "Stay close to me. Do not stray more than 3 steps away." Understood. As she stood closely beside Chen, she could even catch a faint whiff of his masculine scent, causing her heart to tremble and her cheeks to flush with a youthful shyness. The ground around them was littered with bones, resembling a hell on earth where corpses were gathered. The air was thick with the howling of corpse energy, devoid of even a gentle breeze. They ran for an indeterminate time, perhaps a day and a night. Look, what is that? Following Shun Bingshue's gesture, Su Chen inhaled sharply. For not far ahead lay a series of small altars, forming a vast circle. After a rough count, he discerned there were 9 altars, each bearing the spectral form of a blood-red infant, as if infused with lifeblood. At the center floated a crystal sphere, the size of a soccer ball, radiating a deep emerald hue, encircled by the 9 altars. Chen, I require that power. No problem. Su Chen surmised that the souls gathered in the sea of bones were likely contained within the crystal sphere. Since his master desired it, he felt no hesitation nor refusal. Senior Shun, wait here for me. I will retrieve something inside. Su Chen, heed my advice. Do not enter. Shen Bingxue fixed her gaze on the 9 altars. Even though she understood the crystal sphere presented immense opportunity, the altars were fraught with peril. She believed that a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. In the past, she would have been indifferent to his fate, but after experiencing life and death alongside Su Chen, she wished for no misfortune to befall him. Shaking his head, Su Chen smiled and replied, "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." Without waiting for Shun Bingxue to respond, he advanced toward the 9 altars. The closer he got, the more he sensed an ancient, desolate pressure emanating from them, as if they had been steeped in the trials of countless ages. The alchemist of the blood puppets has perished. The power of the 9 altars has been entirely consumed by the blood puppets. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. All the blood puppets have been successfully refined, leaving only the final process of purification. Blood puppets? Listening to the astonished tone of his master, the demon god, Su Chen surmised that the 9 crimson figures upon the altars were undoubtedly extraordinary, given his master's esteemed identity. Approaching the crystal ball, he discovered that its power was sealed by the 9 altars, rendering it undetectable from the outside. However, as he sensed the vast essence of souls emanating from within the crystal ball, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He could easily deduce that, if all went as expected, the souls contained within the crystal ball were derived from the countless corpses gathered outside. One could only imagine the immense power of souls housed within this orb. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his innate ability to devour, enveloping the crystal ball in the process. Since his master required this crystal ball for cultivation, Su Chen was certainly not one to hold back. Once he had secured the crystal ball, Su Chen cast his gaze upon the 9 altars surrounding him. He chose to trust his master, realizing that someone had intentionally refined the blood puppets, only to vanish unexpectedly just after their completion. Who could be so ruthless as to slaughter so many beings for the sake of creating blood puppets? 2 words came to mind: utterly merciless. Approaching each altar, he gathered the blood-colored infants into his hands. "Master, what exactly are blood puppets?" he inquired. Blood puppets are among the most challenging constructs in the art of puppet manipulation, particularly those of this sanguine nature. They require the essence of millions of living beings, along with special materials for successful refinement. The creation of the 9 blood puppets likely demanded the lives of over 100 million souls, judging by the arrangement here. It seems this has been a process spanning thousands of years, the demon god mused, equally astounded. This individual truly perceives living beings as mere insects. Only someone with such a callous disposition could forge such formidable blood puppets. Chen, by dripping your essence onto the blood puppets, you can begin to nurture them. Their strength will rise in accordance with your own cultivation, ultimately proving beneficial to you. Nodding, Su Chen refrained from lamenting the disregard for life, for he believed in the cyclical nature of existence, especially within the realm of martial arts, where life is exceedingly fragile. In this harsh reality of a martial world, strength reigns supreme. Without formidable power, one's very existence hangs in the balance. No one can dictate the rules of martial arts. He released 9 drops of essence, each landing on a different blood-colored infant. In the blink of an eye, the 9 infants vanished from his palms. Yet Su Chen could distinctly sense the blood puppets residing within him, more accurately, within his bloodline. Nurturing the blood puppets through his lineage would ensure they truly belonged to him. It appeared that the greatest opportunity presented by this subterranean realm was indeed the 9 blood puppets. Having acquired them, remaining in this underground space held little further significance. "Su Chen, are you all right?" Observing the young man before her, Shun Bingxue felt an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding him. Su Chen merely shook his head, replying, "There are no other opportunities here in the underground space. I intend to leave. What about you?" Together, but I must first return to check on Uncle San. Very well. Su Chen was unaware that with his removal of the crystal ball and the 9 blood puppets, the endless bones that had begun to attack had all fallen silent. The underground space resembled a hellish realm, eerily quiet and unsettling. Upon their return, they were met with a scene of carnage. More than half of the 1,500 martial artists had perished. Shunhua was covered in wounds, yet he had survived. Breathing heavily, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing Shun Bingxue safely before him. Uncle San, are you all right? I am fine. This place is exceedingly strange. These bones are utterly undying, and any attacks are futile. Fortunately, they ceased their assault. Otherwise, none of us would have emerged alive. Uncle San, I wish to leave this place. Very well. This time, Shunhua did not object, for the peculiarity of their surroundings warranted their departure. Remaining here would surely result in becoming one with the countless bones. Not only Shunhua and Shun Bingxue, but also the majority of others, 90%, opted to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Yet, there were those undeterred by death, prepared to remain in the underground space in search of fortune. Without further delay, the 3 hastened toward the exit. Half an hour later, having successfully returned to the surface of the lake, they all exhaled deeply. The strangeness of the underground space had left them shaken, particularly Shunhua, who felt utterly disheartened, having not only failed to gain fortune but nearly lost his life as well. Senior Sister Shun, I shall take my leave now. Be careful. You too, take care. Watching the figure vanish in an instant, Shunhua furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Bingxue, do you have feelings for him? A sudden jolt ran through her. Did she indeed like Su Chen? With a deep sigh, Shun Bingxue replied helplessly, Uncle San, I truly do not know. Back in the academy, my sister and I had some minor disputes with him, but now, regarding her own feelings, Shun Bingxue found herself at a loss. Uncertain whether she truly liked Su Chen. That lad is quite decent. If you fancy him, you should pursue him directly to avoid future regrets. Understood, Uncle San. As night fell, Su Chen sat beneath a grand tree, meditating with his legs crossed. The chaos devouring technique within him consumed the spiritual energy from all directions. After their experience in the underground space, he could distinctly sense that his cultivation could continue to break through, yet he had chosen not to cultivate while there. Reluctant to wait any longer, he sought a secluded spot to begin his training. Now, he had stabilized at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the true Dan realm. The power within him surged wildly, coursing throughout his body. He tilted his head back and let out a roar, instantly breaking through his limits. Ascending directly from the pinnacle of the 4th level to the 5th level of the true Dan realm, securing his position at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Although it was merely a single-tier increase, Su Chen could not contain his delight. In martial arts, such advancements were a formidable challenge. Ever since his blood will had been rendered useless, and with the acquisition of the Chaos Devouring Tower and the awakening of the 3 lives blood wheel, his cultivation speed had been nothing short of extraordinary. How could he not feel satisfied? His situation was indeed peculiar. Confronted with the formidable Su Hao, who possessed the imperial bone, he could not afford to waste a single moment. He had to seize every opportunity to catch up with Su Hao. Although Dinlan remarked that Su Hao had merely reached the golden core stage, Su Chen understood that Su Hao, having integrated his imperial bone, possessed top-tier innate talent. It was implausible that he had only attained the golden core stage after all these years. There must be some hidden intricacies involved. Regardless, his sole focus was to diligently cultivate, with the aspiration of one day seeking vengeance against Su Hao and the Su clan. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flew open, and he felt a chilling murderous intent enveloping him. His expression shifted slightly, for he could sense just how formidable this icy malice was. Since they had arrived, there was no need for stealth or cowardice. Under the cover of night, 4 figures emerged, cloaked in black, their cold eyes radiating a disquieting glimmer. Their formidable auras locking onto Su Chen and sealing off all avenues of escape. The Tang clan. Su Chen instantly deduced the origin of the 4 individuals. Apart from the Su clan, he had no adversaries. However, he was confident that the Su clan could not possibly be aware of his presence at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, and Su Hao would not regard him as a threat significant enough to warrant the dispatch of such powerful individuals to eliminate him. The only plausible explanation was the Tang clan. After all, during his previous encounter at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the clan leader, Tang Xiaodian, had no choice but to retreat under Dean Lan's intimidation. Having incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel, It was clear that Tang Xiaodian would not let the matter rest easily. The Tang clan, though deterred from acting within the confines of the academy, would not hesitate to strike here. Prior to this, Vice Dean Xinzhu had informed him that once he left the academy to participate in the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, there was a high likelihood he would encounter an ambush by the Tang clan, leaving him with a choice. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose to venture into the Lost Forest. In Su Chen's eyes, if he were to fear death and constantly second-guess himself, how could he hope to enhance his own strength? A warrior must possess an unwavering heart, unafraid of death, and march forward courageously. And so he had come. Haha, indeed. You are quite clever to have deduced our identities. We are indeed from the Tang clan. You dared to incapacitate Tang Hao's blood wheel. We shall ensure you pay with blood for your actions. Rest assured, we will not kill you, but we will cripple your blood wheel, sever your limbs, remove your tongue, and gouge out your eyes, reducing you to a mere husk of a man. The four were indeed from the Tang clan, 2 elders of the form and spirit stage, and 2 elders of the spirit refining stage. In Tang Xiaoyan's estimation, with 4 elders of the condensing spirit stage launching a sudden attack, there should be little risk involved. The Eastern Wilderness Academy would only have 1 vice dean accompanying, making it impossible to provide comprehensive protection for Su Chen. The 3 stages of condensing spirit are form and spirit stage, spirit refining stage, and condensing spirit stage. Tang Xiaodian had not dispatched elders of the condensing spirit stage. In his view, the 2 from the form and spirit stage and the 2 from the spirit refining stage were more than sufficient. Their mission in the Lost Forest was purely to assassinate Su Chen, not to engage head-on with the vice dean and the academy's instructors, unless absolutely necessary. The Tang clan had no desire to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Without the slightest hint of surprise, nor an ounce of fear, he stood as steadfast as a mountain. Even in the face of 4 formidable masters of the, "You are quite impressive, considering my companions, and I remain so composed. Alas, you have provoked the wrong individuals. Your future at the Eastern Wilderness Academy was once limitless, yet you have squandered it yourself. Do not blame others." In his grasp appeared the god-slaying bone bow. He knew all too well that he had but a singular opportunity to ascertain whether, with the aid of the god-slaying bone bow and its arrows, he could vanquish 3 foes. This battle represented the most formidable quartet he had ever encountered. Even if victory seemed improbable, he would not concede. With a bow drawn and an arrow nocked, he prepared to unleash his might. The god-slaying bone bow was taut, eliciting mockery from the 4, who could hardly believe he had not yet surrendered. In their eyes, he indeed possessed merit. Yet, merit or not, any transgression against the Tang clan's boundaries warranted death, especially for the unforgivable sins he had committed. Failure to complete their mission would leave them with no explanation to their clan leader. Eliminate him. The 4, unwilling to squander further time, understood the stakes. Should the vice president of the Eastern Wilderness Academy catch wind of them, not only would they fail to kill him, but they might also lose their own lives in the process. They sought a swift resolution, confident that even if the academy deduced that Su Chen was slain by the Tang clan, it would not instigate a war over a mere corpse. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. As Su Chen gripped the god-slaying bone bow, the aura of murder around him surged, while a blood wheel formed above his head, emitting piercing sword cries. Whoosh! The first arrow shot forth, swiftly followed by the second and third. He comprehended that only by utilizing the god-slaying bone arrows could he grasp a slim chance of survival. Alone, he stood no chance against the combined might of 3 masters. With murderous intent roaring within him, the quartet's expressions shifted drastically as they realized the sheer ferocity of the arrows. The deafening sound of the arrows slicing through the air struck terror into their hearts, and as they attempted to evade, they found themselves trapped, for the arrows had locked onto them. Thud! The god-slaying bone arrow struck true, despite the vast disparity in their realms and the combined strength of the 4. 3 of them suffered wounds, one in the left shoulder, another in the right shoulder, and the last in the right leg, blood mist enveloping them as their cries echoed. The god-slaying bone bow and arrows vanished in an instant. With a pale visage tinged with helplessness, his body swayed perilously, even with his enhanced cultivation. Forcibly unleashing 3 god-slaying bone arrows exacted a toll. Now, he could scarcely contend with 3 warriors. Even a Yuan-Ing realm adversary could easily dispatch him. Kill! The enraged quartet showed no hesitation as they charged towards Su Chen. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, he refused to yield. He unleashed his own blood wheel and executed the 9 calamities sword technique, wielding a relentless torrent of sword energy, one strike after another. Regrettably, he could hardly withstand the united assault of 4. The chasm in their realms was insurmountable, and even the god-slaying bone bow could not bridge the gap. The sword aura shattered, and the air reverberated with the terror of relentless slaughter, striking Su Chen with violent force. Blood gushed forth, and the wounds on Su Chen multiplied. The 4 assailants seemed to relish the game of cat and mouse rather than swiftly dispatching him. Their fury was palpable, for they had nearly been ensnared by this young man. To be slain by a mere practitioner of the true Dan realm would render their deaths utterly unavenged, fueling their desire to torment him to the brink of despair. As Su Chen succumbed, his eyes fluttering shut and his body collapsing, an overwhelming malevolence surged forth, halting the 4 in their tracks, preventing them from advancing another step. Frustrated, they unleashed their fury, yet their attacks could not penetrate the unseen barrier. Suddenly, a violet figure coalesced, her gaze cold yet shimmering with an icy brilliance, resembling a razor-sharp blade poised between heaven and earth. The 4 men stood entranced, for the appearance of this woman clad in purple was akin to a celestial vision, her breathtaking beauty sending tremors through their very souls. Draped in her purple attire, she accentuated her statuesque form. Her almond-shaped eyes held flecks of amber, and her ruby lips resembled blooming peaches. Her delicate brows, akin to wisps of willowy smoke, framed a pair of enchanting eyes brimming with an indescribable allure, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, captivating all under the night as shroud. Such was her stunning visage. The 4 men gazed at the violet-clad woman, their hearts quaking, their eyes glimmering with unrestrained desire. To share a night with such a woman, they would willingly sacrifice a decade of their lives. "You cannot kill him," declared the elder of the Tang family, clasping his fists in respect towards the violet figure. "We beseech you, do not interfere in our family's affairs. If we do not slay this man, we cannot face our patriarch. Please, allow us to proceed." After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the 4 regained their composure. Su Chen had lost consciousness, and their sole objective now was to eliminate him. Should they let him escape under these circumstances, they would face insurmountable disgrace before their clan leader. Who could have anticipated that a woman would intervene at this critical moment? Evidently intent on rescuing Su Chen, without uttering a word, an astonishing aura erupted from the violet-clad woman, fiercely descending upon the 4 like a tempest. "Imperial might, you are a formidable being of the imperial realm. Forgive us, esteemed one. We acknowledge our transgressions. We implore you to show mercy." Before they could utter another word, their bodies erupted into a mist of blood, each elder of the Tang family annihilated before they could comprehend what had transpired. The violet woman had not even lifted a finger. Her mere presence had suffocated them with her overwhelming strength. Approaching the unconscious Su Chen, the violet woman stepped forward, her gaze softening momentarily before vanishing like a fleeting shadow. She retrieved a pill from her bosom and gently placed it in Su Chen's mouth, watching as it dissolved and coursed through his body. Unashamed, she murmured, a faint blush gracing her cheeks before she turned and vanished without a trace. Crack! A bolt of lightning rent the void, and storm clouds began to converge from all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder. In an instant, a torrential downpour enveloped the entire forgotten forest. The terrifying lightning, coupled with the heavy rain, struck Su Chen with ferocity. Slowly, he opened his heavy eyelids, astonished to find that he did not feel as wretched as he had anticipated. How could this be? He should have perished at the hands of the 4 assailants. Rising from the ground, he surveyed the desolate surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Had the Tang family chosen to spare him? Such a notion seemed absurd. After all, he had crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel, a vendetta that the Tang family would not easily overlook. Elixirs? Sensing the surging power within him, Su Chen promptly assumed a meditative posture. As an alchemist, although he had yet to concoct an elixir, he could distinctly perceive that he had ingested a potent one of high grade. Harnessing this newfound strength, Su Chen unexpectedly advanced his cultivation from the 5th level of the true Dan realm to the 6th level. This was a development he had never anticipated. His injuries were not as grave as he had imagined, and he believed he would fully recover within 3 days. The Tang family had indeed invested considerable resources to eliminate him, dispatching 4 warriors of the spirit consolidation realm. But who had saved him? Could it be Luo Tianfei? In Su Chen's estimation, If Vice Dean Qin Zhu or any faculty members had intervened, they would not have departed without even a word. Among those he knew, only Luo Tianfei possessed formidable strength. Though he was uncertain of her precise cultivation level, her ability to vanquish 4 spirit consolidation warriors implied her exceptional prowess. It appeared that Luo Tianfei had not abandoned him, but had remained to safeguard the Su clan. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he had successfully ascended to the 7th level of the Void Infant Realm. The 3 realms of the infant stage include the Void Infant Realm, the True Infant Realm, and the Yuan Infant Realm. Having recently broken through to the Void Infant Realm, he had swiftly advanced to the 7th level, a remarkable pace that left him quite astonished. Master. A spirit emerged, revealing Su Hao's mentor. Tukin observing his disciple with satisfaction, Tukin nodded and remarked, "The Imperial Bone has begun to yield results. Given your rate of progress, I believe you will not need to wait a year. You should be able to challenge the Soul Palace realm within 3 months, reach the Spirit Consolidation realm within a year, and aspire to the Gathering Pill realm within 2 years. Impressive, indeed. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your talent is destined to surpass all in the Eastern Wilderness. However, you must comprehend that the Eastern Wilderness is but a mere speck on the vast Tianhuan continent. Your aspirations should extend beyond this region to encompass the entire continent. Yes, Master. From this day forth, I shall impart to you my unique techniques and divine abilities. You must remember to cultivate diligently and not squander your talents. In the future, when you ascend to prominence across the continent, it shall be a testament to my teachings. As your disciple, I shall not disappoint your expectations." The more Tukin observed his disciple, the more pleased he became. Su Hao's inherent talent was already exceptional, and with the integration of the Imperial Bone, whether awakened or not, it was more than sufficient for him. Su Hao holds a prestigious position within the Su clan and has been designated as the young clan leader. His Imperial Bone alone renders him unmatched among his peers, and the expectations placed upon him by the Su clan are exceptionally high. The desolate forest is rife with slaughter, as various beasts prey upon martial artists. Should fortune forsake one, they may very well encounter a beast of the spirit condensation realm. With his cultivation successfully stabilized at the 6th level of the Real Dan realm, Su Chen has been relentlessly hunting beasts, hoping to elevate his standing by devouring their souls before returning to the academy. Just after consuming the soul of a beast, Su Chen suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. The Su clan? Upon hearing the name, Su Chen's expression turned cold. He had not anticipated encountering disciples of the Su clan within the desolate forest. With a disdainful snort, he hastened towards the source of the sound. A terrifying wave of energy spread through the air as a young woman in a yellow dress was besieged by 3 youths. Logically, one of the 3 was a martial artist of the Void Infant Realm, and together they should have been able to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, they prolonged the conflict, seemingly intent on playing a game of cat and mouse. With a resounding thud, the yellow-clad woman, Huang Ying, was forced back repeatedly until she collided violently with a tree. Blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as parchment, and the blood wheel above her head had vanished. "I hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Do you dare to lay hands on me, unafraid of the repercussions from my academy?" Huang Ying, a student of Class 1 at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was an 8th-level Golden Dan realm practitioner known as the Blood Wheel Oriole. While hunting beasts alone, she had inadvertently discovered 2 stalks of Dan-grasping grass, a spiritual herb that, when consumed, could instantly elevate any practitioner of the Golden Dan realm by 1 level without any backlash or side effects. The sole drawback of the Dan-grasping grass is that it can only be consumed once. Even if one were to ingest 100 stalks, the effect remains the same. While it is easy to forego other items, the Dan-grasping grass is exceptionally valuable, requiring a staggering amount of points for exchange at the academy, so much so that even the elite students would find it hard to bear such a cost. She had resolved to offer 1 stalk to the 3 young men, but never anticipated their insatiable greed, as they demanded 2 stalks instead. "Eastern Wilderness Academy? We are trembling in fear. You frighten us to our core," they mocked. "What can the Eastern Wilderness Academy do? The Su clan holds no fear of you. We just offered you a chance, but you failed to seize it. Now, not only do we require 2 stalks of Dan-grasping grass, but we also expect you to entertain us. Should you serve us well, perhaps you may leave here alive." "An excellent suggestion, brother," one of them chimed in. All 3 hailed from the Su clan. One was Su Can, a 1st-level void infant. and the other two were ninth-level Golden Dan practitioners. They had ventured into the desolate forest to undergo training. Sukin found the situation amusing. The trio regarded the woman before them with mocking expressions. They could not deny that Huang Ying's beauty could easily place her among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy. If they were within the confines of the academy, they would surely tread carefully, for no faction dared to provoke it. However, this was not the Eastern Wilderness Academy, but the desolate forest. Even if they were to kill her and plunder her belongings, the academy would remain blissfully unaware, leaving no path for vengeance. Huang Ying's face was as pale as a ghost, her brows furrowed with fury. Even the East Wilderness Academy could not intimidate the three before her. Though unafraid of death, she dreaded the thought of being sullied. "I will give you both stalks of pandan grass," she declared. But it was too late. They would take the pandan grass as well as her life. Her body trembled slightly as she beheld the three advancing toward her. And retreat was no longer an option. Her countenance grew increasingly ashen, and she had resigned herself to the thought of self-destruction, vowing that even in death, she would not be defiled by them. Absolutely not. It was disheartening to realize that the scum of the Su clan could be so vile. At that moment, a mocking cold laugh echoed from behind, and Su Chen's figure materialized before the four, his frigid gaze brimming with lethal intent. The three gradually turned to face the young man, momentarily stunned by the aura he exuded. Was he merely at the True Dan realm? Sukin chuckled derisively. So, a mere True Dan realm waste wishes to become a hero and save the beauty? I deem you the true waste. They were baffled as to why such a trivial True Dan warrior would dare to meddle in their affairs, with their combined strength. Even one of them could effortlessly annihilate him. Junior Su, Huang Ying exclaimed in delight upon seeing Su Chun, her expression brightening instantly. Though she knew he could not match the three, she could not help but feel a surge of hope. She did not want to die, nor did she wish to be sullied. I hope for a miracle. I shall eliminate those three wastes for you, but I require one stalk of pandan grass. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Ying agreed, willing to part with not just one, but both stalks of pandan grass, provided Su Chun could vanquish the trio and aid her escape. As they regarded the audacious youth, Su Can and his companions felt a growing chill in their eyes, laced with an icy murderous intent. If looks could kill, Su Chun would have already perished countless times. They were from the Su clan, their prowess undeniable. How could they not feel enraged at being so openly provoked? Sukin grinned. Such audacity. I find it amusing. I shall sever your limbs, seal your body into the ground, and then carve an opening in your skull to pour in some honey. Just imagine the consequences. Without further ado, Su Chen would show no mercy before the Su clan. Although they were his kin, the so-called branch could be sacrificed without a second thought. Years ago, when Su Hao stripped him of his imperial bone, the Su clan not only failed to intervene, but also proclaimed a celebration of Su Hao's awakening. Eager to cover their tracks, seeking death, insolence. The enraged trio growled as they witnessed the youth take the initiative. A mere True Dan realm warrior dared to act so brazenly before them. It was a fool's errand. Such speed. Su Can's eyes narrowed as he observed the figure that appeared before him, as ephemeral as a specter, leaving only traces of afterimages. This was a speed far beyond that of a True Dan realm practitioner. The three individuals suddenly regained their composure, fully aware that the person before them was indeed at the real Dan realm, yet still had the audacity to provoke them. It would be disingenuous to claim he lacked support. Setting aside their initial contempt, the trio immediately unleashed their respective blood wheel, all of which were sword blood wheels. The surging sword energy, accompanied by a roaring intent, erupted like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings in a chaotic dance. Sukin possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. As a first-level void infant, even the weakest of the nascent soul realm would fall before him at the hands of any golden core warrior. The ferocious sword energy poured forth from the three, wielding an unparalleled might that engulfed the heavens and earth, causing the very space around them to tremble. However, Su Chun merely snorted disdainfully, his hand coalescing a virtual sword imbued with a tyrannical killing intent. Utilizing the sword blood wheel reconstituted by the Chaos Devouring Tower, it was, in essence, a killing sword blood wheel. The astonishing offensive of sword energy surged forth like a sandstorm, the four forces colliding violently in the void. As the sword energies intersected, a tempest of sword energy erupted, spreading like an immense spider's web, tearing through the earth and causing it to fracture into innumerable cracks. What a terrifying slaying sword energy! Huang Ying, feeling the overwhelming ferocity of Su Chen's sword intent, suddenly changed her expression. She now understood why Su Chen was promoted to the elite class by the academy. With his real Dan cultivation, he not only matched Golden Core warriors, but could also contend with those of the Void Infant realm. This feat was unparalleled throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy, and indeed the Eastern Wilderness itself. Fixated on the fierce battle before her, Huang Ying made no attempt to flee. Should Su Chen fall to the three adversaries, she would follow suit in self-destruction. She would not abandon Su Chen to face this peril alone. Boom, boom, boom. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their true skill in an instant. The moment they collided, the three understood the source of their opponent's audacity. Though the young man was merely at the real Dan realm, his strength was extraordinarily formidable, especially the sword blood will he had formed, which was immensely domineering. It should be noted that in the Eastern Wilderness, the Su clan was the progenitor of the sword blood wheel, rendering any sword blood wheel before them akin to a younger sibling. Executing the 9 calamities sword technique while merging it with the ancient divine demonic technique. He faced the trio, a void infant and 2 golden core warriors. Yet even Su Chen dared not be careless. The rolling demonic aura intertwined with the sword energy. Layer upon layer of sword intent crashed toward the three, the ferocity of the sword energy seeming capable of rending heaven and earth asunder. Demonic aura. You hail from the demon clan. Upon hearing those 2 words, Huang Ying's body quivered violently. She understood all too well what the demon clan entailed. Su Chen could not possibly be from the demon clan. Otherwise, how could he have entered the Eastern Wilderness Academy and become one of its members? You 3 are truly shameless. Brother Su comes from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. How could he be associated with the demon clan? The Eastern Wilderness Academy? When did its students practice the martial arts of the demon clan? Yet, the trio also comprehended that since this individual hailed from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the likelihood of him being connected to the demon clan was exceedingly slim, for the academy would not dare to risk such a grave reproach. Even if they are not of the demonic lineage, the 3 were thoroughly incensed. How could they retain any semblance of dignity if they were to be bested by a mere practitioner at the essence refinement stage? This battle could only result in victory, not defeat. Simultaneously, they unleashed the Su clan's esoteric martial art, the demon subduing sword technique, directing waves of oppressive sword energy towards Su Chen, intending to subdue his demonic aura. Su Chen, facing 3 adversaries, exhibited no signs of faltering. As the battle escalated, the trio grew increasingly astonished and apprehensive, unable to comprehend how a mere essence refinement warrior could manifest such overwhelming might. The demon subduing sword technique. Impossible. How could you possibly wield the demon subduing sword technique? When they beheld the youth executing the technique, their expressions turned to shock. For it was well known that the demon subduing sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Su clan, inaccessible to outsiders. This individual not only awakened the sword blood wheel, but also could perform the demon subduing sword technique. Could it be that he hails from the Su clan as well? Who exactly are you? Speculation was one matter. Determining whether he truly belonged to the Su clan was another. Su Chen did not respond. Indeed, he was from the Su clan, but merely a branch, the Su family of Panyu City. To the broader Su clan, the Panyu City branch was but a minor faction, and whether they would even recall it was questionable. The demon subduing sword technique, as the Su clan's secret, could be practiced by family branches, albeit only in a superficial manner. The core essence of the technique would undoubtedly never be passed down to any branch family. Young man, who are you? Where do you come from? We must ascertain this to avoid mistakenly killing the wrong person. If you do not respond, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. For some reason, witnessing the youth wield the demon subduing sword technique while emanating the sword blood will instilled in the 3 a primal instinct that he too belonged to the Su clan. Without an answer, uncertainty lingered. Enraged, the trio was utterly infuriated, feeling disregarded by the youth. However, before they could eliminate him, they needed to clarify whether he was indeed from the Su clan. Initially, they had complete confidence in swiftly resolving the matter, intending to subdue him with absolute dominance, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, the outcome was far from their expectations. Even in their combined efforts, they could not achieve the absolute suppression they had anticipated. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would not have believed such a reality could exist. In disbelief, they confronted the undeniable truth before them. The expressions of the other two Golden Core practitioners from the Su clan were flushed, sweat beading on their brows, signifying that they were being thoroughly suppressed. As they felt the dense waves of sword energy swirling around them, Sukin understood that continuing in this manner was futile. The dogs of the Su clan are nothing more than this. With the blood wheel sword shadow swirling from his grasp, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with mockery as he regarded the three he had subdued, intentionally provoking them. The two Golden Core warriors remained unfazed. Yet he was particularly wary of the solitary Void Infancy practitioner among them. Su Chen could almost assert that this Void Infancy warrior had recently broken through, otherwise, he could not have been so easily subdued. Buzz. At the very moment Su Chen unleashed the primordial divine pattern, an imperceptible wave abruptly penetrated the minds of the two golden elixir cultivators. Caught completely off guard, they were unaware of what had transpired and immediately ceased their assault, clutching their heads and howling in agony, akin to the cries of slaughtered swine. Soul martial arts. Observing the fallen duo, Sukin exclaimed in astonishment. He fully understood the implications of soul martial arts. Just as Su Chen had surmised, Sukin had only recently ascended to the virtual embryo realm upon entering the Lost Forest and had yet to solidify his newfound strength. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Su Chen showed no mercy, fully aware that the enmity between him and Su Hao would inevitably render them mortal enemies. It was a foreseeable outcome, for the Imperial Bone, regardless of its origin, was now fully integrated within Su Hao. The Su clan would undoubtedly protect their bearer of the Imperial Bone at all costs, even at the expense of their own. No hatred, no blame. Perspectives differ based on one's position, and while the Su clan had its own interests, he had his own. However, Su Hao must perish. Sukin had no inclination to continue the fight. Although merely at the true Dan level, he possessed an extraordinarily tyrannical strength and dared not wager further. For the stakes were his very life. He simply could not afford to lose. Even his two companions had chosen to abandon the fray. As Sukin turned to flee, Su Chen swiftly invoked the primordial divine pattern, layering it with the death seals of gods and demons. With a resounding hum, the overwhelmingly powerful primordial divine pattern tore through the void and directly invaded Su Can's mind. Had Sukin been resolute in battle, even if he ultimately succumbed to Su Chen, he might have had a chance to escape. Now, however, he had lost all confidence and dared not prolong the conflict. For one's state of mind is paramount in martial confrontations. Accompanied by a pitiful scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, the death seals of gods and demons surged forth. A relentless barrage of 36 seals crashing mercilessly upon Su Can. The unfortunate Su Can, who had initially harbored hopes of acquiring a Dan plant to elevate his rank, never anticipated that an unexpected foe would emerge, leading to his potential demise in this very place. Endless fury. With a heart full of resentment, Su Can's body plummeted, battered beyond recognition by the onslaught of the death seals. Please, spare us. We will not divulge today's events to the Su clan. We hail from the Su clan. If you dare to kill us, they will surely not let you go. Witnessing Su Can's slaughter, the remaining two Su clan warriors were utterly terrified. Their souls had already suffered cracks from the previous attack, and even if they survived, advancing in martial prowess would prove exceedingly difficult. Having encountered a formidable opponent, it was too late for regret, and all they could do was pray for their survival as they sought to escape the Lost Forest. Are you attempting to threaten me? They were not inclined to issue threats, but faced with the specter of death, what else could they do? At the very least, invoking the Su clan offered a glimmer of hope. Before they could utter another word, Su Chen shook his head and replied with a smirk. I shall encounter a dog of the Su clan and slay it, without exception. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, devoid of patience. A torrent of sword energy surged towards the two, heedless of their anguished cries, as the relentless and domineering sword chi pierced through their bodies. He immediately unleashed the chaotic devouring technique, frantically consuming the souls of the three individuals, a virtual infant realm cultivator and two golden core realm practitioners, ensuring that nothing would go to waste, for they were indeed valuable treasures. Witnessing this scene, Huang Ying was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that Su Chen could single-handedly confront and decisively slay three opponents, especially considering one among them was a cultivator of the virtual infant realm. Even if the virtual infant realm merely represented the first stage of the nascent soul, it was certainly not something that a golden core realm cultivator could contend with. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, Her face was a mixture of shock and disbelief. As Su Chen approached, Huang Ying remarked, "Junior brother Su, you are truly remarkable. With your current strength, you are certainly qualified to enter the elite class for training." Shaking his head, Su Chen expressed no interest in the so-called elite class. His sole focus was on continuous self-improvement. His ultimate goal was Su Hao. "Junior brother Su, this is the pandan grass. Even without refining it into a medicinal pill, consuming it directly can instantly elevate any cultivator of the golden core 3rd stage by 1 level, with no adverse effects." Nodding, Su Chen accepted the pandan grass from Huang Ying's hand, fully aware of its value. For cultivators at the golden core 3rd stage, it was undoubtedly a precious item. Albeit with the caveat that each practitioner could only consume 1 stalk, any additional consumption would yield no benefits. "Huang Ying, to avoid any unnecessary complications, I suggest you consume the pandan grass immediately." Understanding the implications, both Huang Ying and Su Chen quickly ingested their respective pandan grass. Huang Ying, already at the 8th level of the golden core realm, faced no obstacles and directly broke through her limits, ascending to the 9th level. As for Su Chen, the moment he consumed the pandan grass, he felt a wave of warmth coursing through his entire being. It was indeed a remarkable item. Without the need for refinement into a pill, its direct consumption had extraordinary effects that could assist a golden core realm cultivator in swiftly advancing a level. After consuming the pandan grass, Su Chen successfully elevated his cultivation from the 6th level of the solid Dan realm to the 7th level. The pandan grass was undeniably a treasure, though it left a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, as cultivators were limited to a single consumption. If only they could consume it without restriction, it would be perfect. Su Chen chuckled helplessly to himself, fully aware that every aspect of life abides by certain rules, which he must adhere to. To change those rules, one must become even stronger. With still several dozen days remaining until the autumn hunt concludes, he felt that his cultivation had stabilized at the 7th level of the solid Dan realm. It appeared feasible to attempt breaking through to the 8th level, or even the 9th level. For cultivators, external experiences were of utmost importance. Remaining in the academy would undoubtedly slow their progress. "Junior brother Su, I will not disclose today's events to anyone." Nodding, Su Chen understood Huang Ying's intentions. The act of slaying disciples of the Su clan would undoubtedly provoke their ire. And even considering the deterrent power of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there remained a looming risk of his identity being exposed. Such unnecessary complications were to be avoided. At this juncture, what he truly required was to seize more time for cultivation, steering clear of distractions. When he had amassed sufficient strength, he would vanquish Su Hao in a single decisive strike, leaving no opportunity for the latter to recuperate. Resolving the matters concerning the 3 members of the Su clan and simultaneously consuming the pandan herb to transcend his own limits, Su Chen prepared to depart. He relished the solitary pursuit of beasts rather than teaming up with others. "Thank you, junior brother Su, for saving me this time. I am aware of a spiritual spring, though I am uncertain if it piques your interest." A spiritual spring? He was taken aback, fully cognizant of the significance such a place held for a martial artist, as it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of cultivation locales. A spiritual spring, by definition, is a convergence of celestial energy, cultivated through unique environmental conditions over many years. Regardless of its location, it is a coveted treasure that entices all martial practitioners. Huang Ying nodded, explaining, "This spiritual spring is situated in the southeast of the Lost Forest. We stumbled upon it quite by chance during our last visit. Is there a problem?" Su Chen was astute enough to discern a hint of unease in Huang Ying's words. Such a valuable resource would be sought after by anyone who discovered it, and abandoning it made little sense. Indeed, the area surrounding the spiritual spring is guarded by the Moonlit Wolf clan, with their Wolf King having already reached the spirit concentration realm. When we informed the Vice Dean, he strictly forbade us from approaching, not permitting us even a single step closer. The spirit concentration realm ranks as one of the strongest existences beneath the pillar-gathering realm, and even the Vice Dean dared not provoke the Wolf King. Su Chen finally comprehended why Huang Ying and her companions had chosen to abandon the spiritual spring during their previous encounter. It was not that they lacked the desire to possess it, but rather that the formidable presence of the Moonlit Wolf clan rendered the opportunity insignificant when weighed against the value of their lives. Grateful towards Su Chen, Huang Ying felt a sense of indebtedness but was unable to offer anything tangible in return, save for sharing this secret. Upon revealing it, she felt a twinge of regret. For the allure of the spiritual spring was difficult for any martial artist to resist. Junior Brother Su, the Vice Dean has strictly prohibited us from approaching. Hence our only option was to let it go. Anyone else would certainly shy away from contemplating the spiritual spring in the face of the Moonlit Wolf Clan's threat. However, Su Chen merely shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Let us go take a look. Perhaps fortune favors us. And the Moonlit Wolf Clan no longer exists. In that case, we might just seize an opportunity." Without hesitation, Huang Ying nodded. Examining the situation posed no risk, as long as they maintained their distance. The pair wasted no time, akin to two leopards darting through the lost forest, their speed unwavering. For neither wished to squander a moment. Approximately 2 hours later, they pressed onward. "Brother Su, we have arrived. You must remember to control your desires and not let the allure of the spiritual spring cloud your judgment. Once we are targeted by the Moonshadow Wolf Clan, it will lead to considerable trouble." Nodding, Su Chen comprehended Huang Ying's implication, setting aside the formidable power of the Moonshadow Wolf Clan. Even the Wolf Emperor alone could effortlessly annihilate them. Not even the Vice Principal or the teachers of the Academy could stand against the Wolf Emperor. The two proceeded cautiously, and gradually, they reached a narrow valley nestled between peaks. From midway up the mountainside, they could glimpse the entirety of the small valley below. "Brother Su, that is the spiritual spring. The Moonshadow Wolf Clan surrounds it, but the whereabouts of the Wolf Emperor remain uncertain." Following Huang Ying's gaze, Su Chen observed a massive stone pool at the center of the valley, filled with a verdant liquid. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Liquid manifestation of spiritual energy." Nodding, Huang Ying's face gleamed with greed as she replied, "Indeed, it is the liquid manifestation of spiritual energy. This spiritual spring is beneficial even for warriors and beasts at the spirit consolidation level. Thus, the Moonshadow Wolf Clan guards this place, intending to gradually consume the spring's essence. The Wolf Emperor, having reached the spirit consolidation level, could leverage this spring to strive for the Gathering Pillar level. The Gathering Pillar level is considered a pinnacle existence in the Eastern Wilderness." Nodding in understanding, Su Chen grasped Huang Ying's meaning. The Moonshadow Wolf Clan's presence at the spiritual spring could only be explained in this manner. The Wolf Emperor had not directly consumed it, likely due to the immense energy contained within the spring, which required a gradual approach for stable advancement. The valley was teeming with Moonshadow wolves. Just a glance revealed no fewer than 100. Su Chen was acutely aware that neither a frontal assault nor covert maneuvers could approach the spiritual spring. With a glimmer in his eyes, Su Chen was reluctant to forego this opportunity. After all, such a treasure as the spiritual spring is rare and fateful, once missed. Who knows when it might be encountered again? Su Chen could even assert that, faced with the liquid manifestation of spiritual energy, even Vice Principal Qin Zhu would not abandon the opportunity. Yet, confronting the Wolf Emperor at the spirit consolidation level was a different matter. And even Qin Zhu would hesitate to provoke him. "Brother Su, we should depart." Huang Ying expressed a hint of regret for revealing this secret to Su Chen. For a warrior, the temptation was too great to dismiss. Even she longed to rush down and immerse herself in the spring for cultivation. Now at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, Huang Ying was confident that, should she successfully enter the spring for cultivation, she could harness its power to break through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm or even reach the nascent Soul realm. However, contemplating such actions is one thing, while daring to act upon them is another. Faced with the Wolf Emperor at the spirit consolidation level and the entire Moonshadow Wolf Clan, it is likely that no one would dare to proceed. As night descended, the starry sky enveloped the mountain peaks, casting a beautiful glow over the narrow valley. All the Moonshadow wolves were fast asleep, except for a few dozen clan members guarding the entrance. At that moment, a wolf measuring over 4 meters in length, adorned with lunar patterns, slowly approached the spiritual spring and began to cultivate within its depths. Until now, neither of the two had departed. Huang Ying understood Su Chen's intentions, certainly regarding the Ling Quan, unwilling to relent, wanting to offer counsel but forcibly silencing herself. Even if they could not enter, merely observing would suffice. As for wasting time, it was inconsequential to her. What did it matter if she did not achieve a ranking in the autumn hunt? At the very least, her cultivation had ascended a level, which was greatly satisfying. An unusual disturbance arose. What was happening? Su Chen glanced towards a nearby location not far from the valley, where a 4-meter-long black tiger was rapidly approaching with astonishing speed, swiftly entering the valley under the moonlight's embrace. The dark demon phantom tiger, a demon beast of the condensing spirit realm. Huang Ying gasped in astonishment, never expecting the sudden emergence of a dark demon phantom tiger, and moreover, it was indeed a beast of the condensing spirit realm. Yet Su Chen smiled, inwardly sighing that the opportunity had finally arrived. It seemed his day-long wait had not been in vain. As the silhouette of the dark demon phantom tiger appeared in the valley, it immediately began to slaughter the demon moon sky wolves with its formidable presence, none being able to withstand its might. Approaching the Lingquan, it gazed coldly at the wolf king cultivating within, icily remarking, "You truly are quite leisurely." The wolf king slowly rose from the Lingquan, displaying no trace of surprise or anger, as if he had anticipated the arrival of the dark demon phantom tiger. "Dark demon, we have battled for a century, and you have never been my match. This Lingquan belongs to me. You should depart." Humph. With a heavy snort, the dark demon phantom tiger roared angrily, "Crippled wolf. If it weren't for your reliance on the Lingquan, would you surpass me? You pitiful mangy wolf. Who are you calling a mangy wolf? I call you a mangy wolf. Just look at your pathetic appearance, it's nauseating. I truly wonder how careless your parents were to raise such a crippled whelp." Su Chen and Huang Ying were momentarily taken aback by the dark demon phantom tiger's insults. It was indeed their first encounter with a demon beast hurling verbal abuse, and it was quite exhilarating. Demon beasts at the Soul Palace realm could articulate human speech. However, this varied among species. Some demon beasts, even at the Soul Palace realm, could not speak, while others could articulate words in the nascent soul realm. The enraged wolf king let out a skyward howl, for he despised being called a crippled wolf, as his mother belonged to a lower-tier wolf clan, and he was born with a disability. As his cultivation grew stronger, his disability had vanished. Yet whispers of crippled wolf still lingered behind his back. Those who feared him dared not confront him directly, save for this dark demon phantom tiger, who repeatedly provoked him. The demon moon sky wolves were of the 9th level of the condensing spirit realm, while the dark demon phantom tiger was of the 8th level. This was only due to the wolf king's reliance on the Lingquan. Otherwise, the dark demon phantom tiger would have surpassed him, which indicated its innate talent was superior to that of the wolf king. "Dark demon, today I shall tear your mouth apart. With you?" The dark demon phantom tiger swiftly darted towards the nearby wolf pack. "Dark demon, dare you? What do I have to fear? Today, I shall slaughter your wolf clan, ha!" In that moment, the wolf king was utterly alarmed, for he was shocked to discover that the dark demon phantom tiger had ascended to the 9th level of the spirit condensation realm. No longer could he wield absolute dominance over his adversary of the same rank. With the current prowess of the dark demon phantom tiger, the annihilation of his kin seemed inevitable. No member of his clan could withstand such ferocity. The speed of the dark demon phantom tiger was astonishing, manifesting only as fleeting shadows accompanied by heart-wrenching howls, as clouds of blood mist erupted incessantly. Not a single moonlit wolf could endure the onslaught of the dark demon phantom tiger. The relentless pursuit of the tiger and the wolf left a trail of carnage, with the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Even Su Chen and Huang Ying, concealed in the shadows, could detect the stench. "Dark demon, you foolish tiger. Should you dare to slay any of my kin, I shall ensure your dismemberment and turn your remains to ash. You truly are worthless." The dark demon phantom tiger, however, chose to disregard the wolf king's threats. Having suddenly broken through to the 9th level of the spirit condensation realm, he finally felt liberated from a century of suppression by the wolf king, and this time, he was intent on decimating the entire moonlit wolf clan. In a mere few minutes, hundreds of moonlit wolves were slaughtered. Even those who survived were left paralyzed with fear, fleeing the valley in a frantic scramble. Gazing at the ground strewn with corpses, the wolf king's face contorted with rage, his icy aura swirling violently, his murderous intent palpable as he coldly declared, "Dark demon, today, I shall feast upon your flesh, drink your blood, and not even your bones shall escape my wrath. You have crossed the line, and I shall show no mercy. Whoever dares to touch my kin shall face death." There was no room for idle chatter. The battle commenced without delay. The dark demon phantom tiger, resolute and devoid of unnecessary words, recognized that this confrontation was unavoidable. After a century of suppression, today he would subdue the wolf king and seize control of the spirit spring. With unwavering confidence in his own talents, the dark demon phantom tiger believed that once he dominated the spirit spring, he would swiftly advance to the pinnacle realm. This ambition was the true reason he risked everything to come here, unwilling to relinquish what he had sought for 100 years. In the next moment, the figures of the tiger and the wolf vanished from sight, colliding fiercely in midair. "Su, our opportunity has arrived," Huang Ying exclaimed, her face alight with joy. They were fortunate to remain behind. Otherwise, they would have missed such a rare chance. With the life and death struggle between the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf king unfolding, Huang Ying understood their purpose: to observe from a distance and await the outcome of the battle between these two formidable spirit condensation beasts, at which point they could claim the spirit spring for themselves. Chen nodded, contemplating how to secure the spirit spring. However, with the Moonlit Wolf clan standing guard, it seemed nearly impossible unless he could subdue the entire wolf tribe. Yet, fortune smiled upon them. As they encountered the dark demon phantom tiger seeking vengeance and the spirit spring, this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Now, Chen could only hope that both powerful spirit condensation beasts would inflict mutual destruction, allowing them to emerge and claim the aftermath. Boom. The onslaught of the two formidable beasts was relentless, each showing no mercy, fully aware that this battle would culminate in either their demise or that of the other. As the absolute suppression began to falter, the expression of the Wolf King grew increasingly grave, for the disparity in their strengths had diminished considerably. If the conflict persisted, a stalemate was inevitable, with the worst outcome being mutual destruction. Yet, surrender was not an option for him, as the Wolf King understood all too well that even if he chose to withdraw, the dark demon phantom tiger would undoubtedly seek to annihilate him. The ferocity of the two beasts escalated, their bodies drenched in crimson, yet neither was willing to relent, both intent on vanquishing the other. The cacophony of collisions resounded, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. In their cold, piercing gazes lay a terrifying murderous intent, prompting both to engage in a soul attack, a drastic measure typically eschewed by beasts, particularly when their strengths were evenly matched. In such a scenario, a clash of souls could only determine a victor. Escaping the confrontation was no longer feasible. From a distance, as he observed the impending clash of souls between the two beasts, Chan's eyes sparkled with an intense determination. He was unwilling to wait any longer, for the variables were far too numerous. Although the two beasts had chosen to engage in a soul collision, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, the most prudent course was to take matters into his own hands and seize control of the situation. Chen was acutely aware of the potential consequences of his intervention, recognizing that a moment's carelessness could lead to his own undoing. "Sister Huang Ying, stay here and wait for me." "What are you doing?" she replied, alarmed. Their battle may not yield a clear victor, and without the prospect of mutual destruction, our chances of obtaining the spirit spring are slim. This opportunity is too rare. I must take the risk. Stunned into silence, Huang Ying was taken aback, unable to fathom Chen's choice. Even though the two beasts were in a precarious phase, they were not adversaries she could confront. Should an unforeseen event arise, they might not even have the chance to escape the valley. However, gazing at Chan's resolute countenance, Huang Ying understood that no amount of persuasion would sway him. Thus, she deemed it futile to waste her breath. "Su, I will accompany you." "No," he insisted firmly. "Do you think I am one to fear death? If we are to flee, we flee together. If we are to perish, we perish together. I will not sit idly by while you reap the benefits. If you disagree, then you shall not go either." His unwavering resolve left Chen with no choice but to acquiesce, though he cautioned, "Sister Huang Ying, wait, do not engage. I will handle it. If anything goes awry, remember to leave immediately without concerning yourself with me." Agreed. Yet, agreement was one thing, action was another. Huang Ying had resolved that should a life or death situation arise, she would not abandon Chen but face it alongside him. This was not a matter of romantic affection, but rather a commitment of solidarity between classmates. Chen had saved her and had her best interests at heart, making it impossible for her to act selfishly. Chen was consumed by a fervent madness. For in his view, a martial artist must seize every opportunity. Without contention, how could one attain fortune? If one were to fear danger, what was the purpose of venturing into peril? Now that he had arrived, he was resolute in obtaining the spiritual spring, for this opportunity was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the narrow crevice between the peaks, the valley was littered with the carcasses of wolves, two formidable beasts of the 9th level, each a master of the condensation realm, clashed fiercely, each striving to annihilate the other. Their strengths were evenly matched, rendering it nearly impossible for them to vanquish one another solely through their own might. The relentless collision of their souls had ensnared them in an inescapable battle. Soon, both beasts began to falter, their bodies swaying precariously, fear flickering in their eyes. Under such circumstances, it seemed inevitable that they would face mutual destruction. At that moment, a resonant hum pierced the air. Two primordial divine runes shattered the layers of emptiness, forcefully invading the minds of the two beasts and ruthlessly strangling their souls. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Chen were to launch a surprise attack with the primordial divine runes, it would be improbable to inflict severe damage upon a beast of the condensation realm. However, the situation had drastically changed. The collision of the souls of the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King had reached a critical juncture. Su Chen seized the moment, striking with unexpected ferocity. The bodies of the two beasts collapsed, their souls shattered, their breaths fading to the brink of extinction, signaling their imminent demise. As the two figures emerged before him, both the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King were filled with fury, their eyes ablaze with rage at the sight of two human warriors daring to intrude upon this sacred ground. Humans, how dare you approach the spiritual spring? I shall surely take your lives. Their enraged roars reverberated, for they surmised that the two human martial artists had come for the spring. How could they not feel wrath? Under ordinary circumstances, these humans would never dare to tread here. Even a solitary member of their kind could effortlessly obliterate them. Approaching the two beasts, Su Chen felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter. He swiftly dispatched the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King, channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him. Master, do you have a moment to converse? Came a voice. Certainly, Su Chen replied, sitting cross-legged as his soul was drawn into the chaotic devouring tower. Tower spirit, what is it you seek from me? Su Chen was well aware that the tower spirit would not seek him out without pressing reason. The ethereal figure nodded and smiled. As you cultivate the chaotic devouring technique, while you may absorb the power of souls without backlash, the influx of strength that does not match your realm will only hinder your martial path, rather than benefit it. Instantly grasping the tower spirit's meaning, Su Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that he could not engage in limitless consumption. He must refine and integrate before continuing to absorb. To persist in unending consumption would yield little advantage to his martial cultivation. Was he merely to watch as souls slipped away? It is truly regrettable. For instance, if only my cultivation could keep pace with the souls of the two formidable beasts, I could completely consume them. Tower spirit, do you possess a solution to this matter? Su Chen, not being a fool, understood that since the tower spirit summoned him, there must be a way to address the issue. He gazed at the tower spirit with eager anticipation, unwilling to squander the souls in vain. The tower spirit nodded and replied, Master, I shall now impart to you a unique alchemical technique, distinct from the 3,000 paths of alchemy, specifically designed for the refinement of soul-consuming elixirs. It can only be executed in conjunction with the chaotic devouring technique. Are you suggesting that I can refine the consumed souls into soul elixirs? Indeed, Master. You can utilize this alchemical technique, supplemented by the chaotic devouring technique and the Chinquan furnace, to create the Chinquan pill. This pill can contain over 95% of the soul. The remaining 5% will inevitably dissipate, which is uncontrollable. Furthermore, upon creating the Chinquan pill, you need not consume it all at once. Rather, you can gradually absorb and refine it, ensuring that your martial path remains smooth and unobstructed. As you have already cultivated the chaotic devouring technique and have the assistance of the Chinquan furnace, you can commence the refinement immediately. Understood. The primordial spirit returned. The chaotic devouring technique within Su Chen's body voraciously absorbed the souls of the two beasts and chose to refine them, summoning the Chinquan furnace. The previous attempt at alchemy had ended in failure. However, this time felt different. Although the tower spirit did not explicitly state it, Su Chen surmised that the technique imparted was entirely complementary to the chaotic devouring technique. Without the foundation of the chaotic devouring technique, practicing this alchemical method would be futile. He continuously formed seals with his hands, channeling the devouring energy into the Chinquan furnace, initiating the refinement process. Alchemy. Observing Su Chen as he began the alchemical process, Huang Ying was utterly bewildered, for she never anticipated that Su Chen was indeed an alchemist. In the continent, the status of martial artists is exceedingly high, surpassing all others. And among them, Alchemists, weaponsmiths, talisman masters, and formation masters occupy an even loftier position, as the talents required to become such are exceedingly stringent. How many secrets does Chen harbor? Such talent, not only in the Eastern Wilderness Academy but across the entire Eastern Wilderness, would be unparalleled among his peers. Reflecting on it, it is indeed remarkable that the Eastern Wilderness Academy has never made an exception for an alchemist at the True Pill realm to enter the elite class. Chen is an anomaly, as his talent and potential have compelled the Academy to set a precedent. It took Chen 2 full hours to successfully refine the Chinquan pill for the first time, yet even so, 50% had still dissipated. Nevertheless, Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for alchemy requires patience. One cannot expect to achieve everything in a single leap. This success was due to his cultivation of the chaos devouring technique and the Chinquan furnace, for without them, even the fire would have barred him from producing elixirs. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen stowed away the Chinquan furnace, revealing 2 elixirs in his hand, which he then placed into the spatial ring. Sister Huangying, as we enter the spiritual spring for cultivation, remember, it is imperative not to overindulge, lest we suffer backlash. I understand. I hold a deep admiration for Huangying, as she steadfastly remained by my side throughout the 2 hours of alchemical preparation, refraining from entering the spiritual spring alone for cultivation. Accompanying me on this venture is indeed a rare feat for most. Upon arriving at the spiritual spring, we were enveloped by the ethereal energy emanating from within, our faces illuminated with surprise. Without further ado, we promptly entered the spring, sitting cross-legged on either side. Sister Huangying, when you feel my aura envelop you, do not resist. Simply focus your mind, maintain your essence, and absorb the power within the spiritual spring for your cultivation. Very well. With that, we gently closed our eyes. I activated the chaotic devouring technique within me, and waves of devouring energy enveloped us both. Suddenly, Huangying's expression shifted. She could distinctly sense that she was shrouded by a potent aura. The speed at which she absorbed the energy seemed to have increased threefold, and her rate of refining and merging soared as well. She could not afford to waste a moment. This was an unprecedented opportunity for her. Having recently broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, she could, barring any unforeseen circumstances, leverage the spiritual spring to advance to the nascent soul realm. The formidable liquid spiritual energy filled me with astonishment. Since I had not yet consumed the souls of the 2 great beasts, I was fully capable of absorbing the power of the spiritual spring. While absorbing the energy, I communicated with the chaotic devouring tower, inquiring, "Tower Spirit, is there a way to store the power of the spiritual spring?" This was my primary concern, for the entire spiritual spring was vast, containing enough energy for hundreds to cultivate. Even with the chaotic devouring technique in my chaotic body, it would be impossible to consume the entirety of the spring's energy. In light of the Master's recent performance, I am pleased to reward you with a cosmic bag, which contains a realm of its own that requires your continuous evolution. A small yellow bag materialized in my hand, and as a drop of my blood merged with it, my soul instantly entered the world within the cosmic bag, a realm indeed 100 times larger than a spatial ring, one that I could develop at will. My eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the Tower Spirit, the cosmic bag contained an infinite world that I must continually evolve. I pondered how immense the universe would become once I reached the pinnacle of my evolution. Such anticipation filled me. However, immediate action was not necessary. My priority was to utilize the spiritual spring to transcend my limits. I simultaneously activated the chaotic devouring technique, the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, and the primordial divine demon technique, voraciously absorbing energy, creating a vortex within, which continually surged into my substantial core. In an instant, I shattered my limits, leaping from the 7th level of the substantial core realm to the 8th, then to the 9th, reaching the pinnacle of the substantial core realm, ultimately breaking through to the 1st level of the golden core realm. Under normal circumstances, advancing from the 7th level of the substantial core realm to the 1st level of the golden core realm would require over 3 months of dedicated cultivation. Yet here I was, achieving this milestone in merely 1 day, a testament to the formidable nature of the spiritual spring. At that moment, the golden core within Huangying instantaneously shattered, its engulfed power tightly enveloping her and beginning to form a shadowy infant, resembling the primordial infant possessed by practitioners of the Yuaning realm. The shattered golden core transformed into a nascent soul. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and Huang Ying was overwhelmed with elation. She was acutely aware of her talents, even within the confines of the Lin organ. Achieving a breakthrough to the Yuan-Ying realm in a single day would have been impossible without the assistance of her junior, Su. Thank you. Without your help, I would never have been able to condense the Yuan-Ying, she expressed gratefully. Once she returned to the academy, she could apply for promotion to the elite class, the highest tier in the institution. There was only one elite class in the entire Dongwang Academy, comprised of the very best among the best. It could be said that every student at the academy aspired to enter this prestigious class, and she had never anticipated such a swift entry. Huang Ying felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. Without his support, condensing the Yuan-Ying would have taken her at least a year. Su Chen, however, merely shook his head with a smile. This is what you deserve. A Qinquan bag materialized in his hand. Both he and Huang Ying had reached their limit of absorption, unable to consume any further without risking a backlash of power. Curiosity piqued. Huang Ying wondered what Su Chen intended to do with the yellow bag. In the next moment, to her astonishment, the bag emitted a terrifying suction force, voraciously drawing towards the spirit spring. The power within the spirit spring was rapidly devoured, and within mere minutes, it was completely emptied and contained within the Qinquan bag. Dumbfounded, Huang Ying stared in disbelief at the spectacle before her. She had never witnessed anything like it before, nor had she even heard of such occurrences. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it impossible to believe. She felt immensely satisfied. The Qinquan bag was indeed a remarkable item. In the future, whenever encountering such power, it could be easily absorbed into the Qinquan bag for gradual cultivation. The combination of the Qinquan bag and Qinquan pill promised extraordinary benefits for her. After transferring the power from the spirit spring into the Qinquan bag, Su Chen prepared to depart with Huang Ying. However, just as they were about to leave, he abruptly turned back to gaze at the spirit spring. While activating the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique moments earlier, he had sensed a faint wave of summoning emanating from the spirit spring. To invoke the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique indicated that there must be something of great value within the spring. Su, is something the matter? Huang Ying inquired. Yes, there should be more valuable items within the spirit spring. I need to investigate. Would you like to accompany me? Su Chen proposed. Understanding his intent, Huang Ying realized that the spirit spring likely harbored opportunities, albeit accompanied by dangers. I would like to see as well, she replied. Very well. The two re-entered the spirit spring, gazing at the now hollowed-out ground, which was remarkably smooth, adorned with a flame pattern that vaguely resembled a phoenix. The phoenix flame pattern? Huang Ying speculated. Su, have you ever heard of exotic fire? Of course, he replied. Regarding the, Su Chen felt a profound familiarity. For an alchemist, is of paramount significance. The cause of his previous failures in alchemy was fundamentally tied to the flames employed. Typically, alchemists wield only ordinary flames, but mastering can greatly enhance their craft. However, it is notoriously difficult to subdue. The presence of a flame pattern suggests that may lie beneath the spiritual spring. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. If this were indeed the case, it would be splendid, as the world is replete with. And even the acquisition of a single type would suffice. Senior Huang Ying, please step away from the spiritual spring. Huang Ying nodded and complied, understanding Su Chen's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he wielded his finger as a sword, unleashing a fierce and domineering sword chi that struck the ground of the spiritual spring. The clash of sword chi against the earth resonated loudly. Su Chen sensed the presence of a seal beneath the surface, uncertain if his sword chi could break it. If the seal concealed, it would indeed be wondrous. Yet, there was no reaction. The seal stood firm like Mount Tai, impervious to the powerful sword chi that battered against it, causing no discernible disturbance. Frowning deeply, he knew he could not afford to surrender. He began to channel the chaotic energy within him, preparing to utilize it to cleave through the seal. Suddenly, he froze. Realizing in his haste, he had almost overlooked a crucial detail. His awareness of the spiritual spring's disturbance was entirely due to the operation of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique within him. With this in mind, he pondered whether he could employ this technique to unlock the seal. Resolute, he decided to proceed. He could not simply stand idly by and abandon the opportunity. As he activated the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a resounding cry of a phoenix erupted from his lips. In an instant, a colossal, ethereal phoenix materialized behind him, its magnificent form towering amidst the mountains. The overwhelming aura of the phoenix darkened the skies, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered the air stifling. A phoenix? Is this truly a phoenix? Witnessing the ethereal image before her, Huang Ying staggered back in shock, her face etched with disbelief, for she understood the profound significance of a phoenix. In the realm of beasts, the phoenix undeniably occupies a pinnacle position. Had it not been for their scarcity, they would undoubtedly have ascended to the apex of beastly dominion. She struggled to comprehend how Su Chen could manifest such a phoenix apparition. The mysteries surrounding him were indeed numerous and perplexing. The phoenix image enveloped the entire spiritual spring as Su Chen continuously channeled the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground began to emit a series of phoenix cries. Before Su Chen could react, he was instantly engulfed and vanished into the ground's phoenix flame pattern. Su Chen. Huang Ying gasped in shock at his sudden disappearance, utterly bewildered about what had transpired and why he had vanished without a trace. She could only surmise that he had entered the seal within the spiritual spring. Without delay, she began to strike the ground seal, but despite her relentless efforts, the surface remained unyielding, the seal steadfast as a mountain. Her face was etched with anxiety, for Huang Ying had no inkling of the peril that Su Chen faced. Ensnared within the seal, uncertain of life or death, she knew she must break the seal in the briefest time possible. As dizziness enveloped his mind, Su Chen endeavored to maintain his composure. In such moments, it was imperative to remain calm, without a hint of disarray. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen found himself within a cavern, its walls ablaze with crimson stone, the ground resembling flames, akin to a burning mountain stretching for 800 miles. At that moment, he was nearly certain that exotic fire resided here, a thrill coursing through him at the prospect of mastering such flames, which would undoubtedly enhance his alchemical prowess. Within him, the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique flowed, swiftly locking onto the cavernous center where a stone platform shaped like a phoenix coiled in lifelike splendor stood. Atop this phoenix stone platform was a recessed cavity, within which a fiery red flame floated, exotic fire, without a doubt. The specific type of this flame was unknown to him. The world boasted myriad kinds, akin to an exotic fire ranking list, of which he had only heard whispers. Tailing, do you know what kind of exotic fire this is? Which rank does it hold? He inquired, hopeful for insight. Master, this is the true flame of the phoenix, ranked 32nd on the exotic fire list, Tailing replied. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. The 32nd rank was indeed remarkable, and his next task was to discern how to subdue this exotic fire. He speculated that mastering the true flame of the phoenix would likely require the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique he had cultivated. Without hesitation, he resolved to act promptly, for delay would only complicate matters. Despite the mortal danger, he could not forsake the opportunity presented by this exotic fire. As he continued to channel the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, Su Chen approached the phoenix stone platform, gazing intently at the flame within the cavity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself. To ensure absolute success, he summoned 3 blood wheels overhead, simultaneously activating the ancient god-demon technique and the Chaos Devouring technique. Extending his right hand toward the flame, he immediately felt an overwhelming heat wash over him, yet he did not retreat, his gaze unwavering. It was success or nothing. With the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique reaching its zenith, Su Chen grasped the flame, which vanished into his being. The true flame of the phoenix surged into him with a fierce intensity, igniting a conflagration that threatened to consume his very organs. A surge of joy filled him. He had not anticipated the speed of the flame's incorporation. Without a moment's hesitation, the combined might of the 3 techniques swiftly encircled the true flame of the phoenix. As within him, a battlefield erupted, the forces clashing violently. Fortunately, I have cultivated the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique. Otherwise, given my current circumstances, it would have been utterly impossible to suppress the phoenix true flame. Even so, Su Chen still felt overwhelmed, for the phoenix true flame was exceedingly domineering. A moment's inattention could result in the incineration of his entire being. Sitting cross-legged, the chaotic body within him emerged. Su Chen conceived a strategy to harness the power of the 3 great techniques to corner and besiege the phoenix true flame, ultimately forcing it into the chaotic body, where he could then suppress it. The chaotic body he possessed was the supreme divine body in existence, capable of sealing even the god-slaying bone bow. and he believed it could similarly seal the Phoenix True Flame. In a furious display, the Phoenix True Flame was compelled to retreat repeatedly by the three great techniques, eventually arriving before the chaotic body. Upon witnessing the internal situation, Su Chen's countenance brightened with joy. The opportunity had finally presented itself, and he could not allow the Phoenix True Flame to escape this time. The power of the three blood wheels surged violently into his body as Su Chen initiated a full-scale assault on the Phoenix True Flame using the three great techniques. It was as if 1,000 troops were rampaging across a vast battlefield, with low, thunderous roars echoing throughout his being. What the Phoenix True Flame truly feared was the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, which was firmly restraining it, compelling it to take refuge within the chaotic body. At that moment, 8 Buddhist chants resonated simultaneously within the chaotic body, emanating from the strength of the 8 Buddhas. Su Chen understood that the 8 Buddhas had intervened, and he felt a surge of joy. Under the suppression of the chaotic body, the power of the 8 Buddhas enveloped the Phoenix True Flame, causing it to gradually lose its fury. However, the situation was not yet resolved, for the Phoenix True Flame had merely been subdued, not truly tamed. To wield the Phoenix True Flame, Su Chen would need to refine it, allowing him the ability to summon it at will in the future. With the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique surging into the chaotic body, Su Chen seized the moment when the Phoenix True Flame was unguarded and consumed it in one swift motion. Pain etched on his face, as the act of devouring the Phoenix True Flame inflicted a burning agony upon him, making him feel as though he were engulfed in a volcano stretching for 800 miles, with torment coursing through his entire being. Yet, Su Chen chose not to relinquish his resolve. He gritted his teeth and persevered, knowing that only through unwavering determination could he hope to refine the Phoenix True Flame and acquire one of the world's rarest divine fires. Divine fire was of paramount importance to an alchemist. Once he truly subdued the Phoenix True Flame, the success rate of his alchemical creations could increase by an astonishing 40 to 80%. Gritting his teeth, he continued to refine it. As the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique circulated within him, its Phoenix aura continuously enveloping the Phoenix True Flame, layer upon layer, inside and out, leaving no respite for the flame. A resounding cry of the Phoenix echoed within, as a colossal Phoenix apparition manifested, its cold gaze fixed intently upon the Phoenix True Flame, as if to declare that it must submit. At the same time, the chaotic body suddenly erupted with a vast expanse of chaotic light, instantly subduing the Phoenix True Flame. Under the combined intimidation of these two formidable forces, the Phoenix True Flame appeared to lose its will to resist, allowing Su Chen to commence the refining process. With the cessation of the Phoenix True Flame's resistance, Su Chen felt the searing sensation within him vanish without a trace, his countenance illuminating with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the process of refining. This was an extraordinary opportunity, a serendipitous encounter that one could scarcely hope to find. Who could have anticipated that beneath the spiritual spring he would discover a rare flame, the Phoenix True Flame, ranked 32nd on the list of extraordinary fires? Fortune had smiled upon him, rendering any attempts to shield against it futile. He owed a debt of gratitude to Luo Tianfei. Had she not imparted the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, he would not have been able to navigate crises on multiple occasions. Nor would he have sensed the unusual activity beneath the spiritual spring, let alone break the seal to arrive here. Even with the Phoenix True Flame relinquishing its struggle, it took Su Chen a full 3 hours to completely refine it. The moment his eyes fluttered open, a flicker of exhilaration and surprise danced within his gaze. He had finally acquired the extraordinary flame. Extending his right hand, he observed the flame coalescing in his palm, resembling a phoenix in flight. Even he could perceive the formidable power of the Phoenix True Flame. With such potency emanating from the 32nd ranked flame, it was difficult to fathom the terrifying might of the flame occupying the top position. Promptly, he retrieved the Qinquan furnace, eager to attempt the alchemical process anew. Curious to see if he could successfully concoct pills with the aid of the extraordinary flame, he placed the blood spirit mushroom and purple blood ginseng directly into the Qinquan furnace, initiating a series of hand seals to generate alchemical imprints, which he continuously infused into the furnace, employing the extraordinary flame for assistance. Immersing himself wholly in the alchemical endeavor, he was determined not to repeat the failures of his previous attempt. After several minutes, a triumphant shout erupted from Su Chen. "Congeal!" The furnace lid opened to reveal 6 pills, each a pale yellow hue, emanating an unusual fragrance, every single one successfully refined. These were high-grade pills, indeed commendable. The ability to produce high-grade pills marked a significant achievement, and Su Chen understood that he had truly entered the ranks of alchemists, having become a genuine alchemist. Alchemists held a revered status. According to Su Chen's knowledge, alchemist ranks ascended from level 1 to 9, followed by king, emperor, lord, and sovereign levels. He now stood as a level 1 alchemist. Rising to leave, he utilized the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique to smoothly navigate through the seal. Meanwhile, Huang Ying, who had been relentlessly assaulting the seal, wore an expression filled with anxiety and concern. She was acutely aware that the prolonged delay was detrimental to Su Chen. Suddenly, upon seeing Su Chen appear before her, her face lit up with surprise as she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Tears brimming in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Su, you terrified me. I am unharmed." Allowing Huang Ying to hold him, Su Chen recognized her as a person of genuine emotion. After several days of companionship, he regarded her as a true friend. His cheeks flushed slightly. Huang Ying quickly released him, fidgeting with her garment, realizing she had momentarily lost control, aware of her burgeoning feelings for Su Chen. Indeed, Su Chen's excellence is evident to all, and it is likely that many women, including herself, find it impossible to resist his charm. "Let us depart," she suggested. Agreed. Su Chen, adept at alleviating the awkwardness, chose not to linger in the valley any longer. This venture was not in vain. Not only had he significantly enhanced his cultivation through the spirit spring, but he had also acquired a rare flame. "Su Chen, where have you been?" Just then, Yan Mei's figure materialized, and upon seeing Su Chen unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without paying heed to Huang Ying, she grasped Su Chen's hand, inspecting him from all angles. Huang Ying stood in astonishment. She had never witnessed Yin Laosher display such concern for a student. After all, Yin Laosher was renowned in the academy as the Ice Queen, indifferent to any man. Su Chen's allure was evidently formidable, even captivating Yin Laosher. Huang Ying found herself inexplicably envious. Recognizing that her jealousy was futile, she held no significant place in Su Chen's life, rendering her unqualified to feel possessive. "Sister Yin, I am fine, as long as you are well. Remember, this is the lost forest, fraught with peril. You must remain within my sight." Understood. She was indeed a protective sister. At that moment, Yan Mei finally noticed Huang Ying, yet she did not release Su Chen's hand. She had already resolved that since she had given herself to Su Chen, it was pointless to linger in hesitation. Public acknowledgement was merely a matter of time. And she was unafraid of gossip. "The vice president has summoned all of us. He has discovered the imperial thrones. We must hurry there," she said as they walked. "Very well." On their way, Yan Mei explained, "The imperial thrones are legacies left by fallen emperors, containing the essence of imperial martial arts. Remarkably, 2 thrones have emerged in this lost forest. Once word spreads, it will undoubtedly attract the entirety of the eastern wasteland. Imperial realm cultivators represent the pinnacle of existence on the continent. In the eastern wasteland, those at the gathering apex are akin to standing atop a pyramid. Should one obtain the imperial legacy, even if they cannot ascend to the imperial realm, their martial prowess will surely flourish, especially with the imperial martial arts at their disposal. Nevertheless, this place attracts numerous powerful beings, including wandering martial artists and individuals from various factions. The Lost Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wasteland. In a secluded area, towering trees surrounded them, casting shadows that obscured the sun. As dawn enveloped the earth, 2 luminous orbs ascended from the ground, hovering above. Within each orb lay the ethereal silhouette of a stone chair, the legendary imperial thrones. 2 orbs, each containing an imperial throne, attracted hundreds of martial artists from all directions. The moment the orbs rose from the ground, they triggered a tremor throughout the Lost Forest, even causing a stir in the heavens. Many factions, witnessing the phenomenon in the Lost Forest, rushed to the scene with utmost urgency. The Eastern Wasteland Academy had gathered its members, though some scattered students and teachers had yet to arrive. Qin Zhu could no longer concern himself with such matters, for the allure of the imperial thrones was undeniable. Not even the dean would be able to resist their temptation. This is indeed the imperial throne, encompassing the martial arts of the imperial realm and even harboring the legacy of the imperial domain. Obtaining it would greatly benefit one's cultivation in martial arts. The vice president has now gathered warriors from numerous top-tier factions. Should this continue, it is believed that even more elite powers will arrive. Qinju nodded, fully aware of this, yet they had just attempted to assault the luminous spheres. No one, including himself, could breach the two orbs, which was quite astonishing. Nobody anticipated that the defensive power of the spheres would be so formidable. Boom. Still, some remained undeterred, relentlessly attacking the two orbs. They resembled a monk in deep meditation, motionless, which left onlookers in a state of vexation. It was evident that the two luminous spheres contained the legacy and martial arts of the imperial realm. Yet they remained unattainable, a source of great frustration. Teacher Yin has arrived. Yin Mei and Su Chen approached, clasping their fists towards Qinju. Teacher Yin, I trust you are aware of the situation. Please hurry and give it a try. Qinju was anxious, for with the passage of time, he believed more warriors would flock to the scene. When that time came, it was uncertain who would claim the imperial throne within the spheres, as they would undoubtedly wish to bring it into the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Yin Mei understood Qinju's concerns and stepped forward to attempt to break the seal of the spheres, regardless of her efforts. She could not succeed and ultimately had to concede. With a deep sigh, she returned to Qinju's side, shaking her head in resignation, saying, "The two spheres are self-sealed. Only those with destiny may obtain them. Otherwise, only an expert of the imperial realm could forcibly breach them." "I understand," Qinju responded. Yin Mei's words resonated not only with him, but with many others who had surmised the same, unwilling to accept defeat. For the opportunity of the imperial throne lay before them. Have you reached the nascent soul stage? You have broken through to the nascent soul stage? Upon hearing the vice president's words, all the students, including Ji Yoshi, seemed to regard Huang Ying with newfound respect. Before their arrival at the Lost Forest, Huang Ying was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, yet in just a few days, she had ascended directly to the nascent soul stage. Such a rapid advancement was truly enviable. Huang Ying smiled, saying, "It is all thanks to junior brother Su Chen." Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Chen, curious about what he had done to assist Huang Ying in such a swift elevation. Qinju nodded in approval, stating, "Upon returning to the academy, you should report directly to the elite class." Yes, Huang Ying was overwhelmed with joy, fully aware of what the elite class represented. In the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there was but one elite class, consisting of the academy's finest. Only students of the nascent soul stage could gain entry. Her successful admission to the elite class would undoubtedly ensure her significant cultivation support and access to more resources. How could she not feel elated? Qinju turned to Su Chen, equally pleased, saying, "Golden Core stage. Upon our return to the academy, you shall also report to the elite class alongside Huang Ying." Su Chen nodded. Although he held little interest in the elite class, he would certainly not refuse the opportunity, for the elite class was far superior to the standard classes. Various emotions of envy and jealousy surged among the students as they gazed at Su Chen, their perceptions irrevocably altered. They could not deny his exceptional qualities. Whether in terms of innate talent or potential, he stood at the forefront. However, being allowed to join the elite class as a mere first-level Golden Core was unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Many students harbored resentment, feeling unjustly overlooked, as their cultivation levels surpassed Su Chen's. Why was he granted entry into the prestigious class while they were not? Qinju, the vice president of the academy and its most stringent authority, was not to be questioned. Ji Yoshi regarded Su Chen with a complex blend of emotions. In the past, she would have felt no regret. After all, Su Chen had been rendered useless after losing his blood wheel, a mere failure in cultivation. Yet now, the situation had shifted dramatically. Su Chen's brilliance was undeniable. He had ascended from the beginner class to the elite class in a matter of months, outpacing her decade of effort. Regardless of belief, Ji Yoshi recognized the stark reality. As Su Chen smoothly entered the elite class, the chasm between them would only widen. Now, she felt regret for not intervening in the royal annulment, regret for failing to recognize Su Chen's worth, and regret for her immediate infatuation with the current version of him. Huang Ying attempted to merge with the seal, but met with failure. A direct assault was futile. The only recourse was to ascertain whether one was destined for success. Su Chen took a deep breath as he faced the imperial throne. To claim he harbored no interest would be disingenuous. Yet, he understood that breaking the seal to acquire the imperial martial arts was a lofty aspiration. Many had attempted this feat before him, including Vice President Chen, and none had succeeded. Nevertheless, one must make the attempt, for fate had presented itself, surrounded by disheartened onlookers, who could only gaze helplessly at the throne sealed before them. Several continued their efforts. Chen approached the luminous sphere, adopting a spirit of experimentation. He activated his chaotic body, channeling the three formidable techniques: the chaotic devouring art, the ancient divine demon art, and the ancestral phoenix rebirth art, hoping to merge with the sphere. Chen recognized that brute force would yield no results. If it were effective, others would have succeeded before him, especially considering the presence of three formidable practitioners, including Vice President Chen, all at the concentration realm. Just as Chen commenced the operation of his three techniques and mobilized his chaotic body, a terrifying force of attraction ensnared him, pulling him in before he could react. Vanishing from sight. What? Observing the sudden disappearance, the crowd was left in astonishment. They understood what had transpired. This individual had been drawn into the luminous sphere, indicating he was indeed a fated one, destined to attain the imperial realm and its martial arts. Envy surged within them. This youth hailed from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Trouble was brewing. The academy would undoubtedly protect him, leaving many to wonder if someone would attempt to seize him. Could a legacy be snatched away? It seemed utterly absurd. The inheritance of an emperor is undoubtedly unattainable. However, the imperial martial arts are accessible. Within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there are individuals who have received the legacy of the emperor's realm, and it is certain that not everyone will accept this fate. As the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness, the Academy exerts a formidable influence that deters any challengers. Yet, the situation changes when confronted with the imperial throne. Everyone is acutely aware of the significance of the imperial seat, understanding that the emergence of an emperor-level powerhouse within the Academy would herald monumental implications for the Eastern Wilderness. Whether it be the destruction of the emperor's legacy or the acquisition of imperial martial arts, many are eager to seize the opportunity. Eyes filled with envy follow the departing youth. Chen body trembles slightly, and a peculiar light flashes in his gaze as he declares, "Wait. Once Chen departs from the imperial throne, I will immediately take him away. Follow your respective teachers, and remember, do not engage in direct confrontation with others." Understood. Jiyu and Huang Ying respond, filled with a mix of admiration and regret. Chen's talent and potential are laid bare before the imperial seat, without unparalleled gifts. It is utterly impossible to be chosen by such a throne. If Chen were to truly obtain the emperor's inheritance, it would be a meteoric rise, ensuring his status as a focal point of cultivation within the academy, with a future radiant with promise. Regret gnaws at Jiyu as she scolds herself fiercely. The likelihood of Chen obtaining the emperor's legacy is high, and he may one day ascend to the emperor's realm. An emperor within a dynasty guarantees dominance over the Eastern Wilderness and the ability to conquer the continent. Within the sphere of light, Chen's body is uncontrollably drawn and forcibly seated upon the imperial throne, waves of terrifying imperial aura enveloping him entirely. The path of destiny is fraught with challenges, and amidst the cycles of life and death, each step is a rebirth. The ancient and imposing voice resonates within the sphere, echoing like the passage of countless ages, reverberating in Chen's ears and sending tremors through his very soul. Without uttering a word, Chen remains vigilant, gazing intently at the luminous sphere, surprised by his involuntary attraction to it. Warriors defy heaven with their lives, entering the emperor's realm through martial prowess, thus escaping the control of the heavenly path. After eons, who can truly transcend the will of heaven? Beneath the imperial path, all are but ants. I, Danmu Kong, as a sage emperor, remain infinitely distant from such heights. The imperial chant resounds like a mighty bell tolling across the vast clouds, surging through the sea of clouds and soaring into the celestial heights, lingering in Chen's ears. The imperial realm. Chen is already aware that the imperial throne within the sphere belongs to a powerful emperor, yet he remains unaware of what constitutes a sage emperor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen finally inquires, "Esteemed elder, what is the imperial realm? What is the sage emperor's realm? What is the imperial path? What does it mean to transcend the heavenly path?" He poses these 4 questions in quick succession. The entire throne emanates in imperial resonance, and unbeknownst to Chen, he has slipped into a state of cultivation, his internal energy circulating through 3 profound techniques: completely immersed in the imperial chant. The path of the emperor encompasses 3 routes and 9 realms, each step teeming with life and death, each step a rebirth. With every stride, a new heaven unfolds. Given your current standing, the realm of the emperor is indeed an unattainable distance. Only upon entering the quasi-emperor realm shall you be deemed worthy to comprehend the 3 routes of the emperor. As for the holy emperor realm, it ranks as the 4th realm among the 2 paths of the emperor's domain, and to transcend the heavenly principles is a formidable challenge. A sigh echoed throughout the luminous sphere. Chen found himself grappling with an understanding of this, yet he could not overlook the formidable strength of Duan Wukong. The existence of the Holy Emperor realm, positioned as the 4th realm, spoke volumes in itself. The old man now inquired, "Would you be willing to accept my legacy? With your innate talent, you are destined to tread the path of the Emperor and aspire to the Holy Emperor realm. As for whether you can descend from the heavens, that remains in your hands." Chen fell into profound silence. Had it been anyone else, receiving the legacy from an emperor-level powerhouse would have elicited overwhelming excitement. For the emperor realm stands as the pinnacle of existence across the continent, and Duan Wukong is a superlative among the strong. Yet, Chen did not immediately acquiesce. As moments passed, the old man pressed, "Have you made your decision? I possess little time left, should you miss this opportunity. Even if you wish to embrace the legacy later, I would be unable to assist you, and alas, my emperor-level legacy would fade into the endless void of time." From Duan Wukong's tone, Chen discerned a hint of urgency and resignation. It appeared that the emperor-level legacy here was on the brink of vanishing forever, thus necessitating Duan Wukong's immediate search for a successor. Chen rose, clasping his hands in reverence towards the luminous sphere, and stated, "Your kindness is acknowledged, esteemed elder, but I must respectfully decline your emperor's legacy." Refusal. After deliberation, Chen ultimately chose to decline, for he understood that accepting the legacy would mean traversing the martial path laid by Duan Wukong. A visage of astonishment, imbued with unbridled fury, coalesced before Chen, a colossal, ethereal face, its resolute features marred by pale lines, its icy gaze fixated intently upon the young man. Duan Wukong appeared taken aback by this rejection of his martial legacy. How could anyone dare to refuse his emperor's legacy? It was utterly absurd. Although the Holy Emperor realm is merely the 4th tier of the emperor's path, it remains the pinnacle of existence across the continent. Were he willing, countless souls would seek to become his disciples and embrace his legacy. With unyielding composure, Chen returned the gaze of the ethereal visage without a hint of retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, still clasping his hands, and declared, "I am unwilling to forsake my martial path. Should I accept your emperor's legacy, I would inevitably follow in your footsteps." "And what of it?" retorted Duan Wukong. "Following my path will spare you much trouble and time. The uncertainty of whether you can ascend to the emperor realm on your own is a gamble. Are you truly willing to wager on the unknown?" Chen nodded, his voice resolute. "While I cannot ascertain whether I will reach the emperor realm in the future, I am willing to strive for it. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I shall overcome every obstacle. Even if I ultimately fail, it will be my own martial journey, and I shall have no regrets. Accepting your emperor's legacy would confine my martial aspirations to the pinnacle, with no hope of transcending further." This encapsulated the true essence of Chen's refusal. Accepting the legacy of the imperial path indeed allows for a significant reduction in cultivation time, and it can alleviate many tribulations on the journey of martial arts. However, it may also compromise one's martial heart, obstructing the path to true martial greatness. Chen could almost assert that to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, one must steadfastly adhere to their own path, for it is only through such perseverance that one can aspire to reach the zenith of martial prowess. Hence, he resolutely declined the imperial path inheritance. Though reluctant, Chen felt compelled to refuse the imperial path legacy. Duan Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen, who did not flinch in the slightest. The atmosphere within the luminous sphere was profoundly still. Time stretched on, and suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted from the giant visage, reverberating throughout the light sphere. The imperial resonance lingered, causing Chen's eardrums to throb painfully as his blood surged within him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet his posture remained upright, and the resolve in his eyes was unyielding. "Are you not afraid that I might end your life?" Fearful indeed. Yet, even in fear, I cannot accept the inheritance of the imperial path. Duan Mukong nodded in satisfaction, expressing his approval, bearing the 3 lives blood wheel, embodying a unique divine physique, and possessing an unwavering martial heart. Surely, in the future, you shall tread upon the pinnacle of the imperial path, transcending the heavens. Alas, it seems fate has not granted me the opportunity to guide you. With a sigh, Duan Mukong gazed at Su Chen with increasing admiration and fondness. Had this individual been willing to accept his imperial path legacy, he would have considered it a fitting end to his existence. Regrettably, such a person would never acquiesce to the inheritance. Should he continue to flourish, he would undoubtedly become a paragon of the continent. In a few hours, my legacy will vanish from the world, and I am reluctant to see it lost. Senior, I wish to request a favor. Speak. If you are amenable, I could introduce someone to inherit your legacy. And who might this individual be to you? Duan Mukong inquired, not one to be easily deceived. Such a proposition typically implied a special connection. Su Chen, without hesitation, replied, She is my wife, Yin Mei, the Bloodwheel Fox, whose talent surpasses my own. Stop. Duan Mukong interjected abruptly. To obtain my legacy, there is no need for exaggeration. Your talent alone is sufficient to overshadow the continent. However, as my imperial path legacy is on the verge of vanishing, rather than allowing it to be lost to the annals of time, I shall grant you this opportunity. Thank you, Senior, for your graciousness. Go now, and bring her forth. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen departed the luminous sphere. As the saying goes, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Even though he had refused the imperial path legacy, if Yin Mei could accept it, it would still be worth it. With a sigh, Duan Mukong felt increasingly helpless. Such a prodigious talent had chosen to reject his imperial path inheritance, stirring within him feelings of both anger and anticipation. After all, individuals of this caliber are not mere trifles. Their martial hearts are remarkably steadfast. Were it not for the impending disappearance of the imperial path legacy, he would not have felt such urgency, even acquiescing to such a request. Has he returned? Has this person truly accepted the martial inheritance? Under the imposing presence of the East Wilderness Academy, no one dared to directly suppress him. However, the envy and jealousy reflected in their eyes were unabashed. Akin to famished wolves fixating on their prey, all the students gazed at Su Chen's return, filled with longing. It was truly a pity that such a fortuitous event had befallen him. The mere thought of obtaining the imperial legacy stirred excitement and anticipation within them. What happened? Qin Zhu inquired eagerly, fully aware that should Su Chen acquire the imperial legacy, it would pave his way towards the imperial path. A significant milestone for the East Wilderness Academy. An imperial powerhouse is not merely a figure of the East Wilderness, even across the entire continent. They represent the pinnacle of existence. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, I declined. Declined? The revelation stunned not only Qin Zhu and the others, but also left the onlookers bewildered. No one could have anticipated that he would refuse the imperial legacy. While others might have doubted his words, only Qin Zhu comprehended that Su Chen had indeed turned down the imperial inheritance, leaving him anxious and speechless. After all, it was the imperial legacy. Approaching Yin Mei, amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, Su Chen took her hand. Without a hint of resistance, Yin Mei allowed him to grasp her hand, her face flushing slightly, for such an act in public was tantamount to an acknowledgement of their bond. I have already spoken with Senior Duan Mukong and arranged for you to receive the imperial legacy. Once you enter, remember to say nothing but that you are willing. Duan Mukong is a Saint Emperor-level powerhouse. Why did you refuse? Do not ask too many questions, just go. Yin Mei gazed intently at Su Chen, and although she refrained from questioning further, it did not diminish her feelings. Su Chen was relinquishing the imperial legacy, a sacrifice that even siblings might hesitate to make. Rising on her toes, she gently kissed Su Chen's cheek, uttering no further words before heading towards the sphere of light. To the astonishment of all, the sphere offered no resistance and swiftly engulfed Yin Mei. Witnessing this scene, everyone comprehended that he had indeed declined the imperial legacy, choosing instead to bestow it upon another, a foolish decision, indeed. Qin Zhu and the others were utterly flabbergasted, never imagining that Su Chen would transfer the imperial legacy to Yin Mei. Having previously attempted to enter the sphere without success, Yin Mei's successful entry now spoke volumes. Su Chen, have you truly thought this through? The Vice Dean, by adhering to your own martial path, you can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. With no superfluous words, Su Chen's message was clear. Qin Zhu's eyes brightened. Having initially felt regret, he nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Such insight indicated that even without accepting the imperial legacy, Su Chen's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable, and his approval only grew. At that moment, the laughter of the demon god echoed in Su Chen's mind. Good disciple, you have truly surprised me by rejecting the Saint Emperor legacy. Splendid, splendid. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. The Holy Emperor is merely that. How could he be worthy of allowing you to inherit his legacy? One day, my disciple, I shall witness you ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor's path. Su Chen remained silent, for he could surmise that his master, the demon god, was likewise a formidable Emperor-level powerhouse, though the specifics of his rank within the Emperor's path remained shrouded in mystery. His master had chosen not to disclose this information, and Su Chen understood that inquiring further would be futile, a waste of precious time. When the moment arose for his master to speak, he would do so willingly. Everyone gazed at Su Chen as if he were a fool. Within the radiant sphere, the question arose, are you the one he loves? Indeed, do you love him? I would exchange my life for his. Previously, during her time with Su Chen, perhaps it was an unexpected occurrence that had prompted her to nurture their feelings slowly. However, following recent events, Yanmei was struck by the profound depth of her love for Su Chen. The ethereal visage expressed satisfaction and remarked, the one you love possesses an unwavering heart for martial arts. In time, he shall undoubtedly tread the path to the Emperor's realm through his own martial prowess. If you wish not to hinder his progress, you must inherit my legacy. Are you willing? I am willing, esteemed elder. However, I have a condition. To inherit my Emperor's legacy, you must pledge yourself as my disciple and assist me in my rebirth. Kneeling in reverence, Yanmei declared, Disciple Yanmei is willing. A wave of imperial resonance enveloped Yanmei, and at that moment, Duan Mukong could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, Your bloodline is indeed a mutated one, the charmed fox bloodline. I am eager to see what it transforms into. The revelation that she possessed a mutated bloodline astonished Yanmei, for she understood the significance it bore. An imperial aura surrounded her as a bloodline manifestation materialized above her head, revealing the enchanting visage of the charmed fox, whose every expression exuded an intoxicating allure. With Duan Mukong's utmost support, Yanmei's countenance shifted dramatically, her pain becoming unbearable, as if her bloodline were being forcibly torn apart. The charmed fox began its metamorphosis, radiating an ancient and desolate essence, while its fur gradually transitioned from pure white to an extraordinary hue. The ethereal visage was rendered speechless, fixated on the bloodline above his disciple, seemingly incredulous, and exclaimed, A mutated bloodline, the ancient celestial fox. Ha ha, I never expected to encounter the ancient celestial fox bloodline. As the transformation of the bloodline reached its climax, Yanmei's body trembled violently, accepting the Emperor's legacy. With the dual forces of inheriting the Emperor's legacy and the mutated bloodline, Yanmei shattered her previous limitations, her cultivation soaring rapidly. Duan Mukong beamed with delight. Immensely satisfied with the transformation of Yanmei's bloodline, he held unwavering confidence that his disciple would undoubtedly emerge as an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. In a mere half-hour, under the dual influence of the inheritance and the mutated bloodline, Yanmei's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm, with only a final step separating her from the condensing spirit realm. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaotian arrived. As Tang Xiaotian suddenly arrived, Qin Zhu's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. He never anticipated that Tang Xiaotian would personally come, which signified great trouble ahead. Su Chen, depart at once. Yet, Su Chen remained rooted in place, for he understood that now that the Tang clan had arrived, any hope of leaving was likely futile. Su Chen, you are truly audacious to dare to leave the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Today, I shall witness who can save you. Tang Xiaotian's booming laughter reverberated, imbued with an astonishing might that spread like a tsunami, causing many to retreat in terror, their faces etched with horror and shock. The clan leader of the Tang had indeed arrived, seemingly harboring a grudge against the young man who had just rejected the imperial legacy. To provoke the Tang clan was an act of sheer folly. The Tang clan stood as the preeminent force in the Eastern Wilderness, and its leader, Tang Xiaotian, a formidable figure of the gathering pinnacle realm, was a superlative presence even across the entire Eastern Wilderness. As over 100 individuals encircled them, The expressions of all at the Eastern Wilderness Academy shifted dramatically, including that of Qin Zhu. Tang Xiaotian. As the leader of the Tang clan and a figure of the gathering pinnacle realm, how can you shamelessly target a junior? How will you face the world of the Eastern Wilderness? Tang Xiaotian smiled, his face a mask of fury as he coldly retorted. He has rendered my son's bloodline useless at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, yet you remain indifferent. It is your academy that dares to speak boldly before me. The shameless ones are you of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, not my Tang clan. His anger intensified with each word. With Tang Hao's bloodline now rendered useless, he had effectively become a waste in cultivation, incapable of even establishing a foundation in the future. Incredible. To have disabled Tang Hao's bloodline, this individual is truly ruthless. No wonder Tang Xiaotian has come. The younger clan leader of the Tang clan had chosen to cultivate at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, seeking distant shores instead of nearby waters. What a spectacle was about to unfold. It was evident to all that Tang Xiaotian feared the Eastern Wilderness Academy, unwilling to act within its confines, and had instead chosen to intercept this individual during the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest. After all, the Eastern Wilderness Academy, as the apex power of the region, could undoubtedly intimidate the Tang clan. Under different circumstances, the Tang clan would hardly dare to provoke the academy or besiege its students in the Lost Forest, particularly with the vice president stationed there, showing blatant disregard for the academy's authority. However, the situation had drastically changed. The hatred stemming from his son's bloodline being rendered useless was more profound than that of losing a son. How could Tang Xiaotian not feel enraged? He undoubtedly sought vengeance for his son. For once this person returned to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the Tang clan would lose all chance. Yet, Qin Zhu chuckled and said, I believe the Tang clan leader suffers from a poor memory. Su Chen and Tang Hao entered into a life and death pact, engaging in a battle to the death. Even the academy would not intervene. If Tang Hao wishes to preserve his life, do you think our academy has not intervened? A battle to the death? So that is the case. If the two had indeed signed a life and death pact, then the academy held the moral high ground. According to the martial rules, once a life and death pact was established, it was a matter of fate, and no one could interfere, including the Eastern Wilderness Academy itself. A deep sense of lamentation enveloped the atmosphere. To everyone's eyes, even if two individuals were to forge a pact of life and death, one must consider the might of the forces backing them, for the power of the Tang clan was formidable. Provoking them was akin to courting death itself. Upon hearing the term life and death pact, Tang Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically, his furious gaze igniting with a chilling murderous intent. If mere glances could kill, it is certain that Su Chen would have perished countless times by now. Qin Zhu, the grievances between my Tang clan and Su Chen must be resolved today. I hope you will not interfere. Take the others and leave the Lost Forest at once. I, Tang Xiaotian, can assure you that the Tang clan will support the Eastern Wilderness Academy in the future. With these words, it became clear to all present that Tang Xiaotian still harbored a fear of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, unwilling to sever ties completely. However, Qin Zhu merely smiled. Standing before Su Chen and regarding the members of the Tang clan, he coldly declared, Tang Xiaotian, do you truly believe that the Eastern Wilderness Academy can simply abandon its students? At any time and in any place, we shall never forsake our students. His words rang with unwavering conviction. Qin Zhu was not merely posturing. Should he wish to avoid conflict with the Tang clan, he could easily lead the other students away. Qin Zhu, you are no match for me. There is no need to recklessly sacrifice your life for a single student when it could cost the lives of hundreds more. Is it worth it? Qin Zhu cast a glance at the elite students behind him, along with the esteemed teachers, and boldly inquired, are you afraid? No. Will you abandon your fellow classmates? No. With a smile, Qin Zhu turned to the clan leader. I regret to inform you, Tang clan leader, that we at the Eastern Wilderness Academy will absolutely not forsake any student. Furthermore, your clan is not yet capable of contending with the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You should fully comprehend the repercussions of your actions today and refrain from making a regrettable decision. A blatant threat. Qin Zhu possessed the leverage to issue such a warning, for he was backed by the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. No force in the Eastern Wilderness dared to provoke the Academy so brazenly. In the face of such audacity, it would be disingenuous to claim one was unafraid. Yet, the thought of his son being incapacitated at the hands of someone from the academy ignited an insatiable thirst for vengeance within Tang Xiaotian. Thus, He had gathered over 100 formidable warriors from the Tang clan to the Lost Forest, intent on eliminating Su Chun and avenging his son. Tang Xiaotian had calculated that if he could eliminate Su Chun without harming the other students and teachers, including Vice President Qin Zhu, he believed the Eastern Wilderness Academy would not go to war over a single lost life. Qin Zhu, I offer you one final opportunity. Take the others and leave. My Tang clan will not trouble you. Should you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for showing no mercy to the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Everyone here shall perish. As he gazed upon the vice president and the surrounding teachers and students, Su Chun felt a profound sigh escape him. He could not selfishly allow Qin Zhu and the others to accompany him to his demise. Stepping around Qin Zhu, he approached Tang Xiaotian with unwavering composure, stating, Tang Xiaotian, allow them to leave. The enmity between us is solely our concern and has nothing to do with anyone else. Su Chun, the vice dean, though aware of Tang clan's shamelessness, acknowledged a truth in their words. The academy must not put all its students in peril for the sake of one. Please, Vice Dean, lead everyone to safety, urged Su Chun. Vice Dean Qin Zhu fixed his gaze intently on Su Chun, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He understood that, given his strength, he was no match for Tang Xiaotian. Yet, he could not bring himself to abandon his students. I, Qin Zhu, will never forsake my students. I shall not leave. Surprisingly, not a single person among the hundreds from Dongwang Academy, including all the teachers and students, chose to depart. Each face bore an expression of unwavering determination. Su Chun felt deeply moved. In the face of life and death, how many could remain fearless and choose to stand with him? This was indeed the essence of Dongwang Academy. Tang Xiaotian, utterly enraged, coldly commanded, apart from Su Chun, restrain everyone. Despite his fury, Tang Xiaotian remained rational. Unless the Tang clan could overpower Dongwang Academy, he was unwilling to escalate matters into a bloody confrontation. The others advanced towards Qin Zhu and his group, intent on restraining all present, leaving Su Chun for the clan leader. No one intervened. This was a conflict between Dongwang Academy and the Tang clan, a matter too dangerous for any outsider to meddle in. He is mine, none shall lay a finger on him. Just as the Tang clan prepared to act, a chilling voice resonated, imbued with a murderous intent that enveloped the surroundings. To the astonishment of all, a woman clad in purple materialized before them. Her beauty transcending the ordinary, yet her countenance was icy, provoking an involuntary shiver among onlookers. How exquisite! Many had never encountered such a stunning woman. Even Su Chun was profoundly awestruck by the sudden appearance of the woman in purple, whose beauty rivaled that of Luo Tianfei, eclipsing even Yin Mei. Trembling with emotion, Tang Xiaotian refused to relent. He immediately cupped his hands in respect towards the woman, stating, This is a matter between my Tang clan and Su Chun. I kindly request that you do not interfere. The Tang clan is willing to. Before he could finish, the purple-clad woman impatiently interrupted. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Leave my sight at once. Such audacity and dominance were remarkable. After all, Tang Xiaotian was the clan leader of the Tang clan, a figure of considerable power. Who would dare to disregard him? Yet, the woman entirely dismissed him, speaking as if reprimanding a child, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Those surrounding could only murmur in astonishment, speculating about the woman's origins and identity. Tang Xiaotian's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. He had finally seized an opportunity, with Su Chun leaving Dongwang Academy to enter the Lost Forest. He had a rare chance to eliminate the young man. If Su Chun managed to return to the academy and hide, he would lose the chance for revenge. Unwilling to yield or accept defeat, he thought, such audacity you possess. Today I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Above, a blood red will coalesced, slowly revealing a Qilin hammer imbued with terrifying power. Grasping the Qilin hammer, a menacing aura enveloped Tang Xiaotian entirely. Reluctant to concede defeat, he resolved that since he had locked onto Su Chun, he could not permit him to leave the Lost Forest alive. He understood all too well that if Su Chun were to escape, the prospect of encountering such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity again would be exceedingly slim. Unless he could subdue the Dean of the Nine-Flower Gathering Cauldron, it would be a mere fantasy to think he could slay Su Chun within the Eastern Wilderness Academy. This was his sole chance to eliminate Su Chun, one he could never forsake. His cold eyes fixated on the semi-ethereal figure of the woman in purple. As his murderous intent intensified, coalescing into a ferocious beast that roared at the heavens. Who dares to obstruct me? Kill! Tang Xiaotian made his stance clear. Within the eastern wilderness, the Tang clan's authority loomed large, and he found it hard to believe that this woman would disregard their power. A disdainful snort echoed through the atmosphere. The woman in purple ceased her chatter, and an icy force descended in an instant. A shiver ran through him as he felt his strength imprisoned, his body rendered immobile, disbelief etched in his fearful gaze. What manner of power is this? It possesses such formidable might that it can instantaneously bind my abilities. No wonder she dares to thwart my attempt on Su Chen's life. She is indeed a top-tier powerhouse. Today, for the sake of the esteemed elder, the Tang clan shall withdraw. Just as Tang Xiaotian turned to depart, a resounding explosion reverberated, and the bodies of him and over 100 others burst apart, transforming into a crimson mist that permeated the surroundings. The acrid scent of blood revealed to all what had just transpired. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Tang Xiaotian, the clan leader of the Tang clan, along with their elite warriors, would have neither the chance to retaliate nor to flee before the woman in purple. One could only imagine the extent of her formidable strength. Everyone leave. Under the oppressive weight of her overwhelming power, none dared to linger. Apart from the students of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, all others chose to depart hastily, knowing well the ferocity displayed by the woman in purple. The Tang clan's warriors had been annihilated in an instant, and anyone who remained risked meeting a similar fate, leaving no room for negotiation or regret. Ignoring the others from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the woman in purple approached Su Chen, her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of coldness. The grievances between us will be resolved in due time. You must not die. I shall come personally to claim your life in the future. Somewhat bewildered, Su Chen found himself at a loss. What was happening? As the faint fragrance emanating from the woman in purple enveloped him, he was perplexed, for he did not recognize her, and her strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Who are you? Do I know you? You truly are quite forgetful, but that matters little. You shall pay the price for your reckless actions. Without further ado, the woman in purple turned and vanished without a trace. Impulsive? When had he ever acted on impulse? Su Chen, do you know her? Qin Zhu sighed, realizing that the woman's ability to effortlessly dispatch the members of the Tang clan, including their leader, Tang Xiaotian, spoke volumes about her formidable strength. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with evident frustration, I do not recognize her. Indeed, he did not. He rummaged through all his memories, but found no information about the woman in purple, who had mentioned her impulsiveness. Qin Zhu held no doubts. Yet it was clear that the woman would not have acted without reason. 2 imperial thrones. Teacher, Yin has successfully obtained the inheritance of one. Su Chen, you should attempt to claim the other. Su Chen understood Qin Zhu's implication and responded, the 2 imperial thrones actually belong to a single throne. There is but one inheritance. As Su Chen articulated, the 2 glowing orbs manifested were, in truth, one orb. The 2 thrones were merely facets of a singular throne. Qin Zhu nodded, her face illuminating with delight as she remarked, regardless, the inheritance of the imperial path remains with our East Wilderness Academy. Once teacher Yin attains the imperial realm, it will undoubtedly benefit the academy. No sooner had she spoken, the 2 orbs abruptly vanished before everyone, and Yin Mei's figure gradually emerged. 7th level spirit gathering realm. Such a domineering inheritance, truly befitting the imperial path. Qin Zhu instantly sensed Yin Mei's current cultivation level. Previously, she had been at the spirit form realm, and within a mere half hour, she had ascended 2 major realms, stepping directly into the 7th level spirit gathering realm. At this pace of cultivation, it was believed that Yin Mei could soon break through to the pill gathering realm. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Yin Mei approached Su Chen. Exchanging no superfluous words, everything was understood without needing to be spoken. Deputy Dean, perhaps we should return to the academy. Qin Zhu nodded. Given the circumstances, continuing the autumn hunt held little significance, and since Yin Mei had just received her inheritance, she needed to enter seclusion to stabilize her newfound power. The autumn hunt for this year concluded here, and upon returning to the academy, each person would receive a reward of 1 million points. Thank you, Deputy Dean. 1 million points would allow them to freely challenge goods in the Pill Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, and Martial Pavilion, including top-tier items. How could one not feel elated? Standing behind, Ji Yoshi observed the tender exchange between the 2, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Even though Yin Mei was her close friend, she could not help but feel jealousy. Su Chen should have been hers. It was the royal family's cancellation of the engagement and her failure to intervene that had caused Su Chen to drift away from her. Regret was no longer an option. As for Huang Ying, she sighed deeply, understanding all too well that Su Chen harbored no feelings for her. Her affection was but a one-sided yearning. Su Chen was simply too remarkable, even rejecting the imperial path inheritance in favor of teacher Yin. How many could achieve such a feat? Jin Kuei Jiao awaited outside the Lost Forest. Due to these events, the Academy's autumn hunt concluded prematurely. Yet because everyone chose not to flee and were willing to share their fates with the Academy, Qinzhu generously rewarded each student with 1 million points. I am exceedingly pleased with the performance of each student. They did not choose to flee in the face of the Tang clan's intimidation. Instead, they resolutely stood their ground, willing to share life and death with Su Chen. Sister Yin, you all go ahead. I will join you shortly. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen's figure darted forward. Not far away, beneath a large tree, he spotted a purple fox, its chest stained red with blood, none other than the purple fox that had previously departed without a word. Frowning deeply, Su Chen had not anticipated that the departed fox would reappear here, and in such a wounded state. Without hesitation, he gently lifted the fox from the ground. At that moment, the purple fox slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the human before it, seemingly irked. Su Chen distinctly heard a faint, cold snort emanate from the creature. With a resigned smile, Su Chen remarked, "Little one, do not hold it against me. You left without a word, and I thought you had been captured for a stew. If you dare to leave again without informing me, I shall not come to your rescue. Do you understand?" Before the purple fox could respond, Su Chen swiftly delivered 3 firm slaps to its rear, saying, "Let this serve as a warning. Consider yourself fortunate this time." While cradling the fox, his right hand was restless, continuously stroking its backside. For reasons unknown, Su Chen found the fox's fur to be irresistibly soft and beautiful. The purple fox wriggled its body, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Due to its serious injuries, it found itself unable to escape his grasp. "Ha ha, not satisfied? Go ahead. Bite me." Despite its irritation, Su Chen retrieved a Qinkuan pill and a blood pill from his spatial pouch. Ordinary items were stored in a spatial ring, while valuable ones, like the Qinkuan pill, were kept in the Qinkuan pouch. Observing the purple fox's reluctance to consume the pills, Su Chen coldly declared, "If you dare disobey, I shall toss you into a wolf's den. I am certain the wolf cubs would take a liking to you." The furious purple fox shot him a menacing glare, and in utter exasperation, it finally opened its small mouth and swallowed the 2 pills, its eyes immediately widening in astonishment. "Not bad, right? The blood pill is one thing, but this Qinkuan pill is my unique secret recipe, the only one of its kind on the entire continent, crafted with my soul. This is no boast. I have complete confidence in my ability. After all, the mere requirement of cultivating the Chaos Devouring technique to forge a Qinkuan pouch is beyond the reach of others." The purple fox displayed no expression, gradually closing its eyes to begin the process of refining and merging the 2 pills. After giving its backside one last gentle pat, Su Chen tucked the fox into his embrace and hastened to catch up with the main group. News of the massacre of the Tang clan leader and over 100 of their formidable members spread rapidly throughout the eastern wasteland, as if it had taken flight. Tang Xiaodian, the leader of the Tang clan, sought to eliminate the Academy's students in the Forsaken Forest, but was unexpectedly slain in an instant by a woman in purple, along with the remaining members of the clan. In a bid to successfully eliminate Su Chen, Tang Xiaodian had mobilized his entire force, resulting in the annihilation of the Tang clan's top power. This event proved to be a catastrophic blow to the Tang clan. Unsurprisingly, the Tang clan would plummet from being a top-tier power in the eastern wasteland to a second or even third-rate force, marking the decline of what was once a prestigious family. The crowd was filled with astonishment, as none could have anticipated the misfortune that befell the illustrious Tang clan. A single expedition into the Forgotten Forest resulted in the obliteration of its core strength. Speculations abounded regarding the origins of the violet-clad woman responsible for the massacre of the Tang clan. As for Su Chen's identity, it remained shrouded in secrecy by the East Wilderness Academy. None of the elite students or faculty members present were permitted to divulge any information about him. Consequently, acquiring any details about Su Chen from the Academy proved to be an arduous task for anyone. The news of Yan Mei's acquisition of the imperial legacy reverberated throughout the East Wilderness, considering the imperial realm's exalted status at the pinnacle of martial arts. At East Wilderness Academy, the revelation of Yan Mei receiving the imperial legacy was not suppressed, for numerous witnesses had seen her accept the inheritance. Even the most ardent attempts at concealment would have been futile. Fortunately, the acceptance of the imperial legacy could not be forcibly retracted, and the academy placed great importance on this matter. In the dean's office, Lan Shang listened to Qin Zhu's account, feeling somewhat bewildered. The imperial legacy was a legendary inheritance, and if all proceeded without a hitch, Yan Mei had a significant chance of ascending to the imperial realm. Dean, do you believe that the dissemination of news regarding Yan Mei's acceptance of the imperial legacy could cause considerable trouble for the academy? Other issues posed no threat, as few would dare provoke East Wilderness Academy, but the imperial legacy was an entirely different matter. If the news leaks, we shall say Yan Mei hails from the Totem Ancient Clan. The mention of the Totem Ancient Clan left Qin Zhu stunned, fully aware of the formidable stature such a clan possessed across the continent. He could hardly fathom that Yan Mei originated from such an esteemed lineage. Dean, is it true that Yan Mei comes from the Totem Ancient Clan? Nodding, Lan Shang replied, when Yan Mei first arrived at our academy, she candidly disclosed her origins as a member of the Totem Ancient Clan, though I refrained from inquiring further due to certain circumstances. Qin Zhu understood the dean's implication. With Yan Mei successfully acquiring the imperial legacy, considerable troubles were likely to ensue. While the East Wilderness Academy itself might remain unscathed, there was genuine concern for Yan Mei's safety. The academy had only recently witnessed an individual attain the imperial legacy, and should Yan Mei rise to become a powerful figure in the imperial realm, her affiliation with the academy would be indisputable, regardless of her origins. This reality was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental to East Wilderness Academy. The matters that the academy could not intimidate were sure to be met with awe by the Totem Ancient Clan. Dean, I have already permitted Su Chen to enter the elite class. This time, he chose to decline the imperial legacy, opting to pass it on to teacher Yan. His resolve in martial arts is exceptionally steadfast. This child is destined for greatness. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lan Shang did not object, saying, I understand. You shall oversee Su Chen's progress henceforth, but remember, do not take him as your disciple. Why not? Qin Zhu inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. He could not comprehend the dean's reluctance. Throughout the years, he had never accepted a disciple, and now, when presented with such an exceptional candidate, he faced outright opposition from the dean. The brilliance of Su Chen was evident, and to have him as a disciple would undoubtedly be a highlight of his life. The situation left him perplexed. Lan Shang gazed at his longtime friend, a deep sigh escaping his lips as he helplessly remarked, Qin, my dear brother. He hails from the Su family of Panyu City. I am aware. Qin Zhu had already uncovered Su Chen's identity, knowing he was from the Su family, a branch of the Su clan. Yet, what significance did that hold? It bore no relation to his decision to take Su Chen as a disciple. Lan Shang continued, but do you know who his father is? Who? Observing the peculiar expression on Lan Shang's face, Qin Zhu seemed to sense something, his countenance gradually shifting to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, Su Zhan? Indeed, it is Su Zhan. Since you are familiar with Su Zhan, you should comprehend the weight of his reputation. Nodding, Qin Zhu sighed deeply, feeling an undeniable familiarity with the name Su Zhan, for he was his idol. He had not anticipated that Su Chen's father would be Su Zhan. It was no wonder his talent was so formidable. Su Zhan had, in his prime, single-handedly contended against the 10 most powerful factions of the Eastern Wilderness, vanquishing them all, thus earning the title of the strongest in the region. Following his departure to the mainland, he returned years later, rumored to have become a living corpse, or perhaps even fallen. It was truly unexpected that his son would arrive at our Eastern Wilderness Academy. His position among the elite speaks volumes, and with a resigned smile, Qin Zhu stated, I grasp your meaning. I shall keep an eye on him. Thank you for your trouble. What need is there for such formalities between brothers who have shared many years of camaraderie? I shall take my leave. Indeed. Once Qin Zhu departed, Lan Shang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he remarked, the imperial path's inheritance and the ancient totemic clans. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. The Eastern Wilderness Academy boasts only one elite class, comprising 36 students, all ranked within the top 36 of the 100 battles list, a position that has never been challenged. The academy has established rules, regardless of the class level, including the junior class. Any student who can defeat a member of the elite class and ascend to the top 36 of the 100 battles list may directly qualify for the elite class. However, while the rules are clear, the execution remains another matter entirely. The autumn hunt in the Lost Forest concluded prematurely. Huang Ying, having recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, was personally promoted to the elite class by the vice president, thereby joining their ranks. Achieving the nascent soul stage, even at its initial level, grants one the right to enter the elite class, and no one dared to voice any dissent. As for Su Chen, he had just recently advanced to the golden core stage, yet was similarly granted an exceptional promotion to the elite class by the vice president, leaving all the academy students utterly astonished. It was quite absurd for a first-level golden core warrior to enter the elite class. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the academy's history. In the junior class dormitory, although Su Chen had been promoted to an elite class member, he had not relocated from the junior class dormitory. Hey, boss, you must tell us. Is it true that you have passed on the Imperial Path's inheritance to Teacher Yin? It is said that you and Teacher Yin have become a couple. Is that true? Huang Qi laughed mischievously, for Yin Mei, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was unrivaled even across the entire region. Over the years, numerous admirers have pursued Teacher Yin, yet none have succeeded, until Su Chen unexpectedly captured her attention, much to everyone's astonishment. Su Chen remained silent, observing the 9 individuals before him. Apart from Huang Qi and Xing Yingxue, the others were still progressing slowly in their cultivation. Huang Qi had already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, while Xing Yingxue had ascended to the Void Dan realm. Given their accelerated cultivation speed due to their mutated bloodlines, it was evident that their talents far surpassed those of their peers. Seeing that the leader had not responded, Huang Qi suddenly interjected, "Boss, junior sister Xing is about to leave the academy." "Why?" Su Chen inquired, somewhat surprised, as he considered the Eastern Wilderness Academy to be an excellent place for cultivation. Xing Yingxue nodded and replied, "I don't know how my family learned of my mutated bloodline, but they have sent someone to find me. If I do not return..." She paused, her meaning clear. She must leave the academy and return to the Xing family. The Xing family, one of the top families in the Eastern Wilderness, possessed strength that slightly surpassed even the Tang family. Xing Yingxue had initially left her family to join the academy due to her previously discarded bloodline. In large families, reality prevails. Without a superior bloodline and talent, one holds no status. However, once one's bloodline mutates and talent surges, one can gain access to better cultivation resources. Understanding the harsh realities, Su Chen recognized that Xing Yingxue's return to the Xing family for cultivation would undoubtedly be more advantageous than remaining at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Firstly, she had shed her inferior bloodline and awakened her mutated bloodline, the Celestial Lark, which stands as one of the finest in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Upon her return to the Xing family, her status would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. Secondly, even with a top-tier bloodline and decent talent, remaining at the academy would require her to ascend through the ranks according to the institution's regulations, where higher classes yield richer cultivation resources. Conversely, should she return to the Xing family, her mutated bloodline would likely earn her significant support from her family, which would be beneficial. "Congratulations to junior sister Xing," he remarked. "Congratulations?" A pang of disappointment flashed across Xing Yingxue's face, quickly masked by a forced smile as she replied, "Thank you. When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow." "So soon?" "Yes. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head back to rest now. You all take your time." As Xing Yingxue departed, Su Chen paid her no mind. However, Yi Xinxian, Fang Qing, and Shi Xiaoman sighed deeply, fully aware of Xing Yingxue's feelings. The situation was painfully clear. It was a case of unreciprocated affection, as Su Chen showed no interest in her whatsoever. The 3 women chose not to say much further, for matters of the heart are often difficult for outsiders to navigate. They could only observe how the two would evolve. "Huang Qi, your current cultivation speed is far from sufficient. The academy has just rewarded me with 1,000,000 points. Here are 500,000 points for you. You will cultivate daily within the Beast Tower or elsewhere, understood?" Upon observing the grave demeanor of the leader, Huang Qi nodded in understanding, recognizing that his pace of cultivation was indeed not particularly swift. After all, the Eastern Wilderness Academy was a realm of hidden talents, gathering the finest individuals from across the region. Even with his awakened mutated blood wheel, He knew that any lapse in diligence could result in being left far behind. Suddenly, a staggering 500,000 points were transferred to his identity token, eliciting envy from those around him, who would not grow strong under such a leader. The quartet, Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niun, exchanged glances, seemingly resolute in their decision, and all knelt on one knee before Su Chen in a gesture of reverence. "What are you doing?" Su Chen hurriedly rose, astonished by the unexpected display from the four, which left him momentarily at a loss. Aside from Feng Qing, the other two women were equally taken aback. Wan Nian cupped his fists and addressed Su Chen. "Our talents are lacking, and our blood wheels remain unmutated. However, we possess an unwavering heart that yearns for martial prowess. We hope you will not cast us aside. We are willing to follow you for eternity, never to betray you." Before Su Chen could interject, the four began to swear an oath. "If any of us harbors treachery in the future, we shall be subjected to divine retribution." As their words fell, each one pricked their finger, allowing a drop of blood to coalesce before them into a distinctive pattern, an oath of blood, the most binding of vows, which would bring dire consequences upon any betrayal. It was precisely for this reason that few chose to make such an oath, a testament to the quartet's determination. With a deep sigh, Su Chen comprehended their intentions. Given their talents, he believed that they would soon be expelled from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, leading to a mundane existence with little hope for advancement. In the lowest tier of the junior class, apart from himself, there were 5 male students, all now aligned with him. To refuse them? How could he? It was impossible to reject them. They had already invoked the blood oath. Although his refusal would bear no consequence, he could not bring himself to act so unkindly. He did not refuse. The four had made their choice to swear an oath. To continue rejecting them would seem rather ungracious. With a heavy heart, Su Chen regarded the four before him and chose not to conceal any longer, stating, "I hail from the Su family in Panyu City." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niun, along with the 3 women, were visibly astonished, clearly not anticipating that Su Chen was from the esteemed Su family of Panyu City. While the Su family of Panyu City may not be particularly notable, the Su clan itself was anything but ordinary. It stood among the elite families of the Eastern Wilderness, rivaling even the Tang clan. They refrained from questioning, as the four could discern from Su Chen's serious expression that matters were far from simple and likely shrouded in complexity. "Su Hao of the Su clan holds a life and death vendetta against me. If you choose to follow me, there will be peril to your lives in the future, so consider your decision carefully." Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niun exchanged glances, fully grasping Su Chen's implication. They remained kneeling, unwavering. Their faces bore the mark of resolve as they declared, "We shall follow you to the death, never to waver." "Rise," he commanded. "Yes, leader." Su Chen held faith in the 4 individuals, yet he deemed it necessary to clarify matters to prevent any potential resentment should they encounter perilous circumstances in the future. He laid everything bare, allowing them to make a choice. If they were to persist in following him, he would invest wholeheartedly in their development. Retrieving his identity token, Su Chen displayed no reluctance. While he might exhibit ruthlessness towards foes, his generosity towards his comrades was unequivocal. "The sum of 500,000 points shall be equally divided among you 4. Like Huang Qi, your sole focus should be on cultivation. As for your blood wheel, I shall devise a solution." "Thank you, boss." From his Chinquan pouch, he produced a Chinquan pill. He possessed 2 such pills, having previously given one to the purple fox. The remaining one, originally intended for himself, would now serve as a welcoming gift for the 4 who had chosen to follow him. This Chinquan pill was crafted from the soul of a level 9 spirit-condensing beast, containing 90% of its spiritual essence. None of you could consume it entirely. It must be divided, and there shall be no backlash from the pill. Xiao Hong accepted the so-called Chinquan pill, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There would be no adverse reaction. This was indeed a treasure forged from the soul of a spirit-condensing beast, and its value was beyond words. "Boss, are you an alchemist?" "Yes. I have matters to attend to. You may continue your cultivation." With those words, Su Chen rose to depart. Yi Xianxian and the others were expressions of envy, fully aware that Su Chen spoke the truth, which meant that the Chinquan pill was indeed a soul-enhancing elixir. "See, I told you that following the boss would yield benefits. Huang Qi, as you possess a mutated blood wheel, you must consume the Chinquan pill in moderation." "Understood." At that moment, Feng Qing interjected, Big brother, I wish to follow Su Chen as well. What do you think? Fang Ju shook his head, replying, that's not possible. Su Chen has made it abundantly clear that he has a life-and-death feud with Su Hao of the Su clan, and a conflict with them is inevitable. I would follow him to the ends of the earth, but I cannot risk my sister's safety. Huang Qi and the others grasped Fang Ju's intent. Joining the boss was undeniably more advantageous than solitary cultivation, yet it also entailed significant danger. Protecting his sister was a completely justifiable concern. Upon leaving the dormitory, Su Chen had initially intended to utilize his 1,000,000 points to select spirit artifacts from the artifact pavilion. However, he had now gifted the entire sum to Huang Qi and his companions. The rationale was simple. The 5 dared to wager on him, unafraid of mortal peril or the Su clan. Thus, he would not allow them to suffer loss. You dare to wager, and I shall ensure your victory. He had no intentions of heading to the elite class, as the vice dean had already made an exception for him to enter the royal class. Nevertheless, he held a fond regard for the students of the elite class. During their time in the Forsaken Forest, whether motivated by sincerity or not a single one of the hundreds of students from the elite class chose to leave alone. Su Chen, may I take a moment of your time? I have something to discuss with you. Upon encountering Ji Yoshi, who obstructed his path, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He shook his head, declining, I have no time. Our relationship has concluded, and any further words would be futile. Yet, Ji Yoshi did not step aside. The more he resisted, the harder it became for her to let go. A breathtaking beauty exuded an air of delicate vulnerability, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet Ji Yoshi held them back with great restraint, expressing her grievances. The decisions made by the royal family are beyond my control. You must understand that being part of the royal household often leaves me powerless. Due to the annulment of your bloodline, the royal family believes you are incapable of cultivation. Thus, it is only natural for the engagement to be dissolved. I can assure you now that I harbor no intentions of annulling our betrothal. Your destruction of the marriage certificate is inconsequential. You remain my fiancé. You were, you are, and you shall always be. This is an immutable truth. Her words were resolute. And Ji Yoshi noticed an increasing number of women, including her close friend Yin Meihui, expressing affection for Su Chen. At this moment, Ji Yoshi found herself in a state of bewilderment, well aware of her dear friend's character. Yin Meihui, the most beautiful woman at Dongwang Academy, had recently been reported to hail from the ancient totemic clan of the mainland. She had never regarded any man with esteem. Yet she held a particular interest in Su Chen, and their relationship had progressed to an indescribable level. A woman's intuition is often sharp. If she did not take the initiative soon, she would undoubtedly lose Su Chen entirely. As a princess of the dynasty, she had never acted in such a manner, yet she felt no remorse. Growing impatient, Su Chen expressed his disdain. Some matters are not solely for you to dictate. The marriage certificate has been destroyed. Before he could continue, Ji Yoshi produced an intact marriage certificate from her spatial ring. Su Chen was taken aback. He could not fathom how Ji Yoshi had accomplished this. Considering he had personally burned the certificate, yet the one in her possession was evidently genuine, the very one he had incinerated. What on earth was happening? The marriage certificate has been restored, indicating that our fate is not yet fulfilled. As long as the certificate exists, you will be my fiancé, an immutable fact that no one can alter. Ji Yoshi approached Su Chen, their proximity allowing him to sense her subtle fragrance. His brow furrowed deeper. He simply could not comprehend Ji Yoshi's intentions. If she had chosen to annul their engagement, why was she so insistent? Su Chen, consider it my royal family's wronging of you. From this moment forth, I will formally pursue you, and I am determined to win your heart. With that, Ji Yoshi turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Truly, she was like an adhesive plaster, clinging to him. He held no interest in Ji Yoshi, even feeling a sense of aversion. Once, he had acknowledged her, but the royal annulment had utterly shattered his confidence. He dismissed her words entirely, deeming them inconsequential. He had made his choice to abandon this matter and would not look back. As the saying goes, a good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already trodden. In the elite class, there were 36 students. Yet only one remained in the training grounds, Bai Yi, ranked last in the elite class, at the 3rd level of the Void Infant Realm. How shameless. I alone am left to welcome the new students. Huang Ying encountered Su Chen as they made their way together. Gratitude filled Huang Ying's heart. for she understood that without Su Chen's assistance during this autumn hunt in the Forgotten Forest, her advancement to the elite class would have been impossible. Are you Huang Ying and Su Chen? Yes, senior sister, I am Huang Ying, and this is junior brother Su, she replied with utmost respect. The students of the elite class were indeed the pride of the heavens. Even the weakest among them possessed strength that surpassed the average. Bai Yi nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. I am Bai Yi. The others are not present. The training schedule for the elite class is quite flexible, and the instructors do not impose strict limitations. However, remember this, in the elite class, progress and strength are paramount. If you fail to advance, even if you reach the third realm of Yuan Ying, you will still be expelled from the elite class. Understood, senior sister Bai. Bai Yi turned her gaze towards Su Chen with curiosity and admiration. Junior brother Su, your reputation precedes you. I am truly impressed that you could relinquish the imperial path inheritance. But is it worth exchanging such a legacy for a lady's affection? A version of the tale circulated within the academy, claiming that Su Chen, hailing from the elite class, had rejected the imperial path inheritance in pursuit of winning a lady's smile. Su Chen remained silent, neither confirming nor denying his recommendation of Yanjia, though he felt that the manner in which it was presented lacked precision. Teacher Wang is coming. You must remember, his full name is Wang Kuan, a formidable figure at the condensation realm, akin to a titan ape, excelling in strength. His temper is notoriously poor. Moreover, Wang Kuan is one of Teacher Yan's ardent admirers. Beware of his wrath. A sense of schadenfreude lingered in the air as a burly man, resembling a black bear, strode into the room, his muscles so well defined that they strained against his clothing. Why aren't you training? Bai Yi asked with a rueful smile. Teacher Wang, they instructed me to remain here to welcome the newcomers. Newcomers? Wang Kuan's gaze fell upon the two, his indifference palpable. Huang Ying hastily introduced herself. Teacher Wang. I am Huang Ying, and this is Su Chen. We have come from the elite class to report to the royal class. You are Su Chen? Indeed. With a heavy scoff, Wang Kuan's demeanor turned hostile as he coldly remarked, Boy, some individuals are beyond your reach. Go outside and run 10 laps immediately. You are not permitted to use any of your powers. It was evident that he was deliberately targeting Su Chen, a fact both Bai Yi and Huang Ying recognized, but dared not challenge. Su Chen could also sense Wang Kuan's animosity. Senior sister Huang, I shall take my leave to train. Should you need me, just call. Presumptuous. Wang Kuan, incensed by being disregarded by a mere newcomer, unleashed an overwhelming aura that crashed down like a tsunami. As a teacher, he could not harm any student. Regardless of his anger, he had to maintain control. I shall see what you are capable of. If you can exit the training ground under my pressure, today's incident shall be forgotten. A formidable aura emanated from Wang Kuan, exerting its pressure upon Su Chen. As a master of the divine refinement realm, Wang Kuan's prowess was undeniable. In an instant, he activated the ancient divine demon art and the chaotic devouring technique, allowing the two formidable techniques to circulate throughout his being. Above his head, a blood-red sword wheel materialized, echoing with a cacophony of sword chants that reverberated into the heavens. The ground of the martial arts arena began to shatter inch by inch, resembling a vast spider web spreading outward, causing Huang Ying and Bai Yi to retreat in haste. Teacher Wang, please have mercy, Bai Yi implored, grasping Huang Ying's arm and shaking her head urgently. Do not interfere. If anything were to happen to Su Chen, rest assured, Teacher Wang knows where to draw the line. Wang Kuan was indeed furious. His infatuation with Yin Mei was well known throughout the academy, and though many sought her affection, none had succeeded until Su Chen emerged as the first. In Wang Kuan's eyes, Su Chen's success in courting Yin Mei was undoubtedly tied to the relinquishment of the imperial Dao inheritance. Who could truly disregard such a legacy? A mere golden core cultivator. Su Chen surprisingly did not collapse immediately. Astonishment filled Wang Kuan's cold gaze. However, the pressure emanating from him continued to mount, overwhelming and terrifying, escalating to a staggering zenith. In the face of such overwhelming might, anyone else would have faltered. Not even a nascent soul cultivator could withstand it, let alone a soul palace master. Submit. Wang Kuan's furious command rang out, but Su Chen gritted his teeth in defiance, his icy demeanor betraying no hint of submission. Wang Kuan had indeed overstepped, abusing his status as a teacher to demand such humiliation. The oppressive aura surrounding Wang Kuan surged ever higher, casting a shadow over Su Chen. Had he broken through? A shock coursed through Wang Kuen's mind, for he had never anticipated that beneath his oppressive force, Su Chen would not only refuse to kneel, but would leverage the very pressure to surpass his limits, advancing from the first level of golden core to the second. For Wang Kuen, Su Chen's breakthrough was a profound embarrassment. Should this news spread, how could he ever show his face within the academy again? The two formidable techniques within Su Chen's body surged with fervor as he resolutely persevered. I would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Wang Kuen's pressure continued to escalate, and no matter the cost, he was determined to force Su Chen to kneel. The ground crumbled beneath him, Su Chen's feet sinking into the earth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained resolute. With my master here, you shall not suffer disgrace. The voice of his master, the demon god, resonated in his mind, filling Su Chen with renewed hope. He owed a debt of gratitude to Wang Kuen, for without him, such a rapid breakthrough to the second level of golden core would have been unattainable. With his master's assistance, Wang Kuen's oppressive aura became inconsequential. The two techniques within Su Chen reached their zenith, causing the ground around him to shatter wildly. Huang Ying was filled with anxiety and concern, yet she understood that, regardless of Wang Kuen's fury, he would not dare to harm any student within the academy, as such an act would be impossible to justify. Su Chen was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and the realm of the god refinement stage. He had no desire to expose the matters concerning his master. Just at that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from the divine demon mirror, enveloping Su Chen entirely without dispersing into the surroundings. The previously overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. A wave of relief washed over Su Chen as he turned towards the entrance of the training ground. Witnessing this scene left not only Huang Ying and Bai Yi in utter bewilderment, but even Wang Kuen himself was thoroughly flabbergasted. Su Chen was not merely feigning indifference. He genuinely disregarded the oppressive aura emanating from him. How could this be possible? He was a distinguished practitioner of the god refinement stage, occupying the second level of the spirit condensation realm. How could a mere golden core cultivator so brazenly ignore the oppressive force of the god refinement stage? Even having experienced it firsthand, it was difficult to believe such a phenomenon was real. Filled with indignation and unable to accept this reality, Wang Kuen's formidable aura surged forth, layer upon layer, intent on suppressing Su Chen by any means necessary. While he indeed lacked the courage to strike down Su Chen, nor did he find it necessary. He understood that matters of sentiment could not be coerced. He merely intended to teach Su Chen a mild lesson, never anticipating that Su Chen would exhibit such audacity and withstand his oppressive force. As an instructor of the god refinement stage, he could not afford to lose face. With a thunderous roar, the cold and tyrannical aura descended upon Su Chen. But it was swiftly consumed by the aura of the demon god as Su Chen made his way step by step towards the training ground. With each step Su Chen took, Wang Kuen's heart twisted painfully, his teeth gritted in frustration. It was indeed a first for him to be so humiliated by a student. Anger aside, he found himself powerless to act. Could he truly resort to violence? Such an act would be beneath him, and he had already sullied his reputation enough. To strike again would leave him with no standing within the academy. As Su Chen vanished from his sight, Wang Kuen's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with rage, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. At that moment, Su Chen's voice echoed from outside. Teacher Wang Kuen, your oppressive aura is hardly impressive. Such blatant disdain left Wang Kuen reeling, nearly causing him to choke on his breath in sheer indignation. As he observed Wang Kuen's retreating figure, Bai Yi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Su Xueti, you are truly remarkable. I have never seen Teacher Wang so thoroughly cornered before. This news must be shared. Wang Kuen was typically stern yet fundamentally decent, though he tended to lose his composure in matters of affection. Otherwise, as a respected instructor of the academy, how could he engage so earnestly with a student? Huang Ying, however, exhibited no surprise. She was fully aware of Su Chen's extraordinary nature. Before long, Su Chen departed the training ground under the weight of Wang Kuen's oppressive aura. Bai Yi, without embellishing the tale, relayed the events, which nonetheless sent shockwaves throughout the entire academy. Wang Kuen, the instructor of the god refinement stage, was such that even students of the golden core stage, let alone those of the soul palace stage, could not withstand his oppressive force. The discussions erupted in a flurry. Upon leaving, Su Chen proceeded directly to find Yen Mei Tue. He had taken note of the recent events and resolved to confront Wang Kuan in a fair battle in the future. At present, he was certainly no match for Wang Kuan, as the disparity in their realms was insurmountable by any other means. Su Chen was also taken aback by Sister Yan's identity. He had previously inquired with Huang Ying regarding the matters of the totem ancient clan, as his knowledge of the continent was limited. He only had a vague awareness of the top powers in the eastern wilderness. According to Huang Ying, the totem ancient clan was among the pinnacle of existences across the continent. Yin Mei Tui's dormitory was an elegant sanctuary. Today, she donned a fitted dress of soft yellow. Her long black hair cascading down her back, and a hint of melancholy shadowed her exquisite features. Sister Yin, what troubles you? Su Chen asked, noting that her injuries were not severe. He understood that Wang Kuan bore no murderous intent. His jealousy stemmed merely from the relationship between himself and Sister Yin. With a hint of despondency, Yin Mei Tui took Su Chen's hand and sat down, helplessly stating, Su Di, there is something I have yet to disclose to you. What is it? Su Chen felt an unsettling premonition. Her hesitance suggested it might pertain to the totem ancient clan. I hail from the totem ancient clan of the continent. Our clan has many branches, and I belong to the Fox Totem branch. My father is the chieftain of the Fox Totem tribe. He arranged a marriage for me without my consent, which I opposed, leading me to leave the Fox Totem tribe and come to the eastern wilderness. By a twist of fate, I became a teacher at the academy. A marriage? Su Chen pondered, confused as to why Sister Yin would come to the eastern wilderness if she was from the totem ancient clan. He had previously heard that the eastern wilderness was merely a speck in the vast continent, and the fact that the totem ancient clan was a top power underscored its formidable strength. Even as a branch of the totem ancient clan, it could easily surpass the entirety of the eastern wilderness. Does the Fox Totem tribe know you are in the eastern wilderness? Shaking her head, Yin Mei Tui sighed deeply, expressing her exasperation. For now, the clan is unaware of my presence in the eastern wilderness. However, the principal and vice principal have spread the word about my background to spare me much trouble. Now, everyone in the academy knows, and I believe it won't be long before the clan finds out. Su Chen understood Sister Yan's concerns and felt powerless to intervene, for he was certainly not an adversary to the Fox Totem tribe, let alone the entire totem ancient clan. Su Di, I plan to leave the academy tomorrow. Why? Once the clan comes to find me, they will inevitably learn of our relationship. I cannot allow you to be in danger. This is the territory of the Fox Totem tribe, and I have left something for you. Our separation now is for the purpose of a better reunion in the future. As she presented him with a spatial ring, before Su Chen could respond, Yin Mei Tui continued, Su Di, you cannot refuse this. You must not object. Su Chen smiled and nodded, rationality suppressing his impulse. He embraced Yin Mei Tui and said with a grin, rest assured, I will not hinder you. Wait for me at the Fox Totem tribe. I shall come for you soon. At that time, I will declare to the entire totem ancient clan that you are my woman, Su Chen. As the two gazed at each other in silence, their unspoken emotions hung palpably in the air, culminating in a passionate kiss. Yin Mei and Xing Yingshu had departed on the same day. Su Chen refrained from intervening, for he lacked the strength to do so at that moment. He comprehended Yin Jie's heartfelt intentions. Should the Fox Totem clan discover her whereabouts, his existence would surely become a liability. Thus, her decision to leave was inevitable. One belonged to the ancestral Phoenix Palace, the other to the Fox Totem clan. What he needed to focus on now was to swiftly enhance his own strength and then venture into the mainland in search of his beloved companion. Without power, all aspirations were mere illusions. In the square, Su Chen stood before the monument of 100 battles, which bore the names of 100 warriors, with the top 36 all hailing from the elite class. He believed that Huang Ying, with her current prowess, could easily secure the 37th spot on the board. Excluding Huang Ying, every contender within the top 36 was at the nascent soul stage. Memorizing the names of the top 4, he noted, first on the board was Guan Tianfei, at the 6th level of the human soul realm, wielding a blood wheel in the form of a spear. Second was Qin Feishue, at the 2nd level of the human soul realm, with a blood wheel shaped like a begonia flower. The third and fourth were brothers, Jiang Yulong and Jiang Yuhua, both possessing the black yin tiger blood wheel, one at the peak of the nascent soul realm, the other at the 8th level of the same stage. The martial arts realms are divided into the golden core, nascent soul, soul palace, spirit convergence, and gathering cauldron stages, which Su Chen was aware of, believing there to be even greater realms beyond his current comprehension. Each stage is further subdivided into 3 tiers: the golden core stage into the illusory core, substantial core, and golden core, the nascent soul stage into the illusory infant, substantial infant, and nascent soul, the soul palace stage into the human soul, earth soul, and heaven soul, the spirit convergence stage into the form and spirit, spirit refinement, and spirit convergence, while the gathering cauldron stage involves the blooming of 9 flowers culminating in the 9-flower gathering cauldron. The current dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, Lan Shang, is a formidable practitioner at this advanced level. At present, he had just broken through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. Still far from matching Guan Tianfei, the leader of the 100 battles. Junior Su, he heard, as Shun Bingxue and Shun Bingwei approached. Su Chen nodded and inquired, "Did you need something, Senior Shen?" Following their expedition through the Lost Forest, the animosity between Su Chen and Shun Bingxue had dissipated, fostering a strong friendship, particularly with Shun Bingxue, who was acutely aware that, without Su Chen's assistance in the subterranean space, her survival and return to the academy would have been impossible. She held deep gratitude towards him. "Sister," Shun Bingwei murmured, her head bowed, nervously clutching her clothing. "Senior Su, I apologize for my previous behavior." "An apology?" Su Chen responded with surprise, not anticipating that Shun Bingxue would bring Shun Bingwei to express her contrition. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Indeed, Shun Bingwei's demeanor was not particularly endearing. Nevertheless, valuing Shun Bingshue's friendship, he chose not to dwell on it, nodding in agreement. "Let bygones be bygones. Let us not speak of it again." "Thank you, Senior Su." Shun Bingwei felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Chen, as she had already heard from her sister about the matters concerning the Lost Forest. Shun Bingxue smiled and said, "I almost forgot to congratulate you on your exceptional promotion to the elite class. As the only core class in our academy, once you enter the elite class, you will receive the institution's focused cultivation." Pointing at the monument of 100 battles, Su Chen chuckled, "The elite class is inconsequential. What truly matters is this." With a sigh, Shun Bingwei helplessly remarked, "According to the rules, Guan Tianfei and Qin Feishue should have left the academy, yet for 2 whole years, they have not departed and continue to practice here. Together with Jiang Yulong, who ranks 3rd, they stand like towering peaks, truly formidable to surpass. Whether in the soul realm or the peak nascent soul realm, it is indeed exceedingly difficult for the academy's students to transcend these stages. As martial arts cultivation is an arduous journey, with each elevation in rank being immensely challenging. Senior Shun, may I inquire if our academy has any alchemists?" Shaking her head, Shun Bingxue replied, "No, our academy does not place significant emphasis on alchemy. It is said that decades ago, there was an alchemy class, but as the number of alchemy students dwindled and few possessed the talent for it, the academy ceased to offer such classes. However, within the alchemy pavilion, there is a wealth of information regarding alchemy. You may wish to explore it." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." "All right." Watching Shun Bingwei turn to depart, she suddenly smiled and said, "Sister, I have already observed that Su Chen holds no feelings for you. How dare you jest at my expense? I mean no harm. I am merely curious and astonished. What transpired between you in the Lost Forest that made you develop an affection for that insufferable brat? Nonetheless, Su Chen is indeed remarkable. Simply passing on the imperial path inheritance to teacher Yin demonstrates a courage unparalleled." With a deep sigh, Shun Bingxue remained silent, for she understood well that a relationship between her and Su Chen was implausible. As the saying goes, the falling flowers are affectionate, yet the flowing water remains indifferent. In the alchemy pavilion, Su Chen had become quite the celebrity within the academy, recognizable wherever he went. His exceptional promotion to the elite class from the Golden Core realm, coupled with the astonishing act of bestowing the Imperial Path inheritance upon teacher Yin during the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, had sent shockwaves throughout the entire institution. As for the grievances between Su Chen and the Tang clan, along with Tang Hao's downfall, the academy had imposed a strict confidentiality, forbidding any student from leaking information. He is indeed Su Chen, who reportedly hails from the lowest tier class. In just 2 months, he has soared from the foundational stage to the Golden Core realm, achieving a remarkable promotion to the elite class. His innate talent is unparalleled in the entire Eastern Wasteland. I greatly admire Senior Su. To relinquish the Imperial Path inheritance is truly remarkable. If I were to inherit the Imperial Path, I would not relinquish it, not even to my dearest brother. If Senior Su deems it worthwhile, then it must be indeed valuable. Teacher Yin is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wasteland Academy. To gain her favor is certainly a commendable affair. You jest. If faced with a choice between Teacher Yin and the Imperial Path inheritance, which would you choose? Without a doubt, the Imperial Path inheritance. Then that settles it. Listening to the various discussions surrounding him, Su Chen could only smile wryly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Academy had regulations stating that medicinal pills within the pill pavilion could be exchanged for points, while the art of alchemy and various related information could be browsed freely without the need for points. Although the Academy did not offer alchemy classes, it encouraged warriors to become alchemists. However, the path to becoming an alchemist was fraught with challenges, as the innate talent required was exceedingly demanding. For 2 whole days, Su Chen immersed himself within the pill pavilion, without stepping outside even once. Despite possessing knowledge of the vast 3,000 paths of alchemy, comprehending such profound wisdom proved difficult. Yet, through these 2 days of study, Su Chen found that his understanding of alchemy had significantly advanced. What level of alchemist are you now? Suddenly, the figure of Lanshang appeared. Su Chen first cupped his hands in greeting and replied, I suppose I am around a 2nd-tier alchemist, though I am not entirely certain. Having never engaged in alchemy before, Su Chen could only estimate his level based on his own assessments. Lanshang nodded and said, Since you exhibit talent in alchemy, why not visit the alchemy tower in the Wild City? Although the tower in the Eastern Wilderness is merely a branch, it is more than sufficient for the region. The Tang clan has suffered significant losses, and you are no longer in danger. Your identity will remain confidential. I trust the Su clan will not discover it. Therefore, you should take the opportunity to visit the Wild City. I believe it will greatly benefit your alchemical journey. Although I have some acquaintances with the Tower Master, he, like myself, does not favor those who seek to gain favors through connections. No need for that. I merely wish to take a look. Very well. You may utilize the Academy's teleportation array. The sooner you leave and return, the better. Remember, if you encounter anyone from the Su clan, do not act recklessly. In due time, when you possess sufficient strength, you will be able to resolve any issues. Understood. Looking at the young man before him, Lanshang felt a sense of admiration. He never anticipated that Su Chen not only possessed exceptional talent, but also demonstrated a gift in the realm of alchemy. Without further ado, Su Chen was eager to visit the alchemy tower, realizing that merely confining himself would not suffice. He needed to broaden his horizons. According to the Academy's regulations, utilizing the teleportation array required a substantial amount of points. However, with the principal's special permission, Su Chen only needed to expend a single point to access it. Strictly speaking, Lanshang's leniency stemmed from personal feelings, as Su Chen's father, Su Zhan, had once saved his life. In a secluded courtyard within the Academy, a stone platform stood at the center, surrounded by intricate array patterns. The spatial teleportation array, a creation of spatial array masters, was something Su Chen greatly admired. Standing upon the stone platform, Su Chen stepped forward. The teacher in charge of the teleportation array wasted no words and promptly activated it. A radiant sphere of light enveloped Su Chen entirely. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, his figure vanished from the stone platform in an instant. A day later, Su Chen has arrived in the desolate city, renowned as the foremost city of the Eastern Wilderness. The grandeur of the entire city is awe-inspiring, embodying the pinnacle of prosperity in the Eastern Wilderness, housing the finest alchemy towers, auction houses, and forging establishments. His objective for this visit is the Alchemy Tower, a revered sanctuary for all alchemists. The city of desolation looms like a slumbering lion, majestic and formidable, attracting countless warriors from all directions. Upon entering the city, Su Chen was taken aback by the vibrant scene before him. In stark contrast to the humble Panyu city he hailed from, Desolation City stood as a realm apart. Incomparable in its splendor, the Alchemy Tower is the most illustrious structure within Desolation City, and with a little inquiry, one can easily ascertain its location. Positioned on the left side of the busiest street, a colossal edifice rises, occupying a vast expanse and shaped like a tower, its facade a somber gray-black. The tower, with its antiquated and weathered appearance, exudes an air of desolation, as if it has endured countless cycles of time, instilling an unprecedented sense of tranquility within those who approach it. Indeed, this must be the Alchemy Tower. As Su Chen drew nearer, he noticed a plaque at the entrance inscribed with the words Alchemy Tower. It is not merely an alchemy shop. Rather, it serves as the cradle for alchemists, gathering the most distinguished practitioners of the art. I wish to enter the alchemy tower for a test, he expressed. A tall woman gestured for him to follow. The grand hall within resembles a circle, featuring 9 enormous alchemical furnaces, each positioned at distinct points, with a steady flow of individuals, most likely alchemists, bustling about. Chen understood that first-level alchemists were numerous. Anyone with a modicum of talent could ascend to this rank through sheer effort. However, the challenge of becoming a second-level alchemist was exponentially greater, with the third level serving as a critical juncture where countless alchemists often found themselves stymied. Manager Chen. He wishes to undergo testing, the woman announced. Please register and pay the required spirit stones before proceeding to the assessment. Following in her wake, Chen was taken aback and inquired, is a spirit stone required for the test? In the eastern wilderness, the common currency is gold coins, yet transactions among warriors, including those at the alchemy and forging halls, are conducted using spirit stones. As the name suggests, spirit stones are special stones imbued with spiritual energy. After years within the Su family, he had managed to accumulate only a few hundred spirit stones, which he had been reluctant to expend. He had assumed that testing his alchemical rank would be complimentary, only to discover that it required spirit stones. Regrettably, the alchemy tower adheres to its own regulations. Both the evaluations for first-level and second-level alchemists necessitate the expenditure of spirit stones, while testing for third-level alchemy is provided free of charge. And how many spirit stones are required for a first-level alchemist's evaluation? He inquired. 10 spirit stones, came the response. Though he inwardly cursed, Chen recognized that the alchemy tower was the sole establishment in the eastern wilderness capable of assessing an alchemist's rank and issuing the corresponding badges. Other evaluations held no validity. I would like to inquire about the classification of alchemists. The woman's demeanor was exceptionally pleasant. Her face perpetually adorned with a smile as she remarked, the ranks of alchemists range from level 1 to 9, beyond which lie the king, emperor, and sovereign levels. Levels 1 to 4 do not have specific classifications. However, once an alchemist ascends to the 5th level, they are further categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. May I inquire as to the level of the Tower Master? An 8th level superior alchemist, the Tower Master is hailed as the foremost alchemist of the Eastern Wilderness. To attain such a status as an 8th level superior alchemist is indeed impressive. The process for evaluation is quite swift, as there are not many who enter the alchemy tower for assessment each day, given the stringent requirements to become an alchemist. After the payment of spirit stones, the woman began to explain the precautions and rules regarding the evaluation to Chen. It is quite simple. For the first 4 levels of alchemist assessment, one merely needs to enter the shared alchemy hall to concoct elixirs, where a 5th level alchemist serves as the evaluating instructor. One has the duration of an incense stick to produce a successful potion. Failure results in disqualification from the assessment. At that moment, I received news that Qi Qianfan was preparing to evaluate for the 6th level of alchemy. Is that true? Just 6 months ago, she had successfully assessed and advanced to the 5th level superior alchemist. Now, she is ready to attempt the 6th level? Of course, Qi Qianfan possesses the Azure Flame and, with the assistance of the Tower Master, has subdued the Qinglong Buddha Flame, ranked 235 on the list. With such extraordinary flames aiding her, and her unparalleled innate talent, it is likely that within 3 years, she will be qualified to assess for the 7th level. It is not beyond reason that she could surpass the Tower Master in the future. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a woman donned in a delicate green garment, possessing an exquisite beauty, strolled in. Qi Qianfan, the granddaughter of the Tower Master, boasted a strikingly perfect figure, where an extra inch would be excessive and a deficit would be lacking. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her refined features bore no imperfections. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered, seemingly capable of captivating souls and ensnaring the hearts of any man. An aura of aloofness enveloped her entire being, radiating an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, as if dismissing all in her presence. Qi Qianfan indeed had the merit for her pride, not only as the Tower Master's granddaughter, but also due to her extraordinary gifts. At such a tender age, she had reached the 8th level of the human soul realm, awakened the bloodline Azure Flame, and subdued the Qinglong Buddha Flame, positioning herself as a 5th level superior alchemist. She was now here to assess for the 6th level. Should she pass this evaluation, Qi Qianfan would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the eastern wilderness. I recently learned that if Qi Qianfan successfully passes her 6th level evaluation, she would depart from the eastern wilderness to the alchemy tower of the mainland. It is no wonder she is in such a hurry. Yet, having the courage to face the assessment indicates her confidence. Do you think the alchemy tower will be lenient? After all, the tower master is Qi Qianfan's grandfather. Shu, are you seeking death? It's best to refrain from such talk, lest you find yourself in peril. As Su Chun prepared for his evaluation, he listened to the various discussions while observing Qi Qianfan's proud stride, and he could only smile wryly. Evaluating for the 6th level of alchemy was indeed a formidable feat. Please, follow me. Following the woman, they departed the grand hall and traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at an alchemical chamber the size of half a football field, where 5 individuals awaited. This was the evaluation hall for second-tier alchemists, where each participant had 1 hour to concoct elixirs. The successful creation of 3 pills would signify passing the assessment. The materials for alchemy were provided by the alchemy tower. Yet half of the produced elixirs were to be surrendered. Should one produce 3, the evaluator would keep 2 while 1 remained with the tower. No objections were raised. The evaluation hall boasted over 100 alchemical furnaces, yet only these 6 solitary figures were present for the assessment, underscoring the arduous nature of becoming an alchemist. Seated before the 6 was an elderly man, his eyelids heavy with sleep, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of his mouth, displaying a hint of impatience. He waved his hand and declared, "Let us commence. If you can produce 3 elixirs within the span of a single incense stick, you shall pass." Immediately, the other 5 began their frantic preparations. Su Chun remained still, his gaze fixed intently on the industrious 5, captivated for the first time by the art of alchemy. He observed with rapt attention, as if entranced, embodying the stillness of a monk deep in meditation. In that moment, Su Chun seemed to enter an extraordinary state, akin to the coveted epiphany sought by martial artists. Whether in the realm of alchemy or martial arts, such insights are rare and elusive. A staggering 95% of practitioners may never experience a single moment of enlightenment in their lifetimes. It is no surprise that those fortunate enough to achieve such clarity reap significant rewards. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Among the 5, 3 failed while 2 succeeded. As for Su Chun, he had not attempted to concoct any elixirs. Emerging from his moment of insight, he was devoid of any despair or sorrow. Instead, his face radiated delight, for this epiphany was nothing short of astonishing. He had experienced a rank elevation, advancing from the 2nd-tier golden core realm to the 3rd tier. Su Chun did not dwell on this matter, for the crux of his enlightenment lay within the principles of alchemy. Having already begun to comprehend the foundational aspects of the 3,000 paths of alchemy, he realized that he had only scratched the surface. However, following this moment of clarity, the previously elusive concepts coalesced into understanding. Su Chun even sensed an instinctive certainty that he was now capable of crafting 4th-tier elixirs. Whether he had officially attained the status of a 4th-tier alchemist remained uncertain without formal assessment. As time passed, the elder finally opened his heavy eyelids. Peering through his hazy vision at the proceedings before him, satisfied, he nodded with approval and announced, "Well done. 2 of you have passed the evaluation. You may proceed to complete the necessary formalities and receive your 2nd-tier alchemist badges." "Yes," they affirmed, while the elder directed a scornful glance at the young man. Snorting in displeasure, "I have long suggested that the tower's regulations require amendment. The layers of evaluation are excessive. Otherwise, any individual could simply pay their spirit stones to participate, resulting in a sheer waste of time. Young man, you have not moved an inch in an hour and lack even the most basic skills in alchemy, yet dare to seek evaluation as a 2nd-tier alchemist. Are you mocking the alchemy tower and wasting my time?" The elder's fury escalated with each word. He struck the table before him with a resounding clap, rising in anger, his gaze fierce enough to slay. If mere looks could kill, Su Chun would surely have met his demise at that moment. "You claim not to be adept in alchemy, yet you dare to enter the alchemist's tower for evaluation, squandering 10 spirit stones merely for amusement? Pathetic. Individuals like you deserve punishment." The elder's boundless rage was beyond his control. The other 5 observers exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting derision. After all, alchemists participating in evaluations, regardless of their success, typically approached the task with seriousness. It was their first encounter with someone who remained utterly motionless for an entire hour. How shameless. to lack the skill in alchemy, yet still seek an evaluation at the alchemist's tower. Perhaps he merely sought to impress a lady, feigning competence, even in failure. He could boast about his participation, claiming he merely did not pass. Alas, the alchemist's tower has grown too lenient. Such individuals ought to be paraded publicly, exposing their disgrace. One cannot simply confess that they were delayed by a moment of enlightenment in their alchemical pursuits. Few would believe such a tale. Just a moment ago, while you were napping, I feared that the elixirs I crafted might be so extraordinary that you would find it hard to believe without witnessing them. What? Upon hearing this, both the elder and the 5 onlookers were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such unmitigated audacity. It was beyond disgraceful. The elder, nearly spitting blood in his exasperation, found the individual's shamelessness repugnant, as he boasted of his supposed prowess despite his evident incompetence. Truly, the height of insolence. Shoo, the instructor is furious. The 5 could discern that the evaluation instructor had reached his breaking point. This individual's impertinence had crossed the threshold of propriety. Pointing at the young man before him, the elder, struggling to contain his wrath, coldly declared, "Very well. Today I shall witness how you concoct an astonishing elixir. Produce it now, and should you fail, I will ensure you regret ever stepping foot in the alchemist's tower." In that moment, the instructor's ire was palpable. As a seasoned evaluator for the alchemist's tower for decades, he had never encountered such a blatant affront to his intellect. Maintaining an air of calm, Chen regarded the enraged instructor and stated, "The materials here are insufficient for my needs. I require a beast from the 3rd realm of the Golden Core. Any creature from that realm will suffice." The elder, now resolute in his conviction, turned on his heel to procure the requested beast. The 5 who had completed their evaluations were left in a state of bewilderment. They had assumed the young man was merely posturing, yet he had indeed made a genuine request. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered why he would need a beast for alchemy. Alchemists understood that certain specialized elixirs required the infusion of beast cores, which typically had unique preservation methods, rendering the presence of a live beast unnecessary. They were perplexed. Speechless and wary, the 5 sensed a looming uncertainty. They could not ascertain the young man's true identity. What if he possessed a formidable background, and they inadvertently provoked someone beyond their reckoning? They would have no chance for regret. In less than 5 minutes, the elder returned, clutching a crimson turtle, and exclaimed angrily, "You young scoundrel, this is the fire cloud turtle, a demon beast of the nascent soul realm. You shall concoct a pill for me now. Should you fail to produce a truly extraordinary elixir, I shall flay you alive." He unceremoniously cast the restrained fire cloud turtle before Chen, rendering the majestic creature as powerless as an ant. "I intend to slay it." "Very well. I require some auxiliary materials." "That is no problem. Whatever you request, I shall provide." The elder was evidently resolute. Chen was capable of refining the Qianquan pill, but with the addition of supplementary materials, the results would undoubtedly be enhanced. This would mark the first occasion he would concoct the Qianquan pill with auxiliary ingredients. Yet Chen brimmed with confidence, certain that he alone could achieve this feat across the entire continent. The reason was simple. To concoct the Qianquan pill, one must employ the Chaos Devouring technique as a foundation, complemented by the Qianquan furnace. Both elements were indispensable. The elder was quite accommodating, gathering every material Chen required. "What are you waiting for? Let us begin." The elder's face bore a mocking expression. He had little faith in the young man's words. Not only him, but it was likely no one would believe it. Chen summoned the Qianquan furnace, which instantly expanded to a height surpassing that of a man. Its grade is not low." The elder was taken aback, having realized that the furnace the youth produced was of considerable quality. However, the grade of the furnace alone could not determine whether an alchemist could successfully concoct a pill. He cast all the auxiliary materials into the furnace. Chen's expression grew solemn, regardless of his usual nonchalance. Once he commenced alchemical work, even for the most rudimentary of pills, he would exert his utmost effort. He began to operate the Chaos Devouring technique within, as waves of devouring power enveloped the fire cloud turtle's body. The creature's strength was forcibly restrained, akin to meat laid bare on a chopping board. Utilizing the Chaos Devouring technique, Chen began to forcibly consume the spirit within the fire cloud turtle, deftly guiding it into the Qianquan furnace using his alchemical formulae. One after another, alchemical incantations flowed into the furnace. Spirit alchemy? How is that possible? Across the continent, Even imperial-grade alchemists could not achieve spirit alchemy. As the elder observed the youth begin his concoction, his earlier fury had dissipated entirely. As the saying goes, one recognizes the skill of a master at first glance. He could distinctly sense just how challenging it was to concoct the pill the youth was attempting. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he recognized that he himself could not accomplish such a feat. Most crucially, spirit alchemy had never been heard of, as no one had ever succeeded in such an endeavor. Many alchemists had tried to infuse spirit into pills, yet all had ended in failure, as it contradicted the rules of alchemy and was utterly impractical. With a face full of astonishment, the elder understood what success in this alchemical endeavor would signify. Minutes later, Chen had begun to solidify the pill, refining the Qingquan pill without even needing to employ the Phoenix True Flame, relying solely on the Chaos Devouring technique in the Qingquan furnace. As the final Dan imprint was placed into the Qingquan furnace, the lid of the furnace swung open, and 6 pristine white pills soared forth, gently landing within the jade box cradled in Chen's hands, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Had he truly succeeded in his alchemical endeavor? The elder was utterly astounded, for he had never anticipated that the young man would successfully concoct the elixirs. This feat was indeed extraordinary, a veritable marvel within the realm of alchemy. In the world of alchemy, there exists an abundance of various pills, including those that can heal and restore the soul. However, such soul elixirs are exceedingly rare, and not every alchemist possesses the capability to produce them. Chen retrieved 3 of the Qingquan pills and offered them forth, stating, "According to the regulations of the Dan Tower, I have successfully refined 6 Qingquan pills, 3 of which rightfully belong to the Dan Tower." Initially, Chen could have produced merely 1 Qingquan pill, but he sought efficacy, thus akin to standard elixirs. He opted to create 6 rather than just 1. With trembling hands, the elder held the 3 pills, marveling at their purity. The soul-infused essence within these elixirs was simply beyond comprehension. This was indeed real. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. "Please wait," he said, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The 5 onlookers stared in bewilderment, fully aware of the extraordinary nature of the elixirs produced. Even the evaluation teacher was left in shock. They sighed in awe, realizing that this individual possessed genuine prowess. However, they were left puzzled as to why he had remained motionless for an entire hour. At that moment, the elder returned swiftly, accompanied by a portly man who stood at a mere 1.7 meters in height, but weighed over 300 pounds. From a distance, he resembled a plump ball, his movements reminiscent of a quivering sphere. "This is the Tower Master," the elder eagerly introduced. "This is Chen, the Tower Master of our Dan Tower and an 8th-grade alchemist of the highest caliber." Chen, colloquially known as Chi the Fat, wielded 3 Qingquan pills with an expression brimming with excitement. As an 8th-grade alchemist, he was undoubtedly among the elite within the Eastern Wilderness. Yet, even he had never witnessed the direct infusion of soul essence into a pill. It was indeed a breathtaking spectacle. As his heart calmed slightly, Chen clasped his hands in respect towards Chen, saying, "I am Chen, the Tower Master of the Dan Tower, and I have yet to inquire your esteemed name." Chen, hailing from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, came the reply. Upon hearing the name of the academy, both men expressed surprise, as it was well known that the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ceased to offer alchemical classes hundreds of years ago. When had such a student emerged? Without further questioning, Chen remarked, "The pills crafted by Brother Su represent a unique existence within the alchemical realm. May I inquire as to your rank as an alchemist?" "The Tower Master. He is currently undergoing the assessment for a 2nd-grade alchemist." "2nd-grade alchemist?" Chen could hardly believe it. The notion that Chen was merely a 2nd-grade alchemist struck him as absurd. How could a practitioner of such a low rank create such astonishing elixirs? Has he passed the assessment? He did not partake in the examination. The stout Chi nodded and respectfully clasped his fists towards Chen, saying, "Brother Su, I now extend an invitation for you to become a guest elder of our Dan Tower. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept?" The elder, upon hearing the Tower Master's words, was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that the Tower Master would directly invite Chen to be a guest elder. He dared not interject, for within the Dan Tower, the Tower Master held unparalleled authority. Chen was equally astonished and did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "What does it mean to be a guest elder? What obligations and rights accompany this position?" "There is no such thing as a free lunch. As the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness, The Dan Tower could not possibly grant him the title of guest elder without a legitimate reason. It was prudent to clarify all matters beforehand to avoid future complications. Brother Su, as a guest elder of the Dan Tower, your freedom will not be constrained. You will have access to all the alchemical resources of the tower and may summon its alchemists. However, in times of crisis for the tower, you must step forward. And should the guest elders be called upon for alchemy during troublesome times, refusal is not an option. This was fair and reasonable. Master of the tower, I shall not impart my skills in crafting the Qian Kuan Dan to anyone within the tower. I may produce other elixirs, but the Qian Kuan Dan is an exception. If I choose not to create it, the tower cannot compel me. Agreed. Qi Zhong did not hesitate, eagerly seeking talent. I am willing to join the Dan Tower. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhong's expression brightened instantly. Please follow me. As they left the evaluation hall, the 5 onlookers were left utterly bewildered. The young man they had just mocked had, in the blink of an eye, become a guest elder of the Dan Tower. One of them swallowed hard, exclaiming, "It is said that the Dan Tower has 4 guest elders, each of whom is a 7th-level alchemist. To become a guest elder means holding supreme authority within the tower. Even in the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness, one would be regarded as a significant figure. I am truly envious. What good is envy? The elixirs he produces astonish even the tower master. This person's alchemical prowess has likely ascended to that of a 7th-level alchemist." At the same time, Qi Qianfan's evaluation concluded. Within the span of an hour, she successfully crafted 6 elixirs, all of which were successful. She passed the assessment and transitioned from a 5th-level superior alchemist to a 6th-level inferior alchemist. Congratulations, Qianfan. Your alchemical rank has risen once more. And you have received an invitation from the Continental Dan Tower. Qianfan, when do you plan to depart for the continent? Han Feng, Fang Matian, Zhou Yao, and Taishan. The 4 guest elders of the Dan Tower had all gathered to conduct the assessment for Qi Qianfan, a deliberate arrangement by Tower Master Qi Zhong. Qi Zhong's intention was clear. There would be no leniency. By having all 4 guest elders present for the assessment, even if his granddaughter passed, it would silence any naysayers. A hint of delight flickered across Qi Qianfan's stunning visage as she successfully passed the evaluation for the 6th-level alchemist. Not only did she surpass her peers in the Eastern Wilderness, but she also stood shoulder to shoulder with the elder generation of alchemists. This time, she journeyed to the mainland Dan Tower, confident that with her alchemical talents, she would surpass the 4 esteemed elders within 2 years, perhaps even outshine her grandfather. Initially, she intended to depart for the mainland Dan Tower 2 days prior, but she decided to wait until after her evaluation. Qi Qiaofan's reasoning was straightforward. Although the distinction between a 5th-tier superior alchemist and a 6th-tier inferior alchemist is merely 1 rank, their respective statuses are vastly different. By the time she completed her evaluation and reached the mainland Dan Tower, she would at least secure herself greater opportunities. Han Feng nodded in agreement, but cautioned, "Qiaofan, do not be overly complacent. Although you have passed the evaluation here, I believe they will conduct a reassessment when you arrive at the mainland Dan Tower." "I am confident," she replied. At that moment, 4 esteemed elders were summoned. "Tower Master, please come forth." "All right. I shall also go and inform grandfather that I have successfully passed the evaluation." Qi Qiaofan departed the solitary evaluation chamber with the 4 esteemed elders and ascended to the tower's pinnacle, where a grand hall awaited them, adorned with 4 uniquely shaped alchemical furnaces. "Grandfather, I have successfully passed the evaluation." As Qi Qiaofan rushed in, she noticed a strikingly handsome young man standing beside her grandfather. "Greetings, Tower Master." Qi Chong was overjoyed that his granddaughter had passed the evaluation. After all, her talents in alchemy were unparalleled in the East Wilderness. However, that was merely an old perception, for now, there existed someone whose alchemical prowess eclipsed that of his granddaughter. "Allow me to introduce this individual, Su Chen, from the East Wilderness Academy. Henceforth, he shall serve as the 5th esteemed elder of our Dan Tower." What? The 4 esteemed elders, who had just seated themselves, stood up in unison, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief as they stared intently at the young man. An esteemed elder? They were acutely aware of the qualifications required to become an esteemed elder of the Dan Tower, the most crucial being that one must be a 7th-tier alchemist. The young man before them appeared no older than 20. Could he truly have achieved the status of a 7th-tier alchemist? Even Qi Qiaofan, possessing exceptional alchemical talent, had only recently passed her evaluation as a 6th-tier inferior alchemist at the age of 26. Tower Master, may I boldly inquire, what tier of alchemist is he currently? What tier of alchemist? Chi-Chung was uncertain and posed the question, Brother Su, what tier of alchemist are you at present? I am currently undergoing evaluation as a 2nd-tier alchemist. Engaged in evaluation as a 2nd-tier alchemist? This implied that his ability to pass the evaluation remained uncertain. Even assuming he were to succeed, he would merely be a 2nd-tier alchemist. How could he possibly qualify as an esteemed elder of the Dan Tower? An enraged elder from Taishan exclaimed, when did our esteemed elders of the Dan Tower become so devalued that anyone, no matter how insignificant, could be granted such a title? Their frustration was palpable. They simply could not comprehend how, even if this individual were to pass the evaluation, he would only be a 2nd-tier alchemist, lacking any merit to become an esteemed elder of the Dan Tower. Does he truly possess the qualifications? If he can be made an esteemed elder, then anyone could attain that status. Grandfather, with a wave of his hand, he silenced his granddaughter. Chi-Zhong was well aware that Su Chun was certainly not a 7th-grade alchemist. However, he possessed the extraordinary ability to concoct soul elixirs. The restorative and healing soul elixirs were not within the reach of any ordinary alchemist, let alone the unprecedented feat of forging elixirs directly from the soul. His decision to exceptionally appoint Su Chun as an honorary elder of the Alchemist Tower was a precautionary measure. Should Su Chun flourish in the future, his presence would undeniably benefit the tower without any detriment. Henceforth, Su Chun would hold the esteemed title of the 5th honorary elder of the Alchemist Tower, and no dissent would be tolerated. Witnessing the Tower Master's unwavering resolve, the 4 honorary elders could only sigh deeply, their faces etched with frustration. Yet they dared not voice their anger. After all, within the Alchemist Tower, the Tower Master held the highest authority and possessed the decisive vote. Even a united objection from the 4 honorary elders could not thwart the Tower Master's decision. Qi Qiaofan, however, protested, Grandfather, according to our Tower's regulations, do I not have the right to challenge Su Chen? With a furrowed brow, Qi Zhong's expression darkened. He understood all too well the extent of his granddaughter's accomplishments in alchemy, especially now that she had ascended to the rank of a 6th-grade junior alchemist. If a challenge were to ensue, and should Su Chen refrain from concocting the Qianquan elixir, he would surely not be a match for his granddaughter. Su Chun had only just become an honorary elder of the tower, and should Qi Qiaofan succeed in her challenge, it would undoubtedly tarnish his standing within the tower, an outcome he was most eager to avoid. How could he refuse? Should he reveal to his granddaughter that Su Chun was merely a 2nd-grade alchemist, and thus incapable of accepting her challenge? Very well. Do you truly accept my challenge? I shall see this through to the end. Following his earlier epiphany in alchemy, Su Chen speculated that his current proficiency was at the level of a 4th-grade alchemist, still a slight distance from the 5th grade. Despite the high probability of defeat when competing against a 6th-grade alchemist, he chose not to decline the challenge. The rationale was simple. Having just been appointed as an honorary elder, both the 4 honorary elders and Qi Qiaofan were likely to dispute his rank, seeking to challenge and defeat him, which would render him the subject of ridicule within the tower, thereby stripping him of any dignity to remain. The competition in alchemy was inevitable. Retreat was not an option. With a heavy sigh, Qi Zhong recognized that events had unfolded beyond his control. Nodding, he declared, You two follow me. The 4 honorary elders will serve as judges. Qi Qiaofan, however, shook her head and stated, Grandfather, since this is an alchemical contest, there should be stakes involved. Should he lose, he must immediately resign from his position as honorary elder and shall never again set foot in the Eastern Wilderness Alchemist Tower. How ruthless! Qi Qiaofan was not disregarding her grandfather's authority, but was determined to preserve the dignity of the tower. In her eyes, it was evident that Su Chun had ensnared her grandfather's mind. Otherwise, he would never have made such an appointment. How could a mere 2nd-grade alchemist be elevated to the status of an honorary elder? If this matter were to leak, it would irrevocably tarnish the tower's reputation. Very well, Su Chen conceded. If Miss Qi should lose, she will simply become my maid. Agreed. Qi Qianfan possessed unwavering confidence in her alchemical skills, firmly believing that she could vanquish her opponent in the upcoming pill concoction contest. Casting a glance at Su Chun and then at her granddaughter, Qi Zhong dragged his weary body towards the alchemy chamber. This secluded facility was devoid of any outsiders. save for the master of the Pill Tower and 4 esteemed guest elders, with the remaining individuals being the 2 participants in the competition. Do not accuse me of bullying. We shall both attempt to refine the 6th grade pill of bone reinforcement, with all materials meticulously prepared, she declared. The necessary ingredients, including dragon spiral grass, blood, beast pill, and tenure frost, among dozens of others, were neatly arranged before them. I require the recipe, Chen stated, and almost instantaneously, a formulary appeared before him, detailing the method for crafting the pill of bone reinforcement. This 6th grade elixir aids warriors in solidifying their internal bones and has significant benefits for cultivation. Previously, Qi Qianfan had completed a 6th grade low-tier alchemist assessment by successfully concocting this very pill, and she was confident of her success in this second attempt. Commence. With Qi Zhong's command, Qi Qianfan wasted no time, placing the dragon spiral grass into her alchemical furnace for initial refining, followed by the addition of blood and tenure frost. The sequence of the dozens of materials was crucial. Each must be refined in precise order, for any deviation would surely lead to failure. Conversely, Su Chen's method was far more audacious. Rather than refining the ingredients individually, he unceremoniously dumped all the materials into the Qiankuan furnace at once. Possessing the Qiankuan furnace, he deemed it unnecessary to utilize any other alchemical apparatus. What folly is this? I have practiced alchemy for decades and have never witnessed such a method, Qi Zhong exclaimed, his brow furrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a brazen approach. Pouring all materials into the furnace at once was something even the most distinguished imperial alchemists would hesitate to attempt. He placed a single Qiankuan pill before the 4 elders, stating, "This was refined by Elder Su, utilizing the soul directly in the elixir." Upon hearing the master's words, the faces of the 4 elders turned pale. They understood the implications of his statement. The idea of infusing one's soul into an elixir was a concept that had long been theorized within the alchemical community. Yet no alchemist had ever achieved such a feat. It was rumored that even the most elite imperial alchemists of ancient times could not accomplish this. The best they could hope for was to create potions that could restore or heal the soul. Even that was an exceedingly difficult endeavor. As they gazed at the jade box containing the elixir, the 4 guest elders exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. In that moment, they finally comprehended why the master had made the extraordinary decision to appoint Su Chen as a guest elder. What of a second-tier alchemist? If he could produce such a soul-infused elixir, then Su Chen would not only deserve the title of guest elder within the Pill Tower, but would surely be nurtured as a key talent within the grand Pill Tower of the continent. Master, we concur with Su Chen's designation as the 5th guest elder of the Pill Tower. The tower master pondered whether to intervene in the alchemical competition. Qi Chong, however, shook his head. He was eager to witness whether Su Chen could indeed surpass his granddaughter. He harbored lingering doubts about the capabilities of someone who could concoct soul elixirs, yet was merely a second-tier alchemist. As Su Chen continuously formed intricate seals with his hands, channeling them into the alchemical furnace, he was acutely aware of his own skills. Ordinarily, he would be classified as a 4th-tier alchemist, and under standard evaluations, he would struggle to even pass as a 5th tier. Yet now, he was tasked with creating a 6th grade elixir and defeating Qi Qianfan, an endeavor that seemed unrealistic through conventional means. Su Chen's willingness to engage in this alchemical contest stemmed from his confidence in his unique technique, the chaotic devouring art, which forcibly absorbed the souls of demonic beasts and infused them into the elixir. He believed this approach would enhance his success rate by 50%. Although this was his first attempt at such a method, an instinctual certainty assured him of his eventual triumph. He placed all the necessary materials into the Qiankuan furnace and turned his gaze upon the fire cloud turtle, now a creature of an even higher caliber than the previous one. With a decisive strike to its crown, he initiated the chaotic devouring technique, fervently extracting the turtle's soul. "What is he doing?" questioned the tower master. "Infusing the soul into the elixir? The Qiankuan elixir in your hands is the purest of soul elixirs, devoid of any impurities. What he aims to create now is the soul-infused bone elixir. While I cannot ascertain whether he will succeed, this young man is destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of alchemy." Upon hearing this, the 4 elder guest elders shuddered slightly, their eyes fixated on Su Chen. The concept of soul infusion was foreign to them. Should Su Chen succeed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the continent. Not only Qi Chong and his companions, but even Qi Qianfan, who was meticulously crafting the bone elixir, stole a glance at Su Chen. Initially, she regarded his technique with utter disdain, her expression one of mockery. Even someone unfamiliar with alchemy would never employ such a reckless method of dumping all materials into the furnace, wasting such a fine vessel. However, now she witnessed Su Chen hunting the fire cloud turtle, seemingly to extract its soul for the elixir, not to utilize its beast core. As the alchemy tower had already prepared that for him. Soul infusion? She had heard of it, though it was said that no alchemist had ever succeeded. A smirk crept across her lips, tinged with derision. She hardly considered Su Chen a threat. How audacious, to attempt what even imperial-tier alchemists could not achieve. In truth, Su Chen did possess a hint of an edge, yet this advantage fell within the realm of acceptable rules, after all. The chaotic devouring art and soul alchemy he practiced were unique to him alone across the continent. With unwavering confidence, Su Chen was certain that his soul-infused elixir would surpass any concoction crafted by Qi Qianfan. Concentrate. Su Chen executed the final alchemical seal, and as the furnace lid opened, 6 milky white elixirs floated forth. Had he succeeded in the alchemical endeavor? With soul infusion? Qi Qianfan gazed in astonishment as Su Chen successfully refined a potion, utilizing the soul of a mythical beast as a core ingredient. A wave of bewilderment washed over him, and soon a foul odor emanated from the alchemy furnace, signaling a failed attempt. Observing the blackened potion drifting from the furnace, Qi Qianfan comprehended the gravity of his failure. The blow was undeniably significant, rendering him as still as a monk in meditation, staring blankly at the young man before him. The arrogance and disdain he had previously displayed vanished without a trace. The 4 guest elders rose in unison, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They understood all too well the implications of Su Chen's use of a soul in potion making. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the eastern wilderness and beyond. Su Elder, may we examine the potion you hold? Su Chen tossed 5 bone-enhancing pills to the elders. With this successful refinement, he had forged a new path, discovering an entirely different approach to alchemy. By employing souls in potion making, he demonstrated that even without reaching the 6th-tier alchemist level, he could still produce a 6th-grade potion, exemplifying his prowess. Han Feng, Feng Matian, Zhou Yao, and Taishan each held the bone-enhancing pills, their eyes gleaming with increasing excitement, akin to gazing upon a rare treasure. The incorporation of a soul had evidently elevated the potion's grade by half a tier, infusing it with a potent essence. It was indeed formidable, regardless of the potion type. The infusion of a mythical beast's soul could potentially enhance its grade by half to even 2 tiers, or perhaps more. The 4 elders exchanged knowing glances, their faces brimming with anticipation. Qi Chong, fully aware of the implications, sighed deeply and inquired, Su Elder, who imparted this soul-forging alchemy to you? The creation of such an extraordinary technique is indicative of unparalleled genius in the realm of potions. Su Chen smiled and replied, to be candid, this alchemical method was a serendipitous discovery of mine, still lacking in perfection. I believe it will reach its zenith within 3 years. What? Not only the 5 elders, but even Qi Qianfan was left utterly stunned. No one had anticipated that such a groundbreaking soul-forging method was conceived by Su Chen himself. Although appearing to be under 20, even if he had begun refining potions from birth, such an accomplishment seemed implausible. The 4 elders sighed deeply, and Han Feng remarked with awe, in the realm of alchemy, talent reigns supreme. I previously doubted this, believing talent and diligence were inextricably linked. However, it now appears that talent can indeed overshadow effort. Su Chen's innate talent in alchemy was sufficient to surpass the ancients and dominate the contemporary continent. In a decade, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an imperial-grade alchemist. Hearing the guest elders' accolades towards Su Chen, Qi Qianfan felt no inclination to dispute their views. Setting aside others, merely the fact that Su Chen had attained the status of a 6th-tier alchemist at such a young age confirmed that his alchemical talent eclipsed her own. Most remarkably, Su Chen had achieved the extraordinary feat of incorporating souls into potions. Across the entire continent, who could match this? Even the legendary alchemists of ancient times had been incapable of such a mastery. With a hearty laugh, Qi Zhong addressed Elder Su. Your status as a guest elder has been firmly established. Regarding the elixirs you concoct, if you are inclined, the Pill Tower is willing to purchase them. What do you think? That sounds agreeable. Crafting elixirs for personal use holds little merit. Selling the surplus to the pill tower could indeed be advantageous, as spirit stones are of paramount importance to martial artists. Without spirit stones, one can hardly move a step forward. Qi Zhong approached Su Chen, presenting him with a card. Rectangular and crafted from a unique material. This is an unlimited spirit stone card. No matter where you go, across the continent or beyond, you can access spirit stones at any time. The pill tower will cover the expenses, and you may later exchange them for elixirs. Su Chen did not refuse. Fully aware of the significance of this spirit stone card, it was immensely valuable to him. In times of need, he could rely on it for endless resources. Thank you, Tower Master. He then produced a pill from his possession, smiling as he added, having just joined the pill tower. I would like to present 6 elixirs as a token of our first meeting. However, I request your permission for one thing. Elder Su, please speak. Despite Qi Zhong's notoriously irritable nature, being the foremost alchemist of the Eastern Wilderness and the Tower Master, he displayed exceptional kindness towards Su Chen. His philosophy was simple: strength speaks louder than words, and everything else is mere triviality. I wish to access the various alchemical resources of the Pill Tower. Certainly. You may enter any area of the Pill Tower at will, and you are free to peruse any texts related to alchemy. Thank you. Qi Zhong, accompanied by 4 guest elders, seemed to grasp the wager between his granddaughter and Su Chen. Had it been anyone else, he would have outright refused, prioritizing his granddaughter over face. Yet with Su Chen, he not only accepted but also expressed a glimmer of hope that his granddaughter might learn from him. If she could master the soul alchemy technique, it would indeed be a monumental fortune. Tower Master, why not allow Elder Su to share his soul alchemy technique? This way, our branch of the Pill Tower in the Eastern Wilderness could have a chance to surpass the Continental Pill Tower in the future. Brother Han speaks wisely. Although Elder Su's self-created soul alchemy technique is not yet fully developed, under the current circumstances, I believe it will surely reach maturity within 3 years. If we could gain access to this technique. Before the 4 could finish their thoughts, Qi Zhong shook his head, interrupting, "Do not speak of this again. Especially in front of Elder Su. Remember, our goal is to cultivate a strong relationship with him, not to covet his soul alchemy technique. If we attempt to be greedy, we may find ourselves regretting our actions before we even realize it." The 4 sighed deeply, fully understanding the Tower Master's intentions. He simply did not wish to lose Elder Su, whose self-invented soul alchemy technique and innate talent in alchemy would undoubtedly shine brightly in the realm of elixirs in the future. Tower Master, Qiu Fan. Their matters are for them to resolve. Inside the alchemy chamber, Su Chen retracted the Qianquan furnace and turned to face Qi Qiaofan. Even he had not anticipated that the concoction of the bone-refining pill would proceed so smoothly. It was all thanks to the alchemical technique of infusing the soul into the pill, along with the chaotic devouring method and the Qianquan furnace. It struck him as humorous that he had unwittingly acquired a maid, and not just any maid, but Qi Qiaofan, who was not only at the 8th level of the human soul realm, but also a 6th level low-rank alchemist. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Qi Qiaofan stared fixedly at the young man before her, still in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Su Chen not only successfully crafted the 6th grade bone refining pill, but he also infused it with his soul. In this alchemical contest, she had lost, utterly and completely. With a deep sigh, she reflected on how she had been so confident of victory that she had accepted the wager. Now, having lost, she was obliged to become his maid, a predicament that filled her with regret. "May I exchange conditions for the wager?" she pondered, shaking his head. Su Chen replied with a smile, "A bet is a bet. If you cannot accept the loss, simply tell me, and I shall not force you." Su Chen understood that even if Qi Qiaofan were to renege on her promise, he had no means to compel her. Could he truly resort to threats, or even to eliminate her? Qi Qiaofan's expression darkened considerably. The gravity of her situation weighed heavily upon her. If she were to contest the terms of the wager, how would she ever maintain her dignity? She could not fathom why her grandfather had not come to her aid. "Qiaofan pays her respects to the young master," she said, bowing deeply. After much contemplation, Qi Qiaofan ultimately chose to follow through with the agreement, acknowledging her defeat in the alchemical contest. "Are you preparing to head to the Alchemist Tower on the continent?" Su Chen inquired. Nodding, Qi Qiaofan responded, 10 days ago, the Alchemist Tower extended an invitation to me, and I intend to go. Though I have decided to first pass the assessment for 6th level alchemists before making the journey. Su Chen considered this and stated, regarding our wager, I shall not restrict your freedom. Should I require your assistance in the future, you need only be at my beck and call. Understood. Without lingering further, Su Chen turned to leave, eager to explore the alchemical resources and knowledge available at the Alchemist Tower. After all, the Tower Master had already assured him that within the tower, he could freely access alchemical resources and later exchange them for the soul-infused pills he would create. Inside the alchemical chamber, the ancient decor exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Qi Qiaofan's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to contain her feelings of grievance, still unable to accept the reasons for her failure. Grandfather, why did you not help me? Throughout her life, her grandfather had favored her above all. Yet this time he had chosen not to assist her, unwilling to violate the terms of the wager, leaving her no choice but to accept her defeat. With a resigned smile, Qi Chong remarked, this alchemical contest was proposed by you, and the wager was your agreement. How could I intervene? The more she contemplated it, the more aggrieved and regretful she felt. Xiaofan, your grandfather understands your grievances. However, consider this from another perspective. Su Chen's talent in alchemy is unparalleled, not just in the Eastern Wilderness, but even across the continent. His unique technique of infusing the soul into the pills will surely shine brightly in the future. Following someone like him will undoubtedly lead to great achievements. Your grandfather would never lead you astray. Trust in my judgment, for if possible, you and Su Chen could achieve great things together. As the conversation reached this point, Qi Zhong chose not to elaborate further. However, the implications of his words were undoubtedly comprehensible to Qi Qiaofan. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen had remained at the Dan Tower, immersed in a plethora of alchemical texts. Although he possessed extensive knowledge of the alchemical arts, the vastness and profundity of this knowledge rendered him acutely aware of his foundational deficiencies. The Dan Tower provided substantial assistance to Su Chen, and 3 days of diligent study equated to what would normally take 3 years to comprehend independently. Elder Su, the Tower Master requests your presence, came the call while Su Chen was engrossed in his readings. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, where shall I go? To the hall. You will arrive shortly. Understood. Setting his books aside, Su Chen rose and stretched vigorously. 3 days and nights of incessant study had indeed been quite exhilarating. In the hall, the Tower Master and 4 guest elders, including Qi Qiaofan, had gathered. At the front left sat an elderly man with a face adorned with a thick beard, beneath which were fierce, commanding eyes that conveyed authority without uttering a word. 2 young men stood behind him. Brother Su Ling, you have come from the Su clan. Is there a matter at hand? Su Ling, an elder of the Su clan and a formidable figure in the realm, smiled and replied, Tower Master. The clan leader has sent me to request from the Dan Tower. Eh? Su Chen inquired. Recognizing that the could assist Peak Yuan Ing realm warriors in successfully consolidating their souls and transcending into the realm of human souls, Qi Zhong was taken aback. There was a relatively rare elixir. However, given the Su clan's standing in the Eastern Wilderness, acquiring one, provided they offered a sufficient amount of spirit stones, would be feasible. Curiosity piqued, Qi Zhong asked, Brother Su Ling, does your Su clan truly lack even a single? Su Ling nodded and then shook his head, smiling as he elucidated. Tower Master, the we seek is not the ordinary kind found in the market. I have heard that you are capable of concocting a special variety, and it is precisely that which our clan requires. At this moment, Su Chen entered the hall. Elder Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Su Ling from the Su clan. This is our guest elder, Su Chen. Su Ling did not dwell on Su Chen's identity, as it was common knowledge that not only members of the Su clan bore the surname Su in the Eastern Wilderness. However, upon hearing the name of the Su clan, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his shadowed gaze. Qi Zhong shook his head and said, Brother Su Ling, to speak candidly, the process of crafting such a special is exceedingly intricate and demands a significant cost. I have not produced that particular elixir in many years. This was a veiled refusal, as the Su clan's status and power in the Eastern Wilderness were well known, and he was reluctant to outright decline. Seeming to anticipate this, Su Ling smiled and said, Tower Master, my family head has stated that should you agree to forge our Su family is willing to exchange a 9th grade blood lotus. What say you? At the mention of the 9th grade blood lotus, not only did Qi Zhong's eyes light up, but the expressions of the 4 guest elders also reflected unrestrained greed. The prospect of trading a 9th-grade blood lotus for a special was undeniably advantageous for the Dan Tower. Qi Zhong nodded and inquired, "May I ask, who in the Su clan will be the beneficiary of this?" Curiosity piqued. For the value of the 9-petal blood lotus is undeniable, yet the Su clan has willingly relinquished it, merely in exchange for a unique soul condensation pill. Su Ling remarked with a smile, "Our Su clan has recently welcomed an individual possessing the Emperor's bone. He has now transcended to the real embryo stage and is on the verge of entering the Yuan embryo stage. I believe he will soon strive for the Soul Palace stage, and at that time, we shall require the soul condensation pill refined by the Tower Master. Emperor's bone." Upon hearing this phrase, Qi Zhong and his companions, including Qi Qiaofan, displayed evident astonishment. The fact that the Su clan possesses an Emperor's bone is no longer a secret in the Eastern Wilderness. No wonder the Su clan is willing to pay such a steep price, even offering the 9-petal blood lotus. It is all for the sake of the Emperor's bone bearer. The Emperor's bone is a source of pride for the Su clan. According to legend, those who awaken the Emperor's bone are destined to tread the path of emperors and achieve the Emperor's realm. To claim that one does not harbor envy towards the Emperor's bone would be a blatant falsehood. If the Pill Tower could secure an awakened Emperor's bone bearer, one can only imagine the implications. However, contemplating is one matter, while actual attainment is another. In the vast Eastern Wilderness, only the Su clan has produced an Emperor's bone bearer. No other faction possesses such a treasure. Despite the envy, Qi Zhong was reluctant to decline. The Su clan had already invested significantly to acquire this soul condensation pill. The value of the 9-petal blood lotus far exceeds that of the pill. He found it impossible to refuse. Just as Qi Zhong was about to consent, Su Chen, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, whether the Emperor's bone possessed by Su Hao of your clan was awakened by himself?" Before Su Ling could respond, Su Chen's expression turned cold as he mockingly continued, "According to the rumors I have heard, it seems that the Emperor's bone Su Hao has fused with is not his own, but rather one that was taken from another. Is this rumor accurate?" The Su clan was undoubtedly aware of the time when Su Hao had stripped Su Chen of his Emperor's bone. Yet they were oblivious to Su Chen's identity, as they had never regarded the branch of the Su clan from Panyu City with any seriousness, let alone a mere Su Chen. This ignorance is precisely why, when Qi Zhong introduced Su Chen's name, Su Ling was unaware that Su Chen was the very person from whom Su Hao had severed the Emperor's bone. The Su clan had long ago sealed off information regarding the incident, known only to the immediate family, and it had not spread further. How could this individual have knowledge of it? A member of the Su family? Could he hail from the Su clan of Panyu City? Su Ling's countenance darkened considerably, reflecting his deep concern, for he understood the turmoil that would ensue if news of the Emperor's bone severing were to leak. Prestigious families are particularly sensitive to matters of reputation. "Who exactly are you?" Qi Zhong and the others were equally astonished, as the Su family commanded considerable respect. Few would dare to provoke them. Su Chen's words were nothing short of an open affront. "My identity matters little. What is significant is that your Su clan is utterly shameless, having usurped another's Emperor's bone and parading it as your own, proclaiming it to the world. In this realm, if your Su clan is not the most shameless, none would dare claim the title. Preposterous. Who do you think you are to speak of my Su clan in such a manner?" Furious, Su Ling's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He could almost assert with certainty that the young man before him hailed from the Su family of Panyu City, and he was likely the very one who had stripped the imperial bone from Su Hao. However, he could never acknowledge such a truth. In any other circumstance, Su Ling would have dismissed the young man's words as mere prattle and swiftly eliminated him. In his eyes, any disparagement of the Su clan was a capital offense. Yet here, Su Ling refrained from taking action, for the Dan Tower stood as the pinnacle of power in the Eastern Wilderness, a presence even the Su clan dared not confront. With a respectful bow towards Qi Zhong, Su Ling coldly articulated, "Master of the Tower, my Su clan has always valued harmony with the Dan Tower. For many years, we have lent our unwavering support to your esteemed institution. Should the Master of the Tower allow such baseless accusations against the Su clan to go unchallenged?" Baseless allegations? You are well aware of their veracity. If you seek the soul condensation pill, I must inform you that my Dan Tower has none. Not even if you were to offer the entire Su clan would we possess such a thing. You may leave. Seeking death. Suppressed fury surged within Su Ling, and provoked by continuous taunts, he lunged towards Su Chen with a deadly intent. The cold, sharp cry of his sword echoed forth, its fierce energy coiling like venomous serpents. Fixated on its prey, Su Chun remained motionless, fully cognizant that as a guest elder of the Dan Tower, neither the master of the tower nor the four esteemed guest elders would permit him to be slain, especially within the confines of the Dan Tower. Boom! A conflagration erupted before Su Chun, clashing violently with the sword energy. Su Ling's form was swift in approach, yet even swifter in retreat. 9 flowers gathered in the cauldron. Feeling the intense surge emanating from within, Su Ling's complexion turned ashen. He had long heard of the master of the tower's prowess, now confirmed to have indeed reached the level of 9 flowers gathered in the cauldron. At this pinnacle of martial arts in the eastern wilderness, even the Su clan lacked a master of such caliber. Otherwise, they would not have to tread so carefully around the Dan Tower. Chi Chong, with his considerable bulk, positioned himself before Su Chun, unwilling to stand idly by as Su Chun faced annihilation. Firstly, this was the Dan Tower. If a guest elder were to be slain by a member of the Su clan, how could the Dan Tower maintain its standing in the eastern wilderness? Would it not become a subject of ridicule? Secondly, Su Chen's extraordinary alchemical talents were evident, and given Chi Chong's esteem for him, he could not allow the Su clan to extinguish such a promising life. Han Feng, Feng Matian, Zhou Yao, and Tai Shan, the 4 guest elders, stepped forward in unison. Their formidable and chilling auras converged, bearing down upon Su Ling with overwhelming force. To dare cause a commotion in the Dan Tower, Su Ling, do you truly believe your Su clan can dominate the eastern wilderness? A tremor coursed through Su Ling's heart. In his wrath, he had failed to consider the consequences. This was the Dan Tower, and to act against it would be a grave affront. As he regarded Su Chun, sheltered behind the master of the tower, an unsettling thought struck him. Was Su Chun orchestrating this? Was he intending to use the situation to his advantage? Such a cunning ploy was utterly despicable. Upon reflecting on this, Su Ling immediately cupped his fists towards Qi Zhong and said, "Master of the tower, I was impulsive just now. However, Su Chen's words were aimed squarely at my Su clan. I trust that the master possesses discernment regarding today's events. I believe you are well aware of who is right and who is wrong." Caught between the Su clan and Su Chun, Qi Zhong understood that he must make a choice. His gaze gradually hardened, and his face became etched with disdain as he retorted, "Well aware? How can I be well aware? Your Su clan has usurped others' imperial bones for your own gain and flaunted it shamelessly. To dare act against me in the Pill Tower, you clearly hold us in contempt. Henceforth, the Pill Tower shall sever all business ties with the Su clan. As for the soul-condensing pill you mentioned, I shall no longer be able to refine it. Please leave." The implication of Qi Zhong's words was unmistakable. He had chosen to side with Su Chun over the Su clan. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome, as the business relationship between the Su clan and the Pill Tower was of paramount importance to them. If the Pill Tower ceased all dealings, no other pill shop or alchemy establishment in the vast eastern wilderness would dare to sell any pills to the Su clan. In the face of his clan's interests, even Su Ling could not afford to be careless. He promptly clasped his fists and said, "Master of the tower, I apologize for my earlier actions. Upon hearing someone insult our race, I momentarily lost my composure. I implore you, do not take offense." Shaking his head, Qi Zhong's expression remained icy as he coldly declared, "What I have said cannot be retracted. If you do not leave now, you will come to regret it." Though he wanted to protest, Su Ling ultimately held his tongue. Letting out a deep sigh, regardless of his indignation, he led the 2 away. The gathering dispersed. The 4 elder guests performed their farewells and exited. "Elder Su, do you hail from the Su clan?" Qi Zhong had surmised the situation, and Su Chen chose not to hide any longer, as he knew that with his rise, his identity could not remain concealed. "Master of the tower, I indeed come from the Su family in Panyu City. Years ago, when I awakened my imperial bone, it was forcibly stripped from me by Su Hao of the Su clan. The news has not been disclosed due to the clan's suppression." Nodding, Qi Zhong sighed deeply, finally grasping why Elder Su harbored such resentment towards the Su clan. The theft of an imperial bone was a grudge that could not easily be forgotten. "Elder Su, rest assured, as a distinguished elder of the Pill Tower, even if the Su clan discovers your identity, they will think twice before acting against you." "Thank you, Master of the Tower. It is of no concern. Take your time to rest, and do not let this trouble you." "Understood." Watching the departing Master of the Tower, Su Chun felt a swell of gratitude. He understood that Qi Zhong valued his soul alchemy skills, yet the mere act of acknowledging him was commendable. If it had been someone else, they might have imprisoned him and forced him to relinquish his soul alchemy techniques. As the three departed from the pill tower, their anger only intensified. Immediately investigate the origins of this Su Chen. Pay particular attention to the Su family in Panyu City. Yes, Su Ling's gaze was icy and cold. Originally, with the 9th-rank Blood Lotus in hand, he possessed ample confidence that he could exchange it for the Spirit Concentration Pill. After all, Su Hao was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm. Obtaining a special Soul Concentration Pill would greatly benefit Su Hao's cultivation. The Su clan held Su Hao in high esteem. Regardless of the origins of his imperial bone, he had now thoroughly fused with it. As long as he did not fall, Su Hao was destined to achieve the imperial realm in the future. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter a madman this time? Relying on his status as a guest elder of the Pill Tower, he blatantly disregarded the Su clan. What infuriated Su Ling the most was that the Pill Tower not only refused to engage in an exchange for this person, but also severed all business ties with the Su clan. This matter was rather troublesome. Upon returning to the clan, how would he explain it to the Patriarch? He immediately decided to report the situation to the Patriarch while he remained stationed here. Yes, Su Ling dared not secretly strike down Su Chen, for they were in the desolate city, where the Pill Tower's influence was overwhelmingly strong. If the Pill Tower discovered his actions, it would bring him significant trouble, and the Su clan would also face grave consequences. To be on the safe side, he would first report the matter to the Patriarch and see how he wished to handle it. The abrupt arrival of the Su clan left Su Chen's anger simmering for a long time. The hatred from the theft of the imperial bone and the grudge from the destruction of the blood wheel were memories he could not choose to forget. Although the Su clan did not directly intervene, they were the greatest accomplices. He shared an irreconcilable enmity with the Su clan, including Su Hao. Without a hint of concern, he was no longer the person he once was. With the dual backing of the Eastern Wild Academy and the Pill Tower, even the Su clan dared not confront him head-on. Not wishing to linger any longer in the Pill Tower, Su Chen prepared to step outside for some fresh air. The imperial bone had always been a thorn in his heart. Finding Qi Qiaofan, Su Chen spoke directly. "Accompany me outside for a while." Watching Su Chen turn and leave, Qi Qiaofan felt a surge of irritation, yet found herself powerless. After all, she had lost the bet and had to accept the outcome. As they walked through the streets, Qi Qiaofan stole a glance at Su Chen, who remained silent. Her brow furrowed slightly as she sensed that something was amiss with him today. Was it related to the Su clan? She had been present at the time and witnessed Su Chen-esque grievances with the Su clan, where he had asserted that the imperial bone was stripped from another, not originating from the Su clan itself. As for what her grandfather had said to Su Chen in the end, she was unaware, having departed with the 4 guest elders. Su Chen. Was the imperial bone stripped from someone else by the Su clan? This was merely a vague guess from Qi Qiaofan, but she could not be certain. Su Chen remained silent. "Do you hail from the Su clan?" Su Chen still did not respond. Though anger simmered within her, Qi Qiaofan refrained from expressing it, uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, and continued to meander aimlessly through the streets. Qi Qiaofan was quite renowned in the desolate city, her status, beauty, and talent surpassing her peers, earning her the title of one of the twin beauties of the desolate city, Qi Sister. Upon encountering a woman in purple who suddenly appeared before her, Qi Qiaofan was filled with surprise and smiled as she exclaimed, "Why hasn't T Sisterly been training today?" The visage of the woman in purple was as captivating as that of Qi Qiaofan, her delicate features exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly styled, and her expressive eyes seemed to possess the ability to converse. Her voice, reminiscent of the melodious song of a lark, was truly delightful. "Sister Qi, allow me to share a secret with you. Just yesterday, I ascended to the rank of a level 6 talismancer, and my cultivation has successfully advanced to the 7th level of the human soul realm." Qi Qiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she understood the significance of becoming a level 6 talismancer. The chasm between a level 5 and a level 6 talismancer was as vast as the heavens and the earth. "Congratulations, Sisterly. However, I too, just 3 days ago, passed the assessment to become a level 6 alchemist. Is that true?" "Indeed. How splendid." Suddenly, Su Chen, who had remained silent, inquired, "Are you a talismancer?" Furrowing her brow, Li Ji turned to the young man and asked, "Who are you?" Sighing inwardly, she lamented that fate had a peculiar way of presenting challenges. Yet she was powerless to change her circumstances. This was the desolate city, and departing from the alchemy tower would inevitably lead to encounters with familiar faces. Sister Li, allow me to introduce him. This is Su Chen, an esteemed guest elder of our alchemy tower. Su Chen, this is Li Ji from the Talismancer Hall. Her grandfather, Li Wan, is the hall master and an 8-level talismancer, while Sister Li has successfully advanced to a level 6 talismancer. Within the continent, the status of a martial artist was unparalleled, undoubtedly surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Among martial artists, four identities were particularly distinguished: array masters, alchemists, talismancers, and artifact masters. The hall master of the Talismancer Hall, an 8-level talismancer, indicated that Li Ji's grandfather, Li Wan, was indeed a formidable powerhouse. Su Chen harbored a keen interest in becoming a talismancer himself, yet without the right connections, the path to such a vocation seemed daunting. I aspire to be a talismancer. I wonder if the Talismancer Hall would be open to that. Not possible. Before Su Chen could finish, Li Ji had already declined, stating, "The techniques of drawing and crafting talismans in our hall are not shared with outsiders, unless you are willing to join us. However, as you are already a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower, it would be impossible for you to join our hall." Li Ji was taken aback, for this young man, Su Chen, appeared strikingly youthful. In her understanding, all 4 guest elders of the Alchemy Tower were well past 50, yet this individual seemed to be no older than 20. How could a dignified guest elder of the Alchemy Tower possibly join the Talismancer Hall? It was utterly implausible. Well then, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Watching Su Chen depart abruptly, Qi Qiaofan felt an urge to confront him, yet she ultimately restrained herself. Sister Qi, what has happened to your Alchemy Tower to have such a young guest elder? Concerning Su Chen's ability to infuse his soul into alchemy, the Tower Master had repeatedly instructed her to keep this matter confidential, regardless of the circumstances. She was fully aware of the implications of soul elixirs and smiled as she remarked, "Su Chen's alchemical skills have surpassed mine. Thus my grandfather made an exception to appoint him as a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower." Not wishing to pry further, as this was a matter pertaining to the Alchemy Tower and not her concern, she stated, "Sister, it has been a long time since we last met. We must gather properly today." Of course, Qi Qiaofan and Li Ji were renowned as the twin beauties of the desolate city, capable of stirring excitement wherever they went. Thus, they returned to the Alchemy Tower. Su Chen approached Qi Chong directly and stated succinctly, "Master of the tower, I seek your assistance." Qi Chong chuckled and replied, "If you wish for me to help you annihilate the Su clan, I must regrettably decline." Su Chen was well aware that Qi Chong was jesting and took no offense. He continued, "Master of the tower, I aspire to enter the Rune Hall and become a Rune Master." Qi Chong, taken aback, pondered why Su Chen would wish to enter the Rune Hall. "Elder Su, you must understand that to forge runes, one must gain entry to the Rune Hall, and your current status complicates that. I require no instruction, merely access to the resources concerning rune crafting within the Rune Hall. In exchange, I am willing to concoct 100 of the purest Chinquan pills for the hall." The mention of 100 Chinquan pills caused Qi Chong's eyes to gleam with interest. He nodded and said, "I comprehend your intentions, yet I cannot guarantee success. That old coot Li Wan can be rather inflexible. I will make inquiries and inform you by tonight at the latest." "Thank you, Master of the Tower." It must be noted that Qi Chong held Su Chen in high regard. For any request made by Su Chen that was feasible, he would certainly oblige. A courtesy he would not extend to just anyone else. Rising, he stretched languidly and departed the Dan Tower, heading towards the Rune Hall. The Rune Hall, one of the paramount powers in the desolate city, held the rune masters and alchemists in equal esteem. Rune masters craft runes that possess various wondrous applications. For instance, a fire rune can incinerate an adversary in an instant. However, the path to becoming a rune master is fraught with challenges, with innate talent being of utmost importance. Upon entering the Rune Hall, Qi Chong was greeted by a diminutive old man with a smile. Weighing no more than 70 pounds, he resembled a leaf drifting in autumn, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. "Qi Fatty, what brings you here today?" "Old Li, I do not come without reason. I have a matter I urgently need your assistance with." "Oh, even the esteemed master of the Dan Tower requires my aid? How intriguing. I am quite curious to hear what matter warrants your personal involvement, esteemed 8th-level alchemist." The two, longtime friends, shared a relaxed camaraderie. In the pavilion, A gentle breeze wafted through as they each raised their cups filled with wine, savoring the delicate fragrance that danced in the air. They downed their drinks in one go. This is exquisite wine. Indeed, this wine was procured through great effort. Had it not been for your visit, Chief Fatty, I would not have brought it out. Chi Chong nodded appreciatively and poured another cup, drinking it down with increasing delight, finding himself captivated by its quality. Chief Fatty, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit. With a resigned smile, Chi Chong replied, Old Li, we have acquired a 5th honorary elder at the Dan Tower. Oh, congratulations are in order. This new honorary elder has a keen interest in rune crafting and wishes to explore the resources within the rune hall without any need for instruction. What do you think? Shaking his head, Li Wan outright rejected, Impossible, Fatty Chi. You should be aware of the regulations of the symbol hall. The materials for crafting symbols are closely guarded secrets and cannot be leaked unless one joins the hall. Since he is an esteemed elder of the Alchemy Tower, he certainly cannot join the symbol hall, wouldn't you agree? As expected, the refusal came. Chi Chong seemed to have anticipated this outcome, retrieving a pill from his spatial ring and stating, to be frank, Su Chen's exceptional status as an elder of our Alchemy Tower is primarily due to his establishment of a new school of alchemy, one that incorporates the soul into the elixir. This pill is crafted purely from soul energy. Feel free to try it, at no cost. Li Wan was taken aback, fully aware of the implications of infusing the soul into elixirs. Accepting the pill, he harbored a flicker of doubt as he placed the soul elixir into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly and flowed through his entire being. Elder Su promised that should you grant him access to the symbol hall's crafting materials, he would assist you in creating 100 such elixirs, though the resources must be provided by your hall. 100 soul elixirs. Such temptation was indeed hard for Li Wan to resist. 2 conditions. First, he must enter the symbol hall without any guidance from anyone, including myself. Of course. Second, the crafting materials must not be taken even a step away from the symbol hall. No problem. Then I shall convey my gratitude to Elder Su on your behalf. Li Wan said with a bitter smile, It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Have him come tomorrow. All right, let us drink. Drink what? This wine is rare, and you've already consumed a jug. You are still as stingy as ever. Upon receiving the news, Su Chun was greatly delighted. He understood precisely what crafting symbols meant for him, undoubtedly beneficial in every regard. He was already an alchemist, and was now preparing to delve into the realms of symbolists, artifact crafters, and formation masters. A night passed without incident. The following day, the dawn light enveloped the entire desolate city. Su Chen wasted no time and promptly departed from the Alchemy Tower towards the symbol hall. To become a symbolist, he first needed to ascertain whether he possessed the talent for crafting symbols. Otherwise, all else would be in vain. The symbol hall and the Alchemy Tower were situated on different streets. The former was a square edifice, appearing quite peculiar, adorned in alternating shades of black and white. Whom do you seek? I hail from the Alchemy Tower. Your hall master sent for me. You are Elder Su from the Alchemy Tower? Indeed. Please follow me. As he followed the man into the symbol hall, Su Chun brimmed with anticipation. Should he fail to grasp the art of symbol crafting, it would indicate his unsuitability for the role of a symbolist. Just upon entering the hall, he encountered Li Ji, who emerged with a look of astonishment. What brings you to my symbol hall? To become a symbolist. Her surprise deepened, for just yesterday, Su Chun had expressed his desire to join the hall, and she had even interrupted him, believing that as an elder of the Alchemy Tower, he could not possibly join the symbol hall. The hall had its regulations. Without joining, one could not craft symbols. Have you severed ties with the Alchemy Tower? No, however. Hall Master Li has granted me the privilege to freely peruse the various materials of the symbol hall. Nonsense. Disregarding Li Ji, Su Chen remarked. Did your master not issue any commands? He did. The master instructed me to take you to the top floor. Let us proceed. Observing the gradually departing figures, Li Ji, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration, utterly perplexed as to why her grandfather would undermine the rules of the symbol hall. She immediately turned to seek out her grandfather, determined to clarify the matter at hand. Within the symbol room, she inquired, Grandfather, why is that Su Chan from the Pill Tower allowed to enter the symbol hall and peruse the materials on rune crafting at will? If the others in the hall were to find out, there would surely be dissent. He was quite troubled by this situation. He cherished this granddaughter deeply. Her talent had not disappointed him. As a 6th-level rune master, with her bloodline talent awakened, he believed she would undoubtedly surpass him in the future. potentially becoming a king-level or even an emperor-level rune master, an extraordinary occurrence for the symbol hall. His agreement with Chen, permitting Su Chen to access the materials, was made with careful consideration. Firstly, Su Chen had pledged to concoct 100 soul elixirs for the hall. Having already experienced the potency of these elixirs, he knew their extraordinary benefits. Acquiring 100 soul elixirs would be advantageous for all, particularly for his granddaughter. Secondly, according to Chen, Su Chen had initiated a new sect within the realm of alchemy and was destined to become a prominent figure on the continent. Cultivating a relationship with such an individual would undoubtedly yield benefits for the symbol hall. Li Ji, your grandfather does not act without reason. Let this matter rest. Focus on your training. I have just received word that Qi Qiaofan has been invited to the Pill Tower on the continent. While you have not made any progress in 3 years, indicating you must hone your skills further. Grandfather, enough. I must keep an eye on him to ensure he does not make off with our hall's treasures. Li Ji halt. Watching his granddaughter depart, Li Wan felt an increasing headache, yet he refrained from further interference. His priority was to devise a way to contact the symbol hall on the continent, enabling Li Ji to pursue her training there. At the top floor of the symbol hall, the most significant area was reserved exclusively for the master and the elders. Entry was granted solely by the master's decree. Elder Su, the master has given his instructions. You may explore freely within, provided you do not remove anything. Please, proceed. Satisfied. He noted that his promise of 100 elixirs was yielding positive results. Entering the symbol room, he found it vast, lined with orderly shelves, each adorned with numerous books, undoubtedly tomes on rune crafting. Be cautious not to damage any of the books. Each volume here is crucial to our craft. Casting a glance at Li Ji standing by the door, Su Chen chose to ignore her. He had no time to engage in idle conversation. Wasting no time, he immediately began to examine a book, diving into the wealth of knowledge contained within. The symbol room held thousands of volumes. Under normal circumstances, it would take years, if not decades, to thoroughly review them all. He had no time to squander. Su Chen swiftly flipped through book after book, absorbing the content with an eidetic memory. Each volume's intricate rune information flooding into his mind. It was truly impressive. Yet, he still aspired to become a rune master. Observing the young man before her, whose speed of reading surpassed even the act of drinking water, Li Ji wore a face full of derision, her gaze thickening with contempt. Time passed. For a full 4 days and nights, Su Chen remained in the rune hall, scarcely pausing even to eat. At first, Li Ji watched him intently, eager to see if this esteemed elder from the Alchemist Guild could indeed become a rune master. However, as time slipped away, she was almost certain that Su Chen would never attain such a title. Feeling increasingly irritated, she resolved not to be one who falters at the finish line. If she was to observe Su Chen, she would do so with unwavering focus. She understood that, given Su Chen's status, he would not dare to pilfer anything from the rune hall. Yet she could not comprehend why he irked her so. Perhaps it was due to his access to the hall and his freedom to peruse its tomes. What was he doing? Upon completing the last book, Su Chen held a pen in his hand, the burial calamity pen. He realized that to forge runes, one must draw them on special paper crafted from unique materials, followed by the forging of the rune and its eventual solidification. 3 essential steps: drawing, forging, and solidifying the rune. However, Su Chen did not utilize the rune paper. Instead, he wielded the burial calamity pen and began to draw in the air. Witnessing his actions, Li Ji could hardly contain herself and burst into laughter. She had encountered fools before, but never one as naive as this. She had never seen anyone draw runes without the aid of rune paper, not only in the eastern wilderness but across the entire continent. None had succeeded in drawing runes in midair. Yet, Li Ji's expression gradually turned serious, her face etched with shock and disbelief as she fixated on Su Chen's drawing. Whether she wished to believe it or not, he had already created something. Even if the rune he had replicated was merely a first-level rune, it was astounding to her. For normally, drawing runes in the void was an impossibility, a complete violation of rune-drawing principles. No one had ever achieved such a feat. How had Su Chen accomplished this? She could almost assert that Su Chen had no prior knowledge of rune drawing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent several days in the rune hall to grasp the most fundamental aspects of rune mastery. Such a talent for rune forging was utterly terrifying. She had always believed her own aptitude for rune crafting was unparalleled among her peers in the eastern wilderness. Yet she had not anticipated that Su Chen's talent would be so formidable. At that moment, gripping the burial calamity pin, Su Chen drew runes in the void, lines of intricate patterns converging continuously. As it was his first attempt, his hand was somewhat unsteady, yet despite this, he completed the drawing in mere minutes. Once the drawing was finished, the next step was forging the rune. Su Chen formed a seal with one hand, continually infusing energy into the rune. The final step was solidifying it. Rune solidify. A translucent fire talisman, roughly the size of a half palm, was successfully crafted and delicately rested in Su Chen's hand. Clenching it tightly, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Despite having only produced a first-level fire talisman, it signified his innate talent for talisman crafting, which he believed to be quite substantial. Su Chen understood from the texts he had perused that the initial step in crafting talismans, drawing the talisman, could only be accomplished using special talisman paper. However, on a whim, he decided to experiment, attempting to draw a talisman in midair using the Zongja pen. To his astonishment, he succeeded. How did you manage that? With a bewildered and shocked expression, Li Ji approached Su Chen, gazing at the talisman in his hand. May I take a look? Nodding in agreement, Su Chen, not one to be stingy, handed the fire talisman to Li Ji. As she took the talisman and felt the pulsations emanating from it, her astonishment deepened. A first-level fire talisman? In terms of quality, your talisman undoubtedly surpasses any first-level talisman. How did you accomplish this? Retrieving the talisman and placing it into his Qinquan bag, Su Chen chose to disregard Li Ji. There was no way he would reveal the secret of his crafting process to her. Even if he did, she would be incapable of drawing a talisman in midair. He believed that no one possessed the means to do so. Both his soul infusion technique and the ability to draw in the void were his unique skills, one achieved through the chaotic devouring method and the Qinquan furnace, the other relying on the Zongja pen and his exceptional physique. Unless someone shared the same resources, they could not replicate his accomplishments. Wait a moment. Is there something you need? Su Chen felt no fondness for Li Ji. Individuals like her, with their lofty airs, often regarded others with disdain. If she looked down on him, he reciprocated the sentiment. With a deep sigh, Li Ji admitted, Su Chen, I confess I underestimated you yesterday. Although you hold the position of a guest elder at the Dan Tower, you must understand that alchemy and talisman crafting are entirely different realms. However, just now, I found myself genuinely impressed by your abilities. I am not well versed in the talisman realm of the continent, but I can assure you that in the eastern wilderness, no one has ever been able to draw talismans in the void. Every talisman master must begin by drawing on special talisman paper. I would like to inquire about how you achieve the ability to draw talismans in the void. Lowering her head, Li Ji could no longer contain her desire to learn the method of void talisman drawing. She understood that if she could also master this skill, it would be immensely advantageous for her. It was precisely for this reason that she was willing to humble herself and seek Su Chen's guidance. Without uttering a word, she shifted from her previously lofty demeanor, now eager to possess the knowledge of drawing talismans in the void. Su Chen held a deep disdain for such individuals, feeling repulsed by their insincerity. Even a moment longer in her presence felt unbearable, and he chose to leave immediately. Yet, as he departed, Su Chen instructed someone to inform the hall master of his exit. He understood all too well that had it not been for his contribution of 100 Qinquan pills to the Talisman Hall, he would never have been granted entry. What did it matter that he held the title of a guest elder at the Dan Tower? In the eyes of the Talisman Hall, it counted for little. Upon returning to the Dan Tower, Su Chen was filled with an eager anticipation to test the potency of the first-level fire talisman he had just crafted. After all, his talisman crafting approach was rather unique. While others inscribed their talismans on special paper, he drew them directly in the void, utilizing the morning calamity brush. He summoned a foundational stage beast, a three-tailed cat. Seemingly foreseeing his intentions, the three-tailed cat abruptly accelerated, attempting to flee. However, Su Chen's speed was swifter, and as he locked onto the creature, he swiftly hurled the first-level fire talisman. In an instant, the talisman vanished, only to reappear precisely upon the three-tailed cat. Accompanied by a wretched scream, flames engulfed the creature, and within the span of less than a second, the once vibrant three-tailed cat was reduced to ashes, disappearing without a trace. How domineering! Observing the talisman's might, Su Chen felt a profound satisfaction. It appeared he possessed a remarkable talent as a talisman crafter, carving out a path entirely distinct from that of his peers. He had learned from Li Ji that, speaking solely of the eastern wilderness, It was unlikely anyone could replicate his ability to draw talismans in the void. After all, the Talisman Hall of the Desolate City towered over all other talisman crafters, symbolizing the pinnacle of the talisman crafting hierarchy in the Eastern Wilderness and serving as a barometer for its talisman crafting community. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie, prompting Su Chen to gather his thoughts. Upon opening the door, he was met by Qi Qiaofan, who stood outside. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, nodding gently. Qi Qiaofan replied, "The Dan Tower on the continent has begun to urge my departure. I wish to leave the Eastern Wilderness and head to the continental Dan Tower." In the past, she would leave at a whim, with even her grandfather not daring to impede her, for the status of the continental Dan Tower far surpassed that of the Eastern Wilderness. The opportunity to train there was undoubtedly a rare and invaluable chance for her. For any alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness, the ultimate aspiration was to gain passage to the continental Dan Tower. However, wishing for it was one matter. Actually being invited was another, as one's talent and alchemical proficiency had to meet the required standards. Nodding in understanding, Su Chen did not attempt to dissuade her. Despite Qi Qiaofan currently being under his servitude, he recognized that her journey to the continental Dan Tower would greatly enhance her cultivation and alchemical skills. And since he intended to return to the academy, he had no time to concern himself with her. He had been immersed in the profound insights of the 3,000 alchemical arts, especially after his recent epiphany, which had granted him a fresh perspective on the path of alchemy. From his Chinquan bag, he retrieved a jade slip and remarked, "This contains a method of alchemy. Do not share it with others." "Thank you," Qi Qiaofan responded, visibly astonished, as she had not anticipated Su Chen would impart alchemical techniques to her. "You possess the Qinglong Buddha Flame, ranked 235th on the exotic fire ranking?" "Indeed," he affirmed without a hint of concealment. For it was no secret in the entire desolate city. Everyone knew that the granddaughter of the Dan Tower master wielded a flame from the ranking. "I wish to extract a trace of your Qinglong Buddha Flame. What do you think?" Qi Qiaofan's countenance shifted dramatically, as she could scarcely believe Su Chen would utter such words, expressing a desire to extract her unique flame. It is crucial to understand that she has completely integrated the Azure Dragon Buddha Flame. Any attempt to detach it, even in the slightest, would result in irreparable loss for her. Surely, Su Chen is well aware of this. Filled with indignation, his gaze darkened as he fixedly stared at the young man before him. Qi Qiaofan coldly remarked, "Though I may have lost to you in the alchemical competition, it does not grant you the liberty to act upon me at will. Qiaofan, grant her request." Upon the sudden appearance of the plump Qi, Su Chen inclined his head respectfully, addressing him as master. "Grandfather, you must understand the significance of the to me. I have fully merged with the Azure Dragon Buddha Flame. If it were forcibly extracted, even a mere fragment would severely compromise my foundation and greatly impact my future endeavors in alchemy." Qi glanced at Su Chen, inquiring, "Are you confident?" Su Chen recognized the gravity of the master's words and felt a surge of gratitude. Without questioning further, he appreciated Qi Chang's trust in him, which was indeed uplifting. Nodding, Su Chen replied with a smile, "I am absolutely certain. I will only extract a sliver of the Azure Dragon Buddha Flame, which will not affect you in any way. Moreover, I can assist you in integrating the Azure Dragon Buddha Flame into your bloodline's Azure Flame." "What did you say?" Qi Qiaofan was taken aback, and Qi Chen wore a similarly astonished expression. The merging of into the bloodline was an unbearable feat for anyone. Yet both understood that if Su Chen dared to assert such a claim, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to achieve it. The fusion of with the bloodline would undoubtedly be advantageous for Qi Qiaofan. "Can you truly accomplish this?" she asked, recalling her previous doubts. Qi Qiaofan's expressions shifted rapidly before she ultimately nodded with conviction, stating, "I believe in you." "Then let us commence." "Master, I require a secluded chamber, free from any disturbances." Of course, she understood the gravity of the situation. However, within the alchemist tower, he held absolute authority. "Inside a secluded chamber, remove all your clothing." "What did you say?" "Detaching thee and merging it with the bloodline were exceedingly perilous endeavors. If you wish to proceed smoothly, you must heed my instructions." Without waiting for Qi Qiaofan to respond, Su Chen continued, "If I were interested in your body, I would not resort to such unsavory methods. This is the alchemist tower, and your grandfather is the master, unless I wish to leave here without a life." Su Chen discerned Qi Qiaofan's inner turmoil and spoke candidly. Taking a deep breath, she could see the clarity in his eyes, acknowledging that he spoke the truth. However, the notion of disrobing before a man was somewhat difficult for her to accept. Yet, contemplating the merging of with her bloodline, Qi Qiaofan ultimately gritted her teeth and chose to acquiesce. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, while Su Chen, avoiding her gaze, began his preparations. In the silent chamber, the only sound was that of Qi Qiaofan shedding her garments. She could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Inside the chamber, Qi Qiaofan, blushing fiercely, sat cross-legged, completely unclothed, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Release your bloodline and the Azure Dragon Buddha flame. In the next moment, Qi Qianfan's head gathered a blood wheel, within which floated a wisp of azure flame, accompanied by a dragon-shaped fire emanating faint traces of Buddhist aura. This was the Qinglong Foyan, ranked 235 on the list of extraordinary flames. Su Chen, without a moment's hesitation, began to operate the Chaos Devouring technique within him. His confidence in extracting the Qinglong Foyan and assisting Qi Qianfan in merging the blood will stemmed entirely from this technique. Focusing his mind and stabilizing his essence, Qi Qianfan understood the gravity of the situation. It was paramount that no mishap occurred. Taking a deep breath, she immediately followed Su Chen's instructions, centering herself and safeguarding her essence. An aura of devouring energy enveloped Qi Qianfan in an instant. Swift, precise, and ruthless, the extraction of the extraordinary flame demanded utmost diligence. With the aid of the Chaos Devouring technique, as soon as Su Chen enveloped Qi Qianfan, he commenced the extraction of the Qinglong Foyan. He only required a trace of the Qinglong Foyan and had means to compensate for it. Under normal circumstances, anyone attempting to extract a fused extraordinary flame would face significant repercussions. The lighter consequences could hinder martial cultivation, while the severer ones could lead to the flame shattering, resulting in the destruction of one's martial foundation with dire ramifications. It was commendable that Qi Qianfan and Qi Chong chose to trust themselves. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have refrained from such an endeavor. With forceful swiftness, Su Chen drew a wisp of extraordinary flame from the Qinglong Foyan and immediately nurtured it within the dragon elephant blood wheel. Su Chen had contemplated this matter. Merely extracting a trace of the Qinglong Foyan would offer him no assistance. Only through nurturing could it transform into a genuine extraordinary flame. This was his true objective. The three blood wheels, Slaughter Sword Blood Wheel, Devouring Blood Wheel, and Dragon Elephant Blood Wheel, could not nurture the Qinglong Foyan, save for the Dragon Elephant Blood Wheel. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that if he nurtured the extraordinary flame with the blood wheel, a slight misstep could result in a backlash from the flame, with unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, he possessed the Chaos Devouring technique and the Devouring Blood Wheel, which could suppress any potential backlash from the extraordinary flame. Once the Dragon Elephant Blood Wheel successfully nurtured the flame, he would then possess a second extraordinary flame. At that moment, the Qinglong Foyan would metamorphose into the Dragon Elephant Foyan, its rank far surpassing that of the Qinglong Foyan. As for its position on the extraordinary flame list, that remained uncertain. Having just extracted a trace of the Qinglong Foyan and forcibly infused it into the Dragon Elephant Blood Wheel, the task now was to nurture it gradually. Pain etched across her face. Qi Qianfan trembled slightly as the extraordinary flame was forcibly extracted, having thoroughly merged with the flame. Had it not been for the enveloping devouring aura, she would have suffered severe damage. Without any further delay, Su Chen fervently activated the Chaos Devouring technique. Overwhelming waves of domineering, devouring energy continuously surged into the blood wheel. At that moment, the extraordinary flame, Qinglong Foyan, floating before Qi Qianfan, began to merge into the blood wheel, absorbing the azure flame, causing her facial expression to twist in agony. Nevertheless, Qi Qianfan gritted her teeth and persevered. Hold on. Each fleeting second passed swiftly. Half an hour later, Qi Qianfan let out a long howl, her inner strength beginning to surge. The azure flame phantom within the blood wheel had completely vanished, replaced instead by the Qinglong Buddha flame. As she slowly opened her eyes, her face glistened with perspiration, the faint fragrance of her skin now masked by sweat. Feeling the power within her, she realized that she had ascended 4 levels, breaking through from the 8th level of the human soul realm directly to the 2nd level of the earth soul realm. Qi Qianfan was momentarily stunned. Her cheeks flushed, realizing that Su Chen had seen her body for the first time in her life. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, akin to a timid little rabbit, her heart racing uncontrollably. What was happening to her? She hastily donned her clothing and exited the secluded chamber. Waiting outside was Chi-Chong, who breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his granddaughter emerge safely. Although he had chosen to trust Su-Chun, he was acutely aware that unexpected events could arise, leaving no room for regret. "Chen-fan, are you all right?" he inquired. Shaking her head, Chen-fan replied, "Grandfather, I am fine. Su-Chun has helped me merge the Qinglong Buddha flame with my blood wheel. My new blood wheel is now the Qinglong Buddha flame, and I have advanced 4 levels in succession." Chi-Chong was utterly taken aback, as he understood the implications of what his granddaughter had just said. The merging of with the blood wheel and a 4-level breakthrough within half an hour were feats that were deemed impossible. Yet, it had undeniably occurred with his granddaughter. "Grandfather, where is Su-Chun? He has returned to the Eastern Wilderness Academy. I will go find him." At that moment, Chen-fan's heart was in turmoil, and her attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. The figure in her heart grew larger, almost consuming her entire being. Chi-Chong attempted to stop his granddaughter, shaking his head as he said, "Elder Su instructed me to tell you not to seek him out. You need only to head to the Continental Dan Tower to cultivate. He will come to find you in due time." With a heavy sigh, Chen-fan felt an overwhelming impulse to abandon her plans for the continent and follow Su-Chun instead. It seemed that her innermost thoughts had been discovered by him. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner. "Grandfather, I plan to head to the continent tomorrow. I will make the arrangements for you. Report to the Tower Master. The Hall Master of the Symbol Hall is here. Please come in." In the Dan Hall, Li Laotu exclaimed, "What brings you to my Dan Tower today, old friend?" Li Wan, visibly anxious, pressed, "Chi-Chong, stop with the pleasantries. Quickly hand over Su-Chun. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." "Looking for Elder Su?" Chi-Chong shook his head with a smile. "Do not be in such a hurry. Elder Su has left the Dan Tower for a while and will not be returning soon. If you have something to say, I can relay it to him. My matters must be conveyed directly by me. Just tell me where he is." Surprised, Chi-Chong had not anticipated Li Wan's urgency. Did Su-Chun run into trouble at the Symbol Hall? It made sense why Su-Chun had informed him before leaving to keep his whereabouts a secret from anyone, including Hall Master Li Wan. Shaking his head again, Chi-Chong spoke earnestly, "I do not know where he has gone. You must understand that although I am the master of the Dan Tower, I possess no authority to restrict the freedom of the guest elders. Nor will he disclose to me his whereabouts. What do you think, my longtime friend?" Li Wan was acutely aware that his old companion would not deceive him regarding such matters. However, he was in dire need of locating Su-Chun. "Chi, we have been close friends for many years, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. Over the past 4 days, Su-Chun has been poring over the materials on talisman crafting at the top of the Talisman Hall. Logically speaking, even if he is a prodigy in talisman crafting, it is improbable that he could produce a first-level talisman in just 4 days." Upon hearing this, both Chi-Chong and Chi-Fan felt a jolt of surprise, their faces gradually revealing astonishment, for they had begun to grasp the implications. "Are you suggesting that Elder Su could craft a first-level talisman in a mere 4 days? If that is indeed the case, then his talent in talisman crafting may rival that of alchemy. Both disciplines demand immense talent, and such a genius is truly a rarity in this world." Yet, Li Wan shook his head and sighed. He is not only capable of producing a first-level talisman, but has also accomplished something unprecedented in the realm of talismans. "What is it? Please do not speak in riddles. Hurry up." Chi-Chong was becoming somewhat anxious, realizing that Su-Chun had likely achieved something extraordinary. "My dear friend, although you are not a talisman master, you should understand that the process of crafting a talisman consists of 3 essential steps: sketching the talisman, refining it, and solidifying it. Each step is sequential and indispensable. Any talisman master must first sketch the talisman, particularly on specially prepared talisman paper. This is an unbreakable rule, even for the Emperor of Talismans. However, Su-Chun, Li Ji witnessed it herself, managed to craft a first-level fire talisman within 4 days, and during the sketching process, he did not use talisman paper, but instead sketched in the void." "What did you say? Sketching in the void?" Overwhelmed with shock, Chi-Chong rose abruptly from his seat, and Chi-Fan wore an expression of disbelief, for they understood well the significance of sketching in the void, with the soul entering the elixir and sketching in the void. Su-Chun has pioneered new frontiers in both the realms of alchemy and talisman crafting, achieving what others could not. "My friend, Sketching in the void fundamentally alters the concept of talisman crafting. You must understand that the greatest limitation for talisman masters is the necessity of sketching on special talisman paper. If this step can be bypassed, the status of talisman masters would be greatly elevated. Suppressing his astonishment, Chi-Chung nodded and said, "When Elder Su returns, I will notify you immediately." "Very well, I take my leave." As he watched the two depart, Chi-Chung sighed deeply, remarking, "Xiaofan, you have witnessed how extraordinary Su Chen's talent truly is. Whether he is unparalleled in the future, I cannot say, but he has undoubtedly achieved what no one has before. I believe that in the near future, he will undoubtedly gain fame across the continent, becoming a dual star in both the realms of alchemy and talisman crafting. If you can follow him, your future is boundless." "Grandfather, I understand. Such opportunities are rare. I hope you can seize this one." Eastern Wilderness Academy. Su Chen returned to the academy smoothly, and the successful extraction of Qi Xiaofan's unexpectedly enabled him to break through a level, elevating his cultivation from the 3rd rank of the Golden Core realm to the 4th. Upon his return to the dormitory, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Boss, you are finally back. What happened?" Lu Yu exclaimed urgently. "Just yesterday, while we were cultivating in the Beast Tower, Huang Yulong from the elite class deliberately provoked Huang Qi, ultimately leading to Huang Qi striking out and getting severely injured by Huang Yulong." "What did the academy say?" Su Chen inquired. "The academy determined that Huang Qi struck first, so Huang Yulong is in the clear." Furrowing his brow, Su Chen understood the academy's stance. It was evident that Huang Yulong had intentionally incited Huang Qi to act first, providing the academy with an excuse while also ensuring that they would favor Huang Yulong. Between a member of the elite class and a student from the inferior junior class, the academy was certainly inclined to weigh the scales in favor of the elite. Su Chen found it perplexing. Why would Huang Yulong, being from the elite class, provoke Huang Qi without reason? After all, students from the elite class possessed their own pride. Why would Huang Yulong seek to anger Huang Qi? He could not fathom a scenario that lacked ulterior motives. "Boss, you may not know this, but Huang Qi hails from the Dian dynasty, and Huang Yulong is the prince of that very dynasty, making Huang Qi his half-brother. Huang Qi was originally the crown prince, but due to awakening a defective blood wheel and the machinations of Huang Yulong's mother and her relatives, the emperor of Dian deposed Huang Qi and crowned Huang Yulong as the prince. To protect Huang Qi, his mother leveraged connections to send him to the Eastern Wilderness Academy." "Now I see," Su Chen replied. "Let us go." In the dormitory room,